Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 69 to Chapter 134. It had to be said that the moment he opened the cabinet, even Gu Duxing, who had seen a lot of gold and silver treasures, was shocked. The golden light was dazzling. Gold. Gold bricks. Gold ingots. They were all gold, and there were also huge banknotes more than a foot thick. For a moment, young Master Gu felt a little dizzy and disoriented. For a moment, he only thought that he had entered the treasury of some rich man. And Chu Yang actually arranged for him to stay in the treasury and didn't restrict him. Sob, this feeling of being trusted at the end of the road was really too good, too warm. Chu Yang waved his hand earnestly. Brother Gu, you and I feel like old friends at first sight. You're treating me like an outsider. He thought to himself, at my place, there are still a few more cabinets. I've robbed dozens of rich men, how can I only have so little? But I still have great use for them. Gu Duxing nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, a question arose in his mind. Brother Chu, since you have so much money, why are you still selling that kind of famous sword? Last night, this guy had said that if he didn't sell it, he wouldn't be able to eat. But this cabinet of gold and silver banknotes, how was he going to explain it? This gold was enough for 3 generations of rich men to indulge in wine and women. Not able to eat? How ridiculous was this? Please forgive me, Brother Gu. I lied to you last night. Chu Yang looked as if his trick had succeeded. Brother Gu, do you really think that I sold this kind of famous sword casually? I just felt that it was a pity to see it covered in dust. So, I tried my best to find a good home for it. Chu Yang sighed. This kind of sharp weapon must be in the hands of the right person. It can slaughter the world and laugh proudly in the Jianghu. It can display its peerless elegance in a place of rain and blood. That is the ultimate home of a famous sword. How difficult is it for a person to find a suitable sword? However, it was even more difficult for a sword to find a suitable owner. It's rare that Brother Gu and I are like-minded. I can also slack off, haha. I see. Gu Duxing smiled. The knot in his heart had been untied. He smiled very contentedly. In his heart, a kind of great minds think alike feeling arose. This kind of famous sword was not something to be bought and sold. Even if Chu Yang had some schemes because of this, it was also because he thought highly of him. It had to be said that this kind of mentality after having a good impression of him was different. Because once this warm feeling appeared, even if what the other party did was wrong, he would find an excuse for the other party, and the excuse he found was one that made him feel comfortable. Of course, it is my wish to find the true owner of the famed sword. But we also need to earn enough money for our meals. Chu Yang smiled and said, moreover, if the owner of the famous sword doesn't pay a certain price, even if he gets it, he may not cherish it. Gu Duxing nodded and said sympathetically, that's right. I remember back then when I obtained the Black Dragon, I practically went through a lot of hardships. The two smiled at each other. Compared to the soaring dragon sword emperor in his previous life, the current Gu Duxing was undoubtedly less wise and farsighted, and more impulsive and childish like a teenager. Chu Yang naturally knew the value of the person in front of him. Gu Duxing's stubbornness, his obsession with swords, his persistence in life, and his stubbornness in doing things had not changed in his previous life. Such a person was definitely worth befriending. Chu Yang did not have Gu Duxing's stubbornness as a sword. In his opinion, that kind of persistence was simply foolish. But this did not stop his heart from admiring Gu Duxing. This kind of difference in character was also the reason why Chu Yang in his previous life became a revered martial artist, but not a revered sword artist. Because, although he used a sword, all his skills were not just in the sword. Brother Gu, how do these few swords of mine compare to your Black Dragon? Chu Yang asked. In terms of sharpness, they surpass my Black Dragon. In terms of toughness, they also surpass my Black Dragon. Gu Duxing seriously thought for a while and answered seriously, but in my heart, my Black Dragon is still one of a kind. These few swords of yours, although they are rare divine weapons in the world, I keep feeling that something is missing. If I had to choose, I would still choose my Black Dragon. His fingers lovingly stroked the sword hilt at his waist, and the emotions in his eyes at this moment were so sincere. He was like a young man who was deeply in love, looking at his lover. Although his lover was not an outstanding beauty, and standing beside a top beauty, there was still a long way to go. But the only one who could tug at his heartstrings would always be this one person. Other beauties could make him admire them, but if he had to choose a partner to spend his life with, there would only be this one person. What was missing? Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Gu Duxing's feeling was right. These few swords looked incomparably sharp, but they were really missing something. Because the iron essence had already been swallowed by the calamity sword. And that was the true essence of a sword. Without the iron essence, these few swords were just iron pieces that were terrifyingly dense, and could not become the legendary divine weapons. Because they could never have spirituality. Treasured swords had spirituality, and the more people they killed and drank blood, the more spirituality they would have. But even if these few swords slaughtered the entire world, they would only be ordinary pieces of iron. This subtle difference could only be seen when one reached the level of Sword King, such a high level of swordsman fought. Before this, no one would be able to detect the difference, but although Gu Duxing was only a sword great master now, with his keen intuition, he could already feel that something was wrong with these few swords. Brother Gu, I did not set up this heavenly armament pavilion just for this. Chu Yang pondered for a while and said, I have other motives. But this heavenly armament pavilion also needs to exist. This is very complicated and dangerous. It's also very dangerous. I need your help. Chu Yang smiled. Actually, I really did not think that there would be someone like you. But since you are here, I will not let you go. I believe in you, and I believe in my foresight. Gu Duxing's eyes flashed with a sincere smile. Okay. It was just one word, but it was Gu Duxing's promise. He could hear that Chu Yang's words were hiding a lot of things, but they were sincere. From the bottom of his heart, so he agreed immediately. No matter what, it was only because the person in front of him was pleasing to the eye. Secondly, this person helped him at the most difficult time. The two smiled at each other, and their two palms heavily clapped together. No one would have thought that this day's clapping would create a legend in the heavenly layer continent. I come from a big clan. Gu clan. You may not understand the weight of the Gu clan. To be honest, in the entire lower three heavens, there may not be anyone who knows the terror of the Gu clan. Gu Duxing held his wine cup, and his eyes showed a trace of nostalgia. He said with deep feelings, I am the foster son of the clan leader. After my biological parents died in an accident, my foster father took me to his side and nurtured me with great care. Chu Yang nodded. If I don't know about the Gu clan, who will? If I don't know about such a huge clan, I will simply kill myself. Ah, so the rumors were wrong. The future successor of the Gu clan was actually the foster son of the Gu clan, and not the direct descendant. My foster father has a daughter and 2 sons. Gu Duxing said, my 2 sworn brothers ostracized me all year round. As for me, I've really never thought of fighting or snatching anything from them. So I have always resigned myself to it. I am very clear that I am only the foster son of the clan. The core of the clan's power does not belong to me. Even if I have some achievements in the future, I will protect this clan and not let anyone in the clan get hurt. But I will never become the master of this clan. Gu Duxing smiled. This kind of smile seemed so out of place on his cold, chiseled face. Foster father's daughter is older than me by a year. It was because of her that I left the Gu clan. Gu Duxing's eyes were bitter but also sweet. Since I was young, Sister Xiaomiao has been my guardian angel. No matter what difficulties or harsh reprimands, Sister Xiaomiao has always stood in front of me. When my 2 foster brothers made things difficult for me, Sister Xiaomiao has always helped me. She taught me things I didn't know. She helped me things I couldn't touch. She even went against the clan elders and her own brother for me. I have always been under her protection. I grew up safe and sound. Since I was young, every time I was on the verge of a breakthrough, she would go to the clan's medicine garden and the clan's treasure house to find elixirs for me to help me break through. There were many elixirs that were treasures of heaven and earth. They were priceless treasures that could only be found by chance. And these priceless treasures, along with Sister Xiaomiao's meticulous help, made me a genius. My path of cultivation was smooth sailing. I almost never met any bottlenecks. Because of the elixirs that far surpassed the bottleneck, no obstacle could be an obstacle. And Sister Xiaomiao stole a lot of elixirs. They were elixirs that even foster father and a few elders were unwilling to use. Because of this, Sister Xiaomiao suffered many punishments because of me. And all of this, I was ignorant. Because every time, Sister Xiaomiao would tell me, just eat these things, there are plenty of them at home. And I would just eat them like a fool. Qiyang listened silently. He finally understood the reason why Gu Duxing was able to create a cultivation legend at such a young age in his previous life. With the enormous manpower and resources of the Gu clan, how could the elixirs they collected be ordinary? Gu Duxing ate so many elixirs, it would be strange if his cultivation speed was not fast. We've all grown up. As for me, because of Sister Xiaomiao's unbridled and unending supply of elixirs, my cultivation speed has far surpassed all of my peers. I continuously broke through one level after another, becoming the focus of all the clans. But they don't know how much effort Sister Xiaomiao put into this genius, and how many grievances she suffered for me. And I have always been proud. Proud of my own talent. Heartless. Gu Duxing's eyes flashed with a sparkling light. Suddenly, he raised his head and drained the cup of wine in one gulp. He grabbed the wine jug and filled it to the brim. Until one day, Sister Xiaomiao helped me break through to Sword Great Master, and brought me the family's most precious treasure, the purple cloud Ganoderma. This has infuriated the entire family. Gu Duxing fiercely punched himself in the head. When I broke through the bottleneck of Sword Great Master, foster father broke one of Sister Xiaomiao's legs in a fit of rage. They locked her up. Because of this, my two sworn brothers became even more resentful of me. They came to cause trouble for me, but I, who didn't know what was going on, beat them up. Then the eldest brother said, "Don't you feel ashamed hiding behind a woman? Now that you've caused Miaoling to be in such a miserable state, don't you feel guilty?" I was shocked and chased after them to ask. This time, they didn't hide anything and told me everything. Gu Duxing's tears dripped into the wine cup. I went to find foster father, but he just sighed. He told me that Sister Xiaomiao had been punished by the elders for stealing the family's property many times, and was locked up in the dragon prison cave. And the time limit was forever. Because the purple cloud Ganoderma is the family's most precious treasure, it was only waiting for the first supreme elder to take it when he broke through to Martial Emperor. If he succeeded, he would lead the family to become the #1 family, and then charge into the upper three heavens, establishing the family's only hope of hegemony. Sister Xiaomiao stole it and gave it to me, and I had already taken it, ruining the family's decades of preparation. This is unforgivable to the entire family. If someone from another family of equal strength can become a martial emperor first, then the Gu family will be destroyed at any time. And Sister Xiaomiao gave me the purple cloud Ganoderma, which is equivalent to cutting off the family's path forward. This mistake is unforgivable. Qiyang sighed deeply. At this moment, from Gu Duxing's description of Gu Miaoling, he saw Mo Qingwu. These two women are obviously the same. For the person they love, they will do anything. In their eyes, there is nothing else except for the person they love. I went to see Sister Xiaomiao because foster father allowed it. It was the only chance I had to see her. After I saw her, she was about to be locked up in the dragon prison cave. We looked at each other through the purple gold fence. At that time, I cried so hard that my heart was broken. I asked Sister Xiaomiao, "Why are you so stupid?" "Why? For me, it's not worth it, not worth it." Big drops of tears fell from Gu Duxing's eyes. He simply picked up the wine pot and poured it into his mouth. Tears and wine dripped into his mouth. Qiyang sighed and silently picked up another pot of wine. Bang! The empty pot of wine was placed on the table. Gu Duxing's eyes were red. At that time, Sister Xiaomiao said, "Stupid, you are really stupid." She said, "When we were young, I treated you like a younger brother and especially loved you. So, I gave you all the good things. But when we grew up, I no longer treated you as a younger brother." When Sister Xiaomiao said this, she looked at me in a daze. Then she smiled sadly and said, "Forget it, you can leave. It's fine, I just happened to be in closed-door training." "Silly brother, you are not young anymore, it's time to start a family. It's a pity that Sister Xiaomiao will not be able to drink your wedding wine. Go, go. Don't come in the future." Just treat it as if you never had a sister Xiaomiao. Then Sister Xiaomiao turned around and walked into the dragon prison cave. Gu Duxing's face was ferocious. His muscles were contorted and his whole body trembled. Sister Xiaomiao has always been like a deity in my heart. Gu Duxing trembled. I liked her, I worshipped her, I. But when she walked into the dragon prison cave, I realized that my heart was empty. There was nothing left. I can't live without her. I can't live without her. Gu Duxing roared and raised his head. Tears streamed down his face. But she was imprisoned in the dragon prison cave. With such a big mistake, I'm afraid that she may not be able to come out in this lifetime. What do we have to do? What kind of conditions do we have to meet before we can let her out? Find another purple cloud Ganoderma? Chu Yang's eyes darkened as he asked. It's useless. When the first Supreme Elder heard this news, he was at the crucial moment of breaking through the bottleneck. His mind was shaken and he vomited blood on the spot. His cultivation level slipped and he no longer had the chance to break through to the martial emperor realm. Besides the first Supreme Elder, no one else in our clan could. Then what did your foster father say? Foster father had no choice. Gu Duxing stared blankly at the void in front of him. Tears streamed down his face. I lived like this for 2 years until last month, when foster father arranged a marriage for me. Chu Yang immediately understood. It seemed that this soaring dragon sword king was not only a sword maniac, but also a love maniac. No matter what, even if I'm alone for the rest of my life, I can't let Sister Xiaomiao down. Gu Duxing clenched his teeth. So I escaped. No wonder this guy cultivated like a madman in his previous life and advanced so quickly. It turned out that he wanted to rely on his own strength to break through to the Sword Emperor realm and then rescue Gu Miaoling. Even though Gu Duxing's talent was heaven-defying, but by the time he became a Sword Emperor, he would be at least 10 years old. As for Gu Miaoling, who was bitterly suffering in the dragon prison cave, she was older than him by a year. The most beautiful days of their lives had finally been wasted away, and would never return. If I want Sister Xiaomiao to come out, I have to become a Sword Emperor. But that is so far away. Sister Xiaomiao is already 21 years old this year. Gu Duxing said in despair, even if I advance quickly, it will take at least 30 to 40 years to reach that stage. 30 to 40 years, how can Sister Xiaomiao endure it? How can she endure it? Chu Yang raised his head, pondered, and said, this matter is not necessarily without a way. You have a way? Gu Duxing stood up abruptly, causing the wine cup on the table to overturn and fall to the ground. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at him. Yes. Chu Yang nodded calmly and said, sit down and talk. Brother Gu, the onlooker sees the game clearly. You mainly cultivate with the sword, right? Brother Chu's vision is like a torch. Gu Duxing's eyes flashed with amazement. He only cultivated with a sword, and never dabbled in other martial techniques. This way, he could maintain his focus, and advance at the fastest speed. However, he had never mentioned this matter to anyone before. Although he had already acknowledged this young man in front of him, he was still so young, how could he have such great vision? Besides, even if it was a martial artist who was at a higher level than him, as long as they did not fight, he would not be able to tell that he was a sword cultivator. How could he tell? You mainly cultivate with the sword, you must know that there is a saying, the sword is unconventional. Chu Yang smiled and said, the sword is unconventional, although it is easy to injure yourself, once you make a move, it will be a fatal blow. Yes, but, this is cultivation, how can I be unconventional? Gu Duxing frowned and thought hard. Brother Gu, how many people have you killed? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Killed? Gu Duxing was surprised, and then he took a breath and said, 7. 7 bastards. Too few. Once a general succeeds, there will be mountains of bones. Not to mention this kind of heaven-defying cultivation. If you want to become a sword emperor, you have to go through countless bloody battles in your lifetime to reach that stage. Chu Yang raised his eyes. Then, he said heavily, Gu Duxing, if you are willing to trust me and give me your next 10 years, I am confident that I can make you reach the Sword Emperor level within 10 years. 10 years? Gu Duxing's eyes widened and shot out a dazzling radiance. Although 10 years wasn't short, compared to 30 to 40 years, it was much shorter. Moreover, he and Gu Miaoling would only be in their 30s 10 years later. So, it still wouldn't be too late. However, was this true? Chu Yang didn't say anything. He just looked at him quietly with a smile. I agree. Gu Duxing said resolutely and decisively, as long as you can get Sister Xiaomiao out in the shortest time possible, not to mention 10 years, even if I have to give you a lifetime, I won't hesitate. Good. Deal. Chu Yang stretched out his hand, as long as you listen to me, I'll guarantee that you two will be reunited within 10 years. And during these 10 years, I wish us a happy cooperation in advance. Then, what do I have to do now? Gu Duxing asked. If you are worried about exposing your identity, you can first change your appearance. Chu Yang said, then, what you have to do is to look after this heavenly armament pavilion for me. Look after these swords. Have a good sleep and recover your energy. In the next 10 years, blood will flow like a river under your sword. Your enemies will be all over the continent. You must struggle to survive in the crevice between life and death. You must improve yourself in every impossible moment. Only then can you meet my requirements for you. This is a difficult road. It is also a road of no return. But I believe that you have already made your preparations. For the sake of your beloved Gu Miaoling. Hearing the 3 words, Gu Miaoling, Gu Duxing suddenly clenched his fists tightly. His throat let out a low and painful groan like a wounded beast. Only he knew that every time he thought of this name, it was like a knife piercing his heart. No way out? For Sister Xiaomiao, why would I need a way out? Chu Yang stood up and walked to the counter. He took out a piece of paper and dipped his brush in ink. After thinking for a while, he began to write something quickly. Gu Duxing shook his body and stood up. He walked to Chu Yang's side and looked at what he was writing. But as he looked, his eyes suddenly widened to the size of an egg. His 2 eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Revered Berserker Sword Technique? These 4 words were said with great difficulty. Then he suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. Is this real? Revered Berserker Sword Technique was the fastest way to cultivate the sword. Once it was used, the user's whole body and spirit would be immersed in it. Without reaching a certain level, it would be impossible to stop. This was also the most extreme method. Either you destroy yourself in this extreme madness, or you raise your sword technique to a new level. Cultivating Revered Berserker Sword Technique, one could succeed, the other could be death. There was no third way. This sword technique was said to be created by Sword King Feng Xian hundreds of years ago. Although it was called Feng Xian, it should be called Feng Xian. Because everyone was certain that the person who created this sword art was definitely a madman. This sword technique was found in Chu Yang's previous life. In a treasure hunt, someone found Sword King Feng Xian's burial place and took out this sword technique. But after many people studied it, they found that this sword technique could increase one's sword cultivation at the fastest speed, but in the end, it would make the user crazy. Sword King Feng Heart-Sealing Sword King had gone mad and died from practicing this sword art. Countless people tried to change it into a treasure, but no one succeeded. Thus, this revered Berserker Sword Technique was thrown away. After all, no matter how powerful it was, it would be useless if it went crazy. But, the contents of this sword technique were passed down in the 3 days. Until one day, when Chu Yang found this revered Berserker Sword Technique, he carefully studied it. He found that this revered Berserker Sword Technique was similar to the 3rd fragment of the Calamity Sword, but it was of a much lower level. As long as he changed some of the important parts of the revered Berserker Sword Technique, he could cultivate it as usual. And, it would still reach the extreme of crazy speed, but the power of this revered Berserker Sword Technique was not only 1 level lower than the Calamity Sword Technique, so although Chu Yang found it, he did not cultivate it. It was just that he had a deep impression of it at that time. But now, it came in handy. The current Gu Duxing desperately needed this sword technique. And for this guy who was obsessed with the sword to the point of madness, he was the most suitable person for this sword technique. Take it. After Chu Yang finished writing the last stroke, he picked it up and blew on the glistening handwriting before handing it over to Gu Duxing. This was the improved revered Berserker Sword Technique. What was needed to cultivate this was tenacity and indomitable willpower. Gu Duxing's hands trembled violently as he took the sword technique. These few thin pieces of paper had given him the hope of rescuing Gu Miaoling ahead of time. Just now, when Xu Yang said that he could help him realize the Leduo in advance, Gu Duxing was only half convinced and half doubtful. Moreover, he had the thought of, isn't it the same to run away from marriage and cultivate? But now, he was already convinced without a doubt. This sword technique can guarantee that you will break through to revered sword artist within a year. But you will only be able to break through to revered sword artist before you stop. Otherwise, if you continue, your mind will still be bewitched by the sword technique and fall into madness. Xu Yang said slowly, his eyes shining with a sharp light. When you break through to revered sword artist, we have other ways. The path of cultivation needs to be taken step by step. I believe you understand this principle. Enough, enough. Gu Duxing said shakily, thank you. Thank you. He would never have thought that when he was at the end of his rope, such a big gift would fall from the sky. For the current Gu Duxing, Chu Yang's existence was like a life-saving straw. It was his only hope to save Sister Xiao Miao. Gu Duxing would rather die 10,000 times than give up this opportunity. Chu Yang smiled, and finally relaxed. By doing this, he was of course keeping Gu Duxing alive at the root. But the biggest reason was the relationship between Gu Duxing and Gu Miaoling. Because such a relationship touched the softest part of Chu Yang's heart. Mo Qing Wu, such deep feelings, he could not let them down. And infatuated girls like Mo Qing Wu and Gu Miaoling, he could not let them down. At this moment, someone outside the door asked, "Excuse me, is there anyone inside?" The two of them looked at each other. Then, they suddenly screamed and jumped up. These two guys, from morning till now, only cared about themselves drinking and chatting. They did not have the awareness that businessmen should have. Heavenly Armament Pavilion was already late in the morning, but it was still not open for business. "I'll open the door, you tidy up." Chu Yang was about to leave, but before he could finish his sentence, Gu Duxing had already jumped up, holding the revered berserker sword technique that he treasured like a treasure, and ran into his own room. F***CK. Chu Yang was stunned. With a schwa sound, he hurriedly put away the dripping wine on the table. With a hua-la-la sound, he picked up the table and threw it behind him. Then he clapped his hands and walked over to open the door. The smell of alcohol rushed out as he opened the door. Ugh, cough cough. There was a burst of coughing in front of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. There was a young girl patiently waiting. But, she couldn't help but frown when she felt this aura. "Eh? Are you here to buy a sword?" Chu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. Even with Chu Yang's experience, he didn't know how to describe this girl in front of him. She was definitely not the kind of peerless beauty that would shock people at first sight. Whether it was her nose, mouth, or eyes, they were all very ordinary. But beyond the extreme ordinariness, there was a strange charm. If you only look at her once and then brush past her, I'm afraid she won't leave any impression in your heart. However, if you looked at her a few more times, you would immediately discover that this young girl was filled with too many differences. The facial features on his face seemed to be clear at a glance, but after looking at it for a long time, there was a feeling that it was becoming more and more misty. Her eyes were misty and dreamy. Her expression was indifferent and calm. She was clearly a woman, but she seemed to have the demeanor of an insufferably arrogant general. Standing in front of the door, although she looked delicate and weak, she gave people the feeling that she was as tall as a mountain. Yuan? Towering mountain, unshakable, she stood alone in front of the door of Heavenly Armament Pavilion. It seemed that she had been here for a while. Chu Yang hadn't opened the door for a long time, but she wasn't anxious or impatient. Her expression was tranquil and calm. She was clearly only a 17 or 18-year-old girl, but she gave people the feeling that she was extremely experienced. Almost at the first sight of her, Chu Yang's heart suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had seen her before. "May I ask, are you the shopkeeper of Heavenly Armament Pavilion?" The young girl's clear eyes looked at Chu Yang's face. "Yes, may I know why you are here?" "Well, I'm here to see if your so-called Heavenly Armament Pavilion is worthy of its name." The young girl said indifferently, "A customer is here, why don't you invite me in?" If you want to come in, have you seen the notice at the door?" don't worry, gold and silver are not a problem. It's not like we don't have any treasures. Haha, but when you open the door to do business, I have to see your goods. I want to see if they are as magical as you boast. If they aren't worth it, I naturally won't spend money. The young girl put her hands behind her back and walked into Heavenly Armament Pavilion. That kind of natural and relaxed manner was as if she was walking into her own backyard with her hands behind her back. Xianxia frowned. This young girl had an indescribable aura. Of all the women he had seen in his previous life and this life, none of them had this kind of special quality. She was really an anomaly. This is the Heavenly Armament Pavilion you were talking about? The young girl stood in front of the 4 weapons hanging on the wall with her hands behind her back and looked up slightly. She just looked at them with her hands behind her back and didn't do anything else. She just lifted her chin slightly, but for some reason, Xianxia suddenly had a feeling that she was giving directions. It was like a king inspecting his territory and his people. Xianxia was even more confused. She was obviously a girl, why did he have this kind of feeling? Yes. A voice came out, but it wasn't Xianxia's. Guduxing quietly appeared in the corner, looking at the young girl with cold eyes. His face had changed slightly, but his face was like an ice sculpture. It was still the same zombie-like face. He didn't have the slightest pretense because the other party was a girl. Can I take a look? The young girl didn't seem surprised that another person appeared out of nowhere. He just asked indifferently. To buy a sword from here, it doesn't look at your status or your wealth, but it depends on you. Guduxing said coldly, you don't deserve the swords here. If you don't, then even if you have enough wealth, you won't be able to take it away. Oh? The sword is looking for a master? I see. The young girl said softly and said slowly, but, you want to choose a person, but I want to choose a sword. If the sword is not good, even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't take it. This sentence was tit for tat with Guduxing's words. Then, the young girl stretched out her hand and took the long sword from the wall. Holding it in her hand, she obviously didn't expect the sword to be so heavy. It was almost 3 times heavier than a normal long sword. Her arm sank slightly before she could hold it firmly. Her face showed a trace of surprise. Long sword, Xianxia and Guduxing looked at each other and felt surprised. Normally, if a girl chose a sword, she would choose a light and nimble sword. That short sword was obviously more beautiful and elegant than this long sword. It was suitable for a girl to wear. But this long sword was rough and unruly, full of a man's masculinity. The two didn't expect that the first thing this girl looked at was this long sword, then, with a clang, the long sword was unsheathed. A ray of light shot out. The girl squinted her eyes and praised, good sword. Then, she slowly pulled the whole sword out of the scabbard. Her arm stretched forward, and the sword was slightly tilted in front of her eyes, looking at it at eye level. Just by looking at this tilted angle, Xianxia and Guduxing realized at the same time that this girl must be an expert. Although she wasn't necessarily an expert in swordsmanship, but in terms of appreciation, she might not be inferior to the two of them. Xianxia racked his brains, thinking of all the girls he met in his previous life and this life, but there was no one who fit the unique requirements of the girl in front of him. Although Guduxing's expression didn't change, he also thought of the girls from the big clans in the past 3 days. He found that even those girls might not be as graceful as the girl in front of him. The body of the sword flashed with a soft light. It was as if the surface of the sword was rippling back and forth. The young girl held the sword in one hand and flicked her finger with the other. A wisp of wind from her finger silently hit the body of the sword. The long sword trembled and suddenly let out a sound like a dragon's cry. It resonated loudly and endlessly. It really is a divine weapon. The young girl praised. She then put the long sword back into the scabbard and picked up the saber. After looking at all 4 weapons, she raised her head and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia looked on coldly. This young girl's expression from beginning to end was very calm. Even when she saw the rare treasured sword, her eyes did not change in the slightest. The expected shock, surprise, greed, reluctance and other emotions were not in this young girl's eyes at all. It was as if she had just looked at it and that was it. Everything was so normal. Xianxia could not help but be a little shocked. This kind of state of mind, this kind of cultivation, is this still a young girl? What price? The young girl seemed to be thinking about something. When she asked this question, she was a little absent-minded. Chu Yang was thinking about the identity of this young girl. Looking at her, her every movement had an air of arrogance. It was as if ordering people around was a habit of hers. Her whole body also had an indescribable air of nobility. He thought to himself, looks like she is definitely a noble. Even if she is not a direct subordinate of the royal family, she must be a princess of a royal family. But the strange thing is, why does such a person come out without any guards? This is really strange. Could it be that the security of Ironcloud Citadel is this good? Gu Duxing came and was like this, and now a young girl came. It was actually like this again. Also, since Chu Yang put up the sign of Heavenly Armament Pavilion, he was prepared for people to come and cause trouble. He wanted to take advantage of the situation to make a big fuss and then use the limelight to make a name for himself. He wanted to use his divine sword to create the biggest wave of public opinion in Ironcloud Citadel and stand at the heart of the storm. Who would have thought that besides a little hoodlum who came to cause trouble on the opening day, no one else came to visit? Those hedonistic young masters, unruly young girls, aristocrats who used their power to bully others, and relatives of the royal family who used their connections to intimidate others didn't appear. In the capital of Ironcloud Nation, which could easily kick out 3 people like that, it was as if they had disappeared without a trace. This was too strange. 100,000 taels of gold for each. Or, take out some precious treasures that can be exchanged, like 7-star white magnolia, spirit ginseng, empty spirit purple zoysia, 10,000 years yellow essence, and so on. If you really can't do it, then purple crystal jade, mysterious gold iron, star steel, nightmare silver, and diamond sand are also fine. If I approve of them, you can take them away. Chu Yang looked at this girl with an amused expression. She clearly didn't have any gold or silver with her, and she reported an astronomical figure. Even for a single country, this number was still enormous. These conditions were exactly what the sword spirit had told him about. Website www.moudlcom. Now that he said it word for word, this girl was really shocked, even though her mental strength was outstanding, far surpassing that of ordinary people, but the other party's exorbitant demands still made her a little angry. Even the zombie-faced Gu Duxing, who had been clamoring that these 4 swords couldn't be sold, suddenly opened his mouth wide. This kind of price, robbery was no longer enough to describe it. You should just go and rob the national treasury, you just don't want to sell, right? The girl's eyes were cold as she looked at Chu Yang. She said what was in Gu Duxing's heart. Chu Yang smiled and took out an ingot of glistening gold. The next moment, the sword was in his hand. With a bang, the ingot was thrown on the table, and the long sword chopped down like a knife. With a few slashing sounds, it was like a knife cutting through tofu. Under the girl's incredulous gaze, the ingot of gold turned into pieces of gold in the blink of an eye. It scattered on the table, shining with a golden light. Then, Chu Yang's right hand grabbed the several 100-pound iron block that was leaning against the door. The long sword was suspended above the iron block, and his hand loosened. The sword tip was pointed down, and it calmly fell. With a slashing sound, the long sword silently stabbed into the iron block, and half of the sword's body was inserted. Only a foot-long sword blade was left, swaying slightly, and emitting a soft light. The girl's eyes revealed a look of shock. Is it worth it? Chu Yang crossed his arms and asked with a smile. The girl looked straight at the sword, and her eyes shone with a fervent light. It was true that Ironcloud lacked divine weapons, but she would never have thought that the weapon in front of her would be a weapon that only existed in legends, Heavenly Armament Pavilion. It was indeed worthy of its name and fully deserved. Worth it. This kind of divine sword is simply a priceless treasure. No matter how much it costs, it is worth it. A voice suddenly boomed. Following this voice, a burly figure appeared behind the girl. The moment this voice sounded, Chu Yang and Gu Duxing looked at each other in shock. Because, even with their spiritual senses, they didn't notice when this person came. Didn't this mean that this person's cultivation level was at least beyond martial great master? The person who came was tall and sturdy, with a square face. His eyes were gentle but sharp, thick eyebrows, a straight nose, and 3 strands of black beard fluttering in the wind. He just stood there, but his broad shoulders gave people the feeling that he was holding up the entire world. From his body, there was a kind of aura that could repel 1,000 soldiers. There was no need for any self-introduction. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing recognized this person. In this world, besides the number one general, Tai Longqing, there was no one else who could have this kind of spirit. Only Tai Longqing was able to stand with his back straight and give off the feeling of an impenetrable defense against 10,000 soldiers, the number one general of Iron Cloud's military. One of the two pillars of Iron Cloud Nation, the god of war of the Chongtian continent, Tai Longqing. At the same time, Chu Yang realized that the entire street had suddenly quieted down. It was so quiet that it was abnormal and strange. He didn't know when, but a group of elite soldiers had already sealed off the entire street. The originally bustling street was now so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. At the entrance of Heavenly Armament Pavilion, there were 4 people standing on each side. Their eyes were emotionless as they looked inside the shop. Although he didn't see anything, Chu Yang knew that the back window and the roof were already filled with people. And they were all experts. It really is a good sword. Tai Longqing's cold eyes glanced at the swaying sword. He immediately turned his head and looked at the girl. His expression softened. Why are you here? Then he asked, why are you here alone? I came to take a look. The girl smiled calmly. I am very curious about this Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Where are your guards? Tai Longqing's thick eyebrows furrowed. His eyes were cold. Those guys, what are they doing? They are absolute bastards. They actually let you come out alone? When I get back, I will capture them all and feed them to the dogs. I sneaked out by myself. It has nothing to do with them. The girl grabbed Tai Longqing's shoulder and shook it. She begged, second uncle, I only have this little secret. I only have this little way to relax. Tai Longqing let out a long sigh. He looked at the girl with eyes full of love and regret. It seemed that he no longer wanted to pursue this matter. He turned his head and asked Chu Yang, little guy, these 2 swords and sabers, I will buy them. Chu Yang was startled. He squinted his eyes and asked, what will you use to buy them? Hearing these words, the black-clothed men at the door immediately turned around. Chu Yang could only feel waves of cold murderous aura locking onto him. Tai Longqing's words were like a breakthrough, breaking through the dam of murderous aura. Beside Chu Yang, another wave of murderous aura erupted like a flash flood, sweeping across the area. This wave of murderous aura was even purer and sharper. Fighting 1 against 4, he was actually not at a disadvantage. It was Gu Duxing who was quietly standing beside Chu Yang. Gu Duxing's hand was already on the hilt of his sword. His eyes were already emitting a dazzling light that could only be emitted from his entire body. Intimidating, yet calm, Gu Duxing's murderous aura and the 4 men's murderous aura surged together. Suddenly, the entire shop felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. The cold aura filled half the street. In Gu Duxing's eyes, no matter what these people in front of him were, no matter what power they had, the lower 3 heavens was still the lower 3 heavens. The lower 3 heavens could never be compared to the upper 3 heavens, not to mention a general, even if it was an emperor. So what? Chu Yang was his biggest reliance to save Sister Xiao Miao, and also his only hope. If these people wanted to deal with Chu Yang, then they would have to step over his dead body, no matter what. As long as you dare to make a move, then I will dare to kill you. Tai Longqing looked at Gu Duxing in surprise. He waved his hand behind him, and the 4 men's murderous aura immediately disappeared without a trace. Gu Duxing snorted and withdrew his aura, returning to his cold zombie face. He stood behind Chu Yang, motionless. The 4 men opposite him also withdrew their murderous aura, each of them cautiously looking at Gu Duxing. This kind of murderous aura, and such a young man at that, gave the 4 men a huge impact. Not bad. Tai Longqing praised, but it was not clear whether he was praising Gu Duxing or the sword. He looked at Chu Yang and slowly said, you have only opened for 3 days, and your shop has already faced the crisis of being closed dozens of times. You should know that if I did not give the order, your shop and even you would have already turned into ashes. Why? Chu Yang secretly gritted his teeth, thinking, I was wondering why no one came to cause trouble. So it was you, old man, playing tricks in the dark. Old man, you ruined the young master's plan, and you still want to report? For the Heavenly Army. Tai Longqing suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. You can come up with such a name and openly erect such a signboard on Ironclad Nation's First Street. This shows that you are very scheming. Moreover, you are very far-sighted. You have grasped the real weakness of Ironclad. This old man wanted to see just what kind of intentions you had. Otherwise, a small shop like yours, even if it is filled with divine weapons, is not worthy of this old man's condescension. What intentions? Hearing these words, the girl beside him couldn't help but raise her head and look at Chu Yang. That's right, this person harbors ill intentions. However, if you only have ulterior motives, then you are not worthy of my visit. Tai Longqing clasped his hands behind his back. I have my own reasons for coming here today. Furthermore, before that, he had to stop anyone who was interested in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. No matter who it was, as long as people came, the shop owner could smoothly rely on these people to achieve his goal. Although this old man doesn't know what he's plotting, a direct blockade can indeed prevent any plot from having the time and space to display its power. This shop is not here to sell weapons, it is here to cause trouble. Tai Longqing coldly hammered the final word. Chu Yang's true intentions were almost revealed. A direct blockade is the simplest and most effective method. If it was another time, I would have let him go for a while. However, Diwu Qingro has begun to deploy troops in the southwest. At this moment, I cannot let him go. Chu Yang's heart trembled. On his back, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Who said that everyone in the world was stupid? This Tai Longqing was simply too terrifying. He did not know of Chu Yang's plan, but a simple blockade was enough to completely destroy Chu Yang's plan. There was no more follow-up. Diwu Qingrou's plan against Ironclad Nation began 10 years ago. 10 years ago, a large number of assassins suddenly infiltrated Ironclad. These people did not assassinate nobles, or generals, but they killed all of Ironclad's famous blacksmiths one by one. 10 years ago, there was a storm of blood. Tai Longqing's eyes became as sharp as a needle. Until now, in the records of the government, it is still a mystery. All of the blacksmiths who were skilled in forging and could make high-quality weapons were all killed. Then, the blacksmiths in the army also mysteriously died one by one. From top to bottom, more than 30,000 blacksmiths died. Especially the blacksmiths who were at the great master level, none of them were spared. The entire Ironclad Nation had the richest mines in the entire continent, but it became a desert for blacksmiths. Such a hilarious thing actually happened just like that. Tai Longqing snorted and said, the despicable Ministry of Justice only treated this as an ordinary case. They hastily dealt with it. In the end, 3 of Great Zhao's largest blacksmiths and 17 domestic and foreign weapons suppliers were uprooted. Only then did they realize that this matter had shaken the foundation of the nation. But at that time it was too late to regret. The most tragic thing was that the blacksmiths were killed. Even the places where they lived were burned to the ground. Their life's work was all destroyed in one day. Those precious experiences that could be passed down could be counted on one's fingers. Chu Yang's mind was shaken as he listened. Ironclad Nation became a blacksmithing desert because of this matter. Diwu Qingrou's move to remove the firewood from under the cauldron was indeed extremely vicious. Moreover, only a few blacksmiths died. In the beginning, it was not enough to arouse the suspicions of the higher-ups of Ironclad. However, by the time they realized it, this massacre had already come to an end. Tens of thousands of lives were destroyed for the sake of Diwu Qingrou's ambition. However, there was no evidence. This kind of ruthless method was truly shocking. Moreover, after this massacre, even after Great Zhao unified Ironclad, there was no need to worry about any rebellions within Ironclad. How many blacksmiths could a country have? Because Ironclad was a mining hub, there were tens of thousands of skilled blacksmiths. However, after this massacre, how many would be left? Even the young and strong men who originally wanted to become blacksmiths would give up after this massacre. The key to mobilizing troops was the word mobilizing troops. The word troops did not only refer to soldiers, but also to weapons. Without weapons, what would they use to rebel? With 2 hands? Wasn't this a joke? This kind of thing made Chu Yang's hair stand on end. These were tens of thousands of lives, not tens of thousands of pieces of wood. Moreover, they were all commoners. This was a pure and inhumane massacre. How cruel, unscrupulous, and insane was the person who gave such an order. Moreover, not long after this incident, Great Zhao began to fight under the leadership of Diwu Qingro. Great Zhao and Iron Cloud were at war frequently. Naturally, the soldiers' weapons could not meet the demand. However, at this time, Iron Cloud did not have blacksmiths who could create elite weapons. This incident seemed to be nothing more than an inhumane massacre. Who would have thought that it would affect the outcome of the war between two great countries? When the war started, there were frequent killings. Iron Cloud had the richest mines in the world. They had an inexhaustible supply of iron, but they could not create top-notch weapons. If the weapons of the generals were damaged, they would not be able to find a suitable weapon. They could only use the swords of ordinary soldiers. Ordinary soldiers were not in any danger because they used ordinary swords. However, who would have thought that the enemy's actions of massacring the lowest-level blacksmiths was to deal with the generals of Iron Cloud? Tai Longqing roared and shouted, a person who could use 80 pounds of weapons was forced to use 7 or 8 pounds of swords. Moreover, when the swords collided with the enemy's weapons, they would break. How could their fighting strength only drop by one level? This is one of the major reasons why Iron Cloud could only protect itself for so many years. It could not eradicate external threats, let alone attack. On the battlefield, the soldiers used inferior swords and rode their horses to fight the enemy. After one collision, their swords and spears broke. How comical was this? How many heroes have died so tragically at the hands of opponents who were inferior to them? Thus, the entire Iron Cloud nation was forced to retreat. The soldiers wanted to kill the enemy, but they were powerless to reverse the situation. They could only watch as the surrounding 7 states and 48 counties fell into Great Zhao's territory. This also gave rise to Diwu Qingrou's unparalleled reputation. In these 8 years, Iron Cloud Nation relaxed all the requirements for blacksmiths, but it still could not make up for the losses of these 8 years. Moreover, the brothers who died in battle will never come back. The quality of weapons is Iron Cloud Nation's biggest weakness. Now, you actually opened Heavenly Armament Pavilion in the most prosperous street of Iron Cloud Citadel? Hearing Tai Longqing's words, the girl's eyes suddenly became as sharp as swords as she stared at Chu Yang. Tai Longqing took a deep breath and said in a low voice, when I heard the words Heavenly Armament Pavilion, the first thing that came to my mind was my comrades who died in battle, my brothers who died without even their bones remaining. Do you know how many people died in front of me with a look of helplessness, and disbelief? They were the heroes of my Iron Cloud. Chu Yang finally understood why this #1 general personally came to Iron Cloud City and why he gave the order to seal off Heavenly Armament Pavilion. It turned out that his actions had touched the deepest wound in his heart. Even though Tai Longqing spoke calmly, Chu Yang could still see and feel that this legendary general's heart was filled with grief and indignation. Chu Yang always knew that Iron Cloud Nation was a barren land for blacksmiths. High-quality weapons were basically bought from Limitless Nation at a high price. But he really did not know that there was such an inhumane thing going on here. General Tai's eyes are really sharp. Chu Yang smiled calmly. So, you admit that you are a spy sent by Diwu Qingro? Admit? Chu Yang smiled, if I was really a subordinate of Diwu Qingro, how could I use such a blatant method to be a spy? Tai Longqing stared at him for a while, then suddenly said coldly, but, there is always a reason for everything. I don't like the look of Diwu Qingro, is this reason enough? Chu Yang smiled. Suddenly, his body flashed, and he was at the door. He punched one of the 4 guards. This attack came without any warning. It was a clean hit. One moment, he was smiling at Tai Longqing, and the next moment, his fist was at the guard's throat. That person was shocked. He quickly turned around and 3 swords came out of their scabbards at the same time. They were like poisonous snakes stabbing at Chu Yang. The 4 of them were experts themselves, and the tacit understanding between them was even more natural. When one person was attacked, the other 3 attacked at the same time. Chu Yang let out a long laugh. His fingers suddenly moved, and a pair of fleshy palms went up to meet the sword and saber that were glittering with cold light. With 3 soft sounds, the most unbelievable thing happened. One of Chu Yang's fingers met with the 3 swords, and a section of the sword that had killed countless enemies was silently broken. When the 2 guards saw that Chu Yang had caught the sword with his bare hands, a trace of cruelty appeared in their eyes. It was as if he had already seen the tragic scene of his finger being separated from his palm, and his flesh and blood flying everywhere. However, he did not expect that when his finger touched the sword, it would be the sword that broke. No one had thought that something like this would happen. They couldn't help but be stunned. Chu Yang's finger had already stopped at the throat of the previous person. She pinched his protruding Adam's apple softly, or even very gently. Then, his figure flashed and reappeared in front of Tai Longqing. The four revered martial artists looked at Chu Yang with shock in their eyes. When a person's hand collided with a sharp sword, the sword was actually cut in half. Was this still a body of flesh and blood, especially the guard whose Adam's apple was pinched by Chu Yang? He felt a chill all over his body. If Chu Yang had used a little bit of strength, his Adam's apple would have been broken. Tai Longqing said that Chu Yang was a spy, and Chu Yang could not prove that he was not. Therefore, when encountering such an inexplicable situation, the only way to explain it, the best way to explain it, and also the most effective way to explain it, was strength. There is another reason, and that is that I can easily assassinate you. Is this reason enough? Also. Chu Yang smiled and picked up the broken sword from the ground. Then, he used his own sword to cut the sword into pieces as if he was cutting a carrot. This is the value of a heavenly weapon. Is this value enough? In a split second, everyone looked at Chu Yang with shock in their eyes. Assassinate me, not necessarily. Easily assassinate me, is not something you can do. Although you are confident, there are some things in the world that cannot be done with confidence alone. However, the fact that you don't like Diwu Qingro is enough. Tai Longqing's hawk-like eyes looked at Chu Yang. After a while, he suddenly laughed. The other two reasons are not important. After a pause, he said again, so small. Although he was surprised by Chu Yang's strange yet powerful strength, he did not lose his composure. Tai Longqing was even more confident that if Chu Yang attacked him, it would not be so easy. Chu Yang's action this time was due to the power of Calamity Sword. When the sword tip of Calamity Sword was in his hand, it was naturally invincible. Moreover, the moment his finger touched the sword's iron essence was absorbed by Calamity Sword. Chu Yang's finger was like touching a piece of wood, and it was rotten wood. Otherwise, even if Chu Yang's sword was made of iron essence, it would not have been able to cut through iron as if it was mud. After all, the swords of the four bodyguards were not ordinary. Although they were not at the level of heavenly weapons, their degree of toughness was far beyond that of ordinary swords. However, this gave Tai Longqing and the others an extraordinary shock. Then, I want to know your true purpose. Tai Longqing laughed for a while and said in a deep voice. True purpose. Chu Yang pondered for a while and said, I have no enmity with Diwu Qingro, but I do not want him to win. I do not want him to unify the world. Because of Tai Longqing's blockade, Chu Yang did not have the opportunity to directly contact Tai Butian. However, Tai Longqing personally came here. Although he personally sealed Chu Yang's shop, he also gave Chu Yang an opportunity. Because he personally came. Chu Yang had already shown his strength and capital. The next moment, he showed his wisdom. Even if he directly met Tai Butian, Tai Longqing's attitude was crucial. I believe that no one here is willing to let that schemer Diwu Qingro succeed. Tai Longqing smiled gently. Chu Yang's display of strength this time, at least on the surface, seemed to have made Tai Longqing somewhat relieved. Chu Yang smiled and said, but now, if Ironclad wants to defeat Diwu Qingro, it is basically a delusion. It is absolutely impossible to succeed. Why do you say that? This time, the girl pondered and asked. Tai Longqing smiled indifferently and did not speak. He only listened quietly. His fierce aura from a moment ago had been completely restrained. First, Diwu Qingro's army is powerful. Great Zhao's armored soldiers are close to 1 million. The continent's top 10 generals, from 2nd to 7th, are all in Great Zhao. Each one of them is a hero of the world. Ironclad only has 2, 1st and 10th. We should all know that this kind of ranking of generals is not something to be said casually. It is something that is achieved through countless battles of life and death. Everyone's path to becoming a famous general involves hundreds of thousands of lives. Chu Yang quickly recalled the information from his previous life. Second, although Great Zhao is nominally ruled by a monarch, the actual power is in the hands of Diwu Qingro alone. Moreover, Diwu Qingrou's intelligence network far surpasses that of Iron Cloud and Wuji combined. Diwu Qingrou's Golden Horse Riders Department has never appeared in front of people, but Golden Horse Riders Department is full of talented people. Moreover, their fighting strength has reached an unimaginable level. There are more than 8,000 elite soldiers in there. This news was like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in the hearts of Tai Longqing and the girl. Golden Horse Riders Department? You also know about Golden Horse Riders Department? Tai Longqing frowned and waved his hand. His expression became serious for the first time. Immediately, the soldiers outside retreated a few dozen feet. The entire street was silent. Except for a few personal bodyguards, there was not a single person within a few dozen feet of the area. Swoosh! 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 Countless experts rushed up and sealed off the entire roof. Heavenly Armament Pavilion's shop immediately became the heart of the entire city. Even birds would not be able to enter. It was clear that Tai Longqing attached great importance to this news. However, the strange thing was that the girl, who obviously had nothing to do with these national affairs, was not driven out by Tai Longqing. Instead, he acquiesced to her existence. The young girl suddenly turned her head and looked at Tai Longqing. Her eyes were as sharp as a sword and as cold as ice. However, as he pondered, the sharpness in his eyes gradually disappeared. 8 years ago, His Majesty was hit by a poison arrow and his life was at stake. He was too young, he was only 10 years old at that time. Although he was intelligent, he could not convince the public. The entire Ironclad nation was on the verge of collapse. All the ministers had their own thoughts. The situation was very dangerous. Tai Longqing slowly said. Moreover, Chu Yang had a feeling that he seemed to be explaining. Chu Yang thought that since it was the first time they met, he did not have the qualifications to explain. Even if he did, there was no need for him to explain. He could not help but feel suspicious. Tai Longqing continued, then, on the battlefield, Diwu Qingrou suddenly made a few unnecessary and incomprehensible mistakes. He buried a few experienced generals of Great Zhao on the battlefield. Those few battles were unnecessary losses for the Great Zhao Empire, and they were also losses that were impossible to occur. Because at that time, as long as they attacked with all their forces, Iron Cloud would have been destroyed within half a year. Iron Cloud would have been powerless to reverse the situation. But at that critical moment, a few generals suddenly rushed into a death trap because of the wrong information, allowing us to easily destroy them. Those 3 decisive battles gave Iron Cloud a chance to take a breather. After that, when we gathered together and looked back at those 3 battles, we found that we did not make any effort to make them fall into a trap. In other words, they were seeking their own deaths. Such a fact has left us inexplicably astonished. After that, Great Zhao reorganized their army for a month. And during that 1 month, there was no need to rest and reorganize. It was as if they were intentionally giving us time to breathe and think. Tai Longqing took a deep breath and said, until we analyzed the intelligence of Great Zhao several times, we discovered that this was Diwu Qingrou's plot. But this scheme forced us to cooperate. We could not help but be led by the nose. Diwu Qingrou needs a long and drawn-out war. He needs to continuously accumulate military exploits, eliminate dissidents, promote his confidants, and control the entire military and government in his own hands. At that time, our Iron Cloud needed more time than Diwu Qingrou. We needed more time to consolidate our domestic military and government into a fist. Because at that time, it was already a crisis, and life and death were on the line. If we do not cooperate, Iron Cloud Nation will be destroyed within a few months. But even if we do not cooperate, Diwu Qingrou still has other opportunities. For example, the Limitless Nation. Therefore, we have no choice. Even if this is a disgrace, I can only pinch my nose and swallow it. Tai Longqing let out a long sigh. Although he didn't continue to speak, Chu Yang and the others already understood. At that time, the commanders of the 2 countries, under this tacit understanding, jointly carried out their own methods of eliminating dissidents and unifying the country. You fight for your military exploits, I fight for my territory, you eliminate your dissidents, I kill my enemies. In short, the goal of the 2 was the same, to consolidate the power of the entire country into a fist that they could use all of their strength. If Diwu Qingro fought a decisive battle at that time, he would naturally win. This was a matter of certainty. But after the victory, he would have to face the fear of the emperor and the suspicion of the ministers. At that time, his foundation was not stable. The worst result would be dying without a burial place. Even if he could save his life and maintain a certain status, he would forever lose the opportunity to reach the peak of power. With Diwu Qingro's wild ambition, how could he give up under such a favorable situation? Therefore, he could not. At that time, the entire ironclad nation was in the hands of Tai Longqing. In a precarious situation, he did not even need the enemy to attack him to collapse. Tai Longqing naturally did not want to fight a decisive battle. The commanders of the two countries did not even meet each other. But from thousands of miles away, they carried out a cooperation that reached a terrifying level of tacit understanding. The two restricted each other and weighed each other. Today, you win one battle and kill my enemy. Tomorrow, I win one battle and remove your obstacles. During that time, the millions of soldiers fighting between the two countries became a game controlled by two people behind the scenes. On one side, millions of dead souls created Diwu Qingro's unparalleled reputation. On the other side, millions of dead souls condensed into Iron Cloud. However, this game was to buy time and fight for qualifications. But for the two sides, the starting point was completely different. Diwu Qingro was doing this for Great Zhao and for himself. However, Tai Longqing had managed to break Iron Cloud apart in this humiliating and continuous campaign. Then, he had reformed Iron Cloud from a pile of loose sand. Now, he had become a mighty city that had the strength to fight a war. If it were not for Tai Longqing and Diwu Qingro's precise cooperation, Iron Cloud Nation would not have lasted until now. Not to mention waiting for Batian Tai to regain power and compete with Diwu Qingro. All these changes were really unimaginable. Moreover, at every step, the commanders of the two sides must give each other a hint that only the other side could understand. Then, each side could take what they wanted. But such hints could not be seen by others. In this situation, the amount of brain power needed was simply unimaginable. Chu Yang could not figure out how Tai Longqing was able to do this. Under Diwu Qingro's leadership, he cooperated but did not allow the other side to achieve their goal. Moreover, under the other side's inescapable net, he gradually built up Iron Cloud's resistance. Until now, the border had become an impenetrable wall. This person's calculation ability, leadership ability, control ability, military ability, and even political ability were not as good as Diwu Qingro's. But the difference was very small. The two were mortal enemies, but in the midst of fighting each other, each managed their own rear, and it was flawless. These two people were really terrifying. However, there was one thing that made Chu Yang's heart turn cold. Tai Longqing and Diwu Qingro's military expedition is tantamount to throwing away millions of soldiers on both sides as if they are lifeless chess pieces. However, those are millions of lives. There was never a moment like this where Chu Yang understood the meaning of the phrase "a general's success is built on the bones of 10,000. Do you regret it? The one who said this was Gu Duxing. His two cold eyes looked at Tai Longqing. Millions of soldiers were buried on the battlefield under the cooperation of the two commanders. Not even their bones were left. Regret? I, Tai Longqing, do not regret it. Dying on the battlefield is the fate of a soldier. Tai Longqing's eyes were steady as if he was looking into nothingness. Even though this old man is grieving, I will not regret it. Grieving? Gu Duxing sneered. Did you feel any sorrow or regret when you personally sent these good men to their deaths, one by one, to be slaughtered by the enemy? You should know that the generals were at fault and were not of the same mind as you, but the soldiers were innocent. You could have used another method to save the soldiers. Gu Duxing really could not imagine that in this world, there was such a thing. The more good men, the more iron-blooded they were, the more they were sacrificed and the more they were abandoned. What kind of bullshit theory was this? And the people who did such a ridiculous thing were the top officials of two great nations. Two people who were supposed to benefit the people had become two cruel executioners who had personally sent millions of good men in their own countries to their deaths. If I did not do this, how could I gain Diwu Qingro's trust? Even though this old man is grieving for these dead soldiers, I have no regrets. Tai Longqing said coldly, their deaths saved millions of people of Iron Cloud. If they did not die, Iron Cloud would have become Great Zhao's territory 8 years ago. All of Iron Cloud's men and women would have become slaves. They would have been humiliated and bullied by others. I, Tai Longqing, did such a thing that angered the heavens, but I do not regret it. In the history books of the future, when the truth of these 8 years is revealed, I, Tai Longqing, will be a sinner. But I have no regrets. If I could do it all over again, I would still make the same choice. If I, Tai Longqing, had surrendered and allowed Great Zhao to invade, I would have suffered some losses, but it would not have been too big. In Iron Cloud, I was a prince, a marshal. In Great Zhao, even if I was not a prince, I would still be a duke. Even if I was not a marshal, I would not be under one person, but I would not fall to the point where I would be humiliated. Even Diwu Qingro would not dare. And now, this old man has to bear this eternal infamy, but what about it? Tai Longqing smiled, someone has to bear this infamy. As long as Iron Cloud is safe, this old man is the best person to bear this infamy. But this infamy is not easy to bear. Chu Yang snorted and said, since the two of you are cooperating so closely, then let's take advantage of each other in this kind of cooperation. Tai Longqing's body stiffened. His eyes suddenly emitted a sharp light. He looked at Chu Yang, but didn't say anything. 8 whole years. After 8 years of fighting, both sides suffered heavy casualties. Naturally, they needed more fresh blood. And these people would definitely use their victories to climb to a high position. But, this was also the best time to arrange for a condom. I don't believe that you, Marshal Tai, didn't do that. Tai Longqing's face was cold, he did not speak or move. I also believe that Diwu Qingro has already arranged his men in Iron Cloud and CH. Moreover, even though you have a scheming mind, understand tactics, and can see through the battle situation to fight for the greatest benefits for your side, you also have a view of the overall situation. But you are not like Diwu Qingro, who is a successful schemer and politician. Therefore, I believe that. Chu Yang smiled, but the words he said made Tai Longqing's whole body turn cold. If you were in Great Zhao, there would definitely be more than 100 spies. A difference of 10 times. He paused and said, I am talking about the military, the general who leads the troops. Tai Longqing sighed softly. Therefore, on the surface, Iron Cloud is already invulnerable, like an iron bastion. But, if Diwu Qingro really opens the curtain to the final battle, Iron Cloud will still be the same as 8 years ago, unable to withstand a single blow. Chu Yang said sharply, do you really think that Diwu Qingro will let you build Iron Cloud into a monolithic block? If you really think this way, then you are not worthy of the position of the #1 general. Tai Longqing laughed strangely, and unexpectedly praised from the bottom of his heart, not bad. You said it very well. He suddenly pondered and asked, what you said, is it because you have a secret intelligence network, or is it because you saw it? Is it your personal opinion? As soon as Tai Longqing's words left his mouth, the eyes of the girl who had been standing silently on the side suddenly lit up. She looked at Chu Yang. Deep in her eyes, a trace of urgency emerged. Tai Longqing asked this question with a very cautious tone. This was because the implications of this question were too great. If Chu Yang had such an intelligence network, he would be able to detect information that his own side could not. Then, it would be a great help. With this powerful intelligence network, Chu Yang would have the qualifications to work with Iron Cloud, work together, not subordinate, but if Chu Yang did not have such an intelligence network and only speculated based on a few clues, then it would be even more frightening. It was enough to prove that this young man in front of them was not inferior to Diwu Qingro in terms of intelligence. In fact, he was even more intelligent. This was a heaven-shaking talent. One person could make a country prosper, one person could establish a country. This was the kind of person that people were talking about. Chu Yang was silent for a moment, and finally said, I do not have such a powerful intelligence network. Tai Longqing and the girls' faces changed color at the same time. Their expressions were always calm. Even when they heard about Diwu Qingro's conspiracy and his unexpected strength, their eyes only slightly moved. But when they heard Chu Yang's words, even their faces changed. All of this was because of the intelligence of this young man in front of them? I didn't speculate about this either. Chu Yang added. He knew the meaning of Tai Longqing's question. He also knew that if he let Tai Longqing misunderstand, it would be very beneficial for him. But Chu Yang still gave up on this opportunity. Because if he really gave the other side such a hint, then in the future, there would be many things that they would ask for his opinion on. Even though he would be able to obtain power far beyond his expectations, but at that time, if he made a mistake, then he would directly lose millions of soldiers. It would directly affect the outcome of the war between the two countries. Once he made a mistake, even he would not have the opportunity to turn the situation around. Everything would still proceed according to the trajectory of his previous life, and it would be unstoppable. If Chu Yang really had this kind of ability, then of course he would not pass on this responsibility. But he was only relying on the memories of his previous life. He did not really have such keen observation skills. He was well aware of this point. So he gave up on this opportunity. However, his vague words also gave Tai Longqing a vague hint: this person is definitely a world-shaking talent. Tai Longqing raised his head and pondered for a while. Seeing that Chu Yang did not have any intention to continue, he knew that this matter was most likely a secret. Right now, the two sides had not really started to cooperate, so the other side naturally could not completely reveal everything. Now was the time to talk about conditions. But Tai Longqing did not want to talk about it. Because he had other plans. He turned his head and looked at Chu Yang. You said so much, what do you want? What you said is a secret that Diwu Qingro would never reveal. No matter what, you know a lot. Just this point alone is already very valuable. You don't like Diwu Qingro, I already believe that. But what do you want to do in Iron Cloud? What I want to do is actually very clear. Chu Yang smiled and said, can't you see it? Tai Longqing smiled and said, yes, but no matter what you do, it has nothing to do with me. The person you should be looking for the most is Butian Tai, not me. When he said the words Butian Tai, he did not look sideways, he only looked at Chu Yang. But his voice was a little strange. Now that you have found me, you are worried that my cooperation with you will arouse Butian Tai's suspicions, and you want to stay out of it? Yet you say that I shouldn't have found you? Chu Yang sighed, you are already so old. Why are you speaking so incoherently? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Tai Longqing's guards glared at him. But Tai Longqing himself laughed heartily and walked out in large strides. When he reached the door, he turned around and looked at Chu Yang. I really like your swords, but 100,000 taels of gold is too expensive. I do have a lot of treasures. But I still have to keep them to save the lives of my soldiers, so I can't exchange them. But I really like your swords, what should I do? Chu Yang was speechless. He had never seen such a thick-skinned person. It was clear that he wanted Chu Yang to give him a sword. He said angrily, but I also can't bear to part with these swords, so I naturally can't give them to anyone. And the one I can't give them to the most is you. Ha 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 ha. Tai Longqing laughed heartily. He wiped the tears from his eyes and said, little one, you will give them to me, I promise. At that time I will pretend that I don't want them. I will make you give them to me several times before I reluctantly accept them. Just you wait. After he finished, he laughed heartily again. Leaving behind such a brainless sentence, he turned around and walked out the door. You want me to beg you? Then you just wait. Chu Yang snorted, the sky is not dark yet, but you are already dreaming. Outside the door, the sound of soldiers moving could be heard. In just a few breaths of time, all the soldiers on the street had left. During this time, there was not a single sound. In the distance, there was a faint noise. The street began to recover. Chu Yang turned around and was about to say something, but his mouth suddenly opened wide. There was only Gu Duxing left in front of him. That strange girl had disappeared without him knowing. When she came here, it seemed like she only asked for the price and did nothing else. She just disappeared like that. Why did she leave? Chu Yang scratched his head. Who cares if she left or not? I only want to ask you. Gu Duxing looked at him deeply. Are you going to intervene in the war between Iron Cloud Nation and Great Zhao Nation? Chu Yang nodded slightly and said, yes. This is a very unwise decision. You and I are just martial artists. You should know what a martial artist is. You know the status of martial artists in the lower three heavens, and the attitude of the imperial courts of the various countries towards martial artists. Moreover, both the imperial court and the battlefield are much more dangerous than the Jianghu. I don't think this is a good decision. I know that this is not the path of a martial artist. I also know that it is dangerous. I also know that as long as I throw myself into it, I will die without a burial place at any time. However, I have a reason to intervene. Qu Yang looked at Gu Duxing and said deeply, you would rather die 10,000 times than not save Gu Miaoling. I have the same reason as you. Gu Duxing looked into Qu Yang's eyes. He could see that in Qu Yang's eyes, there was a hidden deep pain and expectation. In fact, his feelings for her were even deeper than his feelings for Gu Miaoling. Gu Duxing nodded slowly. At this moment, he suddenly understood why Qu Yang wanted to help him save Gu Miaoling. Although Qu Yang did not say it clearly, Gu Duxing already knew his feelings. Because Qu Yang also had such a beautiful woman. Therefore, he would not allow such a beautiful woman to die just like that. He would not allow such sincere and beautiful feelings to be annihilated with the wind. At this moment, Gu Duxing's heart was moved. If you feel that it is dangerous, it is not too late to back out now. Qu Yang said lightly, I will still do what I promised you. I also want to back out. But I also know that the fastest place to improve one's cultivation is the battlefield. Gu Duxing suddenly smiled. Moreover, his smile was unexpectedly bright. Moreover, I have already promised you that I will sell my 10 years to you. Although I want to back out, I value my promise more. He blinked and said, you only know that you keep your promise. But you don't want me to be a person who goes back on my words, right? Qu Yang fixed his gaze on him for a long time. Finally, he smiled and said, yes, I thought that you would go back on your words. I really did not expect that you would not. Gu Duxing laughed and punched him hard on the shoulder. The two looked at each other and suddenly laughed. At this moment, a kind of brotherly feeling of going through life and death together slowly grew in each other's hearts. If you can work hard for me, I can work hard for you. It is that simple. These two youths, at this moment, truly recognized each other. But neither of them said it out loud. Instead, they used the excuse of keeping their promise to hide their sincerity. But both of them knew that the other knew what they knew. At this moment, their smiles were very warm. Surrounded by the troops, Tai Longqing and the young girl were talking in a low voice. Tai Longqing said, this person can be used. Very useful. The young girl said, oh? Is that so? You don't have to be so sarcastic with me. What are you doing here? And you came here alone? This person wants to deal with Diwu Qingro. Although I do not know the reason, when Heavenly Armament Pavilion opened, the two words Heavenly Armament let me know his intentions. Tai Longqing smiled, there is no need to doubt this. No one would be stupid enough to open Heavenly Armament Pavilion in Iron Cloud. Because these two words are taboo in Iron Cloud. But he opened it. So I think that this person does not know what happened before. The young girl nodded and suddenly turned her head, second uncle, is it because of this? So. Yes, it is because of this that I came here. Because he met you at the city gate, and you showed a bit too much interest in him. It is a good thing to be thirsty for talent, but you are still young. Although I am old, I can still help you look at people. Tai Longqing smiled, I just did not think that you would come so quickly. Then everything that second uncle said to him must be true, right? The young girl smiled thoughtfully. Every word is a hint? Second uncle is indeed wise. Ha, he wants to deal with Diwu Qingro, and you appeared here. Of course I will let him know how much effort we have put in to deal with Diwu Qingro. This is a prerequisite. However, there are some secrets that I do not know about. But this has opened up the scars in your heart. The young girl took a deep breath and said, I know that in the entire Iron Cloud Nation, the person who does not want to talk about the past is you, second uncle. But today, you took the initiative to bring it up. Second uncle is doing this for me. It is also for Iron Cloud. Tai Longqing walked in silence. His face was stiff, not wanting to talk about it does not mean it did not happen. Since you plan to use this person, then the more he knows, the better. There will be a day when second uncle cannot go to the battlefield. I do not want you to make a wrong judgment because of the old history. So I must talk about it. The scars must be opened. Even though this person can be used, we still need to guard against him. He wants to deal with Diwu Qingro. There is no doubt about this. But for what reason, he never said. The strangest thing is that in his eyes, there is no power. That is the most surprising part. Tai Butian pondered. Could it be that heaven above? Are you talking about the trial? That is possible. But if that is the case, your identity cannot be exposed. But there has been no such legend for a long time. Seize the time. Let the intelligence agents search everywhere to see if there are any strange but powerful youths. Tai Longqing said casually, if there are, and there is more than one, then we can be sure. But we still need to keep our distance from those people. Of course. They can be used, but they cannot be controlled. This Chu Yang is an abandoned disciple of Beyond the Heavens sect. The girl pondered and said slowly. Her voice was so slow that it seemed as if it would break at any moment. Abandoned disciple of Beyond the Heavens sect? It can't be, right? Wu Yunliang is willing to abandon such a talent. I also think it is strange. The girl said, moreover, I think that the person next to him is from that place. The person next to him? The young man next to him is also very scary. Moreover, his origin seems to be even more mysterious than Chu Yang. He just appeared out of nowhere. But no matter what, he listens to Chu Yang. So, we just need to see what Chu Yang does. In addition, find a way to contact Wu Yunliang of Beyond the Heavens sect. I want to ask him. Okay. Tell the Ministry of Justice that there is no need to investigate the case of the Heavenly Bandit. Tai Butian laughed, after investigating this and that, if they really find something, then you and I will have to clean up his mess. So second uncle also thought of this. The girl's face turned red. Obviously, she was shy about this vulgar phrase, clean up his mess. Everyone has to clean up their mess. Tai Longqing laughed. But after saying this, the girl pondered for a moment. Her eyes lit up. Although this phrase was vulgar, it seemed to contain some profound meaning. At a fork in the road, the girl parted ways with Tai Longqing. She waved her hand and lightly walked away. Then, she turned a corner and disappeared. Tai Longqing watched the girl disappear from his sight before he let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the girl's back, his eyes were filled with pity. He sighed heavily and muttered, the burden of Iron Cloud is very difficult to bear. No matter how difficult it is, as long as Marshall is here, Iron Cloud will always exist. The deputy general beside him said with great respect. It seemed that he had unparalleled confidence in Tai Longqing. I am only a marshal, not. Iron Cloud Qing shook his head and did not finish his sentence. He shouted, let's go back. Not far ahead was the Heavenly Might Manor. The Heavens Might Manor was Tai Longqing's residence. Tai Longqing's title in Iron Cloud Nation was Tianwei Prince. I'm old. It's time for me to make way for the younger generation. Tai Longqing thought silently and ordered, from now on, all military matters, no matter how big or small, must be reported to His Highness at the same time. As long as there is no all-out war, don't expect me to make any more decisions. This old man needs to rest for a few years. This? Everyone who heard this was shocked. Yes, I'll be fine. Tai Longqing said casually, if he can't handle it, then there is no need for this nation to exist. These words were said with deep meaning. Although Tai Longqing had left, his prohibition order had not been lifted. At Chu Yang's place, there were still a lot of people watching, but no one dared to come in. But the two people in the restaurant were not worried at all. It was close to noon. Gu Duxing grabbed a lot of silver and went out to buy some food. The table was filled with food and wine, and the two ate and drank to their heart's content. Just as the wine was being poured, Gu Duxing picked up the bowl and said, Chu Yang, I toast you. Good. I really don't want to drink this bowl of wine. Oh? Why? After drinking this bowl of wine, I, Gu Duxing, will no longer be Duxing. It doesn't match my name at all. Then why don't you change your name to Gu Shuangfei? That's fine, but, will you have a threesome with me? or will I have a threesome with you? Get lost. You'll have a threesome with 2 pigs. Ha ha ha. After 3 rounds of wine, there were already 2 empty wine jars on the floor. The other 2 jars on the table were also half empty. These jars were 5 pounds of wine, and they were the best of the best. Gu Duxing's tongue was already a little big. Chu Yang, I can see that you are very strong, but I really don't understand, which clan do you come from? It doesn't make sense. In this world, there is actually someone who I, Gu Duxing, admire? This shouldn't be. I don't have a clan. Chu Yang was silent for a moment. He picked up the bowl and drank it in one gulp. No clan? I am an orphan. Strictly speaking, I am an abandoned child. Chu Yang laughed mischievously, and tears came out of his eyes. I don't even know my name. This name was given to me by my master. There was a moment of silence. That's good, at least you still have hope. I don't know which corner of this world you still have parents. Gu Duxing sighed, I have parents, and I also know my name, but my parents were killed. I will never see them again. Cheers. Let's drink, let's drink. Yes, let's drink, let's not talk about this. Chu Yang, before I met you, I didn't have a brother. Hee hee, now I have one. You have one? Where is he? Why don't I see him? It doesn't matter if you don't see him. It's fine as long as I see him, ha ha ha. Brother. What is a brother? Brother, haha, a brother is a brother, not a thing. Gu Duxing laughed, if there is a mountain of knives in front of a brother, then I am willing to step over the mountain of knives. This is a brother. Even if my brother doesn't treat me as a brother, as long as I treat him as a brother, then he is my brother. Gu Duxing was finally drunk. He stood up shakily, and suddenly punched himself in the chest, and roared to the sky, for more than 10 years, I have never been so happy. Ha ha ha. I am so happy. After he finished speaking, he suddenly fell asleep on the table. Chu Yang's eyes were already somewhat hazy, but he still held the bowl of wine and poured it into his mouth. After he drank the bowl, he suddenly paused, and muttered repeatedly, if there is a mountain of knives in front of a brother, then I am willing to step over the mountain of knives. This is a brother. Even if my brother doesn't treat me as a brother, as long as I treat him as a brother, then he is my brother. He suddenly nodded, and then shook his head. He smiled, and muttered to himself, if you can treat your brother like this, then your brother will naturally treat you like this. Brothers are each other, first there is a brother, then there is a younger brother. It is 2 people, and not 1 person. Singing a one-man show. His eyes looked into the void, and he said in a low and deep voice, my brother won't sing a one-man show either. These words were spoken in a very low voice, but they were powerful and resonating. A trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he thought of Tan Tan, and thought of that brother who had obtained only 1 treasure in his life, and wanted to give it to him. He was also a brother. Then, he directly lifted the wine jar, and poured it into his mouth. The wine splashed everywhere. The consequence of this drinking session was that the Heavenly Armament Pavilion was directly closed. The 2 people slept soundly in the hall. There was an endless stream of people coming and going outside the door, but the sound of snoring came from inside the door, and the fragrance of wine and meat wafted in the air. The 2 people indulged themselves for once. Both of them knew that from today onwards, they would probably never be able to relax like today. The 2 people woke up in the afternoon, and their bodies were already dripping wet. The 2 people looked at each other, and suddenly laughed in unison. At this moment, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Excuse me, is Chu Yang here? It was the voice of a young girl. Chu Yang was startled. This voice was very familiar. It was Wu Qianqian's voice. When he opened the door, he saw Wu Qianqian standing outside. She was wearing a green robe. Chu Yang, it really is you. Wu Qianqian looked at Chu Yang with a complicated expression. She did not even dream that Chu Yang would suddenly come to Ironcloud Citadel. Moreover, he immediately attracted the attention of Grand Elder Butian. When Tai Butian asked her, Wu Qianqian did not believe that the talkative Chu Yang was the same person she saw at Purple Bamboo Garden. Wu Qianqian thought that it was just a coincidence. There must be another talented young man with the same name as Chu Yang. Even though Purple Bamboo Garden's Chu Yang was smart, his cultivation was too low to be evaluated by Grand Elder Butian. But now, when this familiar face appeared in front of her, she no longer had any doubts. "Senior Wu, why are you here?" Chu Yang asked with some surprise. "What, I can't come?" As Wu Qianqian spoke, her face turned red. She remembered what Du Shiqing said to Grand Elder Butian, "This young man's life is really pitiful. He fell in love with his senior sister, but his senior brother wanted to steal her away. In a moment of impulse, he killed his senior brother. Ah, what a pity for this talent." His senior martial sister seemed to be the female manager of Beyond the Heavens sect. Thinking about this, Wu Qianqian's face became hot. Female head of Beyond the Heavens sect? Father only has one female head. Could it be that Chu Yang likes me? But this matter was so sudden and unexpected. "Ah, you can come, you can come." Chu Yang scratched his head and took a step back. "Senior sister, please come in. You are no longer a disciple of Beyond the Heavens sect. Father has already sent an order to expel you from the sect. You cannot be called senior sister." Wu Qianqian felt that it was a pity. Chu Yang was expelled from the sect just like that. In addition, Wu Qianqian wanted to use this opportunity to put some distance between the two of them. This was Iron Cloud Citadel, after all. This was the Iron Cloud Citadel. If something happened, Chu Yang would not care, but she would lose the face of Beyond the Heavens sect. Then I'll call you younger sister." Chu Yang patted his head and said, "It seems that you're older than me. I'll call you Qianqian, elder sister?" Wu Qianqian's charming face blushed as she said angrily, "Why are you being so glib? Come with me." "Go with you? The Empress Dowager sent me to invite you. I really can't see what's so good about you that the Empress Dowager actually wants to see you." Wu Qianqian rolled her eyes at him. "If he wants to see me, then I won't go." Chu Yang calmly smiled and said, "If he wants you to invite me, then I will go." See him and invite him were two different things. It was related to Tai Butian's attitude. From beginning to end, he had surrounded Tai Butian with his news. His eyes were sharp, and his agility was shocking. Du Shiqing spared no effort in flattering him, and Heavenly Armament Pavilion was unstoppable. Now, there was Tai Longcheng's recommendation. Tai Longcheng's recommendation was also added. Tai Longcheng would definitely explain this matter to Tai Butian when he saw him. Of this, Chu Yang was certain. And Tai Longcheng's description would prove another thing. Chu Yang's conjecture was incomparable wisdom. His accurate judgment of the world's situation and his thorough understanding of Diwu Qingro, all of this was related to the survival of Iron Cloud Nation and the outcome of the battle between Tai Butian and Diwu Qingro. If Tai Butian did not want to see him, then that would be the strangest thing. Ever since Chu Yang left Beyond the Heavens sect and joined Du Shiqing's team, he had been planning for this day, and this day had finally arrived. At this critical juncture, Chu Yang naturally would not give up this opportunity to raise his status. "The Empress Dowager sent me to invite you. Is this okay?" Wu Qianqian snappily said, "The Empress Dowager knew that I knew you, so she specifically sent me here. Plus, there were 10 guards from the Empress Dowager escorting me. The carriage that came was the Empress Dowager's personal carriage. 10 precious horses flanked the carriage. This is the Empress Dowager's courtesy. In all these years, no one in Iron Cloud Nation has been able to enjoy this kind of treatment." "Oh?" Chu Yang could not help but be surprised. He also thought that Tai Butian would send someone to invite him, but he really did not think that it would be such a grand invitation. Big Boss Chu was swaying as he sat in an extremely luxurious carriage. In front of him, there were 8 imposing golden-armored knights. 4 of them were leading the way. They were sitting on white horses that were as white as snow. There wasn't a single strand of hair on them. In the middle of the procession, there were 2 golden-armored knights guarding the carriage. Behind the procession, there were 4 golden-armored knights guarding the rear. In addition, there were 10 soldiers in silver armor. Each one of them was standing straight like a statue. When they walked, they raised their arms, raised their feet, and landed on the ground. No matter which direction one looked at them, they were all in a straight line. They were extremely uniform, the orderly footsteps, the sculpture-like faces of the soldiers, their resolute gazes, and their majestic formation formed a unique scenery. Yang narrowed his eyes and tried his best to put on a calm face. He sat there solemnly. But in his heart, he was thinking, wow, this is too mighty. When the world is at peace, I will also have a troop like this. No matter where I go, I will bring them with me. How cool. However, even though it was very cool, Yang still pulled the curtain tightly. If he showed his face, Diwu Qingro would probably know tomorrow that Tai Budian invited him. That would not be a good thing. Safety first. Mr. Chu has graced us with your presence. Butian is very grateful. Please sit. Tai Budian was gentle and elegant. His white robe was spotless, like a tree facing the wind. His smile was very friendly. Unexpectedly, the place where Tai Butian received Yang was Butian Pavilion. Moreover, along the way, they did not see even half a shadow. It was as if the meeting between the two of them was an extremely secret. The place where they met was a small lake behind Butian Pavilion. There was an island in the middle of the lake, and there was a pavilion on the island. The guards escorted Yang to the island and then left. Yang looked at Tai Budian. His eyes were calm and unmoved. It had to be said that Tai Butian's courteous treatment had once made his heart warm up for a moment. But now, that feeling had disappeared. If it was any other person of the same age, they might be so grateful that they would shed tears and be loyal to him from then on. But Yang was a monster who had experienced 2 lives. It was already good enough that his heart was moved a little. Your Highness, may I know what instructions you have for me? Yang was not in a hurry. I don't dare to talk about instructions. Mr. Chu is very talented. You should know why I have met you today. Tai Budian smiled gently. I am ignorant and do not understand the meaning of the Supreme. Tai Budian sighed softly. He stood with his hands behind his back and turned to look at the calm surface of the lake. He said lightly, Mr. Chu comes from a faction of the pugilistic world. You should know the situation of the world. Although the imperial court and the pugilistic world are clearly separated, they are fundamentally of the same origin. There is no distinction between them. If the imperial court is the circle of power that dominates everything, then the pugilistic world is a subcircle of power. Tai Budian said quietly, the reason why it is called a subcircle of power is to say that it is a substitute. Only when this group of people in power has reached a certain level, when the people are in dire straits, there will be heroes who will rise up and call for help. They will replace it. And the new power of the imperial court will definitely come from the pugilistic world. Or they will borrow some power from the imperial court. But the dominant power will be the people of the pugilistic world. After a series of changes, this group will form its own power, its own circle and its own rules of conduct. The one who succeeds in the end will become the leader of the imperial court. Yang thought carefully and finally nodded slowly. He said, the words of the Supreme are indeed true. He recalled the changes in the world in the past few thousand years. Countless countries had fallen and countless countries had risen. They had indeed followed this path. The new regime had indeed risen from the pugilistic world. Although most of them were destroyed, there were also many who succeeded. My ancestors were once a great clan in the pugilistic world. Back then, the Tai clan of the Eastern Mountain was also a force to be reckoned with before they entered the imperial court. Tai Budian didn't look back at all. He continued slowly, however, once a faction in the pugilistic world becomes the master of the imperial court, then it will have to abide by the rules of the imperial court. The pugilistic world's methods may be able to govern a clan or a group of people, but it cannot govern a country. This is the limitation of the pugilistic world. Therefore, when it comes to this point, it is inevitable to give up some things in exchange for some things. And those things that are given up are often meritorious ministers. The pugilistic world is the pugilistic world of brothers, while the imperial court is the imperial court of the emperor and his subjects. If a subject treats the emperor as a brother, then he will definitely be purged by his brother. Since ancient times, when the cunning rabbit is dead, the hound is cooked, when the birds are gone, the bow is put away, when the war is over, the cavalry is gone, when the emperor and his subjects rise, the brothers perish. This saying is rather heartless, but it is necessary. Those who sigh that the hound is cooked after the cunning rabbit is dead are all losers. The so-called emperor, after giving up all these, still has to bear the infamy of the ages. Only when he can bear all these, then he is qualified to be an emperor. Governing a country cannot be based on feelings or brothers, it must be based on methods and laws. This is the biggest conflict between the imperial court and the pugilistic world. Chu Yang frowned. He pondered over these words with a heavy heart, guessing what Tai Budian meant by these words. Therefore, the emperor is heartless. Tai Budian concluded. Because if the emperor is sentimental, then he cannot govern the country well. Everyone knows how valuable and reliable a brother is. But when a brother becomes arrogant because of the emperor's favor, even if he knows that this brother is still loyal to him, he can only bear the pain and get rid of him. He can only cry silently in his dreams at night, or face the torrential infamy of the world when he is awake. Using such a price in exchange for political stability and world peace. Tai Budian turned back and looked at Chu Yang. Mr. Chu has no intention of joining the imperial court. The reason why Mr. Chu has come to Iron Cloud is to use the identity of a pugilistic man to borrow the power of Iron Cloud to overthrow Diwu Qingru. Tai Budian said deeply, this is Mr. Chu's main purpose in coming to Iron Cloud. Mr. Chu does not want to be Butian's minister, but to work with Budian. What mending the heavens couldn't do, Mr. Chu will do it in the martial world. This is Mr. Chu's method, and thought. The reason is that Mr. Chu has the pride of a Jianghu man. This kind of arrogance would not let Mr. Chu be willing to submit to anyone. I am even more unwilling to be ordered around by others. He smiled with a hint of sadness and asked slowly, Mr. Chu, I wonder if Butian is right. Chu Yang was horrified. Looking at Tai Butian's eyes, which were so clear that they didn't seem to contain any impurities, his heart was shaken. This Tai Budian had actually figured out his thoughts during the first conversation between the two of them. Chu Yang's evaluation of this Grand Elder Butian immediately rose to a whole new level due to his ingenuity. You're right. Chu Yang's eyes were half closed as he said lightly, that's exactly what I meant. Haha. Tai Budian smiled bitterly. After a while, he said, today is the first time I have met Mr. Chu, and I want to make this clear. Because if Mr. Chu does things with this mentality, there will be conflicts between us. And this conflict is the conflict between the imperial court and Jianghu. It cannot be reconciled. You worry too much. Chu Yang said casually, what the Grand Supreme is worried about is the conflict after the world is at peace. However, I have no interest in the power of the imperial court. Once Diwu Qingru is defeated, from that moment on, the Grand Supreme will never see me again. I know that Mr. Chu will definitely make this choice. Tai Budian sighed deeply, but I also know that when that time comes, there are countless places and links in Iron Cloud that cannot be separated from Mr. Chu. Once Mr. Chu leaves, it will cause uncontrollable turmoil in Iron Cloud Nation. Your Highness, may I ask how old you are this year? Chu Yang asked. I have wasted 10 years. Tai Butian's eyes were filled with melancholy and disappointment. You are too immersed in politics and the art of the emperor. Chu Yang said coldly, everything is measured by the imperial court. Everything is decided by the mind. Everything is decided by the interests of the people. Everything is judged by the big picture. This is too tiring. It is also unnecessary. There are so many things to consider, but there is one thing that should be considered the most, but there is not enough consideration. That is life and death, victory and defeat. Chu Yang coldly said, right now, Iron Cloud Nation is like a candle in the wind, on the verge of collapse. Great Zhao is 10 times stronger than Iron Cloud. Great Zhao's 10 dragon and tiger generals are all great commanders. Diwu Qingru is even more powerful in Great Zhao. His mind is as cold as ice, overlooking the world and playing this game of chess as he pleases. Iron Cloud could be destroyed at any time. The lives of millions of people are only a matter of time. In the face of such a huge crisis, Grand Elder is thinking about politics after the world is at peace. Chu Yang sneered, I don't know where Grand Elder gets such great confidence, or perhaps arrogance. But if Grand Elder holds on to this belief and confronts Diwu Qingru, then I, Chu Yang, might as well live in seclusion. Out of sight, out of mind. Tai Butian's expression changed and he looked deeply at Chu Yang. Suddenly, he bowed to the ground and said, Mr. Chu is right. Budian has learned. Now is indeed not the time to think about these things. After meeting, the two of them had already had a verbal contest. From the looks of it, Chu Yang had the upper hand. Tai Butian's words were to dispel Chu Yang's original beliefs and make Chu Yang willing to be a subject. Although what he said was true, it was still too serious and biased. But Chu Yang's counterattack clearly expressed that his decision was not to be changed. Moreover, it pointed out that Tai Butian's mentality was wrong. What he said was naturally too exaggerated. Even without Tai Butian's rebuttal, Chu Yang himself knew that Tai Butian had been struggling to survive under Diwu Qingrou's pressure. How could he not consider life, death, victory, and defeat? Tai Butian was probably thinking about it every day, every hour, every moment. Therefore, Chu Yang's counterattack was only using a loophole in his words. It wasn't that Tai Butian really thought that way. Tai Butian used the overall situation of the world to pressure Chu Yang, and Chu Yang used Diwu Qingrou to intimidate him, using the lives of millions of people of Ironclad Nation to pressure him. Both of them went overboard with their words, but they both understood each other's true intentions. Yet, neither of them said it directly. Because it would be too sharp. Tai Butian couldn't afford to lose, and similarly, Chu Yang couldn't break off relations. Between the two of them, a delicate situation had formed. Pressing back and forth, Tai Butian's last sentence showed weakness and ended the prelude to this battle of words. It meant that Tai Butian would no longer work on this aspect today. Senior Chu's words are indeed sharp. Tai Butian smiled. The Supreme Highness is also advancing step by step. Chu Yang also smiled. Senior Chu, you have spent a lot of effort on this journey. First, you showed yourself, and with the momentum of a thunderbolt and lightning, shook Butian's heart and made me want to recruit you. Then, with the help of Divine Dr. Du along the way, you made use of Butian's weakness of being thirsty for talent to further arouse my urgency. I don't want to follow the path planned by others, but I have no choice but to follow Mr. Chu's arrangements. Although I feel aggrieved, I can still enjoy it. Mr. Chu has already gained the upper hand. You're just a commoner, but you've created an outstanding identity for yourself with your own efforts. You've even used all sorts of schemes to express your unwillingness to be under others, so that I can't force you. I can only discuss military and national affairs in the capacity of a partner. Tai Butian smiled helplessly and shook his head lightly. Mr. Chu is all alone, yet he was able to create such a situation. The ingenuity of his intentions, the accuracy of his calculations, and the precision of his grasp of the situation, really makes me want to prostrate myself in admiration. Mr. Chu deserves to be called a talent. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and smiled. I've always welcomed such compliments. The more the better. Now that the negotiation time had passed and Tai Butian had already given in, Chu Yang naturally had to relax and ease the atmosphere. Tai Butian was stunned. Then, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He hurriedly woke up and covered his mouth with his hand. Then, he wiped the corners of his mouth without leaving a trace and said with a smile, Mr. Chu is really humorous. At this moment, Chu Yang felt a chill run down his spine and almost wanted to flee, too. What was two? Could a woman become two? That was a princess, okay. However, Tai Butian was clearly a man, yet at this moment, he was behaving like a woman. Covering his mouth and laughing, his eyes rolling. Chu Yang's eyes widened and the corners of his mouth twitched. Heavens, you asked me to reverse fate and history, but you want me to work with a transvestite? Chu Yang only felt his heart twitching. He finally understood. No wonder this guy cultivated that icy heart divine technique. With such a demeanor, if he didn't cultivate that, it would really be a pity. When he saw Tai Butian wipe his mouth as if to cover it up and then act like he was swallowing the world, Chu Yang only felt sweat all over his body. In an instant, the world was spinning. Mr. Chu? Mr. Chu? Tai Butian saw that he was in a daze and asked. Chu Yang instinctively felt cold sweat seeping out of his forehead. Thinking that he would have to work with such a transvestite for at least 2 years, Chu Yang suddenly felt that his future was dark and his life was full of tragedies. Mr. Chu, given the current situation of Iron Cloud, if Mr. Chu is in charge, where should we start? Tai Butian smiled, seemingly unaware of the change in Chu Yang's mood, and asked in an increasingly reserved manner. Well, I need to think about it first. Chu Yang held his forehead with one hand, and pretended to be in deep thought. He didn't even need to think about it. The scene just now was simply too shocking. To resist foreign aggression, I must first pacify the internal situation. Chu Yang forcibly operated the tribulation heaven divine technique to suppress his churning thoughts. To resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify internal affairs. Tai Budian couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. How familiar were these words? The first time he heard these words, the Iron Cloud Nation's royal court underwent a great change. The second time he heard these words, 3 million soldiers were turned into skeletons on the battlefield. The third time he heard these words, in the royal court, Imperial Uncle Tai Longqing raised his butcher's knife and killed all the martial artists in the royal court. Blood flowed like rivers. Now that Chu Yang was here, the first thing he said was still these words. Could it be that another reign of terror was coming? That's right. Tai Budian smiled and said, but the problem is, the external enemies are in the open, while the internal enemies are in the dark. It's just a selection. Chu Yang smiled confidently. What if I entrust this matter to Mr. Chu? Tai Budian smiled and formally asked for cooperation. Not enough. Chu Yang shook his head. Not enough? I heard that your highness has established a Butian pavilion? Chu Yang asked gently. Then, he rolled his eyes and said indifferently, since we want to cooperate, we should trust each other. I want Butian pavilion. Tai Budian looked at him coldly. For a long time, her eyes were cold and she didn't move. After a long time, Tai Budian stood up and walked slowly to the railing of the pavilion with her hands behind her back. She looked at the lake and didn't speak for a long time. A gentle breeze blew, causing his white robe to flutter. Before I was 11, I was just a child. My father was kind and loving, and my mother was gentle. I also had an elder sister. Everyone treated me like a treasure. I was carefree and only knew how beautiful this world was. Tai Butian's back was facing Chu Yang. Her eyes were already a little hazy, but her voice was still calm. Ever since I was born, my father had always been unhappy and had always blocked any news about me. At that time I didn't know why. That year, my father was in golden armor and personally led the army into battle. In my eyes, my father was like a god of war in the heavens. He was invincible and undefeatable. However, in less than half a year, the world suddenly collapsed. My father came back, but he was carried back and was on the verge of death. My mother went forward to serve him, but my father suddenly went crazy and stabbed her to death. He killed his beloved wife. 2 drops of tears flowed slowly down Tai Butian's cheeks. Chu Yang's body shook and he couldn't help but raise his head. Hearing this, he was also greatly surprised. Why did the Emperor of Iron Cloud Nation kill his own wife? Then, my father suddenly became a different person. He repeatedly issued decrees to execute my elder sister and brother-in-law's entire family. Then, he ordered second uncle to lead an army of 100 battles to attack the palace and kill everyone in the palace. For a time, blood flowed like a river inside and outside the palace. Everyone knew that second uncle was going to rebel, but later they found out that he wasn't. Then, my father took my hand and said only one sentence to me before he fell into a coma. Tai Budian straightened her back and said in a low but trembling voice with determination and heartache, "From now on, you are called Tai Budian. The sky of Iron Cloud Nation has already collapsed. I hope you can mend it. You must always remember that to be a ruler, you must be ruthless. You must be ruthless enough to kill your enemies, but you must also be ruthless enough to kill yourself." Then, my father grabbed second uncle's hand and said, "I'll give it to you." Then, my father fell into a coma and didn't wake up. Chu Yang frowned and remained silent. However, he was thinking in his heart. Tai Butian's words were vague, but one thing was for sure, when the Emperor of Iron Cloud Nation killed his wife and daughter, his mind was completely clear. Even a tiger wouldn't eat poison. Why did he do this? Chu Yang faintly felt that there seemed to be a huge secret behind this. Tai Budian took a deep breath. I hated my father. I hated him for killing all my family members. But second uncle was very strict with me. He announced to the public that from now on, I was the Emperor of Iron Cloud. When I grew up, I would be the Emperor of Iron Cloud. From then on, second uncle invited countless teachers to teach me. Every day, there would be at least 10 teachers waiting for me. Every day, I would only get 3 hours of sleep. Even when I was eating and drinking, there would be people talking to me. If I couldn't remember, second uncle would beat me up. At that time, there were 315 days in a year. At least 300 days, my body was bruised and swollen. Second uncle was more strict with me than any other strict teacher in the world. I thought that he regretted it, but only later did I know that he wasn't. Tai Butian's voice was very soft, as if she was sleep-talking. At that time, I didn't understand. Since he had killed mother and my sisters, why was he crying? It's unbearable. Serves you right. Even now, I still hate him. But after so many years, especially when I gradually became more sensible, I realized that I couldn't hate him anymore. Tai Butian kept her hands behind her back, letting the tears slowly flow down her face. Her eyes were complicated. It was only in recent years that I realized how much pain father had to suffer. As a father, he had to endure so much. As a man, he had to endure so much. And as a ruler, he had to endure even more. Tai Butian took a deep breath. And I had to learn things under second uncle's high pressure. Countless times, I had to learn until I broke down and cried out loud. Then, second uncle would use his whip and fist to wake me up time and time again. Later on, not only did I have to learn things, but I also had to learn scheming, tactics, martial arts and the mind of a ruler. Second uncle engraved the words that Imperial Father told me back then on my desk, hung it in my bedroom, and placed it everywhere I went. Before every meal, I had to recite these words. Second uncle fought on the battlefield, strategized and won battles from 1,000 miles away. He held the political and military power of the whole country. At that time, he was so busy that he didn't even have time to talk to me. But every day, he would ask my teachers what they had learned that day. Then, what awaited me was a fierce beating, as if he would never be satisfied. Finally, I didn't dare to be lazy. Tai Butian's throat made a gurgling sound, as if she was swallowing something. I hated father, I hated second uncle. But one day, I saw second uncle using the juice of the black demon flower to dye his hair. At that time, second uncle was only 32 years old. Second uncle was famous for his handsome looks in the whole of Iron Cloud. But ever since father fell ill, second uncle's white hair began to grow out strand by strand. In the end, there were more strands than black hair. Second uncle had to dye his hair every once in a while. At that time, I despised him. Why would an old man dye his hair black? But it was only later that I found out that second uncle was the pillar of the whole Iron Cloud Nation when father fell ill and I was young. His health was Iron Cloud Nation's greatest hope. If the soldiers find out that he has a head full of white hair, the blow to their morale will be unparalleled. Every day, second uncle is full of vigor on the battlefield and the drill ground. When he walks, he raises the wind. When he shouts, he can make hundreds of thousands of soldiers tremble in fear. But every night, when he comes home, he can't even lift his feet. Even speaking was strenuous, and his hands and feet were trembling when he was eating. He was a revered martial artist at that time. Yet, I'm so tired every day. After I finally understood the pain and hardships of Father Emperor and second uncle, I began to wholeheartedly immerse myself in learning. Every time second uncle and Diwu Qingro fought a battle, they would come back and rehearse dozens of times with me. Finally, 3 years ago, I began to take control of the military and political affairs, and began my true career as an eunuch. At that time, I realized that before this, all the decisions were made by second uncle in my name. The entire Iron Cloud Nation, even the whole world, knew that Iron Cloud had a natural-born king. Iron Cloud is full of hope. No one knows how this natural king managed to survive all these years. How can there be a natural-born king in this world? The road to becoming a king is so cruel. Tai Butian's voice became sorrowful and cynical. When I first took control of the government, I couldn't control anything well. Second uncle was like a god, standing in the court every day. Anyone who was dissatisfied or doubted him, he would drag them out and behead them. At that time, second uncle was even more tyrannical than a tyrant. But when I truly took control of Iron Cloud, second uncle no longer appeared in the court. I heard that after he observed me for 3 months, he went back and said to second aunt, I am relieved. Then second uncle fell asleep standing up straight. That time, he slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Even his family was afraid. Taibu Tian took a deep breath and exhaled. Ironclad's military and political affairs are finally on the right track. I started to establish Batian Pavilion again and recruited heroes. I hope that someone can help me. I really hope that someone can share some of the burden with me. Ironclad stability, the millions of people living and working in peace and contentment, I don't know how much pain the upper echelons have to endure in exchange. I am too tired. Second uncle is also too tired. Taibu Tian said indifferently. His voice was very flat, but Chu Yang could hear the deep weariness in his voice. Second uncle recommended you to me. Taibu Tian did not turn around. He only said with certainty, I trust second uncle, so I trust you. If you want Batian Pavilion, I can give it to you. But you can only start as a minister. I cannot directly give you a high position. I believe you understand this. I only need to wait for the day when you can convince the masses. Then, I will give you all the information on Batian Pavilion. If you suspect someone, don't use him. If you use him, don't doubt him. After Taibu Tian finished speaking, he floated away without looking back. He floated on the water. His white figure was like a white cloud in the wind. He flashed a few times, and a few ripples slowly spread on the water's surface. He had already disappeared from Chu Yang's sight. He did not turn around. He did not want Chu Yang to see the tears on his face. Chu Yang slowly sat down. He was silent for a long time. He was digesting Taibu Tian's words. Taibu Tian's words were very sincere, very honest, and very touching. Chu Yang had once suspected that Taibu Tian's purpose in saying these words was to recruit him to work for him. As a wily old fox who had lived 2 lives, Chu Yang recalled the dark soul poison that he had inadvertently learned in the upper 3 heavens in his previous life. He reviewed the entire conversation. Dark spirit poison bamboo was a strange martial art. It did not have any power, but it could see through every lie. This was a martial art left behind by the 3 Stars Divine Clan. It could guarantee that every person who had dark soul poison would not be deceived by anyone. But under the appraisal of dark soul poison, Chu Yang found that every word Taibu Tian said was the truth, even though there were too many loopholes in his words and too many incomprehensible things. But things were just so strange. Anyone would be able to see the huge loopholes in Taibu Tian's words, but they were 100% true. For example, why did the Emperor of Iron Cloud kill his beloved wife after being seriously injured? Why did he kill his daughter's entire family? Why did he massacre the imperial palace? These were all incomprehensible and unreasonable things. But they were the truth. Chu Yang also did not understand what was going on. Even though he had already experienced history, he still did not know. After all, Taibu Tian had died too early in his previous life. He did not have time to explain anything. These were all filled with layers of fog. Chu Yang could only feel that this was filled with a mountain-like oppression and a deep pain as deep as the sea. Chu Yang thought for a long time and realized that his brain was still a mess. He simply gave up on continuing to think. The affairs of the emperor's family were originally unique. It was even more impossible to fathom the thoughts of an emperor. Especially if it was a baseless guess, there was even less hope. Chu Yang only knew that Taibu Tian had agreed to his request for cooperation. During this process, Taibu Tian did not even bargain. This was, of course, because Taibu Tian was open-minded and tolerant. He indeed had the magnanimity of an emperor and the mentality of a gambler. Taibu Tian could clearly feel Chu Yang's intentions. Even though it was hazy, he was certain that Chu Yang did not have any intentions of harming him or Ironclad Nation, or using Ironclad Nation to achieve his hidden goals. Since he did not have any of these, and Chu Yang had such amazing abilities, Taibu Tian naturally had to take the risk. He needed help too much, it was too difficult for him to handle alone. He needed someone to share his burden, but in the entire court, there was no one who could share his burden. Because he was always the ruler, and a subject was always a subject, but Chu Yang's appearance perfectly made up for this shortcoming. Chu Yang would never become his subject, but from this point of view, Chu Yang, who drifted between Jianghu and the court, was the best candidate to be in charge of Butian Pavilion. No matter who it was, Tai Butian would not be at ease with a powerful weapon like Butian Pavilion. Even though he established Butian Pavilion, he did not have enough power to manage it and expand it. That was why Tai Butian agreed to Chu Yang's request. Perhaps there were other reasons, but no one knew. Chu Yang thought to himself. But Tai Butian's childhood was really quite tragic. Even compared to the kings of other countries, he did not have a childhood. Just as Tai Butian said, the road to becoming a king was not just a little cruel. Your heavenly armament pavilion. What about it? When Chu Yang saw Tai Butian again, it was already afternoon. Tai Butian had already completely regained her composure and poise. She asked this question with a smile. Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Chu Yang originally wanted to incorporate Heavenly Armament Pavilion into Butian Pavilion, but he suddenly stopped and said, Heavenly Armament Pavilion naturally needs to exist, but it cannot exist in the form of a shop. That would be too wasteful. Your Highness, how about I place my Heavenly Armament Pavilion at Emerald Flow Lake? Emerald Flow Lake was a small lake in Iron Cloud Citadel. It was only a dozen miles away from Iron Cloud Citadel, but it was usually separated by many buildings, so it looked very far away. It was always a good place to play. Emerald Flow Lake? No problem. Tai Butian readily agreed, I will arrange this matter immediately. Tai Butian thought that Chu Yang was referring to those divine weapons. She didn't expect that Chu Yang was actually referring to Gu Duxing. It's too much of a waste to let a super expert like him, who has unlimited potential to develop, be idle like this. Chu Yang's face was expressionless, but his heart was overjoyed. Only he knew that Emerald Flow Lake was not just a place for sightseeing. In his previous life, he obtained the second fragment of the disaster sword at the bottom of Emerald Flow Lake. Now that he had taken over this place, all he had to do was wait until his cultivation level was high enough to break the seal on the second fragment. Then, he would immediately take it out without anyone noticing. Calamity Sword, second fragment. Chu Yang's heart was burning. The two of them boarded the carriage and continued on their journey. The carriage was completely covered. If someone were to look from the outside, they would never know that the Empress Dowager was sitting in this ordinary carriage. Although the space inside the carriage was not small, the two of them were not far from each other. Chu Yang could only smell a faint fragrance, like orchids and musk, slowly diffusing in the air. He couldn't help but sniff. He was speechless. Why would a man use perfume? Tai Butian seemed to have sensed something. She began to talk about random topics with Chu Yang. Tai Butian's knowledge was really profound. No matter if it was the heavens or the earth, ancient or modern stories, or famous people's anecdotes, she was able to casually talk about them. Moreover, she was able to accurately comment on everything that was related to knowledge. In terms of knowledge, Chu Yang was far from being comparable to Tai Butian. He could only listen attentively. Slowly, he became engrossed in the conversation. He was no longer surprised by the fragrance in the carriage. The carriage stopped. Tai Butian got off the carriage and entered a large house. This is the headquarters of Butian Pavilion. Tai Butian whispered as she walked. Chu Yang made a no sound. He was a little surprised. No matter who it was, once they heard the three words Butian Pavilion, they would think that this was a pavilion. Who would have thought that it was just an ordinary bungalow? So, the Butian Pavilion that Tai Butian built by the lake, the place where they first talked, was just a cover? However, Chu Yang still felt that that place was more in line with the words Butian Pavilion. And this place was a little too ordinary. After entering the house, Tai Butian led Chu Yang into the main hall. Inside, there were a few people talking. When they saw Tai Butian enter, they hurriedly bowed. This is Chu Yang, Senior Chu. Tai Butian introduced, from today onwards, Senior Chu is a member of Butian Pavilion. His temporary position is Minister of Butian Pavilion. All matters concerning Butian Pavilion, Mr. Chu may participate in the planning and decision-making. The faces of the 5 people in the room changed at the same time. Minister of Butian Pavilion was not a small position. If the words Minister of Butian Pavilion were removed, then he would be the Minister of Butian Pavilion. The minister was Tai Butian's position. His position was even higher than that of the pavilion master. Could this young man be the future minister of Butian Pavilion? They didn't expect that Tai Budian would bring such an important position with such a young man. Among them, there were 2 pavilion masters from Butian Pavilion, and 3 others. They were all martial great master experts. How could they tolerate a young man coming over and suppressing them? This is the pavilion master of Butian Pavilion, I sole revered saber master Qinong. This is the vice pavilion master, meteor revered martial artist Qin Yutong. Tai Budian introduced them one by one to Chu Yang. The 5 people all smiled and returned the greetings one by one. I sole revered saber master Qinong was about 10 years old. His body was thin as if a gust of wind could blow him away. His hair was a little white. Qin Yutong was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He was about 45 years old and had a rough face. The 2 of them looked at Chu Yang with sparkling eyes. Their smiles carried a trace of alienation. After a simple introduction, Tai Budian brought Chu Yang into the inner room. This was a quiet room. Inside, there were piles upon piles of documents. Here is the information of all the members of Butian Pavilion in Iron Cloud. Every one of them grew up. All their experiences are in here, including their personal strengths and martial arts realms. You can take a look. Generally, people below martial master level will not enter Butian Pavilion. People of unknown origins will also not enter Butian Pavilion. Tai Budian slowly said, currently, there are 7 people. Among them, there is 1 revered saber master, 5 revered martial artists, 13 martial great masters, and the rest are all 4th grade martial masters. Their strength is a little weak. Too weak. Chu Yang shook his head. If this kind of strength was placed in any faction, no matter which faction it would be a very powerful force. But for a battle between 2 superpowers, it was too little. Especially in front of Diwu Qing Ro's Golden Horse Riders Department, this kind of strength was not enough. It could be said that there was no possibility of comparison. One must know that Golden Horse Riders Department had already formed its own scale. All of its members added together were close to 30,000 people. Even if you exclude some internal personnel such as logistics, there were still 20,000 martial masters, such a terrifying number. How could Butian Pavilion, which was still learning how to walk, compare to it? All along, Butian Pavilion has been my personal strength, and it has always been based on intelligence and strategy. The few times I tried to assassinate someone, they all failed, and I lost a lot of people for nothing. Tai Butian slowly said, so, from that time onwards, I did not dare to expand. Chu Yang nodded. Even though Tai Budian did not say it clearly, Chu Yang could already tell. Butian Pavilion had a spy. As long as there was a spy, and they could not be sure of who it was, it would be a joke if they organized any more assassinations. It was the same as sending the lives of their subordinates into the hands of the enemy. This is the first problem you have to solve. Tai Budian said casually. The second problem is that in my Iron Cloud, who knows how many spies Diwu Qing Ro has planted over the years? I estimate that many of them hold high positions, both in the military and in the government. Tai Butian smiled and said, Mr. Chu, you once said that if you want to settle the outside, you must first settle the inside. As long as you can complete the first task, which is to clean up Butian Pavilion, then the second task will also be given to you. The last task is to attack the military and politics of the 2 countries. However, the prerequisite is stability. There are many people who are not afraid of death. If you can maintain the balance until you kill everyone, then it is also a balance. Tai Butian smiled, but there are some people who can shake the world just by killing one. Chu Yang smiled strangely. He understood the meaning behind Tai Butian's words. In other words, if you can't even complete the first task, then you should get out of here as soon as possible. Don't think about being second or third. As for his so-called balance, it was not something he said out of emotion. It was about the current political situation of the 2 countries and the current political situation of Iron Cloud. Balance. For the current Iron Cloud, balance and stability were much more important than rapid development. This was also Tai Butian's bottom line. Mr. Chu, I will leave Butian Pavilion in your hands. Tai Butian walked to the door and looked back with a smile. Butian Pavilion, haha, you want me to mend the heavens here? Chu Yang laughed. If Mr. Chu wants to cooperate, then you must show your own skills and methods. Divine weapons are always external objects. Boasting and bragging are just armchair strategies. Tai Budian lowered his eyebrows and smiled. The current Butian Pavilion is Mr. Chu's true touchstone. Butian Pavilion has been established for 3 years, but it is only a prototype. Tai Butian smiled meaningfully and walked out. From the beginning to the end, Tai Butian only introduced Chu Yang, he did not support him at all. If Chu Yang wanted to gain a foothold here, he would have to rely on his own strength to stand firm. Only then would he be able to reorganize and cleanse the place. In the end, he would have to take control of Butian Pavilion to complete the first step of his cooperation with Tai Butian. With Chu Yang's strength as a martial warrior, he had to control Butian Pavilion, which was composed of martial masters. Moreover, he had to get this group of people who were familiar with each other to listen to his commands and establish his authority. This was an almost impossible task. However, Chu Yang had no way out. Now that things had come to this, Tai Budian had given him the courtesy that he wanted. He wanted Tai Butian's attention, and Tai Budian gave it to him. The influence he had created had already been perfected. In fact, when he wanted Tai Butian's core Butian Pavilion, Tai Budian gave it to him as well. In Chu Yang's eyes, even though Tai Budian was a little effeminate and a little feminine and perverted, Tai Budian had given him the trust that Chu Yang wanted the most without reservation. Everything that Chu Yang had hoped for before coming to Iron Cloud had already been obtained. Now, it was time for him to display his abilities. If he could not convince these people from Butian Pavilion, then it would prove that Chu Yang was not worthy of Tai Butian's trust. The current situation was that Chu Yang and Tai Butian had joined forces to push Chu Yang to the point of no return. Tai Budian had already been gone for a long time. Chu Yang was buried in the sea of information, analyzing it in detail bit by bit. These materials were just words, and most of the words couldn't be trusted. However, Chu Yang wanted to find the truth and find the loopholes in this untrustworthy information. Only then could he have a preliminary idea of what to do. To find the untrustworthy information in the files that had already been filtered layer by wise and intelligent people, this kind of difficulty was indeed not small. However, Chu Yang's first step could only start from this aspect. Because he did not have the intelligence network like the Heavenly Net. The current him was still just one person. Chu Yang firmly believed in one thing: there was no unbreakable loophole in any organization. Under Diwu Qingrou's plan, Tai Butian's side might not be flawless. On Tai Butian's side, the people in charge of screening might not be loyal. Chu Yang used an afternoon's time to go through the files of the 87 people of Butian Pavilion in detail. In just one afternoon, Chu Yang had completely memorized them. When he closed his eyes, the information of the 87 people revolved before his eyes, no matter how big or small. Then, Chu Yang walked out. Minister. Seeing Chu Yang come out, Soul Saber Venerable Chang'an was the first to stand up. The people behind him also stood up. Compared to when Chu Yang came, there were 7 more people. Now, there were a total of 12 people. These people looked at Chu Yang with some hostility in their eyes. There was also some vigilance and distrust. However, seeing his title of minister, they still stood up and saluted. Many people had a look of ridicule in their eyes. Obviously, they were waiting to watch a good show. Minister Ching, from now on, we are all colleagues. There is no need to be so polite. Chu Yang's words made the dignified Soul Saber Venerable twitch his mouth a few times. Did he really think he was a senior officer? That there was no need to be so polite? However, Chu Yang's first words were Minister Ching and not Senior Ching. This showed that Chu Yang was doing things according to the rules of the secular world and not according to the rules of Jianghu. A higher official could crush people to death. Chu Yang's first words were a warning to Chang'an. Even if you were a revered Saber Venerable, a revered level master. But this was the official world, under the command of the emperor. Even if a pale-faced scholar without the strength to truss up a chicken was your superior, you still had to be obedient. In Chu Yang's heart, he really did look down on this so-called revered level master. Since ancient times, there were many revered level masters. Even though they were enough to dominate Jianghu, but, with so many revered level masters, how many of them coveted the glory and wealth of the secular world? Since you've given up your transcendent status in Jianghu to work for the secular court, then you're an official. You gave up that status, your state of mind has fallen. You are no longer a revered level master. Even if you have such a title, when facing a revered level master of the same level, Qinglong had no hope of winning. Minister Qing, please inform all of Butian Pavilion's subordinates in Iron Cloud Citadel to gather here tomorrow morning. Chu Yang said casually, I am a new official, so I need to burn 3 fires. This is the custom of the official world. I hope that Minister Qing can assist me. Qinglong could not help but be stunned. This newly appointed foreign minister is very direct. Even if you want to burn 3 fires, you don't need to say it out loud like this, right? That night, when Chu Yang returned to Heavenly Armament Pavilion, he heard the sound of wind in the backyard. It was Gu Duxing practicing his sword. Chu Yang stood on the steps and watched Gu Duxing practice. His mind was in deep thought. Gu Duxing, should I put him out in the open? It had to be said that Gu Duxing's current battle strength could be considered a master in Iron Cloud Citadel. With him by his side, no matter what, it would be much easier to handle. After all, he was only a 4th-level martial warrior. Looking at the sword light in the backyard, Chu Yang finally shook his head. Gu Duxing, it would be better if he did not show himself. Butian Pavilion was Butian Pavilion, and Gu Duxing's strength was what he and Chu Yang could rely on to survive in Iron Cloud Citadel. Keeping a hidden trump card, no matter the time, would always be much more reliable than revealing one's strength. Brother Chu, you are back. Gu Duxing finished his sword practice. His clothes were soaked, his face was pale. He had used up a lot of energy. It seemed that he had already activated the revered berserker sword technique. Regarding Chu Yang, Gu Duxing also felt strange. Chu Yang's age is much younger than mine. This is something I can confirm. But for some reason, every time he faced Chu Yang, he had a strange feeling that Chu Yang was much more mature than him. In terms of age, he was older, but Chu Yang never talked about age with him. This made Gu Duxing very depressed. What should he call him? You call me Brother Chu, and I call you Brother Gu. Chu Yang naturally would not talk about age with Gu Duxing. If he talked about age, wouldn't he be lower? This was not a loss he could take. And Gu Duxing could not clearly see Chu Yang's strength. Was this young man a martial great master? Or a revered martial artist? In any case, Gu Duxing did not dare to guess any further. He could only guess upwards. Yes, Brother Gu, our Heavenly Armament Pavilion is about to move. Chu Yang said casually, we are moving to Emerald Flow Lake. I have also accepted Butian Tai's invitation to join Butian Pavilion. Oh. Gu Duxing wiped his sweat. It was obvious that he had no interest in this Butian Pavilion. Brother Gu, I have an idea. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing walked side by side. As they walked, he said, in this world, no matter what, we must have our own strength. With just the 2 of us, it is a bit too weak. Gu Duxing's eyes lit up, what do you mean? Whether it is to survive in this world or to make a name for yourself, you must have an elite team. Even in the lower 3 heavens, the situation there is much worse than in the lower 3 heavens. Plus, there is no imperial power. It is a place where only the strong are respected. This is even more necessary. Taking a step back, even if it is just to save Gu Miaoling, you still need strength. Chu Yang said, there are some things that I don't need to tell you. The Gu clan has its own successor. And you are the righteous of the Gu clan. For this matter, even if you become a sword emperor, if you want to save Gu Miaoling, whether the Gu clan agrees or not is another matter. What a clan needs to consider is the survival of the entire clan, not just one person. Gu Duxing's face became gloomy. Chu Yang was not wrong at all. In terms of age, by the time he reached the level of Sword Emperor, the 2 brothers of the Gu clan would already be in power. The 2 brothers would still be fighting each other to the death. How could they allow him to act recklessly in this place? However, if Gu Miaoling was rescued by him, firstly, he would be a member of the Gu clan, and not an outsider. Secondly, he would be a sword emperor, and no one in the Gu clan would be a match for him. Thirdly, if he married Sister Miao, he would become the son-in-law of the Gu clan, and not an outsider. It would be strange if the Gu brothers did not guard against him. Therefore, this Heavenly Armament Pavilion needs to become stronger. Chu Yang's eyes were deep, and you will be the first heavenly armament of this heavenly armament pavilion. If there is a first, then there is a second. Gudu Xing's eyes flashed. He showed a strong interest and said, how do you want to develop it? Heavenly Armament Pavilion cannot be shown to the outside. It can only be developed secretly. Qiyang rubbed his chin and said, it's up to you to decide how to do it. I won't ask about this. Also, don't touch the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's weapons for the time being. Leave it for our own people. As long as they are strong enough, we will give them the heavenly armament. This is a very good incentive. Gu Duxing's eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. That's right. Our divine weapons are an irresistible temptation to any martial artist. Secondly, for the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's secret exhibition, we don't necessarily want experts, but we want people with great potential. Qiyang smiled, but his eyes flashed like lightning in the night sky. Our future is not in these lower three heavens. One day, we will rush into the upper three heavens. In that supreme martial artist holy land, we will have our own position. Since these people are part of our team, they will have to follow us. In the lower three heavens, I want to conquer the world. In the upper three heavens, I want to fight in the Jianghu. Even in the upper three heavens, I want to move unhindered, and be insufferably arrogant. Gu Duxing's face lit up. His breathing was a little hurried. You mean, we don't want to follow other people's rules. We want to be the people who make the rules. Qiyang said calmly, whether it is the lower three heavens or the upper three heavens. Good. Gu Duxing's eyes lit up. Since you have such ambitions, then I, Gu Duxing, am not someone to be trifled with. Us two brothers, let's go all out and do something big. Qiyang nodded and said deeply, I will leave this matter to you. In this period of time, we will be busy with Butian Pavilion. No matter what, our mission in the lower three heavens is to defeat Diwu Qingro. This will not change. Defeat Diwu Qingro. Gu Duxing muttered to himself and nodded. He did not know why Qiyang was so obsessed with defeating Diwu Qingro, but he knew that since Qiyang said so, he must have his reasons. The newly opened Heavenly Armament Pavilion only lasted for 3 to 5 days before it closed. Gu Duxing also immediately moved to Emerald Flow Lake. This guy's swift and decisive personality was revealed at this moment. With Qiyang's large amount of gold and silver as a foundation, Gu Duxing immediately started to make a big move. He built a 3-feet-high wall around Emerald Flow Lake. He immediately took over this place for fun. Qiyang did not know that Gu Duxing was doing all this. Qiyang's original intention was to take over the big island in the center. He did not expect that Gu Duxing would use a feather as a token of authority and directly encircle it. Not only did he encircle the entire Emerald Flow Lake, but he also encircled Emerald Shadow Mountain, which was close to Emerald Flow Lake. Moreover, he encircled a few hundred acres of land around it. Even though this place did not have any residences or government offices, it was a beautiful place to visit. There were all kinds of shops such as brothels and gambling dens, all of which were profitable businesses. Gu Duxing's encirclement naturally made others unwilling, so they started to cause a ruckus. Gu Duxing's cold face was like that of a zombie overseer. His face told people not to come close. The officials from the Iron Cloud Citadel's inspection office came to ask questions, but they were all beaten back by Gu Duxing. He glared at them, this is the order of the Emperor. If you have the ability, don't come looking for me, go look for the Emperor. Aside from the money Qiyang gave him to build the encirclement and hire workers, he did not spend a single cent. It was completely an empty deal. And at this time, Qiyang, Great Official Chu, was taking over as a new official. 3 fires were burning hot. Today, I have gathered all my colleagues here for 2 reasons. First, I am a new official, so I need to get to know you all. Once I am familiar with you all, it will be easier to carry out my work. Second, there are a few things I do not understand, so I need to ask all of you clearly. In other words, a new official will make 3 fires, and today I will burn all of them. The 2 pavilion masters were sitting next to him. On the side, there were a few people sitting with medicine boxes in front of him. Qiyang looked at the 85 people below. With a serious face and hands behind his back, he paced back and forth. With one glance, he could tell that these 85 people, including Qingong and Qin Yutong, were not part of the group that welcomed Du Shiqing. Furthermore, those people appeared to be much more elite than these people. Tai Butian really did have a trick up his sleeve. Who am I? Even if you have not seen me, you must have heard of me. Compared to all of you, I am just a scholar with no martial skills. But since I have accepted your request, I must make Butian Pavilion the best it can be. I hope that all of you will cooperate and not make it difficult for me. Chu Yang smiled coldly. If it is difficult for me, it will be even more difficult for everyone. I can guarantee this. There was a commotion below. Whispers could be heard continuously. All of the people here were Jianghu people. They all felt that Chu Yang's actions were ridiculous. Trying to scare people? Which one of us is not putting our lives on the line? Can you scare us, a scholar? A scholar wants to control Butian Pavilion? Chengong and Chen Yutong looked at each other. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. Usually, a new official would make 3 fires burn, but to threaten like this. Official Chu was really the first person to do this. This is not Jianghu, there are no Jianghu rules. This is not an army, but the rules are much stricter than the army. Chu Yang looked down and did not give anyone a chance to speak. From the very beginning, he showed his extreme power. Next, I want to ask everyone, who has any objections to my actions? If you have any objections, you can leave. I will not stop you. Another wave of bitter laughter. Once you enter this place, it is an absolute secret. Leave? If he backed out, it would be a dead end. Good. If no one has any objections, then it means that everyone agrees with my position. Then, from now on, if anyone dares to go against my words, only death awaits. No one answered. Everyone was looking at each other. It was as if Chu Yang was singing a one-man show. Next, I will call out your name. Please step forward. Chu Yang did not care. This was what he had expected. He picked up the name at the top of the file and read, Lu Zhu Guang. Below the stage, a one-eyed man reluctantly answered and stepped forward. Lu Zhu Guang, 3rd grade martial master, from Wannan. 3 years ago, you fought with an enemy and lost one eye. The enemy was Great Zhao's Clear Spring County's wanderer, Ping Wuing. Is that right? Lu Zhu Guang slowly nodded and said, Official Chu, this is something that everyone knows. What he meant was, it is useless for you to say this. Please step forward. Chu Yang took 2 steps forward and placed his hand on Lu Zhu Guang's wrist. The Dark Spirit Great Technique and Heaven-Splitting Divine Technique were used at the same time. Lu Zhu Guang's wrist had just retracted, but Chu Yang had already retracted his hand. His eyes suddenly turned into 2 cold swords. Your specialty is hidden weapons. You are a disciple of the Sun Clan of Wannan. The Sun Clan is famous for their hidden weapons. The Sun Clan's hidden weapons have a special characteristic. They are light on the left and heavy on the right. 3 on the left and 7 on the right. Together with their unique mental cultivation, they can fly out of the hand. Is that right? That's right. Official Chu is indeed brilliant. Lu Zhu Guang's words were either complimentary or sarcastic. However, his heart skipped a beat. This matter was related to the Sun Clan's martial arts. It could be said to be top secret, but Chu Yang had said it out loud. However, although the Sun Clan's hidden weapons techniques are brilliant, there is a restriction to their light on the left and heavy on the right. Every Sun Clan member has a habitual action. When facing an enemy, their right eye is usually closed or squinted. In other words, they only use their left eye to aim at the enemy. In other words, the Sun Clan member's left eye is the most important. Without their left eye, their hidden weapons are basically useless. Although it is hard for the enemy to defend against it, it is also very demanding on the user. And you, Lu Zhu Guang, your left eye was the one that was blinded by the enemy. But your hidden weapons techniques are still very accurate. 3 on the left and 7 on the right. Why is that? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of everyone present changed. They all understood the meaning of Chu Yang's words. Lu Zhu Guang's expression changed, and he said, It is precisely because my left eye is crippled that Zhu Guang painstakingly cultivated my right eye to replace my left eye. Official Chu, could it be that after a person falls once, he can't get up again? Chu Yan didn't pay attention to his explanation, and coldly said, "But when I checked your meridians just now, the meridians of both your eyes are intact, and the meridians of your missing left eye are still intact." As we all know, no matter if it's a knife, a sword, or a fist, the damage to the meridians will spread outwards in a radial shape. In serious cases, the meridians of the entire brain will be destroyed and deformed. As for you, even the meridians around your lost left eye are still intact. However, in your report, you said that Ping Wuying's fist smashed into your eye socket, causing your eye to explode. Hehe, Lu Zhuguang, your enemy really cherishes you. He only blinded your eyes and did not damage your meridians in the slightest. A martial master like Ping Wuying is actually able to control his meridians with such precision. This is truly admirable. Our pavilion master Qing is a revered saber master, and such precise control. Lu Zhuguang, why don't you ask pavilion master Qing if he can do it? Chu Yang sneered, the imperial palace has its own imperial doctors, and our Butian pavilion's doctors are right here. Every one of them can clearly examine you. Lu Zhuguang, what else do you have to say? When Chu Yang said this, the faces of Qingong and Qin Yutong, who were sitting on the stage, changed greatly. What Chu Yang said was the basic principle of martial arts injuries. Every word was the truth, how could they not know? Crippling someone's eye without damaging their meridians. Not to mention a martial master, even revered saber master Qingong would not have this kind of ability. Even a saber emperor would not be able to do this. To be able to do this, one had to be a martial monarch. If Lu Zhuguang's injury was really like what Chu Yang said, then there was only one possibility: Lu Zhuguang was a spy. This injury was intentional. Other than this explanation, there was no other reason. Lu Zhuguang took a step back. His face was completely pale. Beside Chu Yang, the white-bearded doctor had already stood up and was about to walk towards him. Lu Zhuguang's face showed a look of despair. He suddenly laughed out loud, "Not bad, little kid, you are very powerful. I, Lu Xiaoqing, did not expect that you would be able to see through me." That's right, Grandpa is Lu Xiaoqing. The real Lu Zhuguang died in Grandpa's hands long ago. Haha, even though you exposed me, don't think you can get anything from me. In order to be a spy, you did not hesitate to cripple one of your eyes. Haha, using such a trick would naturally make people sympathize with you. Moreover, they would not check the injury of your eye. After all, to cripple one of your eyes to become a spy is an unimaginable thing. And you actually used this misconception to your advantage. Chu Yang sneered, but you did not expect that in front of me. There is no such thing as a misconception. Lu Xiaoqing sneered, so what? It's just death. Qing Yang's face turned bright red. He stood up angrily, Lu Xiaoqing? Bastard. Then, the 2 assassination attempts in Qingyang County were also because you leaked the information, causing them to fail on the verge of success? Lu Xiaoqing laughed out loud, meat delivered to my door, how can I not eat it? Qing Yang's whole body began to tremble. The 2 assassins who went to assassinate Great Zhao's generals, one of them was Qing Yang's brother. He did not expect that everything was under the control of the enemy. He went to die in vain. For a moment, he could not help but hate so much that even his eyes turned red. At the same time, a deep sense of self-blame welled up in his heart. A spy was hidden in his own team, and he usually thought highly of him. But now, he had sent the lives of his comrades and his brother into the enemy's trap. I'll kill you. Qingong roared and was about to jump up. Wait, capture him alive. Qin Yutong hurriedly shouted. At this time, it was more useful to capture alive than dead. Who knew if there were any accomplices among the more than 80 people? Haha, Qin Yutong, you don't need to be delusional. Since I have been seen through, I am not prepared to live. Lu Xiaoqing laughed wildly. Suddenly, his body shook. His remaining eye rolled back, and black blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He had hidden a highly toxic poison in his mouth. With a bang, Lu Xiaoqing's body fell to the ground. It twitched, and then there was no more movement. Qingong roared and kicked the body of this Lu Xiaoqing. He shouted, check who this Lu Xiaoqing is. I want to destroy his entire clan. Qingong was ashamed. A spy like this had been under his command for such a long time, and he did not know about it. Moreover, he had organized one operation after another, constantly sending the lives of his brothers into the enemy's trap. Furthermore, he had even sacrificed the life of his most valued younger brother. If Chu Yang had not caught this guy today, who knew how many times he would have fallen into the same trap? Everyone looked at Chu Yang with a different expression. This newly appointed guest minister was really not simple. On the first day of his appointment, he had already caught the spy. This was tantamount to saving their lives. Who knew who would go next? Maybe it would be their turn. But no matter who went, it would be a dead end. Wait. Chu Yang shouted in a deep voice. What other orders does Minister Chu have? Qing Yang's attitude towards Chu Yang had already taken a 310-degree turn. He had seriously neglected his duty, but Chu Yang had corrected his mistake. Although the other party was only a teenager, and his martial power was low, but his keen observation and superior intelligence made people admire him. Although there were still some knots in his heart, the feeling of resistance had lessened a lot. Lu Xiaoqing is not necessarily his real name, right? Chu Yang sneered. Since this kind of death warrior has already been exposed and committed suicide on the spot, why would he leave his real name as a clue for us to investigate? If we investigate again and again, I'm afraid we'll be led to another group of powerful enemies. We have to be careful about this. Minister, you're right. Chang'an was shocked and said seriously. He couldn't help but admire this young minister more and more. Vice Pavilion Master Qin Yutong also revealed a thoughtful expression. What we need to investigate is this person's appearance, martial arts background, and physical characteristics to confirm this person's identity. His testimony cannot be trusted. This is the first step. Chu Yang said. The second step, although the name Lu Xiaoqing cannot be trusted, there is one person who can be trusted. That is Clear Spring County's wanderer Ping Wuing. This person must be captured. At that time, when we were investigating this spy, we must have investigated Ping Wuing. And Ping Wuing must have given a definite answer. In other words, Ping Wuing must have been involved in this plot. Although he is not the mastermind, he is definitely the enemy. Ping Wuing and his clan must not be let off. Yes. Qin Yutong said, I will immediately arrange for people to capture Ping Wuing and interrogate him severely. No need. Just kill him with a knife. Interrogation will not yield any results. Chu Yang said with certainty, for a conspiracy between two countries like this, Ping Wuing is not qualified to participate in it. I estimate that when we catch him, it will be the end of the line. Don't have such extravagant hopes. We have to give it a try. Who knows, we might be able to catch a big fish, Chang'an insisted. For such a big mistake, only by atoning for it with merit could he make up for it. And Ping Wuing was the most direct opportunity. Therefore, Chang'an would not let go of such an opportunity. Up to you. Chu Yang said casually. Also, Wan'an's Sun clan also gave this person a family certificate. In other words, the Sun clan is also one of the participants in this conspiracy. Chu Yang's eyes turned cold. He slowly scanned the faces of everyone present and said softly, the Sun family of Wan'an must be eliminated. Whenever his gaze landed on someone's face, that person would feel as if they were being stared at by a cold, venomous snake. They couldn't help but shiver all over. And when Chu Yang spat out the words eliminate, his murderous aura also overflowed, making people shudder in fear. I'll have to trouble Lord Qing with this matter. Chu Yang nodded at Chang'an and said politely. Although his tone was polite, it was an order. This was Chu Yang's second probing move after the first one. To fully control Butian Pavilion, Chang'an's attitude was extremely important. A look of struggle appeared on Chang'an's face. His expression changed several times before he slowly lowered his head and said, leave it to this old man. Chu Yang smiled with satisfaction and said, as for the clue that we found the spy, it will be completely abandoned from today onwards. It can no longer be used. This? Can we use that clue to beat the enemy at their own game and make a profit? Qin Yutong pondered and asked. No. We cannot guarantee that there are no spies among the remaining people, but as long as there are, the news of today's purge will spread. Then, the enemy will also use that clue to beat us at our own game. This is a dead end. Chu Yang's expression changed. It seemed that this Qin Yutong still had some brains. It was just that he didn't see enough. yes, the minister's words are reasonable. Qing Yutong's forehead was sweating profusely. He really didn't think of this. Qu Yang casually picked up the second file. His gloomy eyes swept through it, and he slowly asked, Meng Yude, who is this? In the third row below the stage, a bearded man's face suddenly turned ashen. The people next to him all turned their heads and looked at him. Their eyes revealed a strong sense of alertness. Qu Yang's clear eyes looked at the face of this man named Meng Yude. He quietly asked, Meng Yude, do you want to commit suicide now, or wait for me to expose you before you commit suicide? The whiskers on Meng Yude's face trembled. He suddenly took a step forward and sternly said, Pretty boy, don't think that you're some minister just because you've flattered the crown prince, and made His Highness the Crown Prince favor you. This old man has always done things with a clear conscience. Out of the dozens of Bouillon Pavilion missions, the only one who successfully assassinated a target and escaped unscathed was me. This old man gave his all, risked his life for Iron Cloud, and you dare to say that this old man is a spy? When he said this, everyone suddenly remembered. In the first 7 assassinations, only Meng Yude's group successfully completed the mission. The other groups were completely wiped out. Moreover, at that time, Qingong and Qin Yutong held a celebration party for Meng Yude and promoted him from a small team leader to a small team leader. How could he be a spy? Lian Qingong also frowned as he looked at Qu Yang. This Meng Yude was an expert that he wanted to promote and train. If this person was really a spy, then he would really lose all his face. Qu Yang calmly looked at him. After several assassination attempts, the 4 groups in the southeast direction all failed. Only you, Meng Yude, went to the southeast and succeeded. That is where Lu Shaoqing's information was concentrated. It is also the territory of the Sun family in Wannan. Not only did you complete the mission, you returned safely without any losses. Let me ask you, the others all met with mishaps, why did you come back alive? The other 4 groups' martial arts were not lower than yours. They also had more people than you. Moreover, their targets were much weaker than yours. Without exception, they all failed. You came back victorious. Could it be that this Lu Shaoqing only knew about the plans of the other 4 groups and did not know about your group? This is impossible, right? If I remember correctly, you and he belonged to the second group. These plans were made after the second group accepted the mission. In other words, Lu Shaoqing clearly knew about this plan. Before he could confirm that person's true identity, Qu Yang could only call him Lu Shaoqing. Qu Yang coldly looked at him, your luck is that good? Qinglong sighed heavily. His face was ashen. From this point of view, this Meng Yude was very suspicious. Could it be that my personal ability is not good enough? Meng Yude put on a look of righteous indignation, but his eyes secretly flashed with a trace of panic. No. Qu Yang slowly shook his head and said with certainty, you are a spy. You say I am a spy? Show me the evidence. Meng Yude shouted. Even though we are part of the Iron Cloud government, I am not an arrestor of the Ministry of Justice. Qu Yang said lightly, I only need to suspect and I can kill. What evidence do I need? Come, take him. Once the order was given, 2 people immediately jumped at Meng Yude. One of them was Qingong. Qingong was already seething with anger. He did not expect that when Qu Yang gave the order, he would rush out in front of so many subordinates. At this moment, he had already admitted that he was Qu Yang's subordinate. This was equivalent to completely confirming Qu Yang's position. Qing Ang's face had already turned into the color of pig liver. He was so angry that the skin on his face was about to burst. If this Meng Yude was a spy, then there was a spy right under his nose, and there was more than one. And he had helped the spy get promoted and become rich, and considered the spy his confidant. Wait. Meng Yude shouted, this pretty boy is just spouting nonsense. Do you really believe him? For a new pretty boy, you want to kill a brother who has contributed so much. Meng Yude, if you weren't a spy, I would have cleared your name no matter what. What are you afraid of? Qu Yang said coldly. Meng Yude was stunned. Suddenly, he laughed and said, since Tai Budian is using such a pretty boy to hold power, where is there a place for us? I don't want to argue. I'll take my leave now. Suddenly, his body shot out of the window like a shooting star. But someone was faster than him. In a flash, he was already standing at the window. It was Deputy Pavilion Master Chen Yutong. With a bang, the two palms collided. Chen Yutong's body shook violently. His face turned green. He suddenly shouted angrily, "You are obviously a martial great master. Why have you been pretending to be a martial master?" He had always thought that the other party was a martial master and only used 30% of his strength. He didn't expect the other party's strength to come at him like a raging wave. He didn't have time to activate his internal energy and almost suffered a great loss. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere that had been stirred up by Meng Yude suddenly became serious. Just the fact that he was hiding his strength was already very suspicious. Meng Yude landed on the ground and staggered. Suddenly, he laughed bitterly and said, forget it, forget it. Since you don't believe me, I'll just die and be done with it. If I can't even believe my own brother, what else in this world can make me reluctant to leave?" As he said this, he raised his palm and hit the top of his head. On his face, there was a disheartened look. "Brother Meng, wait." A burly man beside him suddenly took a step forward and reached out to grab his wrist. He said anxiously, "There will always be a day when the truth comes to light. If you are innocent, you will be innocent. Why do you have to be so reckless?" Before he finished speaking, Meng Yude flipped his wrist, and the palm that was originally slapping towards his head suddenly grabbed out, grabbing the burly man's wrist. His right hand touched his waist, and with a clang, there was a flash of brilliance, and a long sword was already placed horizontally across the burly man's neck. "Let me go." Meng Yude laughed sinisterly, "Otherwise, I can drag one of you down with me before I die. You'd rather kill and threaten than stay and explain. If it's not a spy, then what is it?" Chu Yang looked at him from afar. Using a strange rhythm, he slowly said, "Meng Yude, although you are a spy, I have to admire you. Great Zhao's selection of spy candidates is also very good. Where did they find you, bunch of tough bones?" Meng Yude sneered. Holding the sharp blade, his eyes flashed as he slowly moved towards the door. He replied unconsciously, "How can there be anyone under Lord Diwu who is afraid of death?" As soon as the words left his mouth, his expression changed drastically. In the main hall, everyone snorted angrily at the same time. With these words, he had admitted his identity. As expected, he is a JN spy. Chang'an was so angry that he almost vomited blood. A feeling of shame suddenly rose up. At this moment, he was so depressed that he wanted to commit suicide to atone for his sins, but Chen Yutong looked at Chu Yang in surprise. This Meng Yude had a strong will. He was still struggling to survive even in such a desperate situation. He was obviously a vicious and evil person. Such a person would usually be very tight-lipped. Why did he reveal a flaw after Chu Yang said a few words? Chu Yang's face was indifferent, but his heart was laughing coldly. His soul had merged with the underworld spirit Dharma body and he had used all his mind power to say those words. Moreover, at such a critical moment, when Meng Yude's nerves were the most stretched, he suddenly said such a sentence with a strong hypnotic intent. Meng Yude's mind was still focused on the surrounding movements. How could he have the time to defend against Chu Yang's mental attack? Naturally, he said what was in his heart. But this sentence caused him to be doomed eternally. No need to worry. Kill the two of them together. Chu Yang looked coldly at Meng Yude, who was moving towards the door while holding the big man hostage. He said coldly, he didn't hold others hostage, but held this person hostage. Just now, they were already enemies, but this person actually went forward to be held hostage? And it was so easy to get him? What's the point of playing such a clumsy trick? Kill them both. When this sentence came out, everyone was stunned. Meng Yude and the big man he was holding hostage were stunned at the same time. Then, the two of them suddenly roared and separated. They pulled out their swords and sabers and rushed out. This kind of action confirmed Chu Yang's guess. It made the people who were doubtful at first understand. No wonder this big man was so cooperative. No wonder he took a hostage the moment he made a move. No wonder Meng Yude and the big man had no choice but to risk their lives. Since Chu Yang had already spoken these words, it meant that he had already seen through their disguise. Moreover, Chu Yang's words were still ringing in their ears, "I only need to suspect you to kill." Why would I need any evidence? It gave the two of them an illusion. No matter what, there was no way they could survive. They might as well let go and fight to the death. Even if they died, the news would spread and their families would be safe. Moreover, they might not necessarily die, because they were already at the door. They only needed to move forward 10 feet and they would be able to escape. Even though they might not be able to survive, it was much safer than being trapped in this hall. The two of them thought they had succeeded and were secretly delighted. However, they did not expect Xianxia to expose them, but the distance was not far. As long as they risked their lives, they might be able to get out. As long as they could get out of here, they would naturally be met in Ironclad Citadel. Xianxia roared. Suddenly, a bright saber light appeared in the hall. The saber light flashed and 2 short screams were heard. At the door, there were 4 bloody corpses. Xianxia stood at the door with a saber in his hand and a murderous look on his face. 2 JNs were killed by him with a single slash. Minister, I accept my punishment. Xianxia turned around and faced Xianxia. He did not raise his head as he spoke with difficulty. His voice was dry. Xianxia's heart was ashamed to the extreme. Just a moment ago, he was almost fooled again. If Meng Yude used his accomplices to escape, then his accomplices would still be here. The danger to Butian Pavilion would not be reduced. He hated himself for almost being fooled. If Xianxia was not here, then he would have been fooled. There were so many spies in his team. He was muddle-headed and could not see people clearly. He was fooled like a clown. How could he still have the face to be the pavilion master of Butian Pavilion? Don't apologize. This matter is not over yet. Xianxia coldly looked at him. Looking at the stack of documents in his hand, he casually picked one up and casually read it out loud. Who is Feng Qingji? Stand up. Kill yourself or be killed. Choose one. In the end, Xianxia and Qin Yutong almost wanted to find a crack in the ground and hide in it. Including the two of them, there were 87 people in total. Xianxia actually found one. No matter which one it was, the evidence was conclusive. Even if there was no evidence, Xianxia's mental and psychological methods made it clear. The most amazing thing was that when it came to the first person, Xianxia did not even read the name. He only glanced around. The last person looked left and right, then smiled bitterly and walked out. It will be published on the 1st of next month. I hope everyone will support it. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. When it is published, it will also be the time when the first big secret will be revealed. I believe that I will not be wrong. I will not be wrong. This book is an adventure. Those who are familiar with my brothers and sisters should be able to see what I am doing. Yes, in this book, I am trying to be resourceful, to be in control, to see the whole situation. From this book onwards, I will not look at the whole world with one person's eyes. What I want is to have a more comprehensive grasp, to be able to improve myself. This book was the real control I had over the world I had created in the book. I really hope to let our main character, Xianxia, control the heavens. Complete control, and not just a simple conquest. Therefore, this is what I thought, and this is what I wrote. Therefore, I hope that everyone can understand and accompany me. Together, I hope that after the heavy foreshadowing, there will be a blossoming climax. It will be completely gorgeous and rotten, brothers and sisters, who is willing to accompany me, to conquer the heavens. This guy looked at Xianxia and gave him a thumbs up. Minister, you are really good. Even as a spy, I only know one person's identity. You actually managed to identify all of them without missing a single one. What is even more outrageous is that you only looked at the information and found all of them. Just based on your eyesight, I am convinced. Oh? Xianxia closed the file and waved his hand. He raised his head and looked at this person. This time, without waiting for others to do anything, Qin Yutong personally took the file back. In just one day, Xianxia had established his absolute authority. Without mentioning anything else, the existence of these spies could completely bury all of these people. As long as they did not make any big mistakes, they could continue to be spies. Xianxia had saved all of their lives, and not just once, regardless of whether Xianxia was young or not, and regardless of Xianxia's cultivation level. His eyesight alone could be said to be unparalleled in the world. Xianxia did not even move a finger, nor did he display his martial strength, but he was able to subdue this group of unruly Butian Pavilion members. You are also a spy? You admit it yourself? That's good, it saves me a lot of trouble. Xianxia smiled and said, or, can you tell me something? That person smiled and said, you did not ask those people before. Since I am standing out myself, you should not ask. Xianxia nodded his head in understanding. The moment he saw this person calmly stand out, he did not have any hope. This person was clearly prepared to die, that was why he was so calm. Xianxia gently tapped the table with his finger and slowly said, I understand. You people, other than Diwu Qingrou's absolute loyalty, your families, children, and elders are all in the hands of others. For the time being, we do not have any ability to save them, so we do not have the conditions to instigate your rebellion. That is why I will not ask. Since it is like this, I will not ask you. If a person wants to commit suicide, it is quite easy. Xianxia smiled. Butian Pavilion really has a good leader. Minister Chu's schemes and eyesight are not much different from the legendary Diwu Qingrou. In fact, I really want to see you guys fight and see who will be the final winner. Unfortunately, I will not be able to see it. The man smiled as he spoke, but a trace of black blood was slowly seeping out from the corner of his mouth. Before he stood up, he had already bitten open the poison sac. Actually, we have never seen Diwu Qingrou. That person looked at Xianxia with a strange look in his eyes. Then, he stood upright and stopped breathing. After a long while, his body fell down. However, his last sentence seemed to have a hidden meaning. The entire hall was filled with the smell of blood, and it was completely silent. Xianxia and the others were stunned. These people were all spies, but none of them gave in. One by one, they were dragged out, but they all died in front of him. Most of them committed suicide. What kind of methods were used to train such a group of people? This was especially true for the last one, who died with a smile on his face. Xianxia looked at the corpse on the ground with a heavy expression. Diwu Qingrou's subordinates, how many of them are there? He suddenly felt that the name Diwu Qingrou was like a huge mountain in front of him. At first, Xianxia only knew that Diwu Qingrou was unbelievably strong. But, his evaluation of Diwu Qingrou had risen to an unprecedented height after today's events, an unprecedentedly strong opponent. Xianxia smiled faintly. He gathered his thoughts and looked at the remaining people in the hall. He said, there are still some left, but I do not have enough evidence here. For the time being, I will not call out names. In any case, there will not be any movements in the near future. I hope that the remaining people will voluntarily withdraw from Butian Pavilion as soon as possible. As for those who are in contact with Diwu Qingrou and have not made a decision, I also hope that you will make a decision soon. Pausing for a moment, Xianxia slowly said, Butian Pavilion was founded not long ago. We came here for 2 reasons. First, we want to make contributions in this chaotic world. Second, we want to earn glory and wealth for our families. However, being a spy, is not an easy thing to do. As long as you voluntarily withdraw, I will let bygones be bygones. As for those who voluntarily report, not only will they not be at fault, they will be rewarded. This seat solemnly promises this point here. Not only will I not pursue the matter, but I will also keep it a secret. As he spoke, his eyes slowly swept across the dozens of people below. Everyone who was looked at by him felt as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake. A cold feeling rose from their tailbones all the way to the back of their heads. From now on, I only have one afternoon and one evening. Xianxia coldly said, Pavilion Lord Qing and below, 2 people in a quarter of an hour. Everyone can go in and talk with me. From tomorrow morning, those who are indecisive will all be eliminated. I will not tolerate them. Pavilion Lords, do you have anything else to add? Xianxia asked. His current question was somewhat hypocritical. But as soon as he asked, Xianxia and Qin Yutong straightened their bodies and said, as long as Minister Chu makes a decision, we will follow it. Xianxia smiled with satisfaction and said, if that is the case, then from now on, I will wait for you at my place. After he finished speaking, he stood up and turned to leave. Behind him, everyone stood up at the same time and watched him leave. This minister is really amazing. Someone muttered. That's right. that eyesight and wisdom. There's really nothing to say. I don't feel guilty at all. But when he stares at me, I feel King lower my head. I feel guilty for no reason. Yes, I also have this feeling. I just don't know what level of martial arts this minister is at. Someone fancied endlessly. TSK, you don't understand. You are simply nitpicking. With Minister Chu's brain, even if he doesn't know martial arts, what can he do? Haven't you seen Diwu Qingro? That's true. But then again, this minister looks like he doesn't know anything about martial arts. He looks refined, weak, and handsome. But, one look at him makes people feel cold all over. As everyone was talking, they saw that Qingong had already stood up and was walking towards Chu Yang's room. Suddenly, there was another round of discussion. Guess, how many people will be eliminated this time? Who knows? But one is already dead. My goodness, that guy was with us every day, and we didn't even notice anything. To be honest, this minister really saved our lives this time. If we were to unknowingly go out on a mission like this. Hiss, that's true. When you say this, the back of my neck feels cold. Not long after, Qinong came back from inside and gave Qin Yutong a look. Qin Yutong sighed. And also went inside. Look, the two pavilion masters are already convinced. Since the establishment of Butian Pavilion, besides Butian Tai, who else can make the two pavilion masters so convinced? This minister is really, not simple. Tisk. What kind of joke is this? Right now, we are fighting for hegemony. One person's bravery can only decide one place. But superior wisdom can decide the country and the world. How can this be compared? Submitting to a person like the minister, without mentioning anything else, at least they won't die in vain. That makes sense. As one person after another entered, Chu Yang began to observe from the outside. When he entered his own room, he was still probing. However, after everyone had gone through once, he still did not find anything. Perhaps there was nothing inside. Perhaps there was someone else, but it was a sly old fox who would not easily give himself away. Chu Yang did not have high hopes of finding anything, so he simply let everyone pass. After everyone had gone through once, it was already close to midnight. The people waiting in the hall did not dare to move, and no one said they were hungry. They just waited obediently. Chu Yang finally walked out with a heavy face. His heavy face made everyone nervous. They looked at Chu Yang's face. It seemed that the situation was not good. Could it be that there were many people in the dark, under everyone's watchful eyes? Chu Yang finally opened his mouth. I am very sad. Chu Yang frowned and let out a long sigh. I thought that since everyone is from Iron Cloud, no matter how you look at it, you should have a passion and a deep love for your home and country. In front of you, our 2,800,000 brothers have already turned into souls, and I really did not think that we would. There was complete silence. It seemed like there really was such a thing. If you were from Great Zhao, then there would be nothing wrong with doing this. Because you are doing this for your country, for your home. But you are from Iron Cloud. For a few taels of silver, for the empty promise of others, you are willing to hand over tens of thousands of your countrymen to others? Let them trample on you? Let them humiliate you as they wish. Are you even human? Chu Yang seemed to be very emotional. His face was flushed red. The 70 or so martial great masters below kept quiet out of fear. I will say it again. If someone from Great Zhao committed such a crime, I will only kill him. But if it is someone from Iron Cloud, then I will exterminate his clan. Chu Yang asked sternly, everyone, do you think it should be done or not? It should be done. The crowd below shouted. It should be done. For this kind of bastard who forgot his ancestors, exterminating his clan is already a light punishment. It should be written into the history books and be cursed for all eternity. Since everyone can realize their mistakes, I will not say anything more. I only hope that everyone can take this as a warning. Let bygones be bygones. Everyone must remember that this is the only time in your life. Chu Yang said these words in an extremely heavy and dignified tone. It was clear that the people below had never betrayed him, but they seemed to feel guilty after hearing his words. 2,800,000 brave souls have already been sacrificed, but I haven't done anything. Listening to the minister's words, it seems that there are still spies, and there are still people who are wavering. This was simply infuriating. Next, I will announce the new division of power in Heaven Mending Pavilion. From today onwards, Heaven Mending Pavilion will be divided into 3 large groups. The first group will be called Iron and Blood, and will be directly responsible to me. Iron Blood, the blood of Iron Cloud. What we need is unreserved loyalty. Xianxia's eyes radiated a divine aura as he swept his gaze all around. He then said in a deep voice, "Everything in this world must be governed by laws. If the law is not strict, there will be omissions. If there are omissions, there will be losses. Once losses occur, it will be everyone's lives. Our Butian Pavilion's main purpose is to kill people, not to do business. Everyone must understand this point. Therefore, no matter who it is, they must obey Iron Blood unconditionally. Yes, I will follow the minister's instructions. Establishing Iron Blood in Heaven Mending Pavilion is a matter of course." Xianxia nodded. He only mentioned the first rule, and the entire Heaven Mending Pavilion was tightened by one step. Obey Iron Blood unconditionally. This phrase was not just for show. The second group will be called Fierce Blood. The fierce blood of Iron Cloud, ready to go on dangerous missions at any time. This is the fist of the entire Heaven Mending Pavilion. This group is the most important of the entire Heaven Mending Pavilion. Xianxia's eyes were full of trust as he looked at Xianxia. He sincerely said, "I believe that this great and difficult task belongs to none other than official Qing." Xianxia was startled. He took a step forward and clasped his hands together. "I will follow the minister's instructions." Xianxia actually saw through Xianxia's intentions very clearly. Xianxia wanted to gather all of Heaven Mending Pavilion's power in his hands. As long as Xianxia accepted the position of second group leader, then it would be the same as automatically resigning from the position of Pavilion Master. From then on, Heaven Mending Pavilion would no longer have a Pavilion Master, only a minister, but in the previous day, Xianxia had not only established his own authority, but also suppressed the prestige of the 2 original Pavilion Masters to the point where there was nothing left. Now, even if the 2 of them were still Pavilion Masters, they would only exist in name, they would not have any authority. Plus, the 2 of them made such a big mistake, they did not have the face to stay in the Pavilion Master position. At this time, they were full of guilt and regret. Xianxia's request hit their weak spot. If they protested, they would probably be booed by the entire group. Therefore, this position of second group leader was something that Xianxia had to accept, even if he did not want to accept. Xianxia's momentum had been established, Xianxia did not have the slightest room to fight back. Xianxia smiled with satisfaction and said, "Official Qing's martial power is extraordinary, you are a top expert in the world. I am completely at ease. Thank you for Minister Chu's praise." Xianxia smiled bitterly, thinking to himself, "This guy degraded me to the point that I'm worthless, stripped of my real power, lowered my position, and destroyed my reputation. Yet, I still have to thank him. Motherf asterisk Kerr, this world is really wonderful." The third group will be called. Xianxia pondered for a moment. His eyebrows raised, and he said decisively, "The third group will be called Tianji. All of Heaven Mending Pavilion's intelligence will be handed over to you. This is the lifeline of Heaven Mending Pavilion. If there is a mistake, it is our lives. Therefore, Tianji was the name of Mo Tianji. The master of calculation and manipulation, Mo Tianji, was the main culprit behind Xianxia's death in his previous life. Xianxia purposely used this name to call the intelligence department of Heaven Mending Pavilion that he was in charge of. There was still such a powerful enemy waiting for him in front. If he slacked off a little, he would be consigned to eternal damnation in Mo Tianji's hands. Mo Tianji's terror, no one knew better than Xianxia. "Minister Chu, I am willing to take on the role of the third group's captain. I will help Tianji and Minister Chu share the burden." Chen Yutong did not wait for Xianxia to finish speaking. He took a step forward and volunteered. Xianxia had already given in, what else could he do? He might as well do a favor at no cost. Otherwise, in the future, he would not even have a foothold in Heaven Mending Pavilion. This Minister Chu was personally brought here by Tianji, It could be said that the entire Iron Cloud nation appointed him. Why do I have to go against him? Chen Yutong thought to himself. Thank you, Captain Chen. Haha, I was just worried that there wasn't a wise and experienced leader in the Tianji First Bureau. Now that Lord Chen is willing to take up the role, I'm pleasantly surprised. Chu Yang said, overjoyed. Good. Lord Chen is indeed a good man. Chu Yang praised. Then, he changed his tone and said eagerly, Lord Chen, this Heavenly Secrets Division must be careful. No matter what the news is, it must be true. What I want is 100% certainty. Only then can I arrange for the Fierce Blood Brothers to carry out the mission. If, the Heavenly Secrets Division's responsibility is not small. Lord Chen, this is equivalent to the lives of everyone in Butian Pavilion in your hands. The burden on your shoulders is not light. Chen Yutong was furious. This guy's mouth is so dignified, but in reality, he is still seizing power. 100% certainty? This kind of thing, who can be 100% sure? Not to mention assassinating the enemy's generals, even marrying a wife could cause impotence at night. Once there is any news, this big captain will immediately discuss it with Minister Chu. Then, we will carefully analyze the pros and cons together with Minister Chu. We will create a perfect plan. Chen Yutong swallowed his anger and said, when the time comes, I hope Minister Chu can take some time out of his busy schedule to ask about the Heavenly Secrets Division's intelligence for the safety of our brothers. Chen Yutong had already fallen from his position as the Vice Pavilion Master. By saying that, he was basically handing over his position as the head of the intelligence agency to someone else. It meant that he was just a machine that collected intelligence without any decision-making ability. This. Chu Yang's face was awkward as he said, Lord Chen, there is no need to be like this. I was just saying. There is no other meaning. Besides, I am in charge of Iron Blood and the overall situation. I am already very busy. I am afraid I may not have the time. I hope Minister Chu can consider the overall situation. Think about our brothers. Chen Yutong was cursing this guy's shamelessness in his heart. It was clearly you who forced me to give up my power. Now, you are still hypocritically making all sorts of excuses, sigh. Chu Yang sighed and said reluctantly, since it is like this, forget it. I will fight with these old bones. The people below all curled their lips. Next, I will announce the division of the 3 big teams. Chu Yang quietly got rid of 2 pavilion masters and let them be the big team leaders. With all the power in his hands, he was secretly happy. However, the way Chu Yang casually assigned them made it seem as if he had been with these people for decades. What a person was good at, what a person wasn't good at, which person would be able to make the most out of the 3 brigades. Everything was in order. Every one of them was assigned to a position most suitable for them. The 3 groups of people stood separately in the hall. Their roles were clearly defined. One could imagine how much more effective this division of labor was compared to when everyone was squeezed together to eat from the same big pot. Chenong and Chen Yutong had some complaints in their hearts, but after seeing such a distribution, they couldn't help but be convinced. Without anyone noticing, Chu Yang completed his control over Butian Pavilion. Chu Yang looked at Heavenly Secrets, but in his heart, he was wondering how things were going on Gu Duxing's end. Within the imperial residence. Frowning, Tai Budian looked at the person before her. Wait a little longer. Opposite him sat 2 officials in luxurious robes, looking anxious. Both of them came because of Gu Duxing's occupation of Emerald Flow Lake. After all, Gu Duxing used a chicken feather as an arrow to command authority. They didn't dare to act rashly and could only come to ask for instructions. Who knew that since they arrived in the afternoon, it was already late at night? Tai Butian's attitude was extremely ambiguous. She didn't say yes, but also didn't say no. She just kept saying, wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. She had already said wait a little longer more than 10 times, but the 2 of them were not allowed to leave. Every time the 2 of them asked to go back, Her Highness would only say, wait a little longer. Their hearts were already like 15 buckets of water, up and down, up and down. Finally, a voice came from outside. Reporting to Her Highness, Official Qin requests an audience. Please enter the side hall. Saying this, Tai Budian slowly stood up. Please wait a little longer. I will be back soon. The two officials hurriedly nodded and smiled. She is very busy, please go ahead. Tai Budian nodded and walked out. Side hall. Xianxia strode in. After bowing to Tai Budian, he wanted to say something but stopped. How is it? Tai Budian asked quietly. He is too good at reading people. Xianxia stammered for a long time before finally squeezing out a sentence. The current Butian pavilion is already his world. Oh? He used his martial strength to intimidate? No, he found a traitor. He executed us on the spot and cut the Gordian knot with a swift knife, taking away my and Qin Yutong's power. From the beginning to the end, he was just a weak scholar. Xianxia sighed, his face full of shame. Oh? Tai Budian raised her head in shock and murmured, so fast? Yes. And the brothers below are all sincerely convinced by him. Sincerely convinced. Tai Budian stood up and paced back and forth a few steps. He also believed that Chu Yang would definitely be able to gain control of Butian Pavilion. But he really didn't expect it to be so fast. Moreover, he actually achieved such an effect without using his martial strength. This gave him a new understanding of Chu Yang's ability. After thinking for a while, she said, "You can go." Watching Xianxia walk out, Tai Budian raised her head and thought quietly. She murmured, since he has such ability, then why not give Emerald Flow Lake to him? What's the harm? You must know that if you suspect someone, don't use them. Chu Yang and Tai Budian first agreed that Emerald Flow Lake would only be a part of it. But now, Gu Duxing had completely taken over Emerald Flow Lake. This was worlds apart from the agreement. Even though it was beyond her expectations, Tai Budian still gave it to her. She was just waiting to see if Chu Yang could control Butian Pavilion. That was all. If he didn't have the ability and couldn't control it, then she wouldn't give anything. But now that Chu Yang had such ability, even if Chu Yang asked for the whole world, as long as Tai Budian could afford it, she would give it to him. The two officials in the hall communicated with each other with their eyes. They both had a bad premonition. It seemed like this Emerald Flow Lake official had really spoken. But, if it was true, the official only needed to say a few words to suppress this matter. Why drag it on like this? I've made the two of you wait for a long time. Tai Budian walked over slowly and said with a smile, I'd been caught up in some trivial matters and couldn't help myself. Please forgive me. The two hurriedly said they didn't dare. You were talking about Emerald Flow Lake, right? Tai Budian rubbed her forehead and said in distress, my memory is not very good. Yes, about Emerald Flow Lake. What instructions does the Grand Prince have? I heard, that person's attitude was very bad? Tai Budian frowned and asked with some displeasure. Grand Prince, that young man is really unreasonable. He actually sealed off the entire Emerald Flow Lake and made it his own. Moreover, he told the public that it was the Grand Prince's idea. This matter has caused a lot of public anger. If it isn't stopped soon, I'm afraid it will cause a big commotion in the capital. The person who spoke in front of Tai Budian was a fat man. Tai Butian's displeased tone and expression seemed to give him some kind of hint. He thought that Tai Budian was dissatisfied with that guy and couldn't help but feel emboldened. Great public anger? 'Cause a big commotion? Tai Budian raised the corner of her mouth and revealed a mocking smile. Official Wang, you are a great scholar. When I was young, I was taught by you and learned a lot. But when you say the words great public indignation, I am greatly disappointed. Official Wang was stunned and said, Grand Prince, I don't understand. He thought to himself, could it be that I guessed wrong? Official Wang's face immediately turned pale. How could he not know what Tai Butian was implying? The right Prime Minister was originally sentenced to be banished into the army. However, he died in prison without knowing why. After that, although Emerald Flow Lake appeared to be ownerless on the surface, it secretly belonged to your Wang clan. Tai Butian said indifferently, Official Wang, there are dozens of shops and properties around Emerald Flow Lake. There are 18 of them, but 37 of them have the surname Wang. However, the court has never bothered with this matter. First of all, the recent years have been filled with internal and external troubles. Second of all, the 3 people from the Imperial Censorate also have properties in Emerald Flow Lake. Although it is not much, it is enough to divide the remaining 31 families equally. Haha, the annual income is not small. It is very impressive. Third, I also hope that there will be a day when you can turn back. After all, it is not easy for Iron Cloud to train an official in the Imperial Court. Your own abilities are only one aspect. There is also the support of the Imperial Court, the reputation of the people, and your achievements. For the country and the people, you have made contributions. Haha. Tai Butian's tone was already tinged with coldness. The 2 officials trembled from head to toe. Their faces were dripping with sweat, and they felt as if their heads were spinning. This Emerald Flow Lake became the place where the 7 of you got rich and divided the spoils. Now, when the Imperial Court wants to expropriate it, you actually talk to me about the anger of the people? Where did this anger come from? Are you saying that the anger of the people is just the anger of the few of you? You want to manipulate the people's opinions to affect my decision. Tai Butian's eyes turned cold. He coldly shouted, Wang Ji. Do you really think that I am easy to bully because I am young? With a thump, the 2 trembled like sieves. Their legs felt weak. They finally could not stand and knelt on the ground. Tai Butian said coldly, What is it? Do I need to ask for your permission to expropriate Emerald Flow Lake? We do not dare. The 2 kowtowed like they were pounding garlic. At this moment, they were filled with regret. No matter what, they did not think that Emerald Flow Lake was really the intention of the Crown Prince. Moreover, the Crown Prince was so determined. Humph. Emerald Flow Lake is the property of the country. It is a scenic spot in Iron Cloud Citadel, but you are using it to fill your own pockets. This is ridiculous. As officials of the Imperial Court, all of you are receiving a salary from the Imperial Court, yet you still. This truly makes me feel extremely pained. Tai Butian painfully said, Forget it. After all, I am still an old official. I don't want to go too far. Official Wang, please inform the other families. Half of the profits from Emerald Flow Lake will be handed over to the National Treasury. Go back. Yes, thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. The 2 of them kowtowed again and again as sweat poured down like rain. It was as if they had taken a trip around the gates of hell. Do you still need me to send a copy of the account book to compare with these families? Just as the 2 of them were thanking her profusely and retreating out of the door, Tai Butian seemed to be muttering something to herself. Instantly, the 2 of them tumbled down the stairs again, battered and exhausted. Tai Butian's gaze turned cold as she watched the 2 of them leave in a sorry state. He had been waiting for news from Chu Yang. But, he was also waiting for these people to tell him the truth. Now that she had ascertained Chu Yang's abilities, Tai Butian made her decision. If there was still no result, then Tai Butian planned to keep the 2 of them for another day. Butian Pavilion is finally taking shape. Tai Butian looked at the hazy moonlight outside the window and finally sighed. Since the establishment of Butian Pavilion, it was just a gimmick to prop up this structure. Tai Butian was a crown prince in name, but in reality, he was a monarch. Where would he find the time to manage Butian Pavilion? Now that Chu Yang had arrived, it could be said that this gap had been filled. Uncle Ing, what do you think Chu Yang will do to Butian Pavilion? Tai Butian seemed to be talking to herself. The air in front of her suddenly became dense and fluctuated. It was as if the space in front of her had inexplicably distorted. An illusory shadow appeared just like that. It was like a ghost. With a dry and low voice, it said, You shouldn't be asking me about this matter. I am not asking you, but I want to see you. Tai Butian said softly, You are my biggest support, but you are so unwilling to appear. After not seeing you for a few days, I kept wanting to talk to you. Only after confirming your existence will I be able to sleep at night. Haha. Ying's illusory eyes also seemed to fluctuate. He said hoarsely, Your Highness, don't worry. With the 2 of us here, no one in lower 3 heavens can kill you. Tai Butian smiled and nodded. She muttered, So tired. She slowly took 2 steps back and fell on the bed. She murmured, Uncle Xing, you should also rest. The air was distorted again. Ing slowly floated and disappeared. Tai Butian had already closed her eyes on the bed. Within here, she was very relieved. Even though she did not know what level Brother Ying was at, one thing was clear: if not for Brother Ying, perhaps Diwu Qingro would have already taken her head. When Chang'an returned from Tai Butian's place, it was already the second half of the night. He walked to his room and was about to push the door open. Suddenly, he was startled. He said in a low voice, "Who is in my room?" "It's me," a clear voice said. Then, the candlelight in the room lit up. "So it's Minister." Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. He pushed the door open and entered. In the room, Chu Yang was sitting upright on a chair. His eyes were cold as he looked at Chang'an. "I don't know why Minister came in the middle of the night. What advice do you have?" Chang'an did not know why, but his heart was beating like a drum. Chang'an clearly felt that the opponent's strength was weak, and that he could kill him with just a stretch of his hand, but he felt a sense of wariness towards this seemingly weak youth. To him, this was truly an unimaginable thing. "I don't dare to give advice." Chu Yang smiled and said, "It's just that in the afternoon, my words were not very appropriate. Regarding the change of position, I did not inform Captain Qing beforehand. My heart is very uneasy." "Not at all. Minister Chu's methods are brilliant. In one move, you caught the traitor and removed the hidden danger for Butian Pavilion. Moreover, you used thunderous methods to turn Butian Pavilion into a fighting force in the shortest time possible. I am very impressed," Chang'an said with a smile. "Well, so you're saying that Captain Qing approves of what I've done?" Chu Yang smiled. Of course, of course. I approve." Chang'an nodded repeatedly. He was still guessing Chu Yang's real purpose for coming here. His heart was a little nervous and a little guilty. "Ah, His Highness did not say anything, right?" Chu Yang said with a smile. "Ah, he did not say anything, he did not say anything." "Ah?" Chang'an said half of his words before suddenly coming back to his senses. He looked at Chu Yang dumbfoundedly. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. "It's good that he did not say anything." Chu Yang stood up and nodded lightly. "Actually, I was hoping that he would say something." "Haha, Official Qing must be tired from running around. You are already so old. Don't work too hard. Haha, rest early." Just like that, he opened the door and left. Qing Yang's head was full of cold sweat. His whole body was cold. Ever since the matter at Butian Pavilion was settled, he left through the secret passage and went to the imperial residence as fast as he could. Then, he told them everything in the shortest amount of time and came back as fast as he could. All of this took less than a quarter of an hour, but Chu Yang already knew everything and was waiting for him here. Even if it was Tai Butian who informed Chu Yang, it would not be so fast. Chang'an suddenly knew that this young man's thoughts were as deep as the ocean. In front of him, no one could hide. This time, even though he did not say anything, it was clear that he was here to give him a warning. "Your whereabouts are all in my hands. Do not have any devious ideas, or you will regret it." That was what he meant. Chang'an let out a deep sigh as he watched the figure leave in a carefree manner. Walking in the night wind, Chu Yang felt very refreshed. He had always been paying attention to Chang'an, because he was 100% sure that Chang'an was Tai Butian's representative in Butian Pavilion. Chang'an might be an expert, but he was definitely not a qualified leader. The reason why he became the pavilion master before Chu Yang came was, first, because his strength was the highest among the people present, and second, because he was reliable. Otherwise, Tai Butian would not let an outsider become the pavilion master of Butian Pavilion. Moreover, Tai Butian, the initiator, did not hold any leadership position in Butian Pavilion. That was because Tai Butian trusted Chang'an. Chu Yang did not believe that Tai Butian would let Butian Pavilion go like this. Therefore, when the matter was over and Chang'an was nowhere to be seen, Chu Yang knew that this guy must have rushed to report to Tai Butian. After all, such a big change in power in Butian Pavilion must be immediately notified to Tai Butian. Therefore, Chu Yang went to Qing Yang's room in advance to wait. This kind of feeling was not good. Chu Yang wanted complete control. Having an informant by his side was not a good feeling. However, directly getting rid of him was obviously not possible. Therefore, Chu Yang had to suppress this feeling and influence to the minimum. You are Tai Tai's person, fine. But with me, even if you are a dragon, you have to coil up, even if you are a tiger, you have to lie down. If I don't agree, don't think about making any waves. Don't think that just because you are Tai Tai's most trusted person, this place is Tai's territory. Chu Yang snorted twice. Then, he let out a strange and sinister laugh. His sinister voice spread out in the night wind. A crying baby by the roadside suddenly fell silent, walking all the way to Emerald Flow Lake. Even with Chu Yang's superior mental strength, he was still shocked by the situation in front of him. The wall-like perimeter wall had already begun to take shape. The originally quiet and elegant Emerald Flow Lake was now deep into the night, but it was still hot and humid. There were also many big and burly men carrying whips overseeing the work. On top of the pavilion on the island in the middle of the lake, Gudu Xing crossed his arms. His eyes were cold as he looked around. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stood motionless. He just stood there without moving, but the entire Emerald Flow Lake seemed to have entered a cold autumn. In the pavilion below, there was a mess. Taking a closer look, it turned out that the bodies of dozens of people had been thrown there. They were not dead, but they were half dead. They were all moaning weakly, but no one dared to curse. One of the men moaned loudly. Gudu Xing on the pavilion frowned and coldly said, "Noisy." With a bang, half of a tile fell from the sky and hit the place where the man's leg was broken. Then, the sound of cold air being sucked in could be heard. The extreme pain of wanting to cry out but not being able to make a sound rose up. Everyone at the side suddenly shuddered. Chu Yang was confused as he walked closer. Then, he suddenly slapped his head. "It's all my fault. I didn't tell Gudu Xing clearly that he only needed to occupy the center of the island. In the end, this guy actually occupied the entire Emerald Flow Lake, but this is too big, isn't it? You came?" Gudu Xing floated down from the pavilion like a cloud and stood in front of Chu Yang. Other than the time when he got drunk and his face melted, he immediately regained his zombie-like coldness after sobering up. "Ah, what happened?" Chu Yang pointed at the surroundings. I occupied the entire Emerald Flow Lake." Gudu Xing casually said. "It looked like a lot of money. Plus, we were in pursuit of speed. So, I hired all the construction teams that I could." Chu Yang staggered. "Then what happened to these people?" He pointed at the group of people on the ground who had their limbs broken by Gudu Xing. "This is a small matter. It's not worth mentioning." Gudu Xing casually said, "I heard that this place used to belong to a few big officials. These people are their servants." "Oh, most of them are housekeepers. Originally, there were a lot of them, but they were all beaten back by me." Gudu Xing rolled his eyes and coldly said, "Just a few officials from a secular country. They actually dared to stop us from doing our job. Their guts are too big." Chu Yang rubbed his forehead and carefully asked, "Did you beat anyone to death?" He secretly prayed in his heart that this master didn't beat a lot of people to death. If that happened, it would be really hard to clean up. Even if Tai Butian had to clean up after him, he still needed to be reasonable, right? Forcefully occupying other people's place and beating their people to death. It seemed like the side in the right wasn't on his side. Looking around, there were a lot of injured people, but there didn't seem to be any corpses. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Gudu Xing's words put Chu Yang's heart at ease. He continued, "But I only killed a dozen or so people. It's not a big deal. Besides, it's bad luck to leave corpses here. I got people to take them away." Chu Yang trembled and his face darkened. Finally, he was speechless and raised his thumb. "You're ruthless. A great man has to be ruthless." Gudu Xing lightly said, "Whoever is ruthless enough will be able to live." Chu Yang was speechless. He waved his hand and said, "I'm going to sleep." "Wait. What?" "It's your turn to watch for a while. I've been watching for a day. I'm going to practice my sword for a while and then rest." Gudu Xing left without looking back. Before he left, he said, "There's no place to sleep here. The previous ones have all been torn down by me. You can meditate." Chu Yang ordered people to bring the injured to the shore. When he went to look for Gudu Xing again, he was already gone. Chu Yang stood quietly for a while. Shaking his head, he found a secluded place near the water and sat down cross-legged. He activated the Heaven Tribulation divine technique. For Chu Yang, sleeping every day was the best time to cultivate. He would not give up on this little bit of time. As his thoughts sank into his sea of consciousness, Chu Yang took a deep breath. Everything between heaven and earth seemed to return to silence. Slowly, his mind became undistracted. The lake of his heart became tranquil. In this noisy construction site, he captured a tranquility that was similar to the tranquility of heaven and earth. On the other side, Gudu Xing, who was practicing his sword, was startled. He jumped out and looked at Chu Yang from afar. His heart was in shock. How is this possible? Only a fourth-grade martial warrior? Although Gudu Xing was practicing his sword, he had always been paying attention to Chu Yang's movements. Since the day he said the word brother, Gudu Xing's heart suddenly felt like it had something to rely on. He felt like he still had a relative in this world, Chu Yang. The two of them did not talk about age, but Gudu Xing knew that Chu Yang was younger than him. But Chu Yang, who he had never met before, gave him hope. Chu Yang helped him when he was at the end of the road, and gave him the path to the peak. Since the day Chu Yang said, Gu Miaoling cannot be let down, so I will help you. In Gudu Xing's heart, Chu Yang was not only his benefactor, but also his brother. A brother who entrusted his life to him. If it was before, Gudu Xing only had two concerns in his heart, his foster father and sister Xiaomiao. But now, there was one more, Chu Yang. Although Chu Yang looked mature and steady, Gu Duxing knew that this kind of maturity and steadiness could only be tempered through too many things and too many hardships. Every time he thought of this, Gu Duxing felt his heart ache. Compared to Chu Yang, Gu Duxing felt that he was much luckier. When he was young, at least he experienced the love and care of his parents. After the tragedy of his family, his foster father also took care of him. It could be said that he did not suffer much. But Chu Yang, Gu Duxing felt that Chu Yang was like a little brother who had been urged to mature. He needed to protect and take care of him. There was no reason for this feeling, it was just natural. He always thought that Chu Yang's cultivation was higher than his, but he never thought that Chu Yang's cultivation was only a fourth-grade martial warrior. So tonight, when he saw Chu Yang practicing, he was shocked. Then he thought, nonsense, so what if he is a fourth-grade martial warrior? With me here, who can do anything to him? Even if he has no cultivation, would I, Gudu Xing, betray my brother? With this thought, he felt relieved. But just as he raised his sword, he was shocked again. He could not help but turn his head again. This time, he used so much force that he almost twisted his neck. Chu Yang over there, how did he enter a meditative state? Gudu Xing felt that he could not understand. A mere fourth-grade martial warrior entered a meditative state as soon as he sat down? This is simply monstrous. Even a martial great master would not be this fast, right? Gudu Xing opened his eyes wide. The construction site on the shore suddenly seemed to be far away, separated from this world. A gentle breeze came, and the lake water gently moved, slowly beating against the shore. Wave after wave, it was endless. Chu Yang seemed to have vaguely heard the sound of the lake. His spirit light flashed. His divine technique was still operating, but he separated a strand of his divine will to pay attention to the gentle sound of the waves crashing against the shore. Slowly, in his consciousness, a tranquil small lake seemed to appear. The lake water was boundless. At this moment, Chu Yang's mind entered a deeper level of tranquility. It was as if he had suddenly been pulled away from this world and was immersed in that small lake of consciousness. On the other side, Gudu Xing was sighing. This Chu Yang is really abnormal. With such aptitude, why should I worry that he won't be able to catch up with me in a short time? Entering a meditative state as soon as he sat down, I really have to hand it to him. However, just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly felt that Chu Yang's aura had become faintly discernible. He couldn't help but jerk his head back and rub his eyes in disbelief. This guy, as soon as he sat down, he entered a meditative state. In just a few breaths, he actually entered a state where he forgot about everything around him. Gu Duxing almost cried out in surprise. One must know that this state of forgetfulness was a state that could only be forcefully entered after meditating for at least 2 hours. This was the highest level of cultivation. Only by reaching this level would one be able to harmonize their heart and harmonize their mind and spirit. This level of cultivation was twice as fast as the meditation level. Xianxia entered so easily? What a freak. The corners of Gu Duxing's mouth revealed a hint of a bitter smile. Originally, he thought that with his aptitude, he was a genius that was hard to come by in 3 days. Who would have thought that this guy who was younger than him would mercilessly crush his greatest self-confidence? Inside his consciousness, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the endless waves without any fatigue, he seemed to have understood something. These waves didn't have much strength, but they kept surging up, retreating, surging up again, and retreating again. There wasn't the slightest bit of irritation. Xianxia couldn't help but think, if a person's cultivation was like these waves, without joy from external gains, without sorrow from personal losses, without impatience. I wonder how fast I would improve. As he watched, he slowly felt that the internal energy in his body seemed to have become waves after waves of endless waves, circulating along his meridians. Round after round, it circulated peacefully and steadily. At this moment, Xianxia's mental state suddenly advanced to a higher level. He felt that in this whole world, there was suddenly no man, no self, no object, no desire, nothing existed. His body seemed to have become this gentle lake water, gently surging up and then gently retreating. In this process, he was enjoying himself, sweet and tranquil. It seemed that even until the end of time, he would never lose his patience. In the distance, Gu Duxing looked over with his mouth agape like a hippopotamus. The sword in his hand silently fell to the ground. Gu Duxing collapsed. God, save me, tell me this isn't real, how is this possible? Gu Duxing pulled his hair until he felt intense pain. Only then did he come back to his senses. Heavens, the legendary oneness of heaven and man, deep comprehension, appeared in front of me just like that. Just now, when he noticed the abnormal situation, he didn't turn back. He even prayed silently in his heart to let Xianxia stay in that state for a while longer. It would be best if he could continue like this. This would be very beneficial for his cultivation. But he didn't expect that something even stranger would happen next. His eyes clearly saw Xianxia sitting there, but he couldn't sense Xianxia's existence anymore. There was only one explanation for this situation: oneness of heaven and man, deep comprehension. This had already surpassed the level of cultivation. It was completely a legendary realm. This kind of realm could only appear in the martial king realm, and it didn't appear often. It was a realm that could only be entered occasionally in deep comprehension. Legend had it that every time one entered this realm, they would definitely gain something, but how rare was this kind of situation? One had to maintain absolute silence and absolutely couldn't be disturbed. After several hours of meditation, one would be in a state of forgetfulness, searching bitterly. And one couldn't be impatient. Once one was impatient, one wouldn't be able to enter. Everything had to go with the flow. Once one was disturbed, all the previous efforts would be wasted, and one's realm would drop. But Xianxia, he was surrounded by such a noisy construction site, and beside the splashing lake water, yet he entered the deep comprehension of oneness of heaven and man just like that. Was there still justice in this world? Gu Duxing sat on the ground. His butt sat on a sharp stone, but he didn't feel it. Xianxia was in a state of deep comprehension, but he was experiencing it to his heart's content. At this moment, the space at the sword tip of Calamity Sword silently opened, as if it was swallowing something. In the lake, a dense fog that couldn't be seen with the naked eye slowly condensed. It rose up and circled in the air, as if it was being pulled by something invisible. It slowly approached Xianxia's body, and then quickly penetrated into it, disappearing without a trace. Slowly, the surface of the lake was covered by another layer of dense fog, and another layer. After an unknown amount of time, 2 hours, 4 hours, Gu Duxing, who had been sitting there in a daze, was already covered in dew. Even his temples were full of frost, but he still didn't feel it. This was because he was looking at the fluctuation of energy around Xianxia's body. Xianxia's realm was rising little by little, and it was only during this short period of time that Gu Duxing could feel Xianxia's existence. 4th grade martial warrior, 4th grade martial warrior, upper 4th grade martial warrior, peak, breakthrough, 5th grade martial warrior. Gu Duxing searched for all the words in his mind and found that there was no word that could describe someone like Xianxia. This was already beyond the category of human. the higher the rank of a martial artist, the harder it is. Every rank is divided into different grades. Every grade is divided into different grades. Since ancient times, who didn't take one step at a time, slowly accumulating and then breaking through, martial artist? Of course, it is very low. It is not strange to use elixirs to increase a few ranks at once. However, they didn't take any elixirs. They just cultivated and advanced like this. Since ancient times, the person who advanced the fastest was Xianxia of the upper three heavens. He was a living legend. When he was young, he broke through to the martial artist level and set a record for advancing one rank in 3 days. Since ancient times, no one has been able to break it, but today, Xianxia saw with his own eyes a freak who broke through one rank in just 2 hours. He witnessed a miracle with his own eyes. Xianxia groaned in his throat, feeling extremely inferior for a moment. Oh my god, it's not over yet. Xianxia's eyes widened again because he felt a slight fluctuation in Yang's energy. 5th grade martial artist, even a bolt from the blue could not describe Xianxia's feelings at this moment. He was already numb. 5th grade martial artist is high, peak of 5th grade martial artist, rank, oh my god, it finally stopped. If it doesn't stop, I will vomit blood. It stopped at the peak of 5th grade. Xianxia banged his head on the ground and silently prayed, being with this freak is too much of a blow to my self-esteem. I am also a genius But compared to him, I will just take a knife and slit my own throat. In less than 2 hours, he advanced 2 ranks. Xianxia felt as if he had just had a dream. An unbelievable, absurd, and unimaginable dream. Yang finally woke up from that wonderful state. Almost at the same time as he woke up, Calamity Sword's voice sounded in Yang's mind. You finally comprehended the power of heaven and earth. This voice was full of gratification. Power of heaven and earth? Yang was puzzled. This is the power of heaven and earth? This is still far from the real power of heaven and earth. This is a very insignificant one. Because you were by the lake, what you comprehended was naturally the gentle power of the lake water. This can also be considered a coincidence. In your previous life, you were so poor that you were blinded by hatred and obsession that you couldn't comprehend anything. I didn't expect that I would be able to comprehend one so early in this life. Oh? Water is divided into tangible and intangible forces. The tangible forces include the roaring force of the raging sea, the destructive force of the mountain torrents, the nourishing force of the heavens will, and the violent force of the heavens will. What you have comprehended is the gentle force of the tangible forces. What's the use of this power? Using gentleness to conquer strength, the voice said. How you use it is up to you. Heavenly tribulation, powerless can't be used. Oh, so to say, mountains, rivers, seas, lakes, forests, earth, wind, thunder, rain, snow, clouds, and stars are all different kinds of forces? Yang pondered and asked. I can't say. If you can comprehend it, it's your good fortune. If you can't comprehend it, you won't be able to comprehend it no matter what I tell you. This is an opportunity, and also your ability to comprehend. The voice became ethereal and slowly disappeared. Then your existence, isn't it to guide me to obtain this opportunity? Yang asked. The voice didn't answer, as if it had already fallen asleep. But Yang already understood that the tribulation sword wasn't omnipotent. If he wanted to reach the peak, he still had to rely on himself. Whether it was the tribulation sword or the heavenly tribulation technique, although they had souls, they weren't him. Only when his efforts were there would the tribulation sword give him appropriate hints. If he didn't work hard enough, then even if he grasped the world's #1 miracle, he would still be a loser. He would still be a loser, Yang pondered. However, this little reminder was enough. Because this reminder had opened up a vast and boundless sky for Yang in the martial way. Originally, when Yang cultivated, he could only see one path. But now, he could see the heavens and earth, the universe's firmament. Sighing comfortably, Yang stood up, only to feel the joints all over his body crackling. Looking at the sky, Yang was a little surprised. He had only sat for less than 4 hours. Why did he have this kind of feeling? He wouldn't feel tired, but the crackling of his joints was something that would only happen when he sat for an entire night. But usually, when he sat for an entire night to feel this kind of movement, he would feel a little tired. But today, he felt incomparably relaxed, as if he had unlocked some kind of shackle. His whole body felt light as if he was about to fly, as if he didn't cultivate for an entire night, but instead fell into a deep sleep. He tried to raise his energy, and the energy in his dantian suddenly came up, instantly circulating one round in his meridians. Yang suddenly felt that something was wrong, and hurriedly circulated one more round. Unknowingly, his mouth opened wide. The two acupuncture points that his energy couldn't reach normally were actually unobstructed this time. He actually broke through unknowingly. Yang couldn't help but feel excited. Could it be that he had only cultivated for 4 hours, and actually advanced by 2 stages? This is too amazing, isn't it? Just as he was secretly feeling happy, a face suddenly appeared in front of him. Opening his eyes, he saw Gudu Xing's haggard face. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared fiercely at Yang. His expression was ferocious, completely different from the usual cold zombie face. What's wrong? Yang was very surprised. What happened? Gudu Xing gritted his teeth and growled in a low voice. What did happened? Yang scratched his head, unable to make sense of it. Puzzled, he asked, what happened? Gudu Xing went crazy. He jumped up and roared, how did you do it? What do you mean how did I do it? Yang was confused. You. Hello. Gudu Xing stood up, madly circled around in place, and lowered his head again. The tip of his nose almost touched Yang's. You. Are you going to tell me? How did you do it? In 4 hours, he had risen 2 ranks. Gudu Xing almost cried out. This guy is actually still playing dumb. Oh, you're talking about this. Yang scratched his head innocently. To be honest, even I don't know. When I woke up this morning, I found out that I had advanced by 2 stages, and I was secretly delighted. You don't know? Secretly delighted? Gudu Xing only felt stars in front of his eyes. He was completely confused by the lakeside. He groaned twice, rolled his eyes a few times, stomped his feet, and took 2 deep breaths, trying hard to suppress his surging blood. Only then did he realize that this kind of thing, the person involved really didn't know. Especially Yang, who was still a martial warrior rookie, it was even more impossible for him to know. This was a great opportunity. And all of this had happened unknowingly. If Yang had felt it, and knew clearly, then this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. I really don't know. Yang said innocently, I just cultivated and advanced. Don't say any more, ugh. Gudu Xing waved his hand in despair. Looking at Yang's perplexed face, he almost wanted to punch it, too depressing. Such a muddle-headed person actually leveled up for no reason. He doesn't even know how rare such a situation is. I've been pursuing this realm for so many years, but I haven't entered it even once. Thinking of this, Gudu Xing suddenly had an urge to cry. I'm the one who needs to level up the most. Yang had no choice. How could he not want Gudu Xing to level up as soon as possible? After all, he was weak now. Leveling up by 1 or 2 levels was not of much use. But Gudu Xing was now a 5th grade sword great master. Even if he leveled up by 1 grade, it would also increase his combat power by a huge margin. But things like comprehension depended on one's comprehension and luck. If Gudu Xing didn't have the luck and told him what he had comprehended, it would delay him instead. It would cause him to never enter the realm that he had just told him about. What was yours. What others comprehended, no matter what, it was still their thoughts. How could it be the same? If Gudu Xing comprehended, then Yang would give him a hint, just like what the sword spirit did to Yang. That would be the best result. But if Gudu Xing didn't comprehend, then it would be useless no matter what he said. Yang understood this, and so did Gudu Xing. So the two of them became depressed. Then, how did you enter that realm? Gudu Xing asked with a glimmer of hope. But just as he said it, he shook his head. Forget it, I guess you don't know this either. That kind of mysterious realm, if you knew, you wouldn't be able to enter. Brilliant. You know so much. Yang gave him a thumbs up and praised him. But this praise made Gudu Xing's face turn red and white. He was even more depressed. I don't know how I entered, and I don't know why I leveled up. I can't tell you what I comprehended, but I only know one thing. Chu Yang looked at Gu Duxing and said slowly, that is, you're too anxious. You must know that more haste, less speed. The more anxious you are, the more you won't get anything. You won't be able to enter any realm. Blindly training will only cripple you. Gu Duxing was stunned. Suddenly, he straightened his body and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Chu Yang's words woke Gu Duxing up, as if he had been enlightened. He remained silent for a while. His breathing became calm before he slowly said, yes, I was too impatient. This is my inner demon. After all, your comprehension and advancement are your own business, your own destiny. As for me, I have my own insights and opportunities. Why force it? I just need my own. Chu Yang smiled and said deeply, everything depends on oneself in the end. This sentence was the deepest realization he had just had. He couldn't tell Gu Duxing what he had learned about martial arts, it would only harm him. But it didn't matter if he had some insights about life. Rely on yourself. Gu Duxing's right hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. His whole body was like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed, emitting a sharp aura. His eyes gradually lit up. Relying on oneself did not mean that one should reject the help of friends and be alone for the rest of one's life. Rather, he had to rely on himself, and his state of mind had to depend on himself. Gu Duxing naturally understood this point. Chu Yang. Brother. You've helped me again. Gu Duxing looked at the sky that was about to brighten in the east and said softly. You said that if there was a mountain of knives in front of me and I stepped on you, you would have no complaints. Chu Yang smiled and said, then what's wrong with me helping you once in advance before crossing the mountain of knives? Gu Duxing smiled. His smile was filled with rare warmth. He repeated softly, yes, if there was a mountain of knives in front of you, I would let you step on me to cross it. He said this very softly, almost no sound came out. Chu Yang only saw his lips moving and didn't hear it. But Gu Duxing knew that this was tantamount to making an oath. He also knew that although Chu Yang was joking just now, Gu Duxing believed that if there was a mountain of knives in front of him one day, Chu Yang would probably make the same choice as him. Some words didn't need to be said. Keeping it in one's heart was better than anything else. So Gu Duxing didn't say it out loud. It was equivalent to saying it from his own mouth into his own heart. After tomorrow, the walls here should be built. I'll also let them build the rooms here. I want to go out once. Gu Duxing looked at the gently rippling lake water and said, we'll just sit here. The experts won't come looking for us. I'll go and choose a few people and also kill a few people. Good. Then, leave this place to me. Gu Duxing said slowly, I'm also taking advantage of an opportunity to leave home this time. A vision of heaven and earth appeared and the heavens changed. The entire lower three heavens and upper three heavens have people coming down to train. And they are all outstanding people from their own clans or clans. Before he finished, Chu Yang understood what he meant. You mean, you want to pull these people in? But his heart was moved. Vision of heaven and earth? Gathering in the lower three heavens? Clan training? What does this mean? In my previous life, such things didn't happen. With these guys in the lower three heavens, what will happen? What will fate be like? What will the situation of the continent be like? Will there be any impact? Gu Duxing thought for a while and still shook his head. He said, I'm not sure. After thinking again, he still shook his head and sighed. He said, I'm not sure either. Chu Yang smiled. He understood what Gu Duxing meant by I'm not sure. First, I'm not sure if I can pull them in. Those people are all geniuses. How can they be willing to submit to others? Second, even if I pull one in, if they don't want to be controlled and even want to take over, I'm not sure if I can stop or kill them. After all, how can these little ancestors not bring along powerful bodyguards when they come out? With the strength of Chu Yang and Gu Duxing, they are still too weak, your foster father's two sons. Who came down this time? Chu Yang asked. Both of them came down. Gu Duxing smiled lightly. Only the two of them are competing. How can they not decide who's better? Gu Duxing's smile had a hint of mockery. How about getting rid of them? Chu Yang seriously suggested, they used to bully you and can't tolerate you. Have you ever thought about this? Gu Duxing's body shook. He looked at Chu Yang with a complicated gaze. He said softly, if I could kill them, I would have done so long ago. He turned around and said quietly, no matter how wrong they are still foster father's sons. Foster father only has these 2 sons. Plus, they are sister Xiaomiao's brother. If they die, I'm afraid foster father and sister Xiaomiao will collapse. And the entire Gu clan will have no successor. Actually, I want to kill them more than you do. But I will never kill them. Because of the Gu clan, because of foster father's kindness to me. Because of sister Xiaomiao. Gu Duxing said softly, if they are in danger, I will still protect them. He smiled bitterly. Very contradictory, right? Gu Duxing. Chu Yang said sincerely, you are a real man. No, you should be a man. If you kill, you are a man. If you don't kill, you are a man. If you kill, you are a man. If you don't kill, you are a man. Gu Duxing murmured. After a while, he smiled. He shook his head and didn't say anything. He stood there quietly for a while. Looking at the eastern sky, he took a deep breath and said, it's daybreak. I'm leaving. I will be back in a month at the latest. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Chu Yang to reply. He shook his arms and soared into the sky like a big bird. He didn't use the pontoon bridge. Instead, he stepped on the water's surface twice and reached the opposite shore. He waved his hand from afar. His body shook twice and disappeared. Chu Yang quietly stood by the lakeside, slowly familiarizing himself with the increased strength in his body, as if he was waiting for something. In the morning, this huge construction site became a sea of noise. After Tai Butian reprimanded the 2 officials last night, the big officials no longer dared to come and ask for the land and property back. However, this did not stop them from asking for an explanation. After all, his family's servants and warriors were either dead or injured, and several of the team leaders' butlers were all detained. This caused an uproar among the nobles of Iron Cloud Citadel. Some came to ask for an explanation, some came to watch the fun, and some came from the capital's government to mediate the situation. It was very lively. However, this chaos only lasted for less than 15 minutes before rumbling sounds came from all directions. Groups of cavalry rushed out from all directions. The cavalry at the front yelled, His Majesty has decreed that the military is recruiting Emerald Flow Lake for military service. If anyone dares to stop him, he will be treated as a traitor. His entire family will be executed, and his entire clan will be implicated. Several groups of cavalry galloped back and forth a few times. This imperial decree was shouted a dozen times. Then, they jumped off their horses and placed 2 soldiers in each direction. The rest of the cavalry roared and left in a cloud of dust. From beginning to end, they did not even look at the people who wanted to cause trouble on the lakeside. However, the power of this imperial decree was obvious. The people from the big clans looked at each other and ran away with their tails between their legs. Chu Yang stayed in the pavilion with his eyes closed. He did not make any noise. Only when the cavalry left did he slightly open his eyes. His eyes flashed with a satisfied smile. Tai Butian's actions were quite satisfactory. It also showed that she valued Chu Yang very much. Then, I'll help you with your internal affairs. Chu Yang smiled and stood up. When Chu Yang arrived at Butian Pavilion, it was already noon. Chilong and the others were busy working. According to the clues they found yesterday, they investigated all kinds of information and worked very hard. From morning until now, 3 groups of people had already been sent out to carry out missions. When the people in the pavilion saw Chu Yang arrive, they were all in awe. Tell the 3 groups that have already been sent out that along the way, no matter what happens, they must record it in detail. The entire process must be recorded without missing a single detail. Chu Yang said, in addition, the people that the Butian Xian Martial Arts Museum is recruiting must be confirmed as soon as possible. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. The experts recruited by the Jixian Martial Arts Hall must sign their names if they pass the examination. Got it? Qinglong and Qin Yutong's hearts shivered. Minister, are you saying that there is also a spy in Jixian Martial Hall? I didn't say that. But, it's better to be careful. If something happens, we can follow the vine to the melon, and find some clues that we didn't notice before. Yang smiled and said, in addition, the cultivation hall needs to be equipped with some auxiliary equipment. Everyone who is not on a mission at home can go and cultivate. Qinglong and Qin Yutong both rolled their eyes. Wasn't this the same as managing Butian Pavilion like an army? Would that work? In addition, the Crown Prince has decreed that anyone who comes to Jixian Tavern to apply for a job with a cultivation level above that of a martial warrior will be given 100 taels of silver if they are accepted. Those who perform meritorious deeds will be rewarded with gold and silver. They will also be given official positions and titles according to their merits. The highest rank can be an important official in the imperial court, a governor of the border, or even a duke. Ah? An important official of the imperial court. A governor of the border, a duke? Qinglong and Qin Yutong's eyes immediately widened. Minister, isn't this too? Qu Yang said casually, if there is no reward and no future, who would risk their lives? Do you really think that those who come to Butian Pavilion are all people with aspirations for the country and the people? Aspiring people also need to eat. They also need to have a wife, and wealth. He looked at the two with a smile and said, even you are the same. Qinglong and Qin Yutong looked at each other and saw the light in each other's eyes. Did the Crown Prince really say that? Qinglong still did not believe it. He felt that he was a revered martial artist. Even though he was not considered a master in lower three heavens, he could still dominate a region. If he wanted to make a name for himself, it would not be difficult. If Tai Butian really did make such a promise, then he would have to work harder and work harder. I can testify to this. Qu Yang said seriously. Qinglong and Qin Yutong's eyes showed uncontrollable joy. Order people to bring all the information of Ironcloud's officials to me. I will start with Ironcloud Citadel. I want officials of 5th rank and above. If the level is too low, it will be boring. Qu Yang left these words and turned to leave. There was one thing he did not say. If the level is too low, Diwu Qingro would not need to waste his effort. As for the reward Qu Yang mentioned, 100 silver taels was naturally not much. The important thing was, the feudal officials, nobles, and dukes, this was the most attractive. This was especially true for the grassy Jianghu. In this era where talents were sought after, it was common for bandits to run rampant. It was even more unthinkable. Qu Yang could foresee that once this notice was posted, it would cause a sensation. The news that Qu Yang wanted to transfer the information of officials was immediately reported to Tai Butian. Tai Butian immediately rushed over as if his boat was on fire. Mr. Chu, you want to reorganize the court officials? Tai Butian had not yet sat down and asked hurriedly. Oh, is that not possible? Qu Yang asked. Tai Butian smiled bitterly. He always felt that the relationship between himself and Qu Yang was a little strange. He had always been cultivating Emperor Divine technique. These years, no matter how busy he was, he never stopped. His temperament could be said to already have the aura of a ruler, and it was very strong. It made people fear him. But every time he was with Qu Yang's attitude was as if he only treated him as an ordinary person. Tai Butian really could not understand where this strong mentality of Qu Yang's came from. After all, Qu Yang's information showed that he was only a teenager who was not even 17 years old. Ironcloud has already reorganized the court 3 times. It's too fast to do it now. Tai Butian said somewhat bitterly, ever since Ironcloud's power weakened, many scholars even gave up on being officials in Ironcloud. Especially at the borders, too many people moved their families to Great Zhao and took the imperial examinations there to become officials. In Tai Butian's heart, it was necessary to reorganize the court. But he did not expect Qu Yang to act so quickly. Even if people like that stay in Ironcloud, do you think they will be of any use? Qu Yang smiled mockingly and said, just like a phoenix, it can only be reborn after bathing in fire. A country can only be truly strong when it stands up from a place of suffering. If it continues to be smooth sailing, it will only lead to destruction. How can I not know this? Tai Butian said tiredly, but now, we don't have so many talents. It's better to have nothing than to have something substandard. Qu Yang said coldly. Tai Butian lowered his head and thought for a while. Then, he raised his head and said, "Then, I will give you a list of a few 100-years-old aristocratic families. If you deal with people from these aristocratic families, give them a way out." Tai Butian laughed self-deprecatingly. These aristocratic families are deeply rooted in Iron Cloud. If there is a real turmoil, I'm afraid the foundation of Iron Cloud will be shaken. Back then, second uncle also tried his best to avoid these two purges. You have to be careful too. Chu Yang's eyes flashed twice. He said, "Okay, but if I really can't avoid it, I will use a gentler method." Tai Butian pretended not to understand and said, "That's for the best. Whether it's governing a country or doing other things, it's always better to be gentler." Tai Butian was silent for a while. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Emerald Flow Lake. How is it?" "Very good." Chu Yang revealed a smile. Then, he said meaningfully, "What does your Royal Highness think about the matter of rewarding and recruiting people?" Tai Butian smiled mischievously, "It's good." Chu Yang smiled as well. Both of them smiled meaningfully. "I have already told Chang'an that you are in charge of Butian Pavilion." Tai Butian looked at Chu Yang seriously, "Brother Chu, I need to know the news here. I can't be deaf." Chu Yang was slightly touched. Tai Butian had already spoken to this point. He was very clear and sincere. "I understand. That's why I only warned and didn't remove it." Chu Yang said, "But there is one thing I don't understand. Why do you trust me so much?" Tai Butian looked at him for a while. Then, he smiled slowly and said, "Intuition. I feel that you are worthy of my trust. It's that simple." Chu Yang suddenly realized that Tai Butian's smile was very charming. His smile started from his eyes and slowly curved up. Then, the tip of his nose moved slightly and the corners of his mouth opened slightly. Finally, a smile bloomed on both his cheeks. But when his eyes just started to curve, it made people feel very happy. Tai Butian smiling like this not only did not have the temperament of a natural ruler, but he was also very amiable and cute. Chu Yang was startled by his own thoughts. He reminded himself twice in his heart, "Chu Yang, this is a man. This is a man." Tai Butian saw that Chu Yang was looking at him in a daze. He suddenly pulled his face and said, "I'm leaving." He stood up, and hurriedly walked away with a majestic gait. He didn't wait for Chu Yang to send him off, and quickly disappeared without a trace. As if he was escaping, Chu Yang's mouth twitched. He said to himself, "When you came, you didn't walk with such vigor. When you left, you actually walked with the steps of a ruler. If you didn't walk like that, wouldn't it be too much? You are really pretentious to the extreme." Tai Butian walked out of Butian Pavilion. After walking for a long time, he remembered, "Oh no, I forgot to tell you about the situation at the border." He wanted to turn back. But after thinking about it, he gave up. She thought to herself, "This guy always looks into other people's eyes when he's talking. He always makes me nervous." Tai Butian was the most respected person in Iron Cloud Nation. In the past few years, his authority had increased day by day. Besides Tai Longqing, it could be said that no one dared to look into his eyes and speak. However, Chu Yang was an exception. Chu Yang had a habit of speaking. He liked to look into other people's eyes when he spoke. Tai Butian didn't know that this was caused by Chu Yang's dark spirit poison. Because Chu Yang was prepared to use the dark spirit poison at any time to test the other party's words. This was indeed a habit. Not to mention men, even if it was a woman, Chu Yang would still look into her eyes and speak. That was because when a person was lying or thinking, there would be a strange look in their eyes. After all, there were very few people who could truly cultivate to the point of being able to lie without panicking or blinking their eyes. In the next few days, Chu Yang was busy on both sides. Then, Tai Butian sent someone to deliver Wu Qianqian to Chu Yang in the afternoon. She said that she would be Minister Chu's assistant. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this decision. Naturally, Wu Qianqian's unparalleled beauty also made the eyes of the rough men in Butian Pavilion green. They were secretly envious of this minister's luck with women. At the same time, they were speechless at the extent of Minister Chu's favor. Such a beautiful woman was actually willing to send over. It was clear that the trust and reliance on Minister Chu had reached a certain level. And Butian Pavilion's actions also began in these few days. They were really swift and decisive. After the new minister cleaned up Butian Pavilion, he immediately began to act. He didn't show his face much. Only the female official, Wu Qianqian, who had just been transferred over from the imperial palace, would pass out notes. Every note was a talisman that could hasten the death of an official. First, they would be caught and interrogated by Minister Chu. Then, a large pile of evidence would be brought out. Then, it would be handed over to Tai Butian. Then, an imperial edict would be issued, and the entire family would be executed. More often than not, several families would be implicated. Minister Chu personally designed the uniforms of the 3 brigades. However, when carrying out the mission, they were all dressed in black. The Fierce Blood Brigade, under the leadership of Captain Chengong, worked day and night to confiscate homes, capture people, and kill people. The Iron Blood Brigade, under the leadership of Minister Chu, worked day and night to interrogate people and capture evidence. The Tianji team, under the leadership of Qin Yutong, worked day and night to analyze the information. From every possible clue, they would report it to Minister Chu to make a decision. After half a month, the capital was filled with the smell of blood. Butian Pavilion's existence had basically replaced the Ministry of Justice. Only the prison that belonged to the Ministry of Justice was completely taken over by Butian Pavilion. Butian Pavilion's efficiency was unprecedentedly high. Everyone didn't even have the energy to complain. All day long, they rushed back and forth. Even if they had some free time, they were forced to train. This was because Minister Chu had said, Butian Pavilion needs experts and talents. If you don't meet the requirements, just kill yourself. To avoid being killed by others. Quit? That was absolutely impossible. As long as you joined, unless you died or were disabled during the mission, you could not quit. Even if you were disabled, you would still be given the task of analyzing information. Under such harsh conditions, everyone was grumbling endlessly as they trained. It was as if there was a steel knife hanging over their heads at any time. However, Minister Chu was incorruptible and impartial. A certain brother who was not diligent in his martial arts training was found out by Minister Chu. Then, Minister Chu directly pinned him down on the spot, and gave him 200 lashes. 4 of his limbs were broken, and his flesh was dripping with blood. While being beaten, Minister Chu sat in his office and listened. He sent out a note, beat them to death. If they die, then they deserve it. If they don't die, then continue training. Under such life-threatening pressure, everyone kept quiet out of fear. This kind of pressure made it hard for everyone to breathe. However, after a few days, a level 3 martial master suddenly announced in joy, I broke through level 4. Under such pressure, I actually broke through a level. Who didn't know the difficulty of breaking through during training? Now that there was such a surprise, everyone naturally wanted to go and take a look. With one look, everyone's eyes turned blue with envy. Under such pressure, I actually broke through. After a few days, a few people were pleasantly surprised to find that their bottlenecks, which had been stagnant for years, suddenly showed signs of loosening. It seemed like they were about to break through as well. Under the urging of these few examples, everyone did not even need to urge them to train harder. They couldn't be left behind. How shameful would that be? Moreover, if their skills were high, they would be more confident in their achievements. Their wives would be bestowed with the title of prince, marquis, general, or minister. Therefore, everyone seemed to have realized Minister Chu's painstaking efforts. And the atmosphere suddenly became lively from its previous depressing state. Minister Chu was doing this for our own good. The guy who had been beaten 200 times by the military rod had been practicing very hard. His hatred towards Minister Chu had disappeared without a trace, and had turned into gratitude instead. Although Minister Chu's heart was a bit black and his methods were a bit cruel, he was still guiding us onto a path of light. During this period of time, the efficiency of the 3 brigades had also greatly increased. Minister Chu had handed out a small piece of paper from his room to more than a dozen 5th rank and above officials. They had all been proven to be spies of the Great Zhao Empire. After this news was confirmed, Tai Butian was shocked. To avoid wrongful killings, he personally interrogated them and made sure that they confessed. Witnesses and material evidence were irrefutable. He was furious. The butcher's knife was raised again. For a moment, all the nobles in Ironcloud Citadel were in danger. On the official wall of Ironcloud Citadel, there was new content every day. Every new content indicated the fall of a high-ranking official and the execution of his entire family. Plus, these cases were all handled by Minister Chu. Every case had irrefutable evidence. Irrefutable evidence. No one could question it. For a moment, the name of Butian Pavilion was like the sun in Ironcloud Citadel. The common people were all cheering, and the officials were all in danger. Although they were investigating spies and traitors, who knew when the legendary minister would raise his butcher's knife against corruption and bribery, this was something that could not be predicted. As officials, which one of our buttocks is clean? Which one of us is not full of shit that cannot be wiped off? True honesty and integrity. Motherf ****, how could there be such a good official? Therefore, everyone became well-behaved. They wanted to perform well in front of the minister. If the minister were to make a move against them, they would be able to say, "I've already turned over a new leaf. I've already turned over a new leaf, the minister is wise." There was one more thing that everyone didn't know. All the valuable materials that were seized after the raid, such as elixirs and rare metals, had mysteriously disappeared after the Fierce Blood Hall's operation. No one knew where these things had gone to. The 3 brigades of Butian Pavilion, Fierce Blood Hall, and Heavenly Secret Hall were also renamed Iron Blood Hall, Fierce Blood Hall, and Heavenly Secret Hall. Because of the temptation of gold, silver, treasures, and high positions, Butian Pavilion's manpower was growing day by day. It was slowly growing like a rolling snowball. Only half a month had passed, but Butian Pavilion's guards had increased from the original 80 to 130. It had increased by almost half. Moreover, Minister Chu was becoming more and more mysterious. Minister Chu would occasionally come out for a stroll when there were only his old subordinates around. But, only Wu Qianqian would come out to pass notes after a few days. The original seniors had been ordered to keep their mouths shut. No one was allowed to divulge any information about Minister Chu. And, the newcomers hadn't even seen Minister Chu's appearance. He only heard bits and pieces from other people's mouths. Minister Chu was young and promising. On the surface, he looked very weak and did not seem to know any martial arts. However, his intelligence was higher than the heavens, and his plans were flawless. In the entire Butian Pavilion, there was no one who did not respect him. However, this rumor had added a layer of mystery to the mysterious Minister Chu out of thin air. However, the great clans and officials of Ironcloud Citadel slowly began to call Minister Chu King of Hell Chu. This King of Hell Chu only gave orders, and then his subordinates would go and take souls. As long as King of Hell Chu gave a soul-taking order, they would not be able to escape for even a moment. In a short period of time, there was a saying in Ironcloud Citadel, "If the King of Hell wants you to die at midnight, who dares to keep you alive until 5? This saying was very noisy, and it was referring to Minister Chu. As this rumor spread, everyone who heard it nodded their heads. Everyone felt that this saying was right in their hearts. King of Hell Chu was indeed the King of Hell. Even if the real King of Hell gave a soul-taking order, if there was a doctor and medicine nearby, they could still stay for a day or two. However, if King of Hell Chu gave the order, then, they would not be able to last even a quarter of an hour. King of Hell Chu was much more powerful than the King of Hell. This rumor spread quickly. The people of Butian Pavilion almost immediately heard this name. Everyone thought, damn. Who came up with such an appropriate name? Minister Chu stayed in his room every day, and from time to time, he would send out a soul-taking order. The names written on it were basically dead. The King of Hell's soul-taking order would only capture one person, but Minister Chu's soul-taking order would behead the entire family. Moreover, there was also the implication, that door. Even when people looked at it in broad daylight, they still felt that it was very eerie. Someone once said this about Minister Chu's door: "One step out and you are in the human world, one step out and you are in the underworld." Everyone agreed that this saying was too good. Minister Chu's office was definitely the palace of the mysterious King of Hell. Therefore, inside Butian Pavilion, when people talked about Minister Chu in private, they would all call him King of Hell. Everyone believed that Minister Chu would never bring disgrace to this title. Instead, he would bring it to greater heights. "Hey, did you see King of Hell today?" "No, King of Hell rarely comes out." Then, King of Hell's soul-taking order, he came out early in the morning. Soul-taking Rakshasa took it and gave it to Black Impermanence. Let me explain. Black Impermanence was the former pavilion lord of Butian Pavilion, the captain of the Fierce Blood Brigade, and the current leader of Fierce Blood Hall, Sir Chimong. Even the peerless beauty Wu Qianqian became known as the soul capturer Rakshasa because she passed King of Hell Chu's notes back and forth. Wu Qianqian had always been like that. Her temperament had never changed. However, when the rumors about King of Hell Chu became more and more sensational, the soul capturer Rakshasa would tremble with fear wherever she went. Damn, it seems like King of Hell has not killed enough? King of Hell has killed enough? Are you kidding? Hey, what does King of Hell look like? King Yanluo of Hell. Do you want me to die? Seal order. Just a simple introduction. In short, if an ordinary person sees King of Hell, dying on the spot is considered a light punishment. The one who spoke had never seen King of Hell Chu's real face, but he was still boasting. Dying on the spot is considered a light punishment? If it is a heavy punishment, what will happen? A heavy punishment. Dying on the spot and not being able to reincarnate is a common occurrence. F***ck. So ugly? Of course, King of Hell, therefore, under these false rumors, King of Hell's name became more and more infamous. In less than a month, King of Hell Chu's name shook Iron Cloud Citadel. Naturally, King of Hell Chu couldn't sit idly by in the face of these rumors. So, he immediately took measures as soon as these rumors came out. He sent people out to fan the flames. He had to make sure that these rumors have a bigger impact. He had to make the rumors more widespread. The more people know about these rumors, the more people know about them. The more ominous the name, the better. Then, King of Hell Chu made himself a ferocious and terrifying mask and began to show his face in public at Butian Pavilion for a few days. With a green face and sharp fangs, he gave off a ghostly aura. Seeing him in broad daylight was enough to scare people into peeing their pants. King of Hell Chu, ha ha ha. Chu Yang, you are really capable. Wu Qianqian covered her mouth and laughed in front of Chu Yang. Thinking about Chu Yang's nickname, Wu Qianqian was overjoyed. At the same time, deep in Wu Qianqian's heart, there was a faint sense of defeat and deep admiration. Chu Yang was younger than her by a year, but he had achieved something she could not even dream of. With one person's strength, and with an unknown background, he had become the minister of Butian Pavilion. This was the position that her father, Wu Yunliang, dreamed of, but after years of hard work, he still could not succeed. Yet Chu Yang had achieved all of this in just half a month. Of course, her father's background was different from Chu Yang's, so Tai Butian would not take the risk. But, wasn't Chu Yang also from beyond the Heavens sect? Was he not afraid that Chu Yang was an invisible person from beyond the Heavens sect? If he was wary of her father, why was he not wary of Chu Yang? These were all things that Wu Qianqian was puzzled about, but she would not say it out loud. Wu Qianqian had heard people talking about Chu Yang ever since she knew that Chu Yang had come. Then, she had seen Chu Yang again, and had personally invited Chu Yang. Moreover, she had done it with the etiquette of a state guest. Wu Qianqian had felt like she was in a dream. She had truly admired this former junior martial brother of hers. Even though Wu Qianqian saw Chu Yang's every step clearly, she only analyzed it after the fact. If it was someone else, Wu Qianqian would not believe that anyone in this world could do better than Chu Yang. But the development after the fact was even more out of Wu Qianqian's expectations. He actually became the minister of Butian Pavilion in one night. Then, he smoothly integrated Butian Pavilion. Everyone, including the revered martial artists, was obedient to him. Others did not know Chu Yang's strength, but how could Wu Qianqian not know? Chu Yang was only a martial warrior leading a group of martial masters, martial great masters, and revered martial artists. No one was dissatisfied with him, and he even became the object of worship. This kind of thing dazzled Wu Qianqian. Moreover, Chu Yang deliberately kept a low profile and did not reveal his martial strength. He actually left everyone with the impression that he was a weak scholar who did not know martial arts, but what was even more outrageous was, which one of these martial artists wasn't arrogant and unruly? They actually allowed this weak scholar to stand above them. Moreover, their reverence for him didn't decrease, but instead increased. They were completely obedient to him. Until recently, it was even more outrageous. This guy has become the king of Hell Chu. Even children don't dare to cry at night when his name is mentioned. Wu Qianqian felt dizzy. You should call me Minister Chu. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. He could only roll his eyes, because even in the room, he was still wearing that ferocious mask. He wasn't trying to act cool by doing this. He had ulterior motives. His current strength was not enough. A sense of mystery was necessary. One had to know that sometimes, the combination of mysteriousness and authority was a very powerful force. Everyone worshipped God, but who had ever seen God? If a god met people every day, then he wouldn't be a god, and Chu Yang was creating a god right now. He had made himself a god. Moreover, Chu Yang tried his best to spread the rumor that King of Hell Chu doesn't know martial arts. Although I don't know how effective it will be, it can still numb the enemy to a certain extent. Then, if I encounter danger, the possibility of safely escaping will be very high, Minister Chu? I'll call you King of Hell Chu. Wu Qianqian sat opposite him, tilting her head and smiling. She seemed to be very interested in Chu Yang's ferocious mask. In fact, Wu Qianqian knew that every time she was in front of Chu Yang, if Chu Yang was in a good mood, then she would feel more relaxed. Even if he was wearing this strange mask, she would feel as if she was bathing in the spring breeze. But if Chu Yang was in a bad mood, then Wu Qianqian wouldn't be able to smile so unscrupulously. Even breathing would make her unconsciously nervous. Wu Qianqian didn't know why she had such a feeling. Up to you. What you want to call me is your business. Chu Yang lowered his head and continued to look at the file in front of him. In front of him was a peerless beauty. Her breath was like orchids, full of the scent of orchids and musk. But Chu Yang didn't seem to feel anything. He was carefully looking at the information in front of him. This gave Wu Qianqian a feeling, this man, no matter where he is, as long as he wants to calm down, he will be able to do it. Chu Yang's eyes quickly flashed through the information. Then his eyes focused on it and he became motionless. This usually meant that after Chu Yang finished looking at an official's information, he began to think about the loopholes. Every time this happened, he always had to think for a long time. Normal spies would do their best. There were so many people in Iron Cloud Nation, but no one discovered it. It was clear that it was hidden deeply. But Chu Yang wanted to find a loophole where no one could find one. The logic was simple to say, but to do it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Wu Qianqian calmly sat on the side and quietly watched Chu Yang ponder. She was a smart girl. She knew when she should tell a joke to let Chu Yang relax, and when she should not disturb him and need to be quiet. Although she was inexperienced in the ways of the world, her intuition as a woman allowed her to do this perfectly. This was also one of the reasons why Chu Yang allowed her to stay here. Even if there were no romantic thoughts, but the principle of men and women working together to make things less tiring was universal in all planes. A beautiful woman in front of him indeed had a certain motivational effect. No one wanted to lose face in front of a beautiful woman, and Chu Yang was no different. Tang Xianxia, 37 years old, Assistant Minister of the Secretariat, Magistrate of Iron Cloud Citadel. He was an honest and upright official. He started at the age of 10 and steadily rose up the ranks. He was once, during his time in office, his reputation was very good. Wu Luozhi, 38 years old, Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights. He was a bit greedy, but he was diligent. Xianxia Shu, 37 years old, Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War. He had great perseverance and was once a general. He led his soldiers to plunder Great Zhao's Pingding Pass. Zhou Zijun, his reputation as an official was not bad. After reading the information of one official, Chu Yang pondered for a while. Then he picked up the information of another official. After a long time, he put away all the information he had read. He felt that there were no problems with these people. He wanted to put them aside, but he faintly felt that he had missed something. He carefully looked through them again, but still did not find anything. Chu Yang propped up his chin and thought deeply, but he was still at a loss. He could not help but sigh. Chu Yang, you just check one official after another. How many can you find? Could it be that in your eyes, there is no good official in this world? Wu Qianqian was also looking at the information Chu Yang had checked. Seeing that Chu Yang seemed to have come to an end, she could not help but ask. When Chu Yang heard this, his eyebrows suddenly jumped. He stared at Wu Qianqian, his eyes full of vigor. That's right. Chu Yang finally remembered where the problem was. Wu Qianqian's words just now reminded him. Could it be that there is no good official in this world? Chu Yang murmured to himself. His face revealed a smile. Yes, Senior Marshal Sister Wu, you really reminded me and did me a big favor. Did you a big favor? Wu Qianqian asked blankly. She did not know how she helped him. What good official in this world? Chu Yang coldly snorted. His eyes locked onto Tang Xianxing's information. The problem was that this Tang Xianxing was too clean. No, as an official, he was diligent and diligent. No matter if he was promoted or demoted, he always had no regrets. Moreover, he had a righteous aura. His sleeves were like the breeze of the wind. He was an official of Iron Cloud Prefecture, but he still farmed for a living. His clothes were simple and crude, and the money he saved was all used to help the poor. He was a fourth-grade official, but his wife was still weaving, and his son was still farming. His son had the ability to pass the imperial examinations, but he used the reason, "Father is an official, if I am also an official, I will not be greedy, I will not blacken my own name. For the welfare of the people, one person in the family is enough." He put an end to his son's path to becoming an official. His meaning was, your father will be an official, and you will go and pass the imperial examinations. Even if you have real ability, others will not look at you and directly recruit you. That kind of official is better than not. As an official, your father is enough. It's better for you to avoid arousing suspicion. This person is simply a saint. If there was a problem with this person, then the problem was that he was too honest, too clean. Too pretentious. Chu Yang always liked to do things the opposite way. There was a saying that he always remembered, 1,000 miles to become an official is only for money. Every man for himself, and the heavens take the hindmost. In his previous life, he roamed the world, wandering everywhere in lower three heavens. Everywhere he went, he scolded the officials for being greedy. Even those officials who had a good reputation lived in big mansions and ate delicacies. Even the worst of them were much better off than the average rich man. No one could live in poverty. Even the commoners were hoping that there would be more rice in the fields so that their families could eat better. To put it bluntly, the people Tang Xianxing helped had better food and clothes than his own family. There is a problem with this person. Chu Yang pondered and pointed at Tang Xianxing's information. Investigate. Ah? Even though Wu Qianqian had not been in Iron Cloud Citadel for long, she knew about the righteous blood for the country, clean sleeves for the people Tang Xianxing. Official Tang Xianxing had become the standard for all the officials in Iron Cloud Citadel. A model of morality. How could such a person be a traitor? Could it be that Chu Yang's brain was damaged by the fever? No need to doubt, let Heavenly Secrets Hall investigate immediately. I want to see the information before this afternoon. If there is even the slightest bit of information on Tang Xianxing before this afternoon, Heavenly Secrets Hall will be shut down. Tell Qin Yutong exactly what I said. Wu Qianqian wrinkled her nose, wrote a note, and left. Suddenly, there was chaos outside, people were shouting and horses were neighing. Everyone in Heavenly Secrets Hall rushed out as if they were trying to put out a fire. King of Hell Chu's punishment was not easy to endure. Chu Yang smiled and slowly said, you have to remember, in this world, everyone has a weakness. A saint like this cannot exist. He pointed at Tang Xianxing's name and coldly snorted. Chu Yang remembered a phrase in his heart very clearly. Are there saints in this world? Let's say there are, then do saints need to eat and wear clothes? Do they need to spend money? Do they need to find a wife? Do they need to have sex? If there is a need, then he is not a saint. Because he had a request. Therefore, it can be inferred that there are no saints in this world. The person who said this was Mo Tianji. Chu Yang hated Mo Tianji to the bone. But, he had to admit that Mo Tianji's words were reasonable. Since the establishment of the three halls, King of Hell Chu had always been very strict in his management. However, the Heavenly Secret Hall was still the most strict. The hall master of the heavenly secret hall would be called in by Minister Chu almost every 2 or 3 days, and would be scolded to the face. Then, the hall master would come out with a black face, and would grab his subordinates to beat them up even more severely. King of Hell Chu would naturally have evidence to scold someone. He would only scold someone if he had done something wrong. Qin Yutong didn't have the slightest bit of temper after being scolded. It was indeed wrong. Shouldn't he scold her? Minister Chu is very responsible. Therefore, Qin Yutong could only vent his anger on his subordinates. He didn't dare to vent his anger on Minister Chu. This also caused the Heavenly Secrets Hall to be extremely strict in their actions. Eventually, they basically stopped making mistakes. The hall master, who was implicated because of one wrong word, was scolded. Then, the entire hall would suffer. Who would dare to make a mistake, let alone a mistake of principle? Of course, Qin Yutong and the others did not know that they were completely basking in Mo Tianji's glory. If they knew, they would probably swallow Mo Tianji alive. In the afternoon, Tang Xianxing's detailed information was placed on Chu Yang's desk. All the information added together was about half a foot thick. This kind of efficiency made Wu Qianqian click her tongue, so fast. Chu Yang opened it and looked carefully. Finally, a smile appeared on his face. This information was also clean and tidy. However, this clean information fell into Chu Yang's eyes. Because of his preconceived mentality, he found too many anomalies. This person started working as an official 10 years ago. At that time, he was 27 years old. He was poor. He was the descendant of a farmer. When he was 10 years old, his parents died. When he was 12 years old, his village was plundered by Great Zhao. No one in the village survived. He was the only one left hiding in a secret cellar. Chu Yang spoke slowly. Wu Qianqian held a writing brush and quickly wrote down what he said. Whether it was his family or the villagers, they all died too cleanly. This is the first point of suspicion. Moreover, if his house had a cellar, then according to the customs of the village, even if not every house had a cellar, most of them should have one. Why did they miss out on his family's cellar? Everyone else was dead, but he was a child hiding in a cellar and was fine. This is the second point of suspicion. Since Great Zhao's soldiers massacred the village, then they must have plundered it. After plundering, they would burn it down. This is the most reliable method. No matter which team, after plundering and massacring the village, this fire is unavoidable. If he was really in the cellar, even if they did not find him, even if the fire did not burn him, he would have suffocated to death. He would have suffocated to death. He could not have survived, but he did. This is the third point of suspicion. He escaped from the village and went to Jingguan City. Jingguan City is not far from the village, only 50 li. This distance is not close for a 12-year-old child. Forget it, this point of suspicion is a bit far-fetched. Let's not talk about it for now. In Jingguan City, he became the disciple of the famous Confucian scholar, Kong Guanren. What kind of person could a village child find to recommend him? Without anyone to recommend him, Kong Guanren accepted a beggar as his disciple? Is he such a saint? This is the fourth point of suspicion. Tang Xianxing became an elementary scholar at the age of 10, got married, passed the imperial examination at the age of 10, passed the imperial examination at the age of 20, and became an official at the age of 27. Even a top scholar would need time to learn the ways of an official. But he was only a substitute for half a year, and then he was sent out to work. This is the fifth point of suspicion. This experience is very clear, and there are witnesses. But if one is not famous, passing the imperial examination is a big matter. Everywhere, it is a matter of great interest. But this Tang Xianxing smoothly passed the imperial examination. Under normal circumstances, he is a child prodigy, a talent bestowed by the heavens. But he has always been very low-key. Before this, he was not famous. This is not in line with the psychology of the people. Psychology? Wu Qianqian's hand holding the pen paused, and she asked. This kind of person, no matter where he is, would be a famous person. He would also be a role model, a good example to encourage his younger brother to work hard. Obviously, this Tang Xianxing is not a good role model. He is very low-key. He is young, but he is not famous. This is the second point of suspicion. Xianxia said, based on this, with his low-key personality, he would not publicize anything he does. But ever since he became an official, no matter what good he does, he would spread it out in a very short time. Moreover, it is not only in places where he is an official. If there are not enough people to add fuel to the fire, it is as if someone is sparing no effort to promote him. When he came to Iron Cloud Capital, he wantonly publicized it. Almost everyone knows that this official Tang is an honest and upright official. He has only been an official for 10 years, and his position is not prominent, but he has such a reputation. This is really unusual. Moreover, it is not in line with his personality. This is the seventh point of suspicion. He is too strict with himself, but too lenient with outsiders. Moreover, he has been an official for 10 years, but he does not have a single enemy. Everyone is on good terms with him. This is the eighth point of suspicion. Xianxia smiled gently. Everyone praises him for his good character. But being an official is like being in Jianghu, you have no choice. You have to pick a side. If you stand on one side, you will offend the other. This is a fixed number. The imperial court is like this. When the two sides are in a balance, they will move forward. His ability is outstanding, but he never strives for credit. However, his political achievements have never been lacking. Xianxia smiled mischievously and said, "This world has never been so fair, but it has happened to him. He has no money, no power, and no background. Why does he deserve such fairness?" This is the first point of suspicion. 10 years ago, Diwu Qingro was just beginning to gain power. He started to implement the Blacksmith Desert Plan in Iron Cloud. The timing is too coincidental. This is the 10th point of suspicion. Although his achievements are not small, and his political achievements are remarkable, from a lower official to a fourth-rank official in 10 years, this is more than one promotion per year. This kind of promotion speed is too fast. This is the 11th point of suspicion. Talented, but not an official. In the name of avoiding suspicion, he does not have the experience of being an official in Iron Cloud. What is the suspicion of avoiding suspicion? Moreover, under my care, my son did not have much contact with the outside world. It is very difficult for him to have any loyalty to Iron Cloud. This behavior is the most difficult to explain, but it seems to have several meanings. My son has always been a farmer, but he never stopped studying. If he did not want to be an official, why did he study these things? Who is he preparing for? Xianxia's smile slowly became cold. This is the 12th point of suspicion. With these 12 points of suspicion, even if he is a real saint, I will still kill him. King of Hell Chu's eyes revealed a ghostly sharp light. Wu Qianxian was shocked. She did not think that Xianxia would be able to find so many suspicious points just by looking at the information of such an upright and honest official. Although some of them were more or less unreasonable conjectures, with so many suspicious points gathered together, it was too deliberate. If these were all coincidences. Wu Qianxian did not believe that there could be such a coincidence. If this person is really a spy, then it is very likely that he is the first big fish that Butian Pavilion has caught. Xianxia said seriously. Wu Qianxian trembled. She understood what Xianxia meant by big fish. If this was really the case, then from top to bottom, it would implicate at least hundreds of people. Blood flowed like a river again. Xianxia, even if he is a spy, you can't just kill him like that. Wu Qianxian said, this person's reputation is too good. He has a high reputation among the people of Iron Cloud. If you rashly take him down, I'm afraid it will cause unrest in the country. Wu Qianxian had been following Xianxia and analyzing the people of Iron Cloud every day. Her thinking was much deeper than when she was at Beyond the Heavens sect. Oh? In your opinion? Xianxia smiled. Wu Qianxian's learning ability was very good. In these days, she was slowly becoming more and more capable. It would not be long before this talented and intelligent girl became his right-hand woman. Xianxia did not know why Tai Butian sent Wu Qianxian over, but he did not refuse. One of the reasons was that Wu Qianxian was a member of Beyond the Heavens sect. If one day he was not there, Wu Qianxian could replace him and take charge of Butian Pavilion. This was the biggest gift that Chu Yang could give to his own sect. Because his goal was not the lower three heavens. Therefore, from the beginning, he had been intentionally or unintentionally guiding Wu Qianqian to become a qualified leader. Let's assume that he really is a spy. But these years, his diligence and responsibility are obvious to all. Plus, everything he did was beneficial to Iron Cloud. Killing him would not be justified, and it would cause criticism and unrest. Wu Qianqian pondered and said, even if there is evidence of him being a spy, whether the people will believe it or not is another matter. I think that we should discuss this matter with His Highness. Wu Qianqian said, we need to think of a way to solve this problem. But, we also need to think about what to do afterwards. How to calm everything that might happen. That's right. We can't act recklessly in this matter. Tai Budian must know about it. Chu Yang praised. As he spoke, he pondered for a moment before he said, I'll leave the matter of informing Tai Budian to you. See what he says, and then add to it. Give me a plan of action. I'm going out now. Then, he took off his black cloak and his mask, and placed them on the table. Are you going out again? Wu Qianqian was speechless. These days, Chu Yang had only stayed here for a short period of time, and then disappeared without a trace. Even she didn't know where Chu Yang had gone. Chu Yang's whereabouts were mysterious to a certain extent. Wu Qianqian could hardly believe it. Butian Pavilion had such a large workload, how did he manage to complete it? Just looking and thinking would require a huge amount of time, right? However, Chu Yang didn't seem to have any difficulty in doing all of this. Yeah, it's too stuffy here. I'm going out for a stroll. Chu Yang said casually. He stretched out his hand, and a door appeared on the wall behind him. Chu Yang's body flashed, and he disappeared into the door. The door slowly returned to normal without a trace. From an outsider's point of view, it was still a complete wall. Wu Qianqian sighed helplessly. She put on Chu Yang's cloak, put on his mask, and sat in Chu Yang's seat. These days, when Chu Yang was not here, Wu Qianqian was here to pretend. Perhaps, Chu Yang was being so mysterious just to be lazy? Wu Qianqian thought and shook her head with a bitter smile. She quickly wrote down a piece of paper, and imitated Chu Yang's voice. She lightly shouted, someone come. Send this to His Highness immediately. I have something to discuss with His Highness. Chu Yang was being so mysterious, naturally, it wasn't to be lazy. Of course, being lazy at Butian Pavilion was one thing. The second thing was to maintain the mystery. Then, he had to secretly develop Heavenly Armament Pavilion. That place was under construction, he couldn't neglect it. Of course, the most important thing was that Chu Yang had to increase his own strength. That day, ever since he understood the gentle force of water, Chu Yang felt that his martial arts were slowly changing. Many areas that he had never considered before, and had never thought of before, were gradually opening up in front of him. The temptation of learning martial arts was Chu Yang's biggest motivation. These days, Iron Cloud Citadel didn't just have a simple King of Hell Chu, there was also a Dark Knight challenger. In Iron Cloud Citadel, almost all of the famous martial artists were constantly harassed by one person. Iron Cloud Citadel's martial arts schools were not few. Being in the north, the people were tough, and there were naturally many martial artists. Although there were only a few peak martial artists, in terms of the number of people, Iron Cloud Citadel had a lot of martial artists. This Dark Knight challenger's actions were very strange, it seemed like he changed his appearance every day. But he was not serious about his disguise. One day he was 20, the next he would be 30, the day after that he would be a pretty boy, then a red face, and then a mole on his face. In short, every day was different. But it seemed like he was practicing his disguise technique. It seemed like this Dark Knight challenger was trying his best to look the same, but he couldn't do it, this was the truth. Chu Yang really wanted to dress the same every day, but time was tight, and he wasn't serious. Every time he changed his appearance, it was done hastily, and then he couldn't wait to go out. Anyway, no one recognized him. In the end, he didn't care. After today's challenge, he would forget how he dressed the next day, but no matter how he dressed, everyone knew, yes, this is the guy. He is the Dark Knight challenger. Even if he turned into ashes, I would still recognize him, this Dark Knight challenger's martial arts were not high. It seemed like he was only at the level of a martial warrior, but he seemed to be improving every day. Plus, his actions were very disciplined. In the past 20 days, he had already challenged more than 30 martial artists. If there was someone who was paying attention to his schedule, they would find that this Dark Knight challenger did not randomly challenge people. The first person he challenged was definitely the weakest among the famous martial artists in Ironclad Citadel. Then, one by one, they slowly became stronger and challenged him one by one. Everything was done in an orderly manner. Each level was higher than the next. If the martial artists of Ironclad Citadel were ranked according to the order he challenged them, then there would be no mistake. At most, he injured people, and the injuries were not serious. He never killed people. But if you didn't fight with him, he wouldn't curse people, and he wouldn't do anything vulgar. He would only act shamelessly. But his shameless methods were unbearable. If you refused, fine. He would just sit at your door and not let anyone out. Go out to buy groceries? No. Go out to visit friends? No. Go out to play? Even worse. No matter who it was, no one was allowed to go out. You came out to stop him? Just right, let's fight first. If you let other people out, he wouldn't fight. He would just quarrel with you. In just a short while, it would be as noisy as a market. Hundreds of people gathered at the door to watch the fun. How could they pass the day, therefore, other than the first 10 days, whoever this Dark Knight challenger went to their door, they would jump out and play with him. In any case, they could fight however they wanted. On the contrary, he knew when to stop. If you were not his opponent, he would run away after one fight. If you were not his opponent, he would not come again. In short, the appearance of this Dark Knight challenger set off a wave of excitement among the martial artists in Ironclad Citadel. In the beginning, there were still people who did it half-heartedly. But later on, the Dark Knight challengers stopped coming after those half-heartedly dealt with them. Thus, he became the weakling. Wherever he went, there would be a group of people pointing at him. Look, that's him. He always bragged about how awesome he is, but after a fight with the Dark Knight challenger, he didn't go. Thus, some people teased him, why didn't he go? Because he wasn't qualified. Ha ha ha, oh, so that's how it is. My elder brother is a genius. And here I thought he was really awesome. Ha 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 ha, thus, he lost a lot of face. With the lesson of the past, how could the latecomers not be spirited? Fight for one more day, one more day. Fight for one more day. That's one more day of fame. Xianxia circled around a few times. When he returned to the main street, he was already a pale young man with messy hair. There was a mole on the left side of his face and a scar on the right side of his face. It looked very ugly. Xianxia swaggered forward with a majestic gait and rushed towards his target for the day. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted as if they had discovered a new continent, oh. Look, it's the Dark Knight challenger. Over there, over there? Isn't that him? Quick, 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 follow him. It looks like he's going to the Meteor Martial Club from yesterday. Could it be that the Meteor Martial Club actually held on yesterday? That's possible. Hey, let's start betting. I bet that the Meteor Martial Club can still hold on today. 10 silver taels. Come, come, if you are interested, quickly place your bets. I bet on the Dark Knight challenger, 10 silver taels. I bet. A group of busybodies swarmed forward, chattering excitedly. They clustered around this Dark Knight challenger and walked towards the Meteor Martial Club in a grandiose manner. Xianxia looked at the sky and strode forward. In his heart, he found it funny. He did not expect that the way he perfected his martial arts would bring so much fun to Ironclad Citadel. Ever since he had comprehended the soft force of water, Xianxia began to think about how to apply this soft force of water to sword techniques, palm techniques, fist techniques, and so on. There were gentle wind sword and floating cloud sword. These were all gentle sword techniques. However, it was the sword moves that were soft, and not the strength that was soft. Xianxia had to consider how to make a hard sword emit a soft force like water. She had to be gentle, but not gentle. It had to be gentle, but it had to be lethal. For a continent that revered strength, this was an area that no one had ever touched upon before. The combination of hardness and gentleness did not mean that one moment one was as mighty as a mountain and the next moment was as gentle as the wind. Instead, it was the transformation of the internal form of the vital qi into every punch and every sword. Only then could it be the combination of hardness and gentleness. Chu Yang was very clear that if he really did it, then he would undoubtedly create a precedent for martial arts in the Chongtian continent. Moreover, it would also be a powerful life-saving technique that could kill the enemy. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be for such a cultivation method to be integrated into a peerless divine technique like the heaven-overlapping divine technique. There was only fighting, non-stop fighting. Only by comprehending bit by bit from fighting could he finally conclude. If he always sat there meditating, it would be useless even if he cracked his head thinking. Therefore, Chu Yang transformed into a dark knight challenger and went to challenge these famous martial artists. Moreover, Chu Yang's challenges were purposeful. He challenged 2 or 3 people a day. One of them would definitely have a strong technique, and the other would lean towards gentleness. After every battle, Chu Yang had to spend a lot of effort to recall the battle and find out all the ways to use the power of water in the battle. During this time, the mysterious sword spirit of the Calamity Sword remained silent and did not appear even once. It was clear that it wanted Chu Yang to comprehend it himself. He remembered the first time he went out to challenge and came back to comprehend. The sword spirit said, "What you comprehend is yours. What I tell you is Calamity Swords." This was the fundamental difference. Looking at the Meteor Martial Arts Club that had already appeared in front of him, Chu Yang rolled up his sleeves and roared excitedly. He rushed in. Another challenge had begun. Behind him, the crowd began to make a fuss and started to place their bets. The banker was very busy. At the same time, Tai Butian was also frowning. Ever since he took control of Iron Cloud, there had never been a time when he found it so difficult to make a decision. Tang Xianxia, looking at the 12 reasons listed by Chu Yang, Tai Butian could not help but sigh. There was no need to investigate. These reasons all pointed to the same thing. Tang Xianxia was a spy. Even someone as wise as Butian Tai was certain of this when he saw the 12 suspicious points without any doubt. Tai Butian only felt a kind of shock. Yes, shock. A spy in Iron Cloud Nation for 10 years, rising like the wind and rising like the water, standing tall without falling. Moreover, he had become a saint of Iron Cloud Nation. Was this still a spy? All the officials of Iron Cloud Nation were not as good as a spy. He was an honest official who made decisions for the people. He was upright. Inside and outside the imperial court, everyone praised him. All the provinces and counties supported him. Tai Butian smiled bitterly. Such a spy, if such a spy were to cause trouble, then the effect that he could play would be devastating. He could easily control the direction of public opinion. He could use the anger of the people and other methods that could be used but were not easy to control. He could turn the entire Iron Cloud Nation into a pot of porridge. As for purging him, it was obviously impossible to arrest him openly and sentence him to death. No one would believe that such a good official was a spy from another nation. If things were not handled well, there would be immediate chaos. Tai Butian was silent for a while. Then he asked, "What did Minister say?" Wu Qianqian, who was sitting across from him, said somewhat uneasily, "Minister Chu said that he wanted to see what Minister Chu thought first." Tai Butian's imposing manner was too strong. As long as she was in front of him, Wu Qianqian inexplicably felt that she had to lower her head. Moreover, that imposing manner of a king made it difficult for her to breathe. Wu Qianqian admired Chu Yang greatly for this. That guy came from the same sect as her and his skills were not as good as hers. However, when he was in front of Tai Butian, he was not the least bit nervous. In fact, he was even more relaxed than Tai Butian. What was even more ridiculous was that, sometimes when the two of them were together, Tai Butian would actually be a little nervous. This was really unbelievable. What do I mean? No. Tai Butian smiled. It's true that I wanted to let him know, but he would definitely not listen to me. After hearing Chu Yang's words, Tai Butian's tense mood inexplicably relaxed. This king of hell Chu, did he go missing again? Tai Butian tilted his head and blinked. This showed that His Highness was in a good mood. He actually joked. King of Hell Chu. Tai Butian really wanted to laugh when he thought of these 3 words. He really did not expect Chu Yang to establish such a fearsome reputation in such a short period of time. He was too talented. Yes. His whereabouts have been very mysterious during this period. Wu Qianqian was a little uneasy and worried for Chu Yang. That's good, that's good. Tai Butian's reply almost made Wu Qianqian fall off her chair. A person who was not content with his job and went missing every few days, and His Highness's evaluation was actually, that's good, that's good. What kind of logic was this? Wu Qianqian agreed in confusion. How could he let go and do it? According to what he said? What did Chu Yang mean? Tai Butian smiled and said meaningfully, I remember Minister Chu said to be gentle. Ha ha ha, she remembered what Chu Yang said before, I will be very, very gentle to those who can't be touched but have to be touched. She couldn't help but smile. She could roughly guess Chu Yang's plan. Wu Qianqian was puzzled again, why? Gentle? Is he reminding me to be gentle to Chu Yang? Does this Royal Highness want to be a matchmaker between me and Chu Yang? Or Chu Yang wants Tai Butian to be a matchmaker? Why did he say Minister Chu said to be gentle? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blush. This is too embarrassing. Seeing Wu Qianqian blushing, Tai Butian's eyes flashed with envy. Then, he said in a playful voice, Miss Wu, your face is so red. What are you thinking about? Oh. Wu Qianqian was shocked and at a loss. Chu Yang is indeed a good man. Tai Butian said with a smile, if you are Miss Wu, you have to work hard. Wu Qianqian became more and more shy. She lowered her head timidly. In fact, whether it was her or Chu Yang, the 2 of them didn't have any other thoughts about each other. But somehow, all the rumors pointed to one point, the 2 of them had an affair. Chu Yang didn't care. His heart was as hard as stone now. He didn't think about these things at all. What other people think is their business. What does it have to do with me? But Wu Qianqian was different. During this period, Wu Qianqian was met with such ambiguous gazes wherever she went. Slowly, from the initial anger and shyness to now, she became numb and indifferent. It became as if there was really such a thing. So, her mentality was also slowly changing. It had to be said that this kind of subtle influence was really effective. Every time Minister Chu searched, he found elixirs and strange metals. What did he use them for? After knowing that Chu Yang already had a plan, Tai Butian relaxed and couldn't help but be concerned about these things. These were all requested by Chu Yang himself. Tai Butian had also agreed to it. There were many elixirs and metals in the palace. There was no need to haggle with Chu Yang. Besides, what the Imperial Palace had might not be available here. But what the Imperial Palace had, the Imperial Palace definitely had. Therefore, Tai Butian turned a blind eye to it and allowed Chu Yang to do whatever he wanted. However, he was still very curious. Why does Chu Yang collect these things? She had never seen him use them, and they were not prepared for Heaven Mending Pavilion. He was just one person, so how could he need so many spirit medicines? It's fine if I only need spirit medicine, but there's bound to be a time when I get injured, right? This could be explained as fear of death, but what was the use of so many rare metals? I really don't know about this. Every time those things arrive, Chu Yang will arrange for them to be transported to a warehouse designated by him. Wu Qianqian suddenly paused midway as she remembered something. Chu Yang's small warehouse was right next to his room in Batian Pavilion. However, in Wu Qianqian's impression, that small room wasn't big at all. Logically speaking, with the continuous confiscation of items, that small room should have been filled up several times. Why was it that they were still sending things in? Then, when I have time, I will go take a look. Tai Butian smiled happily. He felt a sense of pleasure from exploring. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Wu Qianqian said. She was not Tai Butian's subordinate. Beyond the Heaven sect and Tai Butian had a cooperative relationship. She was only here to help. Of course, Wu Yunliang also had a little plan, if Wu Qianqian could become the Empress or Princess of Iron Cloud. However, based on the current situation, Wu Yunliang's plan had no hope of success. Ah, this is a letter from your father. Tai Budian took out a letter and handed it to Wu Qianqian. Thank you very much. Wu Qianqian excitedly received it. There were 3 letters. One was for Bao Kuanglei, one was for Wu Qianqian, and one was for Tai Budian himself. Of course, other than the person involved, no one knew what Wu Yunliang said in the letter to Tai Budian. Watching Wu Qianqian leave, Tai Budian's expression changed. Finally, he let out a sigh. He thought of that king of Hell Chu and could not help but shake his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This Minister Chu's way of doing things was really hard to see through. In this period of time, his methods could be said to be endless. Even his origin, which was so clear, had been made confusing by himself. Chu Yang came from beyond the heavens sect, this was not a secret. But Chu Yang made up a few biographies for himself. First, a member of an aristocratic family. His family declined and wandered in Jianghu. Second, a descendant of a general of Iron Cloud who died in battle. Third, a disciple of a hidden expert. Legend has it that he had the power to capture dragons and tigers. Fourth, a disciple of a great scholar. Although he did not have the strength to truss a chicken, he was a genius. Fifth, a disciple of a clan who came down to train. Moreover, there were witnesses and evidence for each of these claims. If you investigated, you would be able to find these people. Tai Budian really couldn't understand why Chu Yang was making things so complicated and confusing. Chu Yang's whereabouts during this period of time were mysterious, but Tai Budian knew that he was definitely organizing Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Tai Budian was also looking forward to this Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Although he knew that this was Chu Yang's personal power, he also believed that once the critical moment came, Heavenly Armament Pavilion would make a move. Tai Budian wanted to use Chu Yang to manage Batian Pavilion and work for Iron Cloud to defeat Diwu Qingro. However, Chu Yang also wanted to make use of this world-sweeping war situation to temper his own strength and influence. This was a win-win situation. As for after the world was at peace, to be honest, Tai Budian did not have that kind of extravagant hope of victory. So he also did not think, at the same time, in the Great Zhao Empire, in the Prime Minister's manner. Diwu Qingro sat in a chair, looking at the pile of information on the table with a calm expression. But his fingers were tapping on the armrest. His movements were very slow, as if he only tapped once in a long time. Opposite him, several people did not even dare to breathe loudly. Because this meant that Diwu Qingro was deep in thought. King of Hell Chu, ha ha ha. Diwu Qingro smiled faintly and said slowly, this King of Hell Chu cannot be underestimated? This sentence seemed to be a question, but it also seemed like he was talking to himself. Everyone present could not understand Diwu Qingro's meaning. They looked at each other and chose to be cautious and not speak. This King of Hell Chu took office and found so many of our people. Can you see how he found them? Diwu Qingro said slowly. How? Everyone was stunned. The identities of these spies were carefully planned and arranged by Golden Horse Riders Department. No matter how one looked at it, they felt that there were no loopholes. Now that they thought about it, they really could not think of where the problem was. The problem is not on our side, but on that King of Hell Chu. Diwu Qingro said in a low voice. He used a completely opposite perspective to reason. He first assumed that each person was a spy. Then, he found the problem from this aspect. That way, it would be much easier. When dealing with officials, this person would find the normal aspects and benefits. In other words, if an official is honest, self-disciplined, and diligent, he would find fault with such people. Diwu Qingro sighed, this King of Hell Chu is not simple. My lord, I don't quite understand what you mean. The person who spoke was one of the people present. As for the other 5 people, they seemed to have understood something. Generally speaking, this kind of official should be promoted and rewarded. But this King of Hell Chu has grasped this point. Not only does he know this, but we also know it. Therefore, the spies we arrange are all capable, loyal, and not greedy. Then, we create momentum for them so that they can climb to a high position and create the greatest benefits for us. The one who explained was not Diwu Qingro, but the person sitting next to him. To be a spy, you must first work for the other party and gain their trust and position. Only then can you play the greatest role at a critical moment. We think this way and do this, but this King of Hell Chu also thinks this way. That is why our people in Iron Cloud suffered such heavy losses. Another person said solemnly. This person's face looked as if it was carved out by a knife. He was as thin as a bamboo pole. Even if he was sitting, he would still be a bamboo pole. But if our people do not do this, how can they get promoted in Iron Cloud? The man with the rough face from before said anxiously, isn't this cutting off? Not necessarily. Another man with a goatee smiled faintly, even if he can find out, he will not find out everything. There are some people that even if he suspects, he will not dare to make a move. He may not dare to make a move. The one who spoke was Diwu Qingro. This ambitious and ruthless character had a worried look on his face at this moment. He pondered and said in a low voice, this king of Hell Chu made a move at Butian Pavilion once, and a spy came out. This time, he made a move in Iron Cloud's officialdom with a clear goal. He is ruthless and merciless. He will not let go of any clues. This person is the biggest threat to the people of Iron Cloud. Moreover, this king of Hell Chu made a famous remark when he was purging Butian Pavilion of Iron Cloud. Diwu Qingro's face revealed a look of appreciation. I do not need evidence. I only need suspicion to kill. This person is decisive and cruel. Furthermore, he doesn't follow the conventional way of doing things. He often takes the unconventional path and is not to be underestimated. Diwu Qingru gave the final word. The potential danger of this person is not necessarily below that of Tai Badian. Diwu Qingro suddenly turned around with his back facing everyone. Then, he said in a heavy voice, I ordered people to prepare the invisible falcon as soon as I received this news. Then, I sent a message to number 1. I told him to withdraw without any hesitation if he finds that something is wrong. Ah? Everyone was stunned. Could it really be that serious? They had tried their best to think about the severity of the situation. But, they hadn't thought that Diwu Qingro would make such a serious response. In addition, the Golden Horse Riders Department will dispatch a king-level master to Iron Cloud along with several experts. If number 1 was fine, then he would kill Chu Yang and come back. If number 1 was in danger, then he would kill Chu Yang and bring number 1 back. Order the Black Horse Cavalry and Iron Horse Cavalry in Iron Cloud to cooperate fully. This plan is called Slaughtering the Sun. Diwu Qingro issued a series of orders without any hesitation. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Tai Badian, do you think that you can grow wings just because this king of Hell Chu is helping you? Watch me cripple this king of hell first. Prime Minister, we spent 13 years and a lot of resources to achieve this. Are we just going to give up like this? The old man with the goatee was somewhat unwilling. I hope I am overthinking. Diwu Qingro's face was gloomy as he said, but, now is not the time for you to question me. Immediately do as I say. At the same time, the 5 armies of the north will advance, 50 kilometers. 50 kilometers? Everyone was stunned. Does the Prime Minister want to start a war? 50 kilometers is the territory of Iron Cloud. Although there are no villages or towns there, Iron Cloud soldiers can't bear it. Do as I say. Diwu Qingro's eyes were heavy. He slowly closed his eyes and said in his heart, I hope it is not too late. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and said hurriedly, no matter who goes, don't touch Tai Badian. Everyone retreated one after another. Diwu Qingro turned around. There was a look of deep contemplation in his eyes. A bright light flickered in his eyes. He revealed an expectant look as he muttered, if you are an opponent, then I will make my move. Let's see if you can take it or not. Then, he gently shook his head and smiled. His eyes looked out the window and into the blue sky. That was the direction of Iron Cloud. Diwu Qingro looked like he was lost in thought. After a long time, he said, give me the information on the situation of Beyond the Heavens sect. A white bird suddenly soared from Diwu Qingro's Prime Minister's manor. It was palm-sized, but its speed was incomparably fast. It circled in the sky, and then disappeared into the blue sky without leaving a trace. Invisible falcon. It was a strange object of the Chongtian continent. It could change color with the change of day and night. Its feathers also changed color and disappeared into the blue sky. It was the highest level communication object. Moreover, its flying speed was 3 times faster than an eagle's. moreover, it had great endurance. It could fly day and night without eating or drinking. With the speed of this invisible falcon, it only needed 1 day and half a night to fly from Great Zhao's capital to Ironcloud Citadel. Half an hour later, 3 black horses galloped out of the northern gate of Great Zhao's capital city. The 3 horsemen whipped their horses, and the sound of their hooves was like thunder. In the blink of an eye, only a wisp of smoke and dust could be seen from the city gate. How many horses could there be in the entire continent? Yet, they were used as tools for short-distance sprints. They galloped without any regard for horsepower, their destination, Ironcloud Citadel. At this moment, Xianxia, the Dark Knight challenger, had just finished a fight. He came out of Meteor Martial Club and found a place to restore his appearance. He made the infamous Dark Knight challenger of Ironcloud Citadel disappear. Then, he walked out onto the street. His heart was filled with regret. If the owner of the Meteor Martial Club had a higher level of attainment in his meteor force, he would be able to integrate the gentle force of water into the layered heaven divine technique under his pressure. Now, he had reached the critical point. Xianxia could feel that the breakthrough was close at hand. But there was still a thin line missing. There was only the thickness of a piece of paper left, but he still could not break through. This kind of feeling was extremely depressing. With this kind of subtle understanding of martial power, if the opponent's martial power was much higher than his, it would not do. He needed to maintain a certain amount of pressure, but it could not be too high. Otherwise, he would not be able to feel it. He also needed a kind of murderous aura to achieve this kind of pressure. But when he was sparring with his own people, he obviously would not have this kind of murderous aura. Murderous aura came from the heart. If there was no murderous intent in the heart, then there would be no murderous aura. This was where Xianxia was helpless. Fortunately, his current cultivation level was not high. It was still possible to find an opponent who was on par with him. If he really reached the peak and encountered this kind of bottleneck, it would be extremely difficult. The loneliness of being at the peak. Xianxia now understood a little bit. It was hard to find an opponent. Without pressure, there would be no breakthrough. But to feel pressure, one had to be able to keep one's life. It was no wonder that the peak masters were so depressed. The conditions for such an opponent were too harsh. If it was a simple life and death battle, then it would be much easier. But to be able to achieve this kind of understanding while facing an opponent, it was just a dream. At the true peak, even a life and death feud could not be found. Where could he find such an opponent? Thinking about this, Xianxia slowly walked out of the main street. Seeing that it was still early, he decided to go to Emerald Flow Lake to take a look. Turning around, he walked in the direction of Emerald Flow Lake. Thinking about Emerald Flow Lake, he could not help but think of Gudu Xing. It had been more than 20 days. That guy should be back by now, right? As Xianxia thought about this, he could not help but smile. This 3rd grade was not something that could be casually raised. First, the elixirs that he had taken from the people's houses were very useful after being purified by the Calamity Sword. Second, in these 20 days, he had fought 40 to 50 times. His body was sore all over in exchange for this. Xianxia thought that this kind of training was completely masochistic. He could not hide, it was best to meet force with force. Plus, he could not use any killing moves, and he could not use the Calamity Sword. Once he killed someone with one strike, then he would not be able to comprehend anything. But in terms of martial power, he was not as good as the other person. Wasn't this a clear disadvantage? While he was thinking about this, suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the direction of the city gate. Where is Dusher Qing? Dusher Qing, come out. This voice was filled with endless panic and sorrow, as well as a trace of panic. But the person who let out the roar was obviously very strong. Xianxia was shocked and suddenly looked up. Who is this? This person's martial power is very high. Why is he looking for Dusher Qing? This voice was still very far away, but for some reason, Xianxia suddenly felt an indescribable sense of irritation. It was as if something bad was happening. Xianxia rushed toward the south gate with a swoosh. He did not know why he was doing this. He only knew that his heart was suddenly very flustered. Why? That voice kept calling for Dusher Qing. The urgency and panic in the voice made it clear that this person's heart was in a mess. He was getting closer and closer. Chu Yang's body was like the wind as he rushed forward. At the city gate, a man in black carried a person on his back and rushed in like a whirlwind. The soldiers guarding the gate did not have time to make a move to stop him. They only saw a blur in front of their eyes. A black whirlwind blew past them and disappeared on the main road into the city. The soldier who moved the fastest suddenly jumped up into the air with his arms and legs flailing. Blood spurted out from his mouth. No one clearly saw how this person made his move. Stop. Several experts and officers who were guarding the south gate leaped up and tried to stop this person. A white silhouette nimbly intercepted him. One black silhouette and the other white silhouette crossed each other like lightning. With two bangs, the white silhouette let out a miserable groan and fell down, spitting out a mouthful of blood. When he landed halfway, the sound of his bones cracking could be heard from his body. However, he was still able to block the black-cloaked man for a moment. 7 to 8 figures had already taken advantage of this small gap to block the black-cloaked man. The black-cloaked man's forward momentum was stopped. His eyes were wild as he furiously shouted, "Get out of the way! Tell Du Shiqing to come see me!" Impudent! Du Shiqing was personally welcomed into the imperial city by Taibu Tian. Who did not know about this? Right now, Du Shiqing was in the royal palace, treating the Emperor of Iron Cloud. How could he be disturbed? Get out of my way! Blood trickled down from the corners of the black-robed man's mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered internal injuries. However, his imposing manner was still unstoppable. Seeing that the 7 or 8 people in front of him were not giving way, and that there were also ordinary soldiers surrounding him, he could not help but become furious. He fiercely raised his chi, and immediately attacked. As soon as he attacked, his energy was like a raging wave, it was unstoppable. The 7 people on the other side exclaimed in unison, "A revered level master?" They did not dare to be negligent and used all of their strength to meet him. The black-cloaked man's mouth revealed a trace of ferocity. He roared, "If you don't give way, then all of you can die." His palm contained a huge amount of energy. Even in such a situation, he still firmly supported the person on his back with one hand. On his back, there was a person lying quietly without the slightest movement. A large cloak covered the person's body, making it impossible to see what the person looked like. However, from the shape of the person, one could tell that the person was very thin and weak, like a child. With a loud bang, the 7 people on the other side joined forces to meet this palm. Like a bomb exploding, they were fiercely blown away in all directions. Everyone's face was pale. The opponent obviously did not use his full strength. This feeling of surging potential was very frightening. "Your Excellency, do you have a family member who has an urgent illness and is looking for Senior Du?" Below, an officer shouted, "However, you should know that this is Iron Cloud Citadel. Senior Du's status is very high. The more impatient you are, the more you will delay the treatment of your loved ones. Please reconsider." The black-cloaked man's entire body shook. With a schwa sound, he jumped down from the sky and grabbed the officer. "You know Du Shiqing? Where is he? Take me to him. This matter, I cannot make the decision." Although the officer's chest was grabbed, he wasn't afraid at all. He proudly said, "Your Excellency, even if your martial arts are high, but if you want to see Mr. Du, you can't just rely on your martial arts. You have guts." The black-cloaked man slowly let go of his right hand. His bloodshot eyes shined like a hungry wolf, but his voice was calm again. "What is the fastest way to see Du Shiqing?" Even though the officer was quick-witted and stopped the black-cloaked man, Du Shiqing was in the royal palace. How could a small guard like him know how to see him? His face could not help but show a troubled expression. The black-cloaked man gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You lied to me." He raised his hand and wanted to kill the officer. The surrounding soldiers shouted as they unsheathed their swords and spears. The entire southern city gate was illuminated by the reflection of their weapons. The black-cloaked man did not hesitate and shouted, "If you delay this important matter, even the lives of your entire Iron Cloud Citadel are not out of the question. Do you really care about killing a few people?" Without even blinking, his hand came down with a schwa sound. "Stop." A black shadow flew over. Before the person arrived, he was already shouting in the air, "If you want to see Du Shiqing, you need to tell me." When the black-cloaked man heard this, his hand that was about to come down suddenly stopped. A moment ago, the violent energy was surging out unstoppably, but in the next moment, it was gone. The black shadow that came was Xianxia. Seeing this skill, his heart was shocked. Release and release at will, a king-level master. The black-cloaked man raised his head and looked at the black-cloaked Xianxia. Take off your mask. I do not like people who hide their heads and tails, I do not trust them. Do you want to see Du Shiqing or do you want me to take off my mask? Xianxia snorted, if I could take it off, why would I put it on? The black-cloaked man snorted and looked at Xianxia with his eagle-like eyes. You know where Du Shiqing is? Of course. However, unless it is absolutely necessary, no one is allowed to disturb Senior Du. Xianxia said, I need to know if your friend is injured or sick. Is there a need for Senior Du to personally come and see him? The black-cloaked man glared at Xianxia as if he wanted to eat him alive. If it is a minor injury or illness, there are many medical centers in the city. Xianxia was indifferent to the black-cloaked man's glare and said calmly. In fact, he was getting more and more excited. He could feel that this black-cloaked man had some kind of connection with him. Otherwise, his powerful spiritual sense would not have been so flustered today. Everyone get out of the way, it is all right. Xianxia shouted to the people around him. At the same time, his right hand flashed and a token appeared in his palm. On it, the two words Butian were clearly written in front of everyone's eyes. Butian Pavilion's people. The surrounding officers immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They hurriedly waved their hands, get out of the way, get out of the way. Immediately, the surrounding soldiers dispersed. Several officers wiped their foreheads, their hearts still palpitating with fear. When they saw this guy's face covered, they were also a bit unhappy. They also wanted to take him down and take him down. But at this moment, they only felt lucky. So it was King of Hell choose people. Luckily, we did not provoke him, the black-cloaked man's gaze softened a bit. He gently carried the cloaked person in front of him. His movements were very careful. This kind of movement did not startle the person at all. He gently took off the cloak and said, it is an injury, but it is also an illness. If an ordinary doctor could treat it, I would not have come all the way to Ironcloud Citadel. Even Du Shiqing. As he said this, he sighed softly. But Xianxia could no longer hear what he was saying. The moment the cloak was taken off, Xianxia felt a rush of blood, he saw stars in front of his eyes. At this moment, he almost fainted, no wonder his spiritual sense was so abnormal, it was because Xianxia's heart was in pain, it was violently churning. At this moment, his eyes were suddenly covered with tears. He looked at this injured person, and his body suddenly shook violently. It was as if he used all of his spiritual energy to painfully groan. His voice trembled as if he was in a dream. Ching. Wu, the public's last chapter will be on the shelves in a few hours. Feng Ling is a writer, he relies on subscriptions for a living. I hope everyone can be generous and subscribe to support him. Thank you so much. At midnight, have you all prepared your monthly tickets? It was as if time had suddenly flowed backwards. The surrounding people were gone, the city walls were gone, even heaven and earth were gone. In Xianxia's eyes, there was only this delicate little face left, Qinggu. Qinggu. You have finally appeared. You have finally appeared, in this life, I will dance for you. In this life, I will dance for you. My heart will not change even if I die 10,000 times. Qinggu, who am I doing this for? For you. For you, curved eyebrows, a small pink face, a pale face. Her originally lively big eyes were tightly shut, and her face was full of pain. Her lips were tightly pursed, and there was a narrow wound on her chest. Around the wound, even her snow-white clothes had turned black. Black demon. Xianxia's pupils shrank, and he shouted angrily. This was the unique scar of the Black Demon clan. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly understood some doubts that he did not understand in his previous life. There was a scar on Mo Qingwu's chest. And it was this scar that completely obstructed Mo Qingwu's martial path. Restricted by this scar, Mo Qingwu's highest achievement in life could only stop at martial great master. She was obviously a talented genius, but because of this reason, she could not take a step forward after reaching martial great master. Because after martial great master was revered martial great master, and the cultivation of revered martial great master required the tempering of the 5 internal organs, and this wound obviously prevented any possibility of tempering the 5 internal organs. Mo Qinggu once said that she was injured when she was young, and did not receive timely treatment, leaving behind internal injuries. After returning home, the internal injury had already formed, and could not be changed. When Mo Qinggu talked about this, there was a faint loneliness and unwillingness in her expression. She also mentioned that at that time, there was once an uncle who loved her the most, who died because of her injury, and because of this injury, Mo Qinggu was ambushed, unable to break out of the encirclement, and died. "Who are you? How do you know our miss?" The black-cloaked man looked at Chu Yang suspiciously. This black-cloaked masked man was full of mystery. The moment he saw the miss, his eyes were dazed as if he was in a dream, but there was also a burst of light. When he saw the young miss's injuries, the anger in his eyes was as if he wanted to burn everything. That pained look on his face was as if his own heart was being hammered into pieces by someone. That was an extremely deep heartache. When the black-robed man saw this gaze, he felt completely relieved. With this kind of gaze, even if he would rather be injured 10,000 times, he would not let the young miss be hurt in the slightest. As soon as he relaxed, the black-cloaked man, who was already seriously injured, immediately swayed. He tried his best to keep his hands steady as he pushed them forward. "I'll leave it to you to save the young lady." Chu Yang hurriedly stretched out his hand and caught this petite body. His heart started to beat violently again. Seeing Chu Yang take over Mo Qinggu, the black-cloaked man's heart lightened and he almost fell to the ground. His face was full of fatigue. He wanted to walk, but he couldn't move his legs. "What happened to you?" Chu Yang's heart was burning with anxiety. He wanted to carry Mo Qingwu to Dushi. Seeing the black-robed man in such a state, how could he just leave? "The young miss's injury. I used my energy to keep her alive the whole way." The black-cloaked man smiled weakly. Chu Yang suddenly realized. He was already injured, and he used his precious energy to keep Mo Qingwu alive. Plus, he had to maintain his speed to reach Iron Cloud Citadel as soon as possible to find Dushi. If it wasn't for his willpower, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Chu Yang picked up Mo Qingwu with one hand and grabbed the black-cloaked man's arm with the other. He turned his head and shouted, "Find me a carriage, quickly. You go first, the young miss won't be able to hold on for long." "I'm fine." The black-cloaked man shook his head weakly. He used all his strength to break free from Chu Yang's arm and pushed him. "Go quickly." Chu Yang's heart felt warm. This black-cloaked man obviously did not care about himself for Mo Qingwu's sake, but Mo Qingwu's life was at stake. There was no time to waste. Chu Yang's heart hardened. He fiercely transferred his energy into the black-cloaked man's body. After one cycle, he said, "Someone come, take this elder to Butian Pavilion. Find Wu Qianqian." Then he nodded and flew out with Mo Qingwu in his arms. The gate guard was startled. Wu Qianqian? Could it be the Rakshasa girl by King of Helchu's side? Looking at Chu Yang's serious expression, Tai Butian was a bit startled. She remembered Chu Yang's words, "She is my life." But now, it seemed that this was not his life. In his heart, this little girl was clearly more important than his own life. Who is this little girl? Is she his little sister? Naturally, Tai Butian would never suspect that Chu Yang had any romantic feelings for such a pretty little girl. This little girl was only about 10 years old. How could it be possible? She watched as Chu Yang drank the medicine in big mouthfuls, and then held it in his mouth for a while to let the temperature of the medicine drop a little. Then, he carefully passed the medicine over. That patience, that care that came from his soul. Tai Butian suddenly felt her heart thumping heavily. She could not help but turn her head away. When the bowl of medicine was finally finished, Chu Yang stood up and asked, "Senior Du, how many more times do I have to take this medicine?" "For today's medicine, taking it once is enough. After this bowl of medicine, you can massage her blood to let the medicine spread faster. I estimate that she will wake up in the evening." Du Shiqing looked up at the sky. It was already afternoon. "At that time I will prepare some medicine for her to take. In 7 or 8 days, she will be able to walk without any danger to her life. Her internal injuries can also be healed, but the injuries to her 3e meridian, I can't do anything about it." Du Shiqing looked up at Chu Yang. This kind of internal injury is absolutely incurable in the world. You don't need to waste any more effort. Du Shiqing clearly saw through Chu Yang's thoughts. If he did not say this, Chu Yang would definitely go to the ends of the earth to seek medical help for this little girl. Chu Yang would do such a thing. Chu Yang's love for this little girl had obviously reached the point where he did not care about anything else. This point, anyone could see. Du Shiqing might not be a big deal in other aspects, but his medical skills would be an authority even in upper three heavens. His words meant that Mo Qingwu's internal injury could not be cured. Of course, Chu Yang knew this, and he also understood the meaning behind Du Shiqing's words. It was not easy for him to get to this point. He must not waste his life for a hopeless illness. Even those legendary heavenly treasures won't work? Chu Yang asked in despair. Perhaps you do not know what kind of poison this is, but I can say with certainty that this is the legendary Heimo's poison. If it was not injected into the 3E meridian, with my medical skills, it would not be difficult to completely cure it. But once she enters the 3E meridian, even the deities will be helpless. Du Shiqing solemnly said, even if all the legendary medicines in the world were gathered together, they would still not be able to cure it. Du Shiqing paused, looked at Chu Yang, and said softly, Chu Yang, the only thing I can do is to try my best to suppress her injuries after she wakes up. Suppress it to the point where it will not affect her life. Even if she marries later, she will be fine. If he was lucky, he could still live a long life. You'll just stop at the martial Dao. As a woman, this is the same as a normal person. Du Shiqing said sincerely. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh, and lowered his head. Even if you gather all the great medicines together, you still won't be able to cure it. These words had given Chu Yang a huge blow. It also made the hope in his heart disappear. For other women, it might be the same. But for Mo Qingwu, it was definitely not the same. In the previous life, if it were not for this damned illness, how could Mo Qingwu have been ambushed and killed? Mo Qingwu had never mentioned her family background, but Chu Yang knew that Mo Qingwu definitely came from a powerful aristocratic family. That kind of elegance and nobility in her bones was definitely not something that could be cultivated by a small family. But in the previous life, Mo Qingwu would rather wander the martial world than go home. Why? Perhaps it was related to this injury. Maybe it was because Mo Qingwu did not want to go back. Then, it could be because the family treated Mo Qingwu unfairly. Or, she was expelled from the family. And a girl with the 3E meridian was a genius of every family, a treasure. How could they be willing to expel her? If she was really expelled, it would be because her 3E meridian was destroyed. In other words, it was because of today's incident. The injury this time had really caused Mo Qingwu's life tragedy in her previous life. If it were not for this injury, she would not have left the family, and she would not have met Chu Yang, and she would not have been ambushed and killed. So Chu Yang was not reconciled. He was not reconciled to let Mo Qingwu really bear this injury that could not be healed for the rest of her life. Even if he could protect her, he could not be by her side all the time. Mo Qingwu must have the power to protect herself. Only then could Chu Yang be at ease. Chu Yang, who is this little girl to you? It was only now that Tai Butian asked this question. With Tai Butian's composure, it was already very rare for her to ask such a curious question. However, Tai Butian's words jolted Chu Yang out of his deep thoughts. She's my. Chu Yang just opened his mouth and suddenly grimaced. Pay. Mr. Du, what kind of medicine is this? Why is it so bitter? Ugh. Chu Yang felt that his mouth had directly turned into a goldfish. This kind of bitterness was really bitter to the extreme. Chu Yang grimaced in pain, so bitter that he rolled his eyes. You didn't feel the bitterness just now? Tai Butian and Du Shiqing were both stunned. Chu Yang was also startled. Just now, he was wholeheartedly thinking about Mo Qingwu. When he saw that she couldn't drink the medicine, he did it without thinking. He did it naturally, and didn't consider whether the medicine was bitter or not. Now that he was reminded, while Chu Yang felt the bitterness, he also remembered Mo Qingwu's poem, A Lifetime of Not Dancing. A dance is a lifetime of bitterness. In this life, I dance for you, even if I have to dance a lifetime of bitterness. Bitter. Chu Yang could not help but grimace. Was it bitter? This kind of bitterness, compared to the bitterness in Mo Qingwu's heart in the previous life, was it still bitter? I'm afraid it was not even 1 in 10,000, right? You are really. Du Shiqing admired Chu Yang more and more. Chu Yang was indeed a person who valued friendship and righteousness. This old man did not misjudge him. In order to save someone, he actually completely ignored his own feelings. This was a kind of selfless spirit. But Tai Budian had a different thought. It seems that this little girl is really Chu Yang's biggest weakness. Once the enemy knows, there will be no end of trouble. This news must be kept secret, it's just that I don't know the origin of this little girl. Senior Du, regarding the matter of saving this little girl today, I hope that no one will know about it. Tai Budian said with a smile. Du Shiqing was startled, but he immediately understood and said, "Don't worry, no one will know about this matter." Looking at Mo Qingwu's little face slowly turning red, and her breathing also gradually slowing down, as if she had gone from being unconscious to being in a deep sleep, Chu Yang also slowly relaxed. With this happiness, he did not feel the bitterness in his mouth anymore. Instead, he began to look at this legendary royal palace with interest. This is the royal palace? It's really rich and luxurious. Chu Yang looked and commented with great interest, it just feels a bit deserted. Deserted is inevitable. Tai Budian sighed and said, for the convenience of doing things, I don't often stay in the royal palace. Besides, the maids in the royal palace, other than those who are left to take care of father and maintain the daily cleanliness of the royal palace, I have sent the rest out of the palace. Right now, there are many things to do in Iron Cloud. If I still have to maintain the daily necessities of the royal palace, it will not be a small expense. Chu Yang let out an "oh" sound and asked, then what about your little sister? Is there no one to take care of her? Chu Yang clearly remembered that day at Heavenly Armament Pavilion, the young girl called Tai Longqing second uncle. Calling someone second uncle might be normal in a normal family, but when it came to Tai Longqing, it was very unusual. Before coming to Iron Cloud, Chu Yang did not know about the members of Iron Cloud's royal family. But after entering Batian Pavilion, he knew that the only direct relatives of the previous royal family were the emperor and Tai Longqing. Then that young girl must be Tai Butian's little sister without a doubt. My little sister? Tai Budian seemed to be a bit surprised. Her eyes flashed with a complicated look, then she smiled and said, you are talking about that mischievous little girl. Why, have you seen her? Yes, she went to Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Chu Yang nodded. That little girl is really a headache. Tai Budian smiled and said, but she is also very cute. Minister Chu suddenly mentioning her, haha. Could it be that Minister Chu has some feelings for my little sister? Without waiting for Chu Yang to speak, Tai Budian laughed heartily and said, Minister Chu is a dragon among men. If you are really interested, I would not mind being a matchmaker for you. Chu Yang laughed. He also knew that Tai Budian was joking. He said, I am just a commoner, how could I be worthy of the princess? I am just curious. Your Highness in Iron Cloud seems to be very mysterious. Tai Butian's eyes flashed, then she sighed and said, my little sister's existence is a secret. In the past, Great Zhao constantly sent assassins to assassinate our royal family members. In order to protect my little sister, after she was born, I did not announce it. Then, my father was injured, so I did not dare to announce it. If someone knew and something happened, then wouldn't I, as her elder brother, have wronged her? Tai Budian sighed and said, as a girl, being born in a royal family is a misfortune. Being born in a royal family in a time of war is even more tragic. Unfortunately, this royal family is very small in number and has suffered many disasters. I only hope that my little sister can live a peaceful and ordinary life. Concealing her news is also a precaution. If one day Iron Cloud is defeated, she can still keep her life. Even if she has to hide her identity, she can still live. After saying this, he sighed heavily again. His heart was obviously very touched. Chu Yang was silent for a long time. He faintly felt that Tai Butian's words were somewhat evasive, but he still said, yes, being born in a royal family, of course you can enjoy the luxurious life that ordinary people can't even dream of. But the pressure you have to bear is so heavy that it can kill. Fortunately, your little sister has such a good brother like you. This is also her good fortune. Du Shiqing also let out a sigh. The daughters of royal families have always been tools for governing the country and diplomacy. The end result is usually a marriage alliance. And they never care about whether the princess herself likes it or not. They only care about the interests of the whole country. Let's not talk about this anymore. What do you plan to do with this little girl? Tai Butian winked at Chu Yang. We'll talk about it after we leave the palace. Chu Yang bowed to Du Shiqing and said, Senior Du, thank you. I owe you another favor. Chu Yang's words were very vague. Oh, a favor. It seemed like a very normal sentence, but even Du Shiqing did not know that this time, Chu Yang had saved him a chance of redemption when he was beyond redemption. Chu Yang had a clear conscience. Du Shiqing had saved Mo Qingwu once, so Chu Yang would definitely remember it. Moreover, Du Shiqing was also an elder that he respected. Du Shiqing chuckled and waved his hand, not caring at all. After bidding farewell to the imperial palace, Tai Butian looked at Chu Yang, who was carrying this little girl as if she was a treasure. Tai Butian couldn't help but frown. Minister Chu, even though you might not feel comfortable with me telling you this, I still have to remind you that this little girl is very likely to become your weakness. Chu Yang frowned and looked up at Tai Butian. He asked gloomily, what do you mean? You really like this little girl. I can see this. But if this kind of love is revealed to the outside world and is discovered by Diwu Qingro, Tai Butian said lightly, I'm afraid your love for her will harm her instead. Brother Chu, be careful. That's right. Chu Yang was shocked. He suddenly thought of this point. With his current identity as a mortal enemy of Diwu Qingro, the unscrupulous Diwu Qingro might really do this. He could not help but look deeply at Tai Butian. Thank you for the reminder. However, the guilt and longing for Mo Qingwu in 2 lifetimes, even if Chu Yang was heartless, seeing his biggest motivation and biggest concern in this life, how could he not love her? Chu Yang sat in Tai Butian's carriage, frowning. Looking at Mo Qingwu in his arms, his heart was filled with gratitude. Finally, the two of them were together again. Even though Mo Qingwu is still a little girl, it's okay, I can wait. I can wait. The carriage stopped at a hidden corner. Chu Yang jumped out with Mo Qingwu in his arms. His body flashed a few times and disappeared from Tai Butian's sight. Tai Butian couldn't help but sigh softly as she watched Chu Yang leave with the little girl in his arms. Tai Butian didn't ask who that girl was. Because Chu Yang didn't say anything, as a partner, Tai Butian would never ask about things that her partner wasn't willing to talk about. This was a form of trust. However, Tai Butian could clearly sense that Chu Yang still loved this little girl wholeheartedly and didn't make any changes because of her words. Or rather, he wanted to change, but he couldn't. Tai Butian sighed softly and murmured, so you're not a heartless person after all. I wish you good luck. She turned around and said softly, let's go. The carriage rumbled and started moving again. In Tai Butian's heart, even though Chu Yang would sometimes display the mentality and actions of a young man, those were all jokes that he would make when it was harmless. But when it came to doing things, Chu Yang became a precise calculation machine. Absolutely emotionless, without any emotional fluctuations, everything was for the sake of the final goal. For Chu Yang, massacres were even more common and tasteless than eating cabbage. He had always thought of Chu Yang as a heartless leader, an absolute decision-maker. He didn't care about anything, he didn't care about power, wealth, or the lives of others. When he went crazy, he didn't even care about his own life. However, Mo Qingwu's appearance today made Tai Butian see Chu Yang's deep feelings and persistence. He didn't know if this was a good thing for Chu Yang, but he couldn't help but feel a kind of happiness. It was a kind of happiness for a friend. After today, she felt that Chu Yang wasn't a machine. Instead, he was a living person with flesh, blood, and feelings. Chu Yang went all the way back to Butian Pavilion, then entered through a secret passage and returned to his room. Wu Qianxian was inside, wearing a ferocious mask and a black robe. They were also shocked to see that Chu Yang had suddenly returned with an unconscious little girl. But seeing Chu Yang's expression, she still chose not to ask. Where is the person who came this afternoon? Chu Yang asked. Unconscious. Wu Qianxian also said lightly, his injuries are very serious. Good, as long as he's not dead. Chu Yang quickly said, prepare a carriage. After dark, I will take them to Emerald Flow Lake. Right now, Emerald Flow Lake's construction had been completed, it was completely habitable. Wu Qianqian nodded and said, His Highness said that Tang Xianxing's matter should be dealt with according to your methods, there is no need to go through him. Chu Yang let out an O sound and said indifferently, I know. Inform Heavenly Secret Hall that the investigation of Tang Xianxing is over. Also, tell Fierce Blood Hall to send people tonight to capture Tang Xianxing. Remember, use a thief or some other identity. It doesn't matter if it succeeds or not, but if anyone reveals their identity and Bution Pavilion's identity, kill without mercy and exterminate their entire family. Wu Qianqian's whole body shook. She suddenly raised her head and said, You are too bold? Bold? Chu Yang frowned and said softly, I'm even worried that tonight is too late. Chu Yang was a bit regretful, he should have read all the information first before capturing Tang Xianxing. But now that he had already dealt with so many officials, Tang Xianxing would definitely be on guard. Tang Xianxing was a spy, yet he was able to do all this in Ironclad Nation. His intelligence was definitely top-notch. He would definitely feel that he was in danger, therefore, Chu Yang did not have high hopes for Fierce Blood Hall's operation tonight. What he needed to consider now was what to do next if he could not capture Tang Xianxing. Whether he could capture Tang Xianxing or not, the next step was the most important. Chu Yang originally wanted to do it himself, but Mo Qingwu's appearance made him give up on this idea. Mo Qingwu was unconscious, and Chu Yang wanted to accompany her. The affairs of the world were important, but compared to Mo Qingwu, they were nothing. The affairs of the world were important, but they were not my wife. Emerald Flow Lake. Chu Yang carefully placed Mo Qingwu on his bed. He sat in front of the bed with his chin propped up and looked at her in a daze. I worked hard, I fought hard, I would rather go against the heavens, I would rather go against fate, I would rather be beyond redemption, all for the sake of reuniting with you in this life. All for the sake of making it up to you, I want to love you, Qingwu. Originally, we were supposed to meet 10 years later, but this time, we met ahead of time. Looking at the young face on the bed, Chu Yang sighed softly. His heart suddenly felt bitter, then sweet, and then lost. I have grown up, but you are still so young. Qingwu, when can you become the Mo Qingwu of the previous life? A dance is a lifetime of suffering. If so, I would rather not see your beautiful singing and dancing for the rest of my life, and let you be happy. A moan came from next door, followed by a rustling sound. Then, a burly figure appeared at the door. He asked with a hoarse voice, How is Miss? Chu Yang stood up silently and looked at the burly man in black at the door. The burly man in black rushed in quickly. Looking at Mo Qingwu on the bed, he carefully reached out his finger to check her breathing. His face immediately looked relieved. He sat down on the chair that Chu Yang had just sat on and grinned, Miss is fine, thank the heavens. The burly man in black moved quickly. Although his face was still a little pale, there were no major problems. It seemed that he had recovered well. Chu Yang could not help but sigh. A king-level master's recovery ability was really strong. He raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. His eyes were full of gratitude. He clasped his hands, Thank you. Little brother, today is all thanks to you. I will repay your kindness in the future. Helping you is not for your future. Chu Yang smiled faintly, How are you? I am fine, just a little weak. The burly man in black's eyes showed a strong hatred. At Lianyun Mountain, I was surrounded by Heimo's subordinates. I did not expect that Heimo's 2 kings were also there. In a moment of carelessness, I was hit by 2 punches. But it is not a big deal. It is just that Miss is worrying. Lianyun Mountain. Chu Yang was a little shocked. Lianyun Mountain was 700 miles away. He was attacked by Heimo and had serious internal injuries, but he still traveled 700 miles in one day to reach Ironclad Citadel. This was not even counting the time he spent on the road. One must know that no one would tell him that Dusher Qing was in Ironclad Citadel. He had to ask around to find out. This person's tenacity was really strong. Little brother, which clan are you from? Why do you look so unfamiliar to me? The burly man in black took a deep breath. He picked up Chu Yang's teacup and drank it in one gulp. He wiped his mouth and asked. What do you mean by which clan? Chu Yang frowned. Which clan are you from in Santian? The burly man in black opened his eyes wide. I am not from Santian. Chu Yang smiled helplessly. Then how do you know my miss? You know her name? And Hayamo? The burly man in black glared. Even though it was a normal question, his appearance was a little rough. When he glared, even the beard on his cheeks almost exploded. Chu Yang felt that this question was a little difficult to answer. Could it be that the person who was reborn was your miss-husband? If he said that, Chu Yang could guarantee that his savior would immediately be punched full. It is a long story. Chu Yang sighed deeply. Then, he changed the topic and asked, why are you here? The burly man in black looked at Chu Yang's expression and showed an understanding smile. He grinned and said, oh, so that's how it is. I understand, ha ha ha. In that case, I won't ask. Chu Yang was stunned. What do you understand? What do you mean by in that case? So that's how it is? Why do I not understand? I am a child without a mother. It is a long story. The burly man in black sighed heavily. It is a long story. Do you have wine? Chu Yang was once again stunned. This man's thought process was really unpredictable. One moment he was sighing, and the next moment he was asking for wine. Plus, he was seriously injured. As if he saw Chu Yang's worry, the burly man in black patted his chest. No problem. If you have wine, just give it to me. No matter how serious the injury is, I still need to drink. I need to drink to drown my sorrows. After downing 3 full bowls of wine, the black-clothed man exhaled a mouthful of wine and said, this is really satisfying. Sigh, speaking of which, it's so **king depressing. Originally, the world was peaceful and everything was fine. Suddenly, one day, the Calamity Sword reappeared. Calamity Sword? Chu Yang's heart beat violently. At this moment, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Only he knew about the appearance of the Calamity Sword. Why did it seem like the whole world knew about it? When calamity appears, the wind and clouds dance. When calamity is destroyed, the stars cry. When heaven and earth changes, the fate of the world changes. This is a saying that has been passed down in the heaven-level continent for 10,000 years. It's also a prophecy left by the supreme martial artist Chen Luyun 10,000 years ago. When the man in black said the 3 words Chen Luyun, the respect on his face was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. Supreme martial artist Chen Luyun was also one of the only 2 supreme martial artists in the history of the heaven-level continent. In this world, there were no supreme martial artists originally. However, after these 2 people broke through the last barrier, there were supreme martial artists. The morning breeze in the universe, the clouds outside the sky, supreme martial artist Chen Luyun, supreme martial artist Chen Luyun. The eternal legends of the heaven-level continent, Chu Yang naturally knew about Chen Luyun. However, he didn't know that Chen Luyun had left such a prophecy. This sentence means that once the Calamity Sword finds its true master, heaven and earth will definitely change greatly. The entire structure of the heaven-level continent will also change. Therefore, once the Calamity Sword appears, all the descendants of the big clans must experience the martial world and wait for the calamity. Legend has it that the calamity of the Calamity Sword is to rule the big clans of the heaven-level continent. To face the calamity. Only after this turmoil, the big clans will be ranked again to determine the strong and the weak. They will decide the ownership of the upper 3 heavens and the lower 3 heavens. Only then will it come to an end. The man in black took another sip of wine and said, and the master of the Calamity Sword is the most important person. Chu Yang opened his mouth like a dying catfish. With his composure, he actually didn't know what to say at this moment. Are you shocked? The black-cloaked man proudly shook the wine jar. He was very satisfied with Chu Yang's expression. This matter was no longer a secret in the aristocratic families of the 3 heavens. He didn't expect that when he spoke of it, this fellow would be so shocked. This caused the black-clothed man's heart to fill with a sense of accomplishment. Shocking. This is too shocking. Chu Yang nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking rice. He thought, I'm not just shocked. I'm shocked to the point of turning the world upside down. Tribulation Swordmaster? Isn't that referring to me? Could it be that I have such an ability? Even the upper three heavens and the upper three heavens were shaken by a mere martial warrior? Speaking of which, this is not a good thing. Mother ****. The black-cloaked man's face was suddenly filled with anger. The birth of the Calamity Sword is not a big deal, but it is related to the ranking of the big clans. Therefore, the young disciples of the various aristocratic families had one requirement when they came out for training, and that was, to suppress the disciples of the other aristocratic families. If he couldn't suppress it, he could just kill it. In any case, we have to do everything we can to weaken them. Xianxia held his forehead and secretly rolled his eyes. And the mortal enemies of our Mo clan are the He Mo clan and the Yen clan. Although they seem to be at peace on the surface for hundreds of years, they are constantly fighting in the dark. This time, the birth of the Calamity Sword has exposed the conflict between the three big clans. Especially the younger generation, it is a life and death situation. The black-cloaked man sighed. This time, the two young masters came out to gain experience, and brought 3 guards with them. The young miss made a fuss, and wanted to come out to play. The clan master also felt that with 3 king-level experts protecting her, nothing could go wrong. So, he allowed her to come out. He also sent me to protect the young Mississippi. He sighed and raised his head to drink. He sighed. I really failed to live up to Clan Master's great trust, for king-level experts, to protect her? Xianxia's brain short-circuited. The Mo clan of the 3 heavens? Was it that awesome, and under the protection of 4 king-level experts, Mo Qinggu actually suffered such injuries? Were these 4 king-level masters incompetent? King-level experts are considered top figures in the 3 heavens. But this time, the young disciples are going to train in the martial world. It will decide the survival of the entire clan for hundreds or thousands of years from now. Compared to this, what are king-level experts? The black-cloaked man looked disdainful. He completely forgot that he was also a king-level expert. I see. Xianxia's face became serious. He had heard Gu Duxing talk about the 3 heavens clan training in the martial world. But he didn't expect it to be so grand and far-reaching. Now, it seemed that he had to re-evaluate some things. After coming out, the eldest young master and the second young master had a conflict. They quarreled for an entire afternoon and parted on bad terms. The eldest young master took his 2 brothers to Great Zhao. And the second young master took Miss to go sightseeing. When they arrived at the Lianyun Mountains, there were rumors that there were ruins under the cliff. After the second young master saw some things, he suspected that it was the remains of a monarch-level expert. Plus, the place was very desolate, so he wanted to go and take a look. I accompanied Miss to wait on the cliff while the second young master and Mo Lao-san went down. Not long after they went down, the whole slanting valley suddenly burst into flames. They were ambushed by the enemy. This is a trap, Xianxia said with certainty. He couldn't help but despise the second young master. If there were really remains of a monarch-level expert, would you have the chance to come down from the 3 heavens? Such an obvious trap, and he actually stepped into it with his sister. What a retard. Slap. The black-cloaked man slapped his thigh and said with a tone of heroes think alike, who said it wasn't? It was a trap, sigh. Mo Lao-san and I tried to persuade the second young master several times, but he didn't listen. Sigh. I carried Miss and escaped from the fire with great difficulty. Then, we were surrounded by the He Mo. Sigh, Miss has the 3E meridian. If she grows up, she will become a great expert even if she is a girl. But, the He Mo wanted to kill her because of this. 12 revered martial artists and the saber sword kings attacked at the same time. I almost lost my life there. Even Miss was hit by the He Mo sword king's sword. Fortunately, she was far away. But, she almost. The black-cloaked man's face was full of anger. Mother ****, this debt will be settled sooner or later. However, he didn't notice that ever since he mentioned the words 3E meridians, Xianxia had suddenly become silent. The Mo clan values Qingwu's 3E meridian very much. Xianxia asked cautiously. Of course. The 3E meridian only appears in women. Once it appears, the future of this woman is immeasurable. Even if she becomes an emperor-level expert, it won't be surprising. Moreover, our Mo clan had a great-grandmother who had the 3E meridian. She left behind a set of cultivation methods for the 3E meridian. Miss only needs to follow it step by step, and her path will be smooth and smooth. The black-clothed man said proudly. It could be seen that this man loved and cared for his miss very much. Moreover, he was very proud of Mo Qingwu. What if the 3E meridian is destroyed? What will happen? Chu Yang asked in a low voice, what will happen? The 3E meridian will be destroyed? The black-cloaked man looked at him in shock. Suddenly, he stood up with a schwa sound. The wine jar in his hand fell to the ground with a bang sound. He stared at Chu Yang. I mean, if. Chu Yang said softly. If. The black-cloaked man murmured weakly. He suddenly remembered that Mo Qingwu had been hit by a sword. That sword was on her chest. And that was where the 3E meridian gathered. He was stunned for a long time. Then, he said in a low voice, if. Miss life is over. His voice was full of grief and loss. Over? Chu Yang frowned. He faintly revealed a dangerous aura. How is it over? The black-cloaked man smiled bitterly and said, in every clan or country, there will always be a lot of good-for-nothings among the daughters of the clan masters. These people are debauches, rude and unreasonable. They don't even know martial arts. They are all the same. They all have their own positions and their own values. Chu Yang nodded silently. And these good-for-nothings are the daughters of the clan masters. The role they play is also very big. Because they are usually used to form alliances through marriage. They are tools to consolidate power. The black-cloaked man smiled bitterly. There are many strong forces. Everyone is walking on thin ice. Even if two forces want to form an alliance, there must be a legitimate reason. It's not like you can form an alliance just because you want to. Once your power expands too quickly, other forces will join together to attack you. And at this time, if you want to form an alliance, you don't want to be attacked. First, it's a master and a disciple. Second, it's a marriage alliance. Chu Yang quietly helped him continue, and the master and disciple will have the depression of having their clan's unique skills stolen by others. This will lead to hidden dangers. It's far less worth it to form an alliance through marriage with the good-for-nothings of the clan. As for these good-for-nothing brothers, even if they were to be married, they would still be able to bring great contributions to the family. This is where their value lies. Yes, it's like that. The black-cloaked man lowered his head and said, the Mo clan also has such descendants. And these people usually don't participate in the ranking of the clan because they don't deserve it. Like the clan master's eldest son, Mo Tianxing, because of his good-for-nothings, he was demoted to a third official at the age of 11. Although he is the eldest, he still has to call his younger brother elder brother. If Miss 3E meridian is destroyed, then. The black-cloaked man suddenly became anxious. He asked loudly, little brother, what will happen to Miss? If her 3E meridian is destroyed, will the clan immediately give up on her? Will she become a tool to form an alliance through marriage? Chu Yang's eyes were very cold. His voice was also very cold. He didn't care about the anxiety of this king-level master. With a distressed expression, he continued, moreover, young Miss has always been on good terms with the second duke, but she isn't very harmonious with the Grand Duke. The second duke and the Grand Duke, on the other hand, are very competitive. The Grand Duke is very popular in the family, and the majority of the elders also support the Grand Duke. If there are no accidents, the Grand Duke will definitely take over the position of clan master. If young Miss, the consequences are unimaginable. Chu Yang nodded deeply, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile. Mo Qingwu didn't stay in her clan in her previous life. It seemed that something had happened because of this. For such a big clan, what kinship was there? Mo Qingwu had always been close to second brother, and her 3E meridian had unknowingly created power for her second brother. How could the Grand Duke not hold a grudge? Now that something had happened to her, wouldn't the Grand Duke be in the mood? Why would he help his sister? And once he gained power, how could Mo Qingwu have a good life? The third duke of the Mo clan is called Mo Tianxing? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. This name felt familiar to him. He couldn't help but ask, then what is the name of the Grand Duke in the clan now? When he asked this question, Chu Yang felt that his heart was thumping twice. Mo Tianyun. The man in black exhaled, he is the second son of the clan master. He is now the eldest, and the first successor. What about the second duke? Chu Yang asked anxiously. The second duke is Mo Tianji. In the Mo clan, the Grand Duke is brave and good at fighting, and the second duke is resourceful. This is publicly known. Don't you know? The man in black looked at Chu Yang strangely, and didn't understand his reaction. Moreover, since you know Mo Qing Wu, why don't you know Mo Tianyun and Mo Tianji? Mo Tianji? Mo Tianji. Chu Yang's whole body shook, and he muttered again, Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji, a lifelong friend of his previous life, the young clan lord of the Mo clan, who had set up a deadly ambush in the upper three heavens and killed him on the spot, was actually Mo Qing Wu's brother. He couldn't help but snort and say, so easy to be schemed against and fall into a trap. How can you be considered resourceful? Cough cough, the temptation of a monarch-level expert remains. Little brother, what is your name? The black-cloaked man suddenly slapped his forehead and said, I am sorry, my name is Mo Qingyu. My name is Chu Yang. Chu Yang was a little absent-minded. He was still immersed in the shock brought by the three words Mo Tianji. Chu Yang had never understood why Mo Tianji wanted to harm him. In his previous life, the two of them had drunk wine and chatted countless times. They had confided in each other countless times, and they had talked through the night. It could be said that Mo Tianji had countless opportunities to kill him. But until then, he had never revealed any of it. In fact, Chu Yang could feel that Mo Tianji sincerely wanted to be friends with him. They also sincerely appreciated each other. In the past 3 days, Mo Tianji had been the one who had helped him resolve the numerous crises he had faced. This was the only reason why Chu Yang didn't understand why Mo Tianji wanted to kill him. Today, he finally knew the answer to the riddle. And it was for his younger sister, Mo Qing Wu, revenge. He remembered the last time the two of them drank together until they were dead drunk. They talked about the impermanence of the world and sighed endlessly. Then, for some reason, they talked about the pain in each other's hearts and the things they regretted the most. Chu Yang's thoughts flashed like lightning. A scene from the past suddenly appeared in his mind. The thing I regret the most is my little sister. My favorite little sister. At that time, Mo Tianji had drunk a lot when he was talking. His face was full of tears. My little sister met a heartless man. She gave up everything for this man, but was heartlessly abandoned. She even died because of this man. I asked her many times who this man was when she was alive. But, my little sister never told me. Mo Tianji's tears and murderous aura bloomed together. He fiercely gritted his teeth and said, if I knew who that man was, I would tear him to pieces. Even if he was the son of the Overlord of Upper Three Heavens, I would kill him. Even if I had to sacrifice the entire Mo clan, I would do it. My biggest regret is that I don't know who the man who killed my little sister is. Mo Tianji lowered his head and cried bitterly. Chu Yang was also drunk at that time. He couldn't help but ask, what's your little sister's name? My little sister's name. I never dare to mention it. Once I mention it, I'm heartbroken. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly. He leaned on the table and murmured, little sister. Little sister, why didn't you wait until the day second brother took charge of the clan? Mo Tianji's words stirred up Chu Yang's thoughts. When he thought of Mo Qing Wu, he also felt sad. Thus, he told him about his relationship with Mo Qing Wu. He remembered that at that time, he talked endlessly for the whole night. As for Mo Tianji, he started to stare at him when he was halfway through. His gaze seemed very strange, but he was immersed in his thoughts and didn't notice at all. The next day, Mo Tianji left without saying goodbye and disappeared without a trace. As for himself, he found Mo Tianji's sword in front of his door. The sword that he treasured like his life was broken in front of his door, broken into 2 pieces. From then on, he never saw Mo Tianji again. He always thought that something had happened to Mo Tianji. He even looked for him, but when he went to find the fifth fragment of the Calamity Sword, he was ambushed by Mo Tianji. Everything was clear now. So that's why he left without saying goodbye and his sword was broken in two. This was a sign of breaking all ties. Ambushing to kill him was to avenge his little sister. Even though he never mentioned Mo Qingwu's name, with Mo Tianji's intelligence, how could he not know that he was the culprit who killed his little sister? Chu Yang let out a long sigh. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, Mo Qingwu's small body on the bed moved. She let out a painful groan and slowly opened her eyes. She slowly turned her head and looked at the two of them. A pair of jet black, sparkling eyes that were as pure as water. Chu Yang was almost lost in this pair of eyes at the first moment. Mo Qingwu frowned slightly as if she felt the pain in her body. When she saw Mo Qingwu next to her, she couldn't help but pout her small mouth and her eyes filled with tears. She was like a bullied little girl who suddenly saw her family. "Little miss, you're awake? How is your wound? Does it hurt?" Mo Qingwu quickly and carefully moved closer. His body was hidden from Chu Yang's line of sight. "Uncle Qingwu." Mo Qingwu's tears dripped down as she pitifully said, "It hurts, be good, don't cry. Uncle Chu is here. Don't let Uncle Chu see you like a joke." Mo Qingwu quickly comforted her. Seeing her like this, he couldn't help but feel heartache. "Little miss, this time it is all thanks to Uncle Chu Yang." Chu Yang stood to the side, stunned. His whole body twitched, and his face was full of black lines. "Uncle Chu Yang? That's my wife." Chu Yang almost wanted to stand up and raise his arms in anger. Mo Qingwu softly snorted and raised the back of her hand to wipe her tears. She looked at Chu Yang and her small face blushed. She nodded and saluted. "This niece thanks Uncle Chu Yang. Little Wu will never forget Uncle Chu Yang's life-saving grace." Chu Yang hurriedly shook his hand. He chuckled and said, it's nothing, it's nothing. This, cough cough cough. I'm not much older than you. You can just call me elder brother Chu Yang. Calling me uncle makes me sound old." Mo Qingwu's delicate little face was startled. She raised her head and looked at Mo Qingwu with her big eyes. Mo Qingwu glared at her and said, "That won't do. You cannot mess with seniority. How can you call someone who should be called Uncle Chu Yang brother? Absolutely not." Chu Yang's face suddenly became bitter. He looked at Mo Qingwu and frowned. He really wanted to drag this guy out and rape him. Earlier, he thought he was a loyal and courageous man. Now, why did he become so annoying? "Uncle Chu Yang." The little girl pouted, "I want to drink water." Oh. Chu Yang's face was full of black lines, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly brought the water over. It seems like I have to be this uncle for a few more days. Let me do it." Mo Qingwu's protectiveness was clearly too strong. He took the water from Chu Yang's hand and carefully fed Mo Qingwu. "Uncle Qingwu, when will my second brother come?" Mo Qingwu blinked her long eyelashes. Her small face was full of grievances. "I want second brother to beat up all those bad people." Second brother, will be here soon." Mo Qingwu was a bit embarrassed. Was Mo Tianji still at the bottom of the cliff? Or, was he also ambushed? How would he know when Mo Tianji would come? He gently helped Mo Qingwu lie down. It must have affected her wound. The little girl's eyebrows furrowed again. Chu Yang and Mo Qingwu's hearts twitched. Mo Qingwu held Mo Qingwu's small hand, and a stream of energy slowly entered her meridians to check her injuries. Suddenly, his face changed. His tanned face turned as white as snow in a blink of an eye. His whole body trembled. Then, he was dumbstruck. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and said in a heartbroken voice, How could this be?" He discovered the problem with Mo Qingwu's 3E meridian. Earlier, when he heard Chu Yang's probing, he already had an ominous feeling. However, his heart still held on to a sliver of hope. Now that he had confirmed this bad news, he felt as if the world was spinning. "Uncle Qingwu! Uncle Qingwu, what's wrong?" Mo Qingwu cried out in panic. Uncle is fine, uncle is fine. This is just some congested blood. After spitting it out, my chest feels much better." Mo Qingwu forced a smile and pretended to be relaxed. "You should have a good sleep first." Once you wake up, everything will be fine. Okay. Mo Qingwu obediently closed her eyes. Then, she opened them again and said shyly, Uncle Qingyu, you and Uncle Chuyang are here watching me. I can't sleep, another Uncle Chuyang. Chuyang looked up at the sky and sighed. His heart was so tangled that he was about to suffer from internal injuries. Why can't you sleep? Mo Qingyu asked strangely, with Uncle here, you can relax. Ha ha ha. Mo Qingyu laughed, little girl, you know how to be careful between men and women. Okay, I will talk outside with your Uncle Chuyang. Little lady, if you feel any discomfort, remember to call me. He turned his head to look at Chuyang, Brother Chu, why are we talking outside? Suddenly, he was startled as if he had just discovered a new continent. Brother Chu, why is your face so ugly? Chuyang weakly rolled his eyes. He thought in his heart, why is my complexion so ugly? Why is my face so ugly? My good wife was turned into your niece by you. The fact that I did not break down and commit suicide on the spot is already very good. Was Du Shiqing the one who cured the little miss? What did Du Shiqing say? Mo Qingyu frowned as he sat with Chuyang on the steps in front of the door. His heart was heavy. Ever since he found out that Mo Qingwu's 3E meridian was damaged, Mo Qingyu felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. His whole body was like a volcano on the verge of erupting, filled with the gloominess of a mountain storm. Senior Du said that even if all the great medicines in the world were gathered together, they would not be able to. Chuyang had a good impression of this king-level master who was loyal to his master. Therefore, he did not hide anything and spoke frankly. Then, he looked into Mo Qingyu's eyes, Senior Mo, Qingwu's injury does not have a cure for now. If you let her go back to the clan, I am afraid she would not be able to bear it. How about staying here with me? Mo Qingyu's black eyebrows tightly knitted together. He sighed deeply and said, no. Why? Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and he became furious. Don't tell me that you want to take her back and let her suffer endless pain? You should know that her 3E meridian is damaged, so the clan's attitude will change immediately. You and I both know what kind of treatment a little brother without any value will receive. Pain is also a member of the Mo clan. Mo Qingyu sighed deeply, in a clan, the clan's interest is more important than anything else. You should know this. Even though you saved her life, to the Mo clan, you are still a stranger. Mo Qingyu grunted, even if we take her back and treat her worse than before, it is still better than leaving her in the hands of a stranger. Even if you are our savior, it is still the same. Moreover, with your current strength, you simply don't have the strength to protect her. If Hei Hui comes, do you think you can protect the little miss with your power? Mo Qingyu's cold words made Chuyang feel powerless. This was the truth, no matter what, the fact that he was weak was the cruel reality. Even if Chuyang had the power of a martial arts grandmaster, he was confident that he could contend with the black demon with the calamity sword. But right now, he was only a martial warrior. He wasn't even a martial master. Once the black devil came, Mo Qingwu would definitely die. That would not be protecting her, but harming her. But, how could Chuyang bear to let Mo Qingwu go back and face the cold-heartedness of the Mo clan? Young Miss is still the family head's flesh and blood. Mo Qingyu casually said, even without the 3E meridian, she would still have a good life in the family. Do you believe what you just said? Chuyang coldly looked at him, you are a king-level master. If your cultivation was suddenly destroyed and you became an ordinary person, even if no one came to bully you, would you be able to handle it? But people have to face reality. Mo Qingyu lowered his voice and roared, do you think I don't care? When the little miss was born, her 3E meridian was determined. Then, I was appointed to be her guide and guardian. From the time she was babbling until today, I watched her grow up like she was my own daughter. When he was injured, he could not wait to treat her with his own body. Do you understand this kind of feeling? I know that when she returns to the family, the little miss's power will be taken away. She will not feel good, but only in the family can her life be saved. Anywhere else is not possible. If I cannot do it, you definitely cannot. Mo Qingyu's eyes became bloodshot as he glared at Chuyang. His suppressed emotions suddenly exploded. But I will not allow her to be bullied by you after she returns. Chuyang did not budge an inch. You won't allow it? What can you do? Mo Qingyu indifferently looked at him. Although his words were harsh, they were very serious and full of pain. Chu Yang, you saved us, and I am very grateful to you. That is why I am talking to you nicely. But you must know your own weight. The Mo clan is not something you can change, and it is not something I can change. What if I want to force you to stay? Chu Yang's pupil shrank as he asked. Right now, I am seriously injured. If you force me to stay, I can only stay here for now. But you must think about the consequences of forcing me to stay. Although I believe you do not have any evil intentions, if the Mo clan finds out, it will only bring you disaster. If the Mo clan finds out, they will also come to take you away. If the Yan clan finds out, they will also raze this place to the ground. Mo Qingyu snorted and said, you are a smart person, you will not make such a stupid decision. Chu Yang's head hurt. Forcing her to stay was just an impulse, he knew it was impossible. But he had finally met Mo Qingyu, and under these circumstances, how could he let her go back and suffer? Would he repeat the mistakes of his previous life, but if he did not let her go back? Mo Qingyu's words were not wrong. Although Chu Yang did not want to admit it, he did not have the ability to protect Mo Qingyu. If he let Mo Qingyu stay, it would only harm her and himself. Mo Qingyu coming to Iron Cloud Citadel to find Du Shiqing was not something that could be hidden from those who were interested. Even at this moment, the pursuers were probably already on the way. They could come here at any moment. This matter, we need to think about it at length. After thinking for a long time, Chu Yan decided to take a step back. Senior Mo, whether you stay or not, your injuries need to be healed as soon as possible. If the enemy chases you, you will have the power to fight. As for the other matters, we will wait for Mo Tianji to come here, then we can think about it at length. This was the best delaying tactic Chu Yang could think of. When he said the words Mo Tianji, Chu Yang's heart was filled with bitterness. He did not know how to describe the feeling in his heart. He could not help but secretly sigh. This is the only way. My injuries will not be healed in half a month. Mo Qingyu's voice was filled with sadness and disappointment. He was sad for himself and for Mo Qingyu. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of guilt and self-blame. His job was to protect the young miss, but the young miss was hurt so badly that she could never recover from it. All these emotions weighed down on him, causing his heart to almost collapse. He knew that Chu Yang's method was the best. He really needed to recover from his injuries. If he forced the young miss to leave while his injuries were not healed, he was afraid that the enemy would cut him into pieces along the way. I have medicine here. It was given to me by Senior Du Shiqing. You are a king-level martial artist, so you naturally know what medicine you need. If you do not have it here, you can ask me. Chu Yang said slowly. Good. Chu Yang paced 2 steps and said, but if you stay here, if the enemy comes, it will be troublesome. It would be better to go to the secret underground room and wait until your injuries are almost healed before coming out. He smiled and said, as you said, if the Mo army comes, I will not be able to stop them. Please do not blame me for being too careful. The secret underground room was specially arranged by Chu Yang. Moreover, it was very deep. This was to prepare for the second part of the sword. The location of the secret room was right above the second part of the sword. According to Chu Yang's estimation, he would only need to dig another 20 feet to get the second part of the sword. At this moment, it had become a shelter. This is a safe method. I am not so pedantic. Mo Qingyu sighed in his heart. If Mo Qingyu was not by his side, as a king-level martial artist, he would rather die in battle than hide like a rat in a hole. But now, there was nothing he could do. Wait a moment, I will arrange it. There were no servants on the island where the Heavenly Armament Pavilion was located, so Chu Yang had to do it himself. He made the bed and lit the oil lamp. All kinds of animal fur and cotton blankets were spread out as if they were free. After half an hour, 2 rooms were made. Mo Qingyu's room had been made cozy and warm by Chu Yang. Moreover, the 4 walls had been tightly covered with snow-white cloth. He had even prepared a fragrance at the head of the bed, making the entire room fragrant. TSK, TSK. Of course, Mo Qingyu's room paled in comparison. He only threw the things inside and said to Mo Qingyu, you can do it yourself. as long as it can sleep. Mo Qingyu was so angry that he almost choked. While Chu Yang was busy, Mo Qingyu's eyes were fixed on Chu Yang. He felt that this young man was full of mysteries. Who is he? Why does he know the young miss? Moreover, it seems that he cares for the young miss to the point of being meticulous. His martial power is not high either. I know all the young talents of the clans in the three heavens. Even if I have not seen them, I have heard people describe them. There is no such person among them. How strange. But since Chu Yang did not want to talk about these things, he naturally would not ask. At least the other party did not have any evil intentions. This was absolutely true. After everything was ready, Chu Yang picked up the sleeping Mo Qingyu and slowly walked down. When Chu Yang reached out to pick up Mo Qingyu also reached out, but Chu Yang gave him a sharp stare. Mo Qingyu was a king-level master, but this stare made him unconsciously shiver. Then Chu Yang said, "You are so heavily injured, what if you fall and hurt her?" Mo Qingyu was defeated, so he could only follow behind Chu Yang. Looking at Mo Qingyu sleeping soundly in the secret room, Chu Yang rubbed his hands and said, "Senior Mo, I want to discuss something with you." "What is it?" Mo Qingyu was depressed. Why is Zhou Kai scared after being glared at by this little guy? Damn. This old man is a king-level master. What is this little guy's level? Why am I scared of him? What the hell? Wait until she wakes up. Can we change the way we address each other? Chu Yang scratched his head in embarrassment. His face also turned red for the first time. You see, I'm only 10 years old this year. In fact, I haven't even celebrated my birthday yet. But, I'm already an uncle. This is too much. You are only 10 years old? Mo Qingyu was stunned. This guy seems to have power and influence. Plus, he does things according to the rules. His mind is very meticulous. Aside from being a little impulsive when it comes to the little miss, everything else is well thought out. Yet, he is only 10 years old? Yes. Chu Yang chuckled. He did not ask about shoes. Mo Qingyu happily agreed. He had thought about it and felt that it was inappropriate for Mo Qingyu to call Chu Yang uncle. Pu Qingyu was only 10 years old. Calling him uncle was not a problem. But when Mo Tianji and Mo Tianyun arrived, they were much older than Chu Yang. They were Mo Qingyu's blood brother and sister. They were of the same generation, plus, Chu Yang was so nice to the little miss. Calling him uncle or brother would be the same. He cared so much about this title. It seemed like he really liked the little miss. The little miss was smart. Everyone loved her. No wonder Chu Yang liked her so much. At this moment, Mo Qingyu's heart was filled with pride. Of course, Mo Qingyu would never have thought that Chu Yang would be so beastly as to have feelings for an 8-year-old girl. This was simply impossible. No matter who it was, seeing an 8-year-old girl, no one would be so beastly as to have such thoughts, right? But Chu Yang just had to do it, because this was not someone else. This was Mo Qingyu. Chu Yang stood under the night sky. He did not sleep at all. Tonight, he did not practice martial arts for the first time. One moment he smiled, the next he frowned, and the next he sighed. I finally met her, but I got hurt, and she is still so young. King of Helchu was a little troubled. Oh my god, when will she grow up? How can I control this? Being overly protective would create a feeling of being an elder, and that would be counterproductive. Girls at this age were at their most malleable. If they were to be left with the impression of being an uncle with a deep-rooted motive, then everything would be for naught. If he was too distant from her, it would cause her to dislike him. What if she hated him from a young age? That would be even harder to deal with. Moreover, how should Mo Qingyu's injury be treated? Thinking of this, Chu Yang's heart was in a mess. Her injury is curable. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, the voice in his consciousness suddenly appeared. Can the tribulation sword be cured? Chu Yang was overjoyed like a drowning man who had suddenly grabbed onto a life-saving straw. That's right. Xiao Hun seemed to sigh as well. Looks like this guy's inner demons are really stubborn. Mo Qingyu is only a year old, and this guy is actually lovesick. And he's actually not practicing martial arts. that wouldn't do. Don't forget that tribulation's carvings have the effect of purifying medicinal power. Moreover, the core essence of the medicine has been cut off by tribulation. That is the real life-saving thing. Xiao Han said helplessly, look at your dantian, at the sword hilt. Chu Yang was overjoyed. He calmed his mind and checked. In his dantian, at the illusory transparent sword hilt, there was half a drop of something dark inside. This is it? Yes, this is it. As long as it becomes a drop, I can take it out and heal Emo Qingwu's injury. Xiao Han said, but there is one thing that needs to be done first. Just accumulating medicinal power alone won't achieve this goal. You have to get the second fragment of tribulation before you can gather enough medicinal power for this drop of heavy pill. You can take it out. I will gather enough medicinal power in the shortest time, at all costs, and advance to the second fragment of tribulation. Chu Yang's eyes focused as he said quietly. Let's hope so. But I have to remind you, within a year, I'm afraid you won't be able to meet this requirement. Xiao Han reminded him. If you forcibly take out the heavy pill before it reaches that level, not only will it not be beneficial, it will also be harmful. Xiao Han sighed and said, originally, I could have hastened its ripening, but what? I almost forgot, you are tribulation sword Xiao Han. Of course you can do it. Chu Yang said happily, hastening the ripening process, wouldn't everything be fine? You idiot. Xiao Han was depressed, you didn't realize that I exist in your consciousness, but tribulation is in your dantian? I have not become one with him, how can I hasten its ripening? Moreover, during this time, you only got so many medicinal materials from tribulation. Tribulation has already absorbed all of them. Even with the materials from beyond the heavens sect, there is less than half a pill. How can it be easy to gather enough? Plus, what you have in Ironcloud Citadel are all ordinary herbs. With these, even if you absorb 100 times more, it will not become a heavy pill. Xiao Han poured a bucket of cold water on Xu Yang. As long as there is hope, I will try my best to get it. If these herbs are not enough, then I will go look for other treasures. Whether it is stealing, robbing, or cheating, I will get it. Chu Yang said fiercely, even if I have to rob all of the great clans in heaven, I will get this heavy pill. You have guts. Xiao Han said with either admiration or speechlessness. Then he disappeared without a trace. Now, this little guy should have enough motivation and pressure, right? With his current martial warrior cultivation, he actually wanted to rob all of the great clans in heaven. If this was not praise, then there was nothing else to say. Xiao Han was very proud after he disappeared. Chu Yang sank into a deep state of meditation. There was never a moment when he was so eager to increase his strength. Qingwu is in danger, I have to protect her. The next morning, Chu Yang looked around the heavenly armament pavilion at Flowing Rich Lake. Then he gave Emo Qingwu some advice. Looking at Emo Qingwu's apple-like face, Chu Yang reluctantly left. When he arrived at Butian Pavilion, he saw Qingong sitting there with a frown on his face. Seeing Chu Yang with a ferocious mask, he could not help but jump in fright. He stood up with a guilty conscience. Last night, the operation did not go well? Chu Yang snorted. He suddenly felt that this old man was not pleasing to the eye. He was already in a bad mood. Early in the morning, what awaited him was news of a failed operation. Looking at this old man's widowed expression, Chu Yang knew for sure, I didn't catch anything last night. Yes. Last night, we disguised ourselves and entered the Tang mansion. But we found that Tang Xianxia had already disappeared. His wife was at home, but in order to avoid alerting the enemy, we only set up surveillance cameras and did not disturb them. Qinong said carefully. Strangely enough, Qinong was a revered martial artist. His cultivation was much higher than Xu Yang's, but when Xu Yang glared at him, Qinong felt his legs tremble. Tang Xianxia is gone, but Old Basket is still here? Behind the mask, Xu Yang grinned, this guy is really ruthless. In order to set up a trap, he actually used his own wife as bait. I don't know if he's really an old man or if he's just pretending, but it's not like we didn't get anything out of it. When the sky was just beginning to brighten, Boss faintly heard Xianxia's voice. It turned out that an invisible flying insect had flown into the Tang family. I caught it. Qinong was a little proud. He took out a bird from his bosom as if he was presenting a treasure. After all, the formless mound came and went without a trace. It was extremely difficult to catch one. Not to mention a revered martial artist, even a martial king would not be able to catch up to its speed, let alone see through its disguise. However, Chang'an was a lucky bastard. He did not catch Xianxia. He knew that when he returned, he would definitely be scolded by King of Halchu. Therefore, he persevered and waited there. Just as dawn was about to break in the east, the invisible falcon had coincidentally flown over thousands of miles and arrived here. It was the most tiring time, and the time was just right. It was already dawn, but the invisible falcon was still in the middle of the night. How could it not attract people's attention? Therefore, Chang'an was able to catch it in one fell swoop. Not bad. It must have been hard for you to bring a net with you, Yang said in a sarcastic tone. It was hard to tell whether he was praising or winking. Chang'an's old face turned red. He was a little embarrassed. Because Chang'an liked to eat good food, he especially liked to eat the meat of birds. From eagles to sparrows, everything was delicious to Chang'an. Therefore, he always carried a small net with him. The harder it was to catch a bird, the more delicious it was to Chang'an. Even at Butian Pavilion, as long as Chang'an was present, there would be an extra dish on the table. This guy was so greedy that he would not even let a bat go. This was purely a blind cat catching a dead end, and that formless nose just so coincidentally fell into his hands. It really was the heavenly sect. It was so coincidental that it was unbelievable. Yang removed a small bamboo tube from the invisible falcon's feather. He poured out a small dragon ball and sealed it tightly. He pinched the dragon ball with his finger and a small crack appeared on it. A ball of paper rolled out. He carefully opened it and flattened it. On it was written, "Dangerous." Only these two words were scribbled, but they were written with strong strokes and silver hooks. Although the handwriting was scribbled, it contained a sense of majesty. It was steady and agile. The signature was a faint seal. The two words Diwu could be faintly seen. It was written by Diwu Qingro himself. Yang's words made Chang'an's spirit rise. It seems that I still underestimated Xianxia. This is a big fish that I have never seen before. Yang's face was heavy. He carefully put the note Diwu Qingro wrote into his bosom. Diwu Qingro's Golden Horse Riders Department had countless people who had important information, but he personally wrote a letter for Xianxia. How could Yang not know the meaning behind this? Xianxia's importance could be imagined. What we need to pay attention to now is not to alert the enemy. People like Xianxia have countless ways to escape from Ironcloud Citadel. Yang pondered. Plus, this Xianxia, is he really just a simple scholar? Does he have a peerless martial art? That is hard to say. We need to inform Heavenly Secret Hall about this and carefully investigate. I missed so much. Wu Qianqian sucked in a breath of cold air. Yang's analysis included countermeasures and counterattacks. From Diwu Qingro to Xianxia, he analyzed everything. Wu Qianqian suddenly felt that if Yang really captured Xianxia, Diwu Qingro would suffer a great loss. Of course, that was if Yang's speculation was correct. However, Yang's analysis also missed one thing. Wu Qianqian was sensitive enough to find out. Yang, you said so much, but you did not say, if the enemy's king-level master really came, how would you deal with him? How would we stop him? How would we arrange things? Yang rubbed his temples and frowned. This is the only thing I am worried about. We do not have a king-level master. Facing a king-level master, we have no good way to deal with him. Yang sighed. We definitely have one on Tai's side. Otherwise, Diwu Qingro would not let go of the chance to easily assassinate Tai. However, as long as he comes to protect me, Tai's side will be in danger. We cannot take this risk. Wu Qianqian's beautiful face turned pale. Is there really no way? Yang's gaze was profound as he slowly said, I only hope that he doesn't come so quickly. Then, he shook his head and said, but, judging from Diwu Qingro's swift and decisive style, this person is probably already on the way. Wu Qianqian suddenly felt her heart sink. She looked at Yang's eyes with tears in them. She knew that Yang was only a martial warrior. In the face of an assassination by a king-level master, he would not have the slightest ability to fight back. The current Butian pavilion, in front of the opponent's king-level expert, was practically nothing. Chu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. If things were really as he guessed, then he really didn't have anyone protecting him. Gu Duxing had gone out to recruit soldiers, and it was not certain when he would return. Mo Qingyu was seriously injured, and it would take a while for him to recover. Plus, even if he had the strength to fight, he would have to guard against He. As for a revered saber master like Chang'an, Chu Yang reckoned that Chang'an would be nothing more than food in front of a king-level expert. If Black Devil and Golden Horse Riders Department's experts were to find this place together, then there would be more than 3 king-level experts coming to cause trouble for him. Even in his previous life, he would not have been able to withstand such a lineup, let alone now that he was a martial warrior. Moreover, besides Diwu Qingro and Mo, there was also the possibility of the Yan clan. This matter was really quite serious. Chu Yang closed his eyes and pondered. He wanted to find a way out of this mess, to avoid or resolve this crisis. These are just our guesses. Maybe a king-level expert won't come. Wu Qianqian said weakly. Impossible. If we can think of this, how can Diwu Qingro not think of this? You have to know that with Diwu Qingro's deep foresight, he can only think further than us. He will not miss anything. Chu Yang said softly. Meticulous planning. Diwu Qingro was worthy of these words. Even the current Mo Tianji was still a child. He was far from reaching the level of the master of calculation and manipulation. But Diwu Qingro had been immersed in this realm for many years. How could he not think of this? Chu Zai thought quietly, and his brows furrowed together unconsciously. For a long time, he could not figure out anything. If it was purely about intelligence, even if Chu Yang was not as good as Diwu Qingro, he would not be so helpless. But in the face of such absolute martial strength, he really could not think of a way. Hiding was not something that could be avoided. Tai Butian's side could not protect him. According to Chu Yang's estimation, even if Tai Butian had experts by his side, there would not be many. At most, 1 or 2. If they came to protect him, the city gate would be empty. Tai Longcheng's side should also have experts. But he could not count on them. Butian Pavilion's strength was not enough, his only hope now was the Mo clan's side. But, the ruthlessness of the Mo clan was something that Chu Yang deeply experienced. They might not help him just because he saved Mo Qingwu. Moreover, Mo Tianji was among the people who had come from the Mo clan. Chu Yang's feelings towards Mo Tianji were very complicated. But one thing was for sure. Even if Mo Tianji wanted to protect him because he saved his sister, Chu Yang would still refuse. This was related to a man's self-esteem. Chu Yang would not accept Mo Tianji's protection. Chu Yang's only advantage was that he had been deliberately creating a diversion during this period of time. As a result, not many people knew about his true appearance. Perhaps this was the only advantage he could take advantage of when facing the assassination of a king-level master. We will cross that bridge when we come to it. Chu Yang could not figure it out, so he simply did not think about it. He stood up and said, so what if it is a king-level master? He might not necessarily not die. With Calamity Sword in hand, as long as he could get close and have the opportunity to attack, he might be able to kill a king-level master. By the way, Chu Yang, the sect tournament of Beyond the Heavens sect has ended. Do you want to know the result? Wu Qianqian tried hard to make Chu Yang relax. Oh? How about Tan Tan? Chu Yang's mind turned. Thinking about what Wu Qianqian said, he suddenly felt that the words Beyond the Heavens sect were so distant. Master, junior martial brother, this time's tournament was very cruel. Wu Qianqian said, a few martial uncle's disciples were killed or injured. Tan Tan did not participate. The people who died were mostly second martial uncle, fourth martial uncle, and martial uncle's disciples, right? Chu Yang smiled. Ah, how did you know? Wu Qianqian opened her black eyes wide. How could I not know? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. The traitor of Beyond the Heavens sect was most likely these 3 people. Li Jinsong had already been determined. The other 2 were the biggest suspects. The rewards for this tournament were much more generous than the previous ones. Wu Qianqian blinked her eyes in envy. When I first heard about it, I almost ran back to participate in the tournament, Qu Yang snickered. First, he threw out the temptation of great rewards. Then, he promised the position of the sect to lure the disciples to kill each other. With Wu Yunliang's skill, it was not difficult to do this. It seemed that Miao Yunliang had already started to clean up beyond the Heaven sect. Tan Tan did not participate because he wanted to protect Miao Yunliang. When the sect was almost cleaned up, Miao Yunliang would come to Iron Cloud. At that time, it would be the beginning of the biggest trap. It would also be the biggest crisis for Beyond the Heaven sect. Hopefully, it would be delayed a little bit. Qu Yang thought to himself. In the near future, he really did not have the slightest confidence. I will go and capture Tang Xianxia first. Qu Yang sighed and walked out of the door. He was frowning a moment ago. But, the moment he let go of the load on his mind, he became relaxed. Only Wu Qianqian was frowning in her room. She was thinking hard. How to help Qu Yang escape this disaster, thinking that Qu Yang might die, Wu Qianqian's heart ached. Why Qu Yang was expelled from the sect, she did not know. Why he came to Iron Cloud after being expelled, she also did not know. But she knew that Qu Yang would not abandon Beyond the Heaven sect. Qu Yang having such a position in Iron Cloud was the best thing for Beyond the Heaven sect. Qu Yang could not die, perhaps there were other thoughts in her mind. Wu Qianqian did not know what she was thinking or why she was so anxious. She was only thinking hard. Her eyes kept moving. Finally, Wu Qianqian's gaze fell on Qu Yang's room. It was the ferocious mask and the black robe that Qu Yang wore. She did not move for a long time. When Qu Yang came out, he had already returned to his normal chalky appearance. He swaggered through the streets. Tang Xianxia lived in Iron Cloud Citadel. It was a very inconspicuous official's residence. From the outside, it looked no different from an ordinary residence. One would not be able to tell that it was the residence of a court official. There was only a big red plaque at the entrance with the two words, Tang Residence, written on it. It showed that the person in this courtyard was not an ordinary person. It was a big house with 3 rooms. It was located next to the residence. The entrance was a north and south heaven road. From the entrance, there was a 3-way intersection. Normally, officials would not choose a place like this because it was noisy. First, it was messy and everyone liked peace and quiet. Second, it was dangerous. On the street to the right of the house, there were a few other residences of officials. They were not close to each other. If one were to look at the residences of the officials, then Tang Xianxing's Tang Mansion was basically all alone. Behind the house, there was a forest that extended out. Qu Yang looked at the structure and location of the house and could not help but sigh. This house was clearly intentional. It was easy to escape, easy to do things in private, and easy to communicate with outsiders. However, the residences of officials were usually given by the court. What method did Tang Xianxia use to get here? At the 3-way intersection, an old man dressed in rags was setting up a small stall with a few pounds of melons on it. Under a big tree not far from him, 2 old men were focused on playing chess. It was as if they did not care about the hustle and bustle of the city. Qu Yang slowly walked over. He grabbed a handful of melons and tossed them up and down. His expression and movements were full of frivolity. He tilted his eyebrows and squinted his eyes as he asked, "Old man, do these melons have kernels?" The old man hurriedly nodded and bowed. "Sir, how can you sell them if they don't have kernels? Wouldn't that make me a scammer? Look, this one is empty." Qu Yang reached out and squeezed. With a pop, he squeezed open a melon. "It's just that the kernels are a bit small, haha." The old man laughed awkwardly and said, "Sir, you can choose a watermelon. This one is really big. Sir, try squeezing it. This white melon is not big yet, cough cough, oh." Qu Yang grabbed a handful and threw down a few copper coins. This old man was Chang'an in disguise. Earlier, Qu Yang asked him about his recent situation. The melon is empty, this was the secret code. You can try squeezing a watermelon. In other words, you can go to the house on the west side, but you can't guarantee anything. Ever since Qu Yang came here, he had been thinking about it. Chang'an's reply added to the doubts in his heart. Watermelon? It shouldn't be. Looking at the complicated terrain, Chu Yang could not help but ask himself, if I were Tang Xianxia, what would I do? How would I hide? With this, Chu Yang began to put himself in Tang Xianxia's shoes, and slowly began to expand. The situation is not obvious. Butian Pavilion has not made a move on me yet. I am just preparing for a rainy day. I will hide and observe the situation. If it is not good, I will immediately leave. If it is not bad, I will come back and tell others that I went to visit a friend. This should be Tang Xianxing's mentality. Then, Tang Xianxing must be nearby. He must be paying attention to Tang Manor's movements. The roads here extend in all directions. If he wanted to pay attention to Tang Manor's movements, where would I choose? Chu Yang pondered. Chang'an didn't choose the best position in order to deceive others. It must be known that the best position was often the best position to be monitored. There would always be people watching. Instead, he chose the worst position. If Chang'an did not choose, then with Tang Xianxing's wisdom, he would not choose either. Then, he would choose a less important position. And now, Chang'an was occupying a position that was slightly inferior to the others. Chu Yang's eyes swept around indifferently, and found several positions in the vicinity that were most suitable for monitoring the Tang mansion. Since the first two positions were not suitable, then the third position would be. Chu Yang's eyes looked at the two old men playing chess under the tree. Both of them had white hair. They looked like they were more than 10 years old. Their faces were full of wrinkles, and they looked very old. Both of them were focused on the chessboard. One of them was facing Chu Yang with a relaxed face. He was leisurely waving his fan. The other one had his head down. His face was full of deep thought. It seemed like he was thinking hard about his opponent's moves. These two old men are very refined. They are so old, yet they are still sitting so steadily. Chu Yang's heart was moved. He gave Chang'an a secret look. Two old brothers, you must be tired from playing chess. Eat some melons, haha. Chang'an staggered over with a humble smile on his face. He put down a handful of melons by the chessboard and said enviously, you two are so lucky. You can play chess for 2 days straight and don't have to worry about anything else. Unlike me, this old man, who still has to run around for a living. The old man with a relaxed expression smiled and said, your brother is also very fortunate. Isn't being healthy the greatest blessing? Although his voice was old, it was still very elegant. Chang'an nodded repeatedly and retreated with a hunched back. Playing chess for 2 consecutive days. A mysterious light flashed in Chu Yang's eyes as he came to a conclusion. After looking at the tree for a while, he wobbled his way to the 2 old men who were playing chess and bent over to look at the chessboard. This game is not easy to break. Chu Yang clicked his tongue repeatedly. Wonderful. How wonderful. The old man who was deep in thought immediately turned around and glared at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know how to play chess? It was as if the anger of being suppressed in the chess game was all vented on this little brat who did not know what was good for him. Ah, look here. You can't dig, you can't jump, and you can't space. It's sharp and it's broken. This seems like a good move, but it also has the danger of being completely wiped out. It's really not easy to deal with. Chu Yang opened a folding fan with a schwa sound. Then, he closed it again with a schwa sound. The folding fan had already touched the chessboard. Chu Yang's words made Chang'an's whole body tremble. He did not know anything about chess, but Chu Yang's words clearly had a different meaning. Digging is not allowed, jumping is not allowed, space is not allowed, break is not allowed. Fuck, isn't this referring to Tang Xianxing's current situation? Could it be that after 2 days of squatting here, the biggest target is sitting right behind my butt? Thinking about this, Hall Master Qin almost wanted to stuff his head into his pants. He swore to capture someone, and the person was sitting right behind my butt for 2 days without me noticing. This is a joke, oh? In your opinion, young man, what do you think should be done? The relaxed old man looked at Chu Yang and asked with a smile. In my humble opinion, this move should be flying. Chu Yang opened his fan with a swish and slowly fanned himself twice. He said meaningfully, flying too slow is also not good. What do you think? Official Tang? Once Chu Yang said this, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. In front of him, the old man whose back was facing him suddenly stiffened. Chunong, who was behind him, suddenly stood up and turned his head. He looked at the old man who had been looking at his back in disbelief. His face was as red as blood. This is so embarrassing. This is so infuriating. I actually made the mistake of being in the dark. The old man's expression did not change. He looked at Chuyang and slowly said, "Flying? That's one way. But, little friend, what you've said is very profound. I also feel that it is very profound. I still don't dare to believe it." Chuyang whispered with a smile, "I have heard of this saying before, but I do not understand it. You can wear out iron shoes in vain, but you find it without any effort. Today, I finally understand. Lord Tang, I wonder if you understand what I'm saying." The old man's eyes flashed with a smile. "I still don't understand. Why do you call me official Tang so confidently? Looking up at the mountains and rivers, the sky is endless." Chuyang said casually, looking down at the yellow earth of reincarnation. These two sentences were written by Tang Xianxia on a certain year when an important official of Iron Cloud, Tai Hun, died on the battlefield. Reading them out at this time had a special meaning. It also dispelled Tang Xianxia's thoughts of denying it. "I have already seen through your disguise. If you continue to deny it, it will be a joke." Tang Xianxia smiled warmly. "Little brother, your memory is very good. You flatter me." Chuyang cupped his fists and smiled. "I presume little brother is the legendary master of Butian Pavilion, king of Helchu?" Tang Xianxing's smile was very gentle. His eyes were also very gentle. There was no trace of panic. But as soon as he said this, the other old man's face suddenly showed a look of despair. "It is King of Helchu. This was the fiercest man in Iron Cloud who was infamous for his ferocity." "I don't dare. That is a vulgar nickname. It is an insult to official Tang." Chuyang said humbly. "I did not expect that the infamous king of Helchu who slaughtered Iron Cloud with one sword would be so young and handsome." Tang Xianxia smiled gently and said in a clear voice, "However, I really don't understand. How did you find me? How can you be so sure that I am here?" "I was not sure. It was just luck." Chuyang calmly said, "My method may be useless against ordinary slow-witted people. But, official Tang is a smart person among smart people. I came here to test you out of luck. But after coming here, I was sure that it was you." "Oh?" Tang Xianxia looked at him with a curious expression. "A place like this is the easiest place to spy on Tang Manor. Other places are easier to see, but they are too big of a target. Official Tang has a big tree in front of your door like an umbrella. There have always been people playing chess here. I presume official Tang already arranged this. And if you appear here one day in disguise, no one will notice." Chuyang smiled slightly. "Not bad." Tang Xianxia also showed an appreciative smile. His eyes gradually became sharp. "Official Tang is not sure if I will make a move on you. This is the best place to watch. Even if it is dangerous, you can wait here for people to come to your aid. Plus, no matter what happens in the manor, as long as you are not exposed, you will be able to see it. Official Tang is calm and resourceful. You know better than anyone that it is dark under the light. I presume that if official Tang can find a way to hide in Butian Pavilion, that would be the best place to hide." Chuyang smiled gently. "I came here today to invite official Tang to the best place to hide." Tang Xianxia shook his head and smiled. He sighed, "Not bad, not bad. King of Helchu is indeed worthy of being called King of Helchu." He paused for a moment. Then he squinted his eyes and smiled, "But why don't you make a move immediately? Why are you talking nonsense with me? You should know that the more you talk, the more likely you are to make mistakes. You are the famous King of Helchu. Don't tell me you don't even know this?" Tang Xianxing's pupils suddenly shrank and shot out a needle-like brilliance. "Because there was an accident." Chuyang smiled calmly. "More importantly, I did not expect official Tang to be a top martial artist. If I made a move, I would not have been confident. Official Tang did not make a move because he was angry." Chuyang laughed mischievously. "A scheme that I thought I was so proud of was seen through. Moreover, my identity that I thought was the most secretive was also dug out. For a person with unparalleled intelligence, this is undoubtedly a disgrace. Even if I die, it would not be as humiliating as Official Tang right now. So Official Tang was playing with me. A mocking look appeared in Xianxia's eyes. Official Tang wants to humiliate me when I'm at my proudest moment after I expose you, and then use your peerless martial arts to break out of the encirclement and escape. Or you could just kill me right here. Xianxia said indifferently, Official Tang, this is your mentality. I wonder if I'm wrong. Yes. Tang Xianxia slowly stood up and said, I worked hard for 13 years, but you destroyed it in one day. And you found me. If I do not kill you, how can I forget about this hatred? He coldly snorted, and your so-called Bouillon Pavilion, in my eyes, is only a few toys. Since you do not have the ability to catch me, you can only wait for me to humiliate you. Chu Yang's guess was not wrong. The truth was exactly what he planned for the worst. This Tang Xianxia was a martial artist. Moreover, he did not put Qingyang in his eyes. He wanted to ambush Qiyang. Qiyang wanted to catch him, and he wanted to kill Qiyang. That's why I am waiting. Moreover, I want to have a good chat with Official Tang. Qiyang smiled and gently fanned himself with his folding fan. It seemed as if he was very nervous from the beginning to the end. But, he had to maintain his composure. He kept fanning himself, I'm not delaying. I'm sincerely asking for your guidance. Qiyang was not delaying, but at this moment, many people in black appeared around them. They were Lai Yang's subordinates from Bouillon Pavilion. They were coming from more than 100 feet away. Coupled with his words, it made people feel like they were lying in front of their faces. You think you can stop me with just these people? Tang Xianxia laughed softly and said, Minister Chu, your precious body is too close to me. Yes, I am also very helpless. Qiyang helplessly waved his fan, but if I am not close enough, Official Tang will not be able to smell the crisp bone powder on this fan. Crisp bone powder? Tang Xianxing's face changed. What is this? Ever since his identity was exposed, this was the first time Tang Xianxing showed a look of fear. Crisp bone powder? This is just a small gift for Official Tang since we first met. The value is meager, it is not enough to show my respect. I hope Official Tang will not take offense. Official Tang may not have noticed, but ever since I came here, I have been standing in the wind. The wind is blowing from behind me to in front of me. Qiyang smiled and patiently explained, every time I wave my fan, the wind is a little weak. If the wind is strong, it will blow away. He squinted his eyes and smiled, Official Tang is very knowledgeable. Naturally, you know that the wind is not fixed, and the water is not constant. Even in one moment and the next moment, the wind is not the same. Therefore, I am here to bathe in the cool summer wind and have a long talk with Official Tang. Naturally, the longer, the better. The longer it is, the more time Official Tang will have to enjoy this crisp bone powder. Qiyang gently said, I hope Official Tang will not blame me for talking too much. In fact, I am usually a very quiet person. Tang Xianxing's eyes flashed fiercely. He shook both of his arms. Puff. A gust of wind came out of his body, shaking off the dust on his robe. However, after this shock, his expression changed drastically. What exactly is this bone-softening powder? Tang Xianxing was shocked to find that the energy in his body had begun to dissipate. Moreover, the rate of dissipation was getting faster and faster. The crisp bone powder is colorless and tasteless, but it is a wonderful powder. Qiyang continued to fan lightly, when you smell it, your whole body will be powerless, and your vital energy will dissipate. The more you circulate your martial power to resist, the faster it will dissipate. Of course, this kind of light powder is not very effective for an expert like Official Tang. But for the person in front of me, it is very deadly. Oh, just like this. Qiyang smiled and slowly reached out his hand. He gently grabbed the hair of the old man in front of him and slowly lifted him up. His right hand touched his waist and a shiny dagger appeared in his hand. Qiyang looked at Tang Xianxing and smiled, he's dead. His death was inexplicable and light. Truly peaceful. As he said this, his right hand exerted force and the dagger pierced the old man's throat. Blood gushed out crazily in Tang Xianxing's direction. Qiyang looked at Tang Xianxing and did not move. He spun the dagger in his hand and kicked out. A headless corpse flew out. Qu Yang's hand now had a head with white hair. The eyes of despair were wide open and full of disbelief. Ah, it is really bloody. Qu Yang casually threw the head forward and smiled. Look, Official Tang, your first bodyguard should also be a martial great master, right? His death was really too kind. This old man was caught by Qu Yang and easily killed. From beginning to end, he did not even make the slightest movement to resist. Even killing a chicken would not be so easy. How did you do it? Tang Xianxia caught the head of his bodyguard and looked at Qu Yang with grief and indignation. He could not believe that his right-hand man was killed without any resistance. This crisp bone ecstasy powder was very overbearing, but it was not overbearing to the point where a martial great master did not have the strength to resist. When I came over, I was standing right behind him. Haha. Qu Yang said, and at that time, your vigilance was at its highest, but you didn't dare to act rashly. The moment the crisp bone ecstasy powder came out, it was right next to him, and most of it was absorbed by him. And the moment I exposed your identity, he began to circulate his martial energy. Haha, Lord Tang, I just said that the more you circulate your martial energy, the faster it dissipates. Why didn't he resist? Tang Xianxia suddenly realized and wanted to slap himself. At that time, he was talking to Qu Yang and was filled with the pleasure of having this king of Hell Chu in the palm of his hand. How could he dare to interrupt him? In addition, when he had no choice but to make a move, I carefully released a trace of murderous aura. Qu Yang said with shame, my cultivation was not high, so my murderous aura was not strong. I could only make him fully alert. Plus, I was right behind him, so he did not dare to look back. If he did, I would make the first move. So he could only circulate his martial energy and continue to be on guard. So, ha ha ha. Of course, this wasn't the real situation. Instead, when the guard couldn't hold on any longer and was about to attack, Qu Yang moved the sword point to the finger of his left hand and easily stabbed it into the guard's heart from behind. The bodyguard died on the spot, but his body was held up by Qu Yang's knee so he could not fall. King of Hell Chu. Even if my martial power is starting to dissipate, I will still kill you. Tang Xianxia roared and suddenly leaped into the air. Qu Yang was startled and immediately rushed forward. He was ready to fight. However, in the next moment, the most unbelievable thing happened. Tang Xianxia's body suddenly trembled in the air. His face showed extreme pain and fear as he screamed, "This! How could this be?" Before he could finish his words, he fell down like a bird with broken wings. The chessboard and table were smashed into pieces. Countless black and white pieces splashed out. Just a moment ago, Tang Xianxia had the demeanor of a transcendent being. He had a card up his sleeve and was filled with the demeanor of a master. However, at this moment, he was thrown into confusion and was battered and exhausted. Official Tang, I'm really sorry. I forgot to tell you that this crisp bone powder can't touch blood. If you haven't broken through the realm of a king-level expert and can't form the real Yuan consolidation disc, you will lose all your strength the moment you come into contact with the smell of blood, even if you have heaven-defying skills. I was afraid that Official Tang did not absorb enough, so I threw you a human head to disperse the blood. And Official Tang really loved your old servant and caught it. This is a bit too close. Qu Yang said apologetically, this is my fault. I didn't explain it clearly to the wise and far-sighted Official Tang. He smiled and said, however, this is the power of wisdom. Official Tang used to use it often. Haha. And I found you, because of this reason. If an ordinary person smelled this crisp bone powder, they would immediately fall down. But the two of you didn't even sway a bit. You're really experts. However, such experts shouldn't be playing chess here. Moreover, Lord Tang was too calm when he opened his mouth. So, Lord Tang must have been waiting for me here and deliberately let me find out. Qu Yang's words solved Tang Xianxia's and Qing Yang's doubts. So that's how it is. Tang Xianxia struggled to lift his head from the ground and stared at Qu Yang. If looks could kill, then Qu Yang would have died 1,000 times over, his bones would have been ground to dust. After a long while, Tang Xianxia let out a long sigh and said in a low voice, you are really powerful. I did not think that I, a revered martial artist, would lose to you without even making a move. Haha, not at all, not at all. Ha ha ha. His body loosened and he fell to the ground. At this moment, he suddenly felt disheartened. All of his schemes had been exposed in front of the opponent. It was as if he had been tricked to death, not defeated. If he had sensed the danger and left immediately, he would have been thousands of miles away by now. If he had confirmed his ominous premonition when he saw Chang'an, and didn't want to kill Chu Yang, and left immediately, he would have been safe by now. Even if he had retreated the moment he saw Chu Yang, he would still have been safe. Even if he could not have left, if he had attacked immediately, this king of Hell Chu would have died in his hands. However, he didn't do any of those things. Instead, he argued with the other party about wisdom, competed with the other party in scheming, and wanted to climb back up from where he had fallen. He wanted to return the humiliation that the other party had given him back to the other party, but he ended up failing on the verge of success, and even his life was about to be lost here. Step by step, the opponent calculated his plans with great precision. Moreover, he put on a cooperative posture and secretly made a move against him. It had to be said that the moment Tang Xianxia saw Chu Yang and admitted his identity, he felt a strong sense of defeat. His intelligence was outstanding, and he was confident that everything was under his control. He came to Iron Cloud alone, and with the help of his superior intelligence and intelligence network, he rose up the ranks and played with all the heroes of Iron Cloud in the palm of his hand. With the identity of a spy, he became a saint in Iron Cloud Citadel. If he did not expose himself, he would have waited for Diwu Qingro to attack. Once Tai Butian died, Iron Cloud Nation would be without a leader, and the world would be in chaos. At that time, he could have overturned Iron Cloud in an instant. Everything was ready, and he was only waiting for the right time. But at this time, he failed miserably. Tang Xianxia was a proud person. For a person like him to lose to Chu Yang in Stratagem E, it was natural that he would try to get back at Stratagem E. Therefore, Tang Xianxia swore that he would personally kill Chu Yang in the most humiliating moment of his life, when he thought that his plan was flawless and when he was most proud of himself. For an intellectual, this was a blow that went from the physical body to the soul. Tang Xianxia really hated Chu Yang to the bone. 10 years of hard work, and Chu Yang just came and turned it into nothing, but Chu Yang took advantage of Tang Xianxia's hatred and unwillingness to submit to him. Using Tang Xianxia's mentality, Chu Yang calmly laid down a trap, leaving Tang Xianxia powerless. When Tang Xianxia did not think of a stratagem with Chu Yang had already made the first move and used his stratagem to lure him out. When Tang Xianxia wanted to use his stratagem with Chu Yang used force. When Tang Xianxia wanted to use force against Chu Yang, he could not move. Despicable? Despicable. But Tang Xianxia could not help but admire Chu Yang's ability to calculate. He had to admit that from the moment he deliberately let Chu Yang recognize him, he was led by the nose by Chu Yang. This should have been his initiative, but for some reason, all the initiative was in Chu Yang's hands. In the end, Tang Xianxia asked himself, if I were in the same position as him, would I be able to do all this? As a martial warrior, would I be able to defeat and capture a revered martial artist? Moreover, without using the power of others, the answer was, I would not be able to do it. I was not defeated, I was defeated by a stratagem. With my intelligence, I was tricked by someone else. What else is there to say? Therefore, Tang Xianxia sighed and gave up all his efforts. He did not even curse Chu Yang, he just closed his eyes and gave up on resisting. There was one thing Tang Xianxia did not know. Because of his vengeful heart and his conceit, he had left his mansion before Diwu Qingrou's news arrived. This caused Diwu Qingrou's letter to fall into Chu Yang's hands. Perhaps, this was the biggest mistake that he had ever made. Chu Yang saw Tang Xianxia's extreme anger suddenly turn into calmness, and his heart trembled. This Tang Xianxia was in despair, but he was still able to maintain his composure and calm his anger in an instant. He was truly a powerful character, no wonder Diwu Qingrou had such high hopes for him. Men, take this old man away. Lock him in the Mending the Heavens room. The one who gave the order was Chang'an. Chu Yang had already flashed out of the encirclement, and silently disappeared from the crowd. When the black-clothed assassins who were several feet away surrounded him, they could only see a mysterious back view. No. Chu. Chu Yang. Xianxia. Chu. Chu. Great revered martial artist. This weak scholar Tang Xianxia was actually a great revered martial artist. He was actually a super master, good heavens. I am only a third-grade revered saber artist. As for Qin Yutong, he is only a first-grade revered martial artist. If I really fought with this Tang Xianxia, I'm afraid none of the people here would be able to survive, and Tang Xianxia would still be able to leave. Great revered martial artist. If he wanted to leave, not many people in Ironcloud Citadel could stop him. Moreover, Tang Xianxia was an extremely cunning person, no wonder he was so confident and so conceited. He actually set up such a trap right in front of Ironcloud Citadel's door and used Ironcloud Citadel to kill and humiliate King of Hell Chu. Thinking of this, Zhengong felt a chill from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. He remembered Chu Yang's position just now. If Tang Xianxia had attacked without caring about anything, Chu Yang would have been killed in an instant. There would have been no chance of survival, but at that time, Chu Yang's demeanor was relaxed and he was talking cheerfully. He did not seem nervous at all. Minister Chu's mental strength was really strong. What Zhengong did not know was that Chu Yang was sweating profusely right now. Once the order was given, all the black-clothed men escorted this old man back to Butian Pavilion as if he was their own father. They were escorted in front and behind. Yes, an old man is an old man. Since Tang Xianxia did not reveal his identity, Zhengong naturally would not reveal his identity to avoid attracting trouble. As for Tang Xianxia's family, Minister Chu had said, do not touch them. Keep them. With King of Hell Chu's words, Zhengong believed that not only would he not dare to touch them, but even Butian Pavilion and General Longqing would not dare to touch them. Chu Yang had already returned to Butian Pavilion. His back was also covered in cold sweat. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. The first thing he did was to call the people of Heavenly Secret Hall over and scold them. Qin Yutong and the others were also unlucky. They were scolded until their faces were covered in Photoshop spittle, but they did not dare to retort. King of Hell Chu's scolding voice shook the roof. Are you all idiots? No, even idiots are smarter than you. Even pigs are more confident than you. F***CK. What the hell? What kind of information are you all looking for? All of you, get the hell out of here. Go home and farm. You will regret it. Eating rice every day has turned you into an idiot, right? A bunch of bastards who can't even see the sky turning dark. You're so stupid that the sun and moon lose their light. King of Hell Chu's rage caused the entire Butian Pavilion to tremble. The people inside were being scolded. Everyone's faces were pale. They lowered their heads and did not dare to look up. The people outside were trembling with fear. Qin Yutong stood at the front and was being scolded. His whole body was covered in spittle. But he could not retort even a single word. Heavenly Secret Hall's report, Tang Xianxia, weak scholar, extremely intelligent and wise. He has no martial strength, but is very good at strategizing. He is good at planning and controlling. This was the report that Qin Yutong personally wrote when Chu Yang asked for the third verification. And, it was this investigation report that almost caused King of Hell Chu to report to the real King of Hell. A weak scholar suddenly turned into a low-level revered martial artist. This was the difference between heaven and earth. Such a huge mistake could not be forgiven. If something really happened to King of Hell Chu, Heavenly Secret Hall would probably be exterminated by Tai Butian, even if it was just martial strength unknown. No one has seen him use martial strength. It would have been fine to change the literal meaning. If that was the case, Chu Yang wouldn't have gone to look for her alone. If it weren't for his previous life's experience of going through fire and water, if it weren't for his habit of being cautious, if it weren't for the fact that he always had a backup plan, and if it weren't for Chu Yang's belief that even a lion must use its full strength in a fight, then this time, King of Hell Chu would have been delivering food to Tang Xianxia. How dangerous. Chu Yang thought about it and felt his thighs cramping. Too hateful. Even though he came back safely and successfully, this kind of mistake could not be forgiven. If he continued to be so careless, he would have to face Diwu Qingrou's sinister and cunning peerless elegance. Who knows when he would be wiped out. As King of Hell Chu's roar shook Butian Pavilion, Qin Yutong's savior finally arrived. Chunong proudly escorted the old man Xianxia back to Butian Pavilion. King of Helchu's attention had been diverted by his return. Reporting to the minister. This subordinate did not fail his mission and brought this old man to justice. I am here to hand over the order. Chunong was very arrogant. Looking at Qin Yutong who was being scolded, he took great pleasure in his misfortune. As Yu Jiujiu reported in high spirits, he glanced at Qin Yutong again and again, winking and winking. Even his yellow front teeth were exposed, and he was smiling so widely that his eyebrows could not be seen. Cool. Really cool. Watching others get scolded is cool. Qin Yutong grinned and angrily glared at him. He cursed Qingyang's ancestors in his heart. Who told you to take pleasure in my misfortune? When Qinlang arrived, King of Helchu was thirsty from all the scolding. He was drinking from a cup of tea. As soon as he heard Qingyang's triumphant report, he immediately spat out the tea in his mouth onto Qingyang's face, and then started coughing. Qingyang's expression was very interesting. He was originally proud and full of smiles. Who would have thought that there would be a sudden rainstorm with some heat? In a flash, he became a drowned rat. He reached out and wiped his face. The tea was dripping, and he even wiped off a few pieces of tea. He could not help but feel depressed. He secretly glanced at King of Hell Chu and complained in his heart, King of Hell, what happened to you, haha. Qin Yutong saw Qingyang's sorry state and felt very good. He could not help but open his mouth and laugh. After laughing twice, he realized that he was still a criminal. How could he be proud? Therefore, he quickly shut his mouth, and secretly glanced up. He saw that King of Helchu was still coughing like an asthmatic. Only then did he feel relieved. Then, he looked down, and stood perfectly straight. Cough cough cough, cough. Chu Yang coughed for a while. Then he raised his head with a red face and angrily shouted, You still have the face to be proud? Let me ask you, what did I ask you to do? Qinlang was tongue-tied. He did not have time to retract his happy expression before it was replaced by one of astonishment. His expression was very strange. He opened his mouth but could not speak. Speak. Chu Yang was very angry. He was unable to restrain his anger. Are you very good? I asked you to spy on others. What did you do? Ah? You sent yourself to people's noses to be spied on. Saying that you are, is an insult. Puff. Qin Yutong repeatedly coughed. This is too cool. I can't help it, Qing. Aang's face turned red. He did not know where to put his hands and feet. They are right behind your ass. If they fart, they will cover their noses. You are still happily talking to me about watermelons and white melons. Chu Yang was so angry that he felt dizzy. He gritted his teeth and pointed at Qing Wu Ang's nose. You say you. You say you. I asked you to spy on the enemy. I asked you to deal with the enemy. You were unknowingly used as a trap to deal with me. And you are still so proud of yourself. You. Chu Yang's fingers trembled. He was so angry that he gasped, Do you know how Zhu's grandmother died? Qinlang had been scolded until he was dizzy and battered. When he heard the question, he couldn't help but ask, How did he die? Stupid. F***ck. Chu Yang roared. He could not control his anger. With your IQ, you are still asking for credit? You are still so proud? You think you are very smart? You are still arrogant and mocking others? You are. How? How can you? How can you be so thick-skinned? Ha 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 ha. Qin Yutong finally could not bear it. He hugged his stomach and squatted on the ground. His tears flowed out. He was out of breath and his whole body was spasming. I can't take it anymore. Even if my head is chopped off, I have to laugh happily. After a burst of anger, King of Hell Chu finally vented his anger. He said coldly, What else do you have to say? Qin Yutong and Qingang were somewhat dejected. No more. Lien Yutong was better. Qingang was like a cigar that had been hit by frost. He was so ashamed that he could not show his face. If you don't have anything, why are you still standing here? Do you think you two are very handsome? Do you want me to find a wife for you? Ah? Chu Yang slammed the table and roared like thunder, "Why are you still not inviting your grandmother here? Do you still need me to teach you this kind of thing? Do you feel good to be scolded?" Ah? The two suddenly regretted that their parents did not give birth to them with two more legs. With a schwa sound, they disappeared from the hall without a trace. In the small room inside, Wu Qianqian was holding a pen. She was laughing so hard that she was out of breath. She rubbed her stomach and covered her mouth. Her shoulders were trembling nonstop. This was the first time she had seen Chu Yang so angry. However, Chu Yang's anger could really make people laugh. Naturally, the target of his anger would not find it funny. After a while, Chu Yang came in with a teacup in his hand. Wu Qianqian was still laughing so hard that she wanted to die. Chu Yang was startled. "Is it really that funny?" Wu Qianqian called out, "Mother." She almost laughed until her intestines were broken. After a long time, she held back. However, her shoulders still twitched from time to time. "Chu Yang." Pfft. Wu Qianqian tried hard to say, "Scolding like this, will it cause disgust?" "Absolutely not." Chu Yang said confidently, "Scolding people has to be balanced. Right now, the two of them are rejoicing in each other's misfortune. They are in the same boat. Besides, the mistakes that they had made today were unforgivable. If they are not taught a lesson, sooner or later, something big will happen." As he said this, Chu Yang sighed. He was somewhat dispirited. Wu Qianqian laughed and said, "However, this time, you are a little too arrogant. I have no choice." Chu Yang sighed. "Right now, Butian Pavilion is far from being a true fighting force. If you want to pull them out to compete with Diwu Qingro, these people cannot even compare to a single strand of his hair. The only way is to find a mistake and ruthlessly correct it, and slowly correct it. Only then can we barely fight. If we speak softly every day. I am afraid that when Diwu Qingro comes in, they will still be irresponsible perverts." Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "The more we scold them now, the less we will suffer in the future. You have to remember, the spirit of an iron-blooded soldier and the valiant morale are not cultivated. They are fought and scolded." Chu Yang said slowly. Wu Qianqian grunted. She carefully thought about the meaning of Chu Yang's words and could not help but fall into deep thought. Not long after, the sound of horses galloping could be heard. Then, they suddenly stopped outside Butian Pavilion. Then, hurried footsteps could be heard. Tai Butian was wearing a big white turtle robe as he walked in with big strides. He was wearing a white robe and a golden crown. His face was cold and his eyes were like lightning. Behind him, there were two people following closely behind him. Chu Yang smiled and went forward to greet them. Suddenly, he felt something and his eyes flashed. Just like that, they followed behind Tai Butian. Even though they appeared in broad daylight, they still gave Chu Yang an eerie and illusory feeling. It was as if he was looking at two shadows and not real people with flesh and blood. When these two people walked, one on the left leg and the other on the right leg. It looked very messy, but it was a perfect harmony. They perfectly made up for any flaws in the other party's body. Moreover, when these two people stood together, anyone who looked at them would involuntarily feel that these two people were the same person. Moreover, these two people seemed to be walking very slowly. However, if one looked carefully, they would often only take one step and they would float a distance of several feet. And this distance was enough for other people to take 7 or 8 steps. They didn't walk, but floated. With these two people following Tai Butian, Chu Yang suddenly felt that Tai Butian's front, back, left, and right were all covered with copper and iron walls. When Chu Yang looked at the other party, these two people were also quietly sizing him up. Chu Yang only felt his whole body turn cold and tense. Even the hair on his back stood up. This feeling was as if he was being watched by ghosts. And it was countless malicious ghosts. Chu Yang's gaze finally moved away. But in his heart, he was thinking, these two people. TSK, they are really big girls taking off their pants. Not simple, not simple. Looks like these two people are Tai Butian's final trump card. This is also the biggest reason why Diwu Qingru is so wary of assassinating Tai Butian. Just as he was thinking, Tai Butian had already arrived in front of him. He asked hurriedly, "Minister Chu, that person has been caught." In his excitement, Tai Butian was very close. The moment he opened his mouth, Chu Yang instinctively felt a sweet fragrance. He couldn't help but frown. A strange expression appeared in his eyes. Tai Butian seemed to have sensed something. He quietly took half a step back. Caught. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. I almost lost my old life. This guy has never shown himself before. He is actually a low-grade revered martial artist. How impressive. Tai Butian's expression turned serious. How are the casualties in Butian Pavilion? When he heard that the other party was so strong, he naturally thought that Butian Pavilion must have suffered heavy losses. There are no casualties. Cough cough. I used poison. Chu Yang coughed twice and said in a low voice. As soon as these words came out, the two shadowy figures looked at Chu Yang with eyes full of contempt. This kind of contempt was very obvious. Anyone could see it. Chu Yang's heart moved. He raised his head and looked at the two people. Do the two seniors think that using poison in a fight with such a high-level martial artist is blasphemous to martial arts? The two didn't answer. Instead, 4 pairs of cold eyes looked at Chu Yang. None of us are his match. And behind us are the millions of people of Iron Cloud. If we fight him head-on, we are definitely not his match. If we don't use poison to catch him, he can turn Iron Cloud Citadel upside down. There is no need to. Is that okay? Chu Yang said slowly. There was a hint of contemplation in the two people's eyes. But the contempt in their eyes lessened by more than half. I am not saying this to explain to you. I want you to understand. Chu Yang's gaze was like a knife. He said slowly, the two of you are too protective. The enemy has many tricks up his sleeve. If you still hold on to the spirit of martial arts, if the enemy's ghost realm method succeeds, then in the future, you will be the sinners who caused the death of the enemy. You must take responsibility. Take full responsibility. Chu Yang's words had a hidden meaning. Chu Yang's martial power was not high, but his mental power was extremely strong. With the imprint of his previous life and the true heaven-splitting divine technique as his backing, his mental power was at least at the level of a 4th or 5th level revered martial artist. But in front of these two people, he felt completely suppressed, his mental power was completely suppressed. Then, these two people were at least king-level masters. Plus, in a king-level land, their level should not be low. With these two people by his side and the cooperation of other masters, Tai Butian was as steady as Mount Tai. In lower 3 heavens, no matter if it was an assassination or a direct attack, there was absolutely no power that could hurt Tai Butian. Even if the 4 king-level masters of Golden Horse Riders Department under Diwu Qingro attacked at the same time, Tai Butian would still be safe and sound. Even if these two people were no match for him, they were fully confident that they could protect Tai Butian and escape. But in his previous life, Tai Butian was assassinated. Then, the only reason was that the enemy used a conspiracy. And these two people, from the look of disdain they gave him, Chu Yang knew that these two guys were the kind of martial artists who were very traditional in their thinking. This was perhaps the biggest weakness of these two people, or perhaps, the biggest weakness of Tai Butian's protection. Such people naturally could not deal with the enemy's sophisticated conspiracy. If he could see it, how could Diwu Qingro not see it? Besides, he was a hero who would do anything to achieve his goal. Chu Yang felt that he needed to remind him. Because the trajectory of this life had changed. Who knew if Diwu Qingro would take action in advance? You can't do it, the master on the left suddenly said. His voice was dry, as if he had not spoken for a whole year. But we will never do it. After saying that, he shut his mouth. Shut up tight. Tai Butian turned her head to look at him in astonishment. She had never seen these two shadows speak to anyone since she could remember. Even her second uncle Tai Longqing didn't speak to anyone. She had never expected that they would speak to Chu Yang today. Moreover, they had even praised him. What was even more ridiculous was that there was a hint of apology in their words. This was really strange. Chu Yang nodded, but he was thinking that these two people's views would not be changed so easily. What else did he need to do? Where is that person? Bring me to see him. I want to ask him personally. Tai Butian's face was full of frost. The whole of Iron Cloud had been deceived by this person for 10 years. including Taibu Tian herself. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation over here. Chu Yang led Taibu Tian and the others to the prison. When they reached the door, Chu Yang, Taibu Tian, and the two shadows walked in. The others stayed outside. The prison was not dark and damp, it was dry and clean. In the corner, there was an iron pillar as thick as a person's waist. Tang Xianxing's whole body was shackled and tied to it. When he saw Chu Yang come in, he even showed a peaceful smile. It was as if being tied to this pillar was as comfortable as lying on a bed at home. The people of Heaven Mending Pavilion had already restored his original appearance. He now had the appearance of a 30-something-year-old handsome scholar. Taibu Tian slowly walked in with his hands behind his back. He looked at Tang Xianxing for a long time without blinking. Tang Xianxing smiled warmly, just like when he was talking to Taibu Tian in court. Official Tang, what is your relationship with Diwu Qingro? Taibu Tian walked to the table in the center and slowly sat down. He did not ask if you are a spy, but directly asked about your relationship with Diwu Qingro. This could give people the misconception that we already have a complete grasp of your situation, so there's no need to deny it. Your Highness is taking things for granted by asking this question. Tang Xianxing chuckled. I, Tang Xianxing, may be a prisoner, but I am not someone who will be forced to confess. So you are really a spy from Great Zhao? Taibu Tian closed his eyes. I don't want to admit it. When you first tried to trick me, I also wanted to deny it. Haha, I can only say that my temperament is not good enough. Tang Xianxing smiled freely, since it has come to this, how can I still deny it? Taibu Tian sighed and said, Official Tang, you are very capable and have many tricks up your sleeve. I have always respected you and thought highly of you. I even thought that if one day the world was at peace, I would appoint you as the Prime Minister of Iron Cloud. Haha, I had high hopes for you, but I never thought that I would be deceived by you for 10 years. Taibu Tian's words were very sincere. Even Tang Xianxing, who was tied to the iron pillar, was silent for a while. He remembered the harmonious relationship between the monarch and his minister. He sighed and said, His Highness has indeed treated me well. However, the two countries are at war, and each has his own master. This Tang also sighs endlessly. He paused for a moment, then smiled and said, This Tang's biggest advantage was that when I entered Iron Cloud, Your Highness was still young and could not see through this Tang's disguise. By the time Your Highness grew up, everything was already set in stone. Thus, I was able to stay in Iron Cloud for 10 years. If it was the current Butian Tai, I'm afraid he would have been caught on the first day. After saying that, he laughed self-deprecatingly and said, Your Highness is wise and far-sighted, and you have the world in your heart. You are a mighty lord of your generation. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. Against Diwu Qingro, any genius can only end up turning into ashes. Diwu Qingro? Tai Budian took a deep breath and spoke in a sentimental tone. However, there was a sharp glint in her eyes. Diwu Qingru is indeed an ambitious and ruthless person. And it's precisely because of this that I need to know everything that you know, Lord Tang. I will not say. Your Highness should also know that such an answer would lead to such a result. Tang Xianxing smiled warmly and said, Your Highness, please take into account that I have not caused any great losses to Iron Cloud. The current me has not made any mistakes. I ask Your Highness to preserve some dignity for me. Dignity. Taibu Tian's expression changed. It seemed that he was conflicted. But in the end, he sighed softly. He stood up and walked out with his hands clasped behind his back. He walked to the entrance of the hall and said casually, Let him speak. After he finished speaking, he waved at Chu Yang and walked out without looking back. This Butian Tai finally showed his iron-blooded side. Chu Yang also followed him out and stood side by side with Taibu Tian in front of the eaves. He could feel that right now, Taibu Tian's heart was not feeling good. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the cell. Then, Tang Xianxing's tragic roar could be heard, Kill me. Then came a series of screams. Tang Xianxing gritted his teeth and shouted, Taibu Tian, you use such despicable means to torture a strong person. Don't you feel ashamed? I just want a dignified death. You won't even give it to me? Taibu Tian stood quietly. His jade-like face did not have the slightest expression. Senior Chu, I feel very sorry for this person. Taibu Tian clasped his hands behind his back and said quietly, I used to admire his ability. Chu Yang rolled his eyes behind his mask and said, that is natural. An enemy that can make us feel sorry is the most terrifying enemy. If the enemy can make us look down on him, then we do not need to go to such lengths. That's right. Taibu Tian nodded slightly and said, torturing a strong person, a wise person, is really not my intention. However, I must know what he knows. If not, I would rather give him a quick death. I am also very willing to give him a quick death. Chu Yang was silent for a while and said, in this world, some things cannot be forced. And some people, even if you break all their bones, they will not say a word. Tang Xianxia is such a person. When I first caught him, I did not have the slightest hope of prying open his mouth. I am afraid you will be disappointed. Taibu Tian was silent. After a while, he said, not necessarily. Those two guards of mine are practically from hell, so I'm very confident in their methods. It is just that, for Tang Xianxia, it is a bit cruel. Chu Yang smiled and said, Hua, you can wait and see. Taibu Tian smiled gently and said, Minister Chu, do you want to make a bet with me? Chu Yang smiled, could it be that your highness is a gambler? What kind of bet? Let's bet on whether Tang Xianxia will speak or not. Taibu Tian said, I bet that if I win, will Minister Chu stay in Iron Cloud? No matter when. I hope to create a prosperous Iron Cloud with you. As he said this, Taibu Tian turned his head and looked at Chu Yang, his eyes full of sincerity. Taibu Tian had always been brooding over the conversation he had with Chu Yang. It was a loss for such a talent to not stay in Iron Cloud forever. Chu Yang's performance during this period of time proved this point even more. Now, Taibu Tian was clearly making another effort. You will be disappointed again. Chu Yang faintly smiled. Then, he shifted his gaze away and said, well, I'll bet. But, if I win, I want to go to the Imperial Palace's medicine storehouse and treasure storehouse to pick some things. Chu Yang had always remembered Mo Qingwu's injury and half a heavy pill. Chu Yang's condition seemed to be incomparable to Taibu Tian's condition. But both of them knew that this was what they cared about the most at the moment. Yes. Good. It's a deal. Taibu Tian was overjoyed. He raised his palm, obviously wanting to make an oath. Chu Yang looked at Taibu Tian's palm and his heart skipped a beat. Taibu Tian's palm was white, slender. Moreover, it was almost 2 sizes smaller than his own palm. Was this still a man's palm? Taibu Tian saw Chu Yang staring at his hand and his expression changed. He unconsciously said with some annoyance, are you going to bet or not? Why are you in a daze? Chu Yang immediately came back to his senses. He smiled awkwardly and raised his hand to meet Taibu Tian's. Bang! The two soldiers' palms collided with each other. When their palms touched, Chu Yang only felt that Taibu Tian's palm was extremely soft and smooth. He couldn't help but smile and say, Your Highness really takes good care of yourself. Taibu Tian was startled. He retracted his hand at lightning speed and snorted. He said in a slightly rough voice, I won't regret it even if I die. Minister Chu, don't go back on your word. Chu Yang laughed out loud. He then said with certainty, I won't lose. The two of them looked at each other. Taibu Tian looked at the sinister mask on Chu Yang's face and smiled. Minister Chu, is it effective to be so mysterious? Chu Yang chuckled and didn't answer. He asked instead, what do you think? All arrangements will not be made without aim. Taibu Tian laughed. After a long time, the moans in the cell became weaker and weaker. However, they were connected and trembling. After a while, a shadow floated out. His face was dark and his eyes were filled with fury. How is it? Taibu Tian didn't turn around and asked confidently. I can't pry open his mouth. The shadow was somewhat ashamed. Huh? Taibu Tian turned around in shock. You're not saying anything? The shadow nodded. There was anger in his eyes and a hint of admiration. He said, I have never seen such a tough bone in my life. Taibu Tian fell silent and said, let's go in and take a look. They walked to the door of the cell and looked inside. Even Chu Yang, who had a heart of stone, couldn't help but feel a little nauseous. These two shadows were really from hell. Tang Xianxing inside was no longer in human form. Tang Xianxing's body did not have any open wounds, but his veins were bulging out of his skin like little snakes slithering all over his body. Two of his veins were squeezed together as if they had a life of their own, squirming and slowly tightening until they were able to break his bones. The sound of cracking could be heard. Tang Xianxing's eyes were bulging like bells. He couldn't shout or moan. However, his eyes occasionally returned to normal and were full of mockery. Yin Yang thunderbolt bone-splitting hand. Chu Yang's heart was heavily shaken. This was the cruelest punishment in the world. The person who was subjected to it would feel 100 times worse than death. There was no one in the world who could endure this kind of punishment. And this Tang Xianxing had actually endured it. At this moment, Chu Yang felt heartfelt admiration for this spy's tough bone. Although he was an enemy, this kind of hero was rare in the world. Tai Butian's face flushed red. A layer of fine goosebumps could be clearly seen. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Is there any other way?" The two shadows were silent, but they shook their heads at the same time. There was another way. One of them, Ying Wu, said in a low voice, "But it's not human, it's an insult." "But it might not be able to. If inhumane does not work, then why should we insult such a good man?" Chu Yang coldly snorted and interrupted. "Don't say any more." Tai Butian frowned and said decisively. He and Chu Yang spoke almost at the same time. The two shadows stepped back expressionlessly. Ugh. Tai Butian looked at Feng Shui's miserable state and retched. He waved his hand and said, "Minister Chu is right. Let's give him a quick death. We have many ways to deal with Diwu Qingro. We have no choice but to torture him. Why should we insult such a good man? Kill him? What a pity." Chu Yang did not agree. Even if he was raised as bait, he would still be a treasure. Kill him. Tai Butian sighed, "How can we bear to humiliate such a good man? There are some things that he can do even if he is dead. The key is how we do it. There is no need to torture a hero. Since His Highness has decided, then let's give him a quick death." Chu Yang nodded and took out his dagger. He slowly walked in front of Tang Xianxing. His heart was also inclined to give Tang Xianxing a quick death. But for the sake of the big plan, he had to keep him alive. Since Tai Butian had said so, Chu Yang did not insist. Looking at Tang Xianxing, Chu Yang said softly, "Why don't you kill yourself?" Tang Xianxing could not speak, but his eyes revealed a proud expression. He did not need to say anything, Chu Yang already understood. Such pride, such a proud person, such a proud bone, would rather be tortured to death by the enemy than commit suicide. His life would not end in his own hands. Chu Yang nodded and used his wrist to stab Tang Xianxing's heart. He said softly, "Rest in peace. In the next life, we will be enemies again." A trace of gratitude flashed in Tang Xianxing's eyes. Then, he revealed a calm smile. At the moment of his death, he miraculously opened his mouth. "Fifth, has an opponent." "Unfortunately. I can't see it." His head tilted to the side and he passed away. His lifeless body stopped spasming and slowly laid flat on the ground. His originally distorted face miraculously regained its composure, and he even vaguely retained his original elegance and warmth. Chu Yang sighed. A hero should not be humiliated. But this time, he did not know if killing Tang Xianxing was right or wrong. His value alive was much greater than dead. "Good man, official Tang, I should not have used you as a bet." Tai Butian looked at Tang Xianxing's body and solemnly said, "If you have a next life, I hope to be able to be your servant." Chu Yang's heart shook. He suddenly raised his head. He could tell that Tai Butian's words were truly from the bottom of her heart. Everyone would respect such a good man, but it was unusual for Tai Butian to say so. Just this sentence alone showed that Tai Butian was one level lower than Diwu Qingru. After all, he was not an ambitious and ruthless person who would do anything to achieve his goals. First, he gave Tang Xianxing a quick death. Now, he felt sorry for him. Killing people was cruel, but for Tang Xianxing, it was a good thing. Thirsting for talent was a good thing. But thirsting for talent from the enemy was digging one's own grave. This kind of mentality was a good thing for people, but for a weak ruler in a war between two countries, it was not necessarily a good thing. Don't worry. Our enemies, even if they are heroes of the great Liao, should be killed. Tai Budian smiled as if he had seen through Chu Yang's thoughts. He explained, I will not be merciful, but I must show enough respect to my enemies. Chu Yang smiled and said, that's right. I thought His Highness was going to renege on his promise. He thought to himself, perhaps this is the charm of Tai Butian's personality. After all, he and Diwu Qingru are different people. Ha ha ha. Tai Budian naturally knew that Chu Yang was trying to calm her down. She smiled and said, Minister Chu, don't worry. I am a man of my word. As she spoke, she walked out and said, bury Tang Xianxia. Don't let anyone know. There were only two people waiting outside, Qinglong and Qin Yutong. The two of them complied and went to do the job. Tai Budian walked in silence for a while. Then, she suddenly turned her head and asked Chu Yang, Tang Xianxia is dead. What about his family? Chu Yang was silent for a while and said, according to my guess, Tang Xianxia's family may not be his real family. A person like him would not do such a stupid thing. Now, if the people in the house are gone, then it is real. If they are still there, then it must be fake. Tai Budian nodded and said, that's right. Investigate. Not long after, the investigator replied, Tang Xianxing's son and wife are at home. Minister Chu, do you think? Tai Budian looked at Chu Yang with an inquiring gaze. Chu Yang sighed in his heart and said, they can't die yet. The news of Tang Xianxing's death must be kept a secret. Keep their mother alive. Whether it is true or not, we can make Diwu Qingru fall into a trap. Of course, if Diwu Qingru sends someone to pick them up, then they must be kept alive or killed. But if they don't come, then it will be proven to be fake. At that time, it will be up to them. Tai Budian walked out a few steps. Facing the cold wind, he took a deep breath. Obviously, the cruel scene in the prison made this pampered Tai Budian uncomfortable. It was already very good that he could endure it. After a while, she turned her head and looked at Chu Yang. Minister Chu, do you think that if we release the news that Tang Xianxing is in our hands, Diwu Qingru will send someone to save him? Chu Yang chuckled. The current Tai Budian had finally returned to normal. He was no longer the soft-hearted Tai Budian from before. And after he recovered, the first thing he thought of was to use this matter to attack his opponent. The news will be released. Whether Diwu Qingru will come to save him or not, I can't say for sure. But Tang Xianxing must have been the most important part of Diwu Qingru's plan. This is beyond doubt. Chu Yang revealed a mysterious smile. Then he sighed, unfortunately, he is dead now. Tai Budian paced 2 steps in silence and said, there is news from the border. Diwu Qingru ordered the 5 legions in the north of Great Zhao to advance 100 miles. They are in a standoff with our army. Their swords are drawn. Because of this matter, Royal Uncle Long Qing has already rushed to the front lines this afternoon. Tai Butian pondered and said, Diwu Qingru hasn't made any moves. But now, the 5 legions have suddenly been mobilized. Could it be related to Tang Xianxing? Chu Yang's heart shook. He suddenly remembered the note that Diwu Qingru wrote to Tang Xianxing. The scribbled words. Could Diwu Qingru be mobilizing his army for Tang Xianxing? Chu Yang's heart was moved. If this is the case, then my plan has a high chance of success. Tai Budian did not know that Chu Yang had intercepted Diwu Qingru's secret letter. But he still raised this question. Even though his tone was questioning, there was also some certainty. Then, Tai Budian clearly saw through this point. Looking at Chu Yang's confident appearance, Tai Butian's eyes flashed and he asked, Minister Chu seems to be in some trouble right now? Do you want me to send 2 people to protect you? The enemy is full of experts. We cannot afford to be careless. No need. Chu Yang refused. His eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. He wanted to agree. Tai Budian said to send 2 people. Chu Yang naturally knew who he wanted to send. Right now, the air seemed to be heavy. If Tai Budian was willing to send people to help, then this crisis could be averted. At least, it would not be so dangerous. But Chu Yang also clearly knew that Tai Butian's safety was more important than his own. If Diwu Qingro sent people and found Tai Butian's guards by his side, then Tai Butian would be in danger. Besides, there was another important reason: the heart of a strong warrior. If he accepted the protection this time, from a psychological point of view, it would mean that he was being protected, and he would lose his fearless spirit. This would cause an inner demon to form when he was trying to reach the peak. No matter what, no matter how strong the enemy was, he had to face it first. If he did not even face it, then his state of mind would really be destroyed. The heart of a strong warrior was to be fearless of everything. Chu Yang revealed a hint of a conceited smile. Life and death were not worth mentioning in front of such a mentality. The path of a strong warrior was filled with life and death difficulties at every step. Did he have to rely on Tai Butian every single time? Tai Butian looked at the divine light in Chu Yang's eyes that flashed with the desire to test the world. A hint of splendor also flashed across her eyes. She sighed softly and said no more. Not long after Tai Butian left, Wu Qianqian walked out of King of Hell Chu's room with a piece of paper in her hand. Those who saw it shuddered violently in their hearts. This time, who were they going to deal with? This is the name of several clans. Wu Qianqian handed the piece of paper to Chang'an and said, "The minister said that no matter what method was used, no matter how much manpower and resources were used, these people must be completely controlled. But, don't make a move, and don't alert them." Chang'an took the paper and looked at it. His face immediately turned bitter. There were more than a dozen names on the paper. There were also a few clans. Chang'an felt like the world was spinning. To do this with only 40 or so people from Fierce Blood Hall was too difficult. This time, Heavenly Secret Hall will cooperate with Fierce Blood Hall. Wu Qianqian's next sentence made Chen Yutong, who was laughing on the side, turn pale. Chang'an and Chen Yutong looked at each other and sighed. "Brothers, we are in the same boat." The names on the paper belonged to the people who provided Tang Xianxia with proof. In other words, they belonged to Tang Xianxia's faction. From the moment Tang Xianxia entered Jingguan City, all of them had been captured in one fell swoop on this piece of paper. Also, tell Hall Leader Chen to quickly deliver the things Minister Chu wants. Wu Qianqian finished speaking and left. Chen Yutong was stunned for a moment. Then, he jumped up as if his boat was on fire and rushed back to Heavenly Secret Hall. Immediately after, his flustered and exasperated voice rang out, "Hey! Last time, how much have you collected? Hurry up and bring it to me." A moment later, Chen Yutong walked into Chu Yang's room with a thick stack of documents and a fawning smile on his face. "Minister, haha. Minister, haha." Chen Yutong nodded his head and bowed. This comical appearance made Wu Qianqian laugh out loud. She simply leaned on the table. "How much?" Chu Yang asked without lifting his eyelids. "A total of 37, haha." Chen Yutong laughed dryly and wiped his cold sweat. "Much better. You see." Mo Qingwu blinked her eyes. Then, she stretched out her hand and kicked her leg. She flaunted her martial prowess, and excitedly said, "Look. It's all better, right?" Yes, that's great." Then, he coughed twice. Then, he said in a patient manner, "This, Qingwu ah, my name is Mo Xiaowu." Mo Qingwu puffed her cheeks and rolled her eyes. "Uncle Chu Yang is so bad. You even remembered my name wrong. You're Xiaowu?" Chu Yang was stunned. "Is Qingwu your elder sister?" Chu Yang was a little confused. "Did I get it wrong? I don't have an elder sister." "Humph." Mo Qingwu rolled her eyes and said, "Qingwu is my full name. Mother said that I can only be called Qingwu after I'm 15. Now, I'm Xiaowu. Do you understand? All the girls in the big clans are like this. Don't you know?" Little Luo put her hands on her hips and looked at Chu Yang with her head tilted. She looked at Chu Yang with disdain for making such a big deal out of nothing. Chu Yang was sweating. He was nervous and forgot about this matter. The daughters of the big clans were usually given names at birth. But they would only be officially given names when they reached the age of 30. It was only when they reached the age of 30 that these girls would be officially known by outsiders. Or, they would walk the martial world. Or, from then on, the clan would start to look for their future husband. Of course, this was only the case for the outstanding daughters of the clan. Moreover, they would usually choose to marry into the family. Some girls with poor aptitude were basically betrothed at birth. They would become the tool of the clan's alliance through marriage, and would help the clan strengthen the clan, and Mo Qingwu's 3E meridian was destroyed. If she returned to the clan, after the Mo clan confirmed that she could not be cured, she would probably be reduced to a tool of marriage. Chu Yang looked at this little girl and felt a headache. But more than that, he felt heartache. The current Qingwu was innocent. How would she know the pain of being born in a big clan and being the daughter of the clan head? If she were to go back and face all those cruel things, would she break down, thinking of the sadness on Mo Qingwu's face in his previous life? Chu Yang's heart ached. No matter what, he could not let Qingwu suffer that kind of pain again. Xiao Wu, can you stay? Chu Yang held Mo Qingwu's small hand and asked softly, look, there are mountains and rivers here, and there are also people. There are many fun things to do here. When we are free, I will take you out to watch juggling, eat candied haws, and find many sisters to accompany you. Not good. Mo Qingwu pouted and said, I miss father and mother. I want to be with father, mother, and grandpa and grandma. Uncle Chu Yang, are you going to separate Xiao Wu from her parents? Little Luo pouted angrily and said, Uncle Chu Yang, you're so bad. Must. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. He had calculated and calculated, but he had neglected to take into account the little girl's dependence and admiration towards her parents. Right now, Mo Qingwu was at her happiest and most blissful moment in her parents' hands. How could she leave? Before this, her aptitude was so good that she was doted on by her family. How would she know that just because she came out to play once and got a little injured, it would completely destroy her talent? Then, how about we change the way we address each other? Chu Yang asked tentatively, Xiao Wu, how old is your second brother? 21 years old. My second brother is very good. Mo Qingwu smiled sweetly. Look, I am only 10.5 years old this year, not even 17 years old. Your second brother is so much older than me. Chu Yang said, how can you call me uncle? When your second brother comes here, do you want him to call me uncle too? Wouldn't that be a mess? Don't you think so? Do you want me to call your second brother, uncle too? That doesn't make sense, right? Chu Yang pursed his lips. He naturally couldn't agree to Mo Qingwu calling him uncle. But if Mo Tianji called him uncle, damn. Even if he called me grandfather or ancestor, I would agree. The little girl stared with her big round eyes and said, yes, you are younger than my second brother. How can I call you uncle? Yes. Chu Yang hurriedly struck while the iron was hot and said, so you can't call me Uncle Chu Yang. You should call me Brother Chu Yang. Mo Qingwu bit her finger and looked at Chu Yang suspiciously. She said, but I feel that you are up to no good. You definitely have an ulterior motive. Chu Yang sweated a little. She could even tell that he was up to no good? Is this still a little girl? It was said that a woman's intuition was very accurate and powerful. This little girl's intuition wasn't bad either. How can I be up to no good? Chu Yang hurriedly defended himself. If this little girl had the impression that he was up to no good, it would be difficult to change it in the future. You see, I saved you and your uncle Qingyu when you came here, right? I brought you to see your injuries and treat them, right? Also, I bought you candied haws. Look, it's very sweet. Chu Yang hurriedly gave the candied haws away. He was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect anything in return for his kindness. But he was really despicable and shameless. He actually wanted to show off in front of others and get something in return. And the reward he wanted was for this little girl to marry him. I am too evil. Mo Qingwu's eyes were fixed on the candied haws from the moment he came in. But she was too embarrassed to ask for it. She hurriedly took it and took a bite. Her beautiful big eyes narrowed into crescents. She smiled and said, Brother Chu Yang is a good person. Chu Yang was very happy, he had finally taken the first step. If Mo Qingwu kept calling him Uncle Chu Yang, then he would have no chance at all. Who had seen a girl choose her uncle as her husband? A big stone in Chu Yang's heart was finally lifted. From uncle to brother. Yes, he was very satisfied. Chu Yang originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort to persuade her. He never thought that a stick of candied haws would be enough to buy her over. Sigh, what was this saying? Yes, in the future, whoever bought the candied haws would have to go through him to give it to Imo Qinggu. Women can be considered, but men. I have to chase them far away. This little girl is too innocent and too gullible. There are too many perverts. I have to be careful. In that instant, Chu Yang's thoughts flashed like lightning. He was thinking very far ahead. His face was gentle for a moment, full of longing for a moment, serious for a moment, heavy for a moment, and murderous for a moment. Imo Qinggu ate the candied haws in big mouthfuls while looking at this brother Chu Yang. Why does this uncle Chu Yang have to be brother Chu Yang? So strange. Also, his face is so cute. It can change. White for a moment, black for a moment, red for a moment. When Uncle Imo Qingyu finishes his cultivation, I will also let him change. Too strange. Ever since his rebirth, Chu Yang had always handled matters calmly. But, it was the first time that his emotions had fluctuated so much like today's. After the little girl finished eating a stick of candied haws, she opened her small hand and took another stick. She ate until the corners of her mouth were full of sticky candy. She was beaming with joy. Chu Yang's heart was moved as he looked at her. He thought, if I use my mouth to kiss off the sugar stains on the corners of little Luo's lips. After thinking for a long time, he finally ran out of tea. After eating the sugar-coated haws, Imo Qinggu cleverly washed her hands. Then, she thought for a while. Then, she came to the medicine that Chu Yang had prepared for her. She looked at Chu Yang with a bitter face and tearful eyes. Elder brother Chu Yang, can I not drink this? It's too bitter. Not good. Chu Yang's face was stiff, but then he smiled. If you drink it, I will tell you a good story. You must keep your word. Imo Qinggu picked up the bowl of medicine with her small hand, and gulped it down. Then, she moved a small stool, and sat in front of Chu Yang in a well-behaved manner. She rested her chin on her small hand, and blinked her big eyes as she looked at Chu Yang, waiting to hear the story. There was even a sly smile on her face. Chu Yang slapped his forehead. He had been fooled. This little girl was born in a big clan. Although she was only 7 years old, she still had the ability to distinguish common medicinal herbs. Chu Yang was afraid that this bowl of medicine would be too bitter. After tasting it, although it was not very bitter, he had added a lot of cold honey. It was like sugar water. How could Imo Qinggu not smell it? She must have already smelled it and just set up a trap for Chu Yang to fall into. She wanted to listen to the story. If Chu Yang did not say that he would tell her a story, she would also happily drink it. Little demon. Chu Yang muttered in his heart. He thought, she is so young and already knows how to lie. What will she do when she grows up? He could only bitterly search for a story in his stomach, but Chu Yang had only said it casually to coax Imo Qinggu to take the medicine. How could he have prepared a story? After searching for a long time, he did not find any good story. Imo Qinggu's small face gradually turned ugly. She frowned and looked at Chu Yang suspiciously. She said disappointedly, Brother Chu Yang is lying, right? Her tone was full of distrust. Why would I lie? Brother Chu Yang will lie to anyone but you. Chu Yang suddenly had an idea. He had an idea. A long, long time ago. Chu Yang began. After a long time, Imo Qinggu's crisp voice said, this is not good. Tell me another one. Chu Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead. This one, then the next one. I heard, this one is not good either. Tell me another one. Chu Yang was sweating profusely. He frowned with a bitter face. Then tell me, still not good. Tell me another one. Chu Tsong's eyes stared blankly. Tell me, still not good. Tell me another one. Chu Yang's head spun. That year, even worse. Little Luo glared at Chu Yang. She was about to flip out. Chu Yang fell to the ground. His face was ashen. He wanted to cry, but there were no tears. Oh my God, chasing girls and picking them up is too difficult. How can I live like this? I can't even get through this day, ha ha ha. Imo Qingyu had woken up at some point. Seeing Chu Yang's appearance, he could not help but laugh. He was rejoicing in Chu Yang's misfortune. Brother, you've finally experienced the pain that I've suffered. Mo Qingyu showed an expression of I want to help, but I can't as he spread out his hands. He said, little miss, look at how good Uncle Chuyang is to you. Let Uncle Chuyang tell you a few nice stories. 1 inch it's big brother Chuyang. The little girl was very fierce. Her red mouth and white teeth looked as if she wanted to bite someone. She clawed at him and said, Big brother Chuyang is lying. His stories are not nice at all. Mo Qingyu sweated a little and said, okay, brother Chuyang is brother Chuyang. Big brother Chuyang has a good story. He will tell it soon. Really big brother Chuyang? The little girl looked at Chuyang with hopeful eyes full of desire. Cough, cough, cough. Chuyang looked at Mo Qingyu with grief and anger. Damn, you are too shameless. Even if you are shameless, you can't be shameless to this extent. Mo Qingyu pretended not to see Chuyang's eyes. He smiled and said, yes, I am. Miss, listen to brother Chuyang's story. It's very pleasant to hear. Buttocks with a turn, he disappeared without a trace. Hey! Chuyang's outstretched hand stopped in midair. He was completely speechless. Big brother Chuyang, hurry up and tell me. Mo Qingyu reached out her small hand and gently pulled Chuyang's sleeve. Her bright sleeves and big eyes made her look even more pitiful. Say something nice. Chuyang, after a long time, Chuyang came out of the secret chamber. His steps were staggering, his face was pale, and his eyes were blank. His lips were dry. He sat down on the floor and groaned. He muttered, picking up girls is really good. He thought about how he would have to continue this picking up girls for at least 7 or 8 years, maybe even 10 years. Chuyang's eyes turned white. He had a strong feeling of collapse. Mo Qingyu was not like this when she became an adult. She was usually smiling gently and was very gentle. She would look at him and then quietly do her own thing. She was charming and elegant. Why was Mo Qingyu so strange when she was young? Chuyang sighed. Then, he strode to the front of the water tank and plunged his head into it. I'm dying of thirst. If it were you, you wouldn't stop talking. Try a 2-hour story, dude, this is going to kill people. However, Chuyang was still very gratified. He even felt that Mo Qingyu was the real Mo Qingyu now. Just happy. He would rather Mo Qingyu maintain this kind of pure happiness even after a few years. Childishness could disappear, but happiness could not. From tomorrow onwards, I'll go read extensively and specifically look for stories to read. Chuyang's heart was ruthless. I swear. In order to pick up girls, in order to raise them, I'm going all out. It was already afternoon. Chuyang had finished cooking and brought the rice in. Then, he carefully distributed the rice bags evenly. In an instant, half of the traces in the pot were washed away. The bottom half is left unbrushed, and the dishes served 2 of them were removed and placed aside. The remaining one was placed in a messy position. Okay. Then, Chuyang gave Mo Qingyu a few words and left. Mo Qingyu was a king-level master. Of course, he was experienced and knew the severity of the situation. On this point, Chuyang is very assured. Moreover, the secret chamber was related to the Calamity Sword. Chuyang had built it for himself. If he was not a first-rate mechanism master, he would not have done it. Chuyang went out to find Tai Butian. Tai Butian had lost a bet to him. That was the medicine in the palace. Chuyang would not be courteous about it. Although it was said to be a joke, Chuyang had to take it seriously for once. This was related to Mo Qingyu. Qingwu's lifelong happiness was not serious. Okay, after Chuyang had left for more than 2 hours, suddenly, a few black shadows quietly landed in the sky. The warrior pavilion searched the entire island silently. Then, they surrounded Chuyang. The few pavilions that were built at the very center of the island. One of them approached like a ghost. Then, he silently entered and looked around. After circling around, he did not find anything and quietly left. How is it? The one waiting outside was a black-cloaked masked man. His eyes were gloomy. They flickered faintly, like a dark fire in the dark night. There's no one here. It's very clean. That person said, according to our investigation, there are only 2 people here. Moreover, one of them has been out for more than 20 days and has not returned. There is only one person here. The traces inside are also very clear. Recently, there was indeed only one person here. Stay. 1. Go look for rice bags, pots, bowls, ladles, and basins. See if there's any medicine here. See if there are any traces of medicine. The black-clothed masked man's eyes were half closed as he spoke softly. Yes, throne. This time, 3 or 4 people entered the room at the same time. That throne stood for a while. Then, he also moved his feet and walked step by step into Chu Yang's room. I can't see anything from the rice bag. However, this guy is really sloppy. The floor is full of vegetable soup, pots, and bowls. The pots and pans are all unwashed. From the smell, it seems that he has not tidied up since last night. He should be alone. There's no doubt about it. Oh? That throne walked into the kitchen suspiciously. As soon as he entered, he was almost smoked. His eagle-like eyes carefully examined every item. He then nodded lightly and said, yes, it's fine. It seems that there's only one person in here. Throne, I found the medicine storehouse. Go take a look. The so-called medicine storehouse was an almost sealed small room. Inside, there were some medicinal herbs that Chu Yang had no use for. They were scattered on the floor. Naturally, Chu Yang did not forget to leave behind some medicinal herbs that were relatively more precious. This guy is really lazy. However, there are some good things. That throne stood at the door and looked at the messy piles of medicine inside. He frowned. There are 2 medicine pots here. One of the black-clothed masked men shouted. That king-level expert paced over. He slightly sniffed and said, this is obviously new. It hasn't been used yet. But, this, motherfu asterisk cur, this medicine was brewed at least a month ago. And, the dregs of the medicine are still inside. Motherfu asterisk cur. Chu Yang spent a lot of effort to collect the dregs of medicine. Now, he could finally put them to good use. One of the masked men even pushed aside the rotten white hair. He wrinkled his nose and looked at the dregs inside. He said with certainty, it's for treating colds. Get lost. Who told you to look through it? Are you very knowledgeable? You actually said that it's for treating colds. That throne-level leader wrinkled his nose in anger. He slapped the masked man's face, dregs from a month ago, even if it's for treating internal injuries, it shouldn't be related to the Mo clan. A month ago, Mo Qingyu was still sleeping in the Mo clan. It turned out that when that masked man looked through the dregs, the rotten smell of the dregs started to spread out. It made the medicine storehouse even more stinky than the public toilets in the barracks. Yes, I deserve to die. That masked man repeatedly admitted his mistake. He loosened his grip and threw the medicine pot away. It landed on the floor with a bang. It was a pot used to boil medicine. How strong can it be? Of course, it immediately broke into pieces. An even more intense stench spread out in all directions. That throne-level leader was furious. He slapped the masked man's face several times. Then, he covered his nose and ran out of the medicine storehouse. His movement was extremely fast. Once he was outside, he gasped for air. His eyes were filled with anger. He had seen brainless people before, but he had never seen such a brainless person. Everyone who was searching around covered their noses and ran out in a sorry state. Asterisk. What is this smell? Who made it? I already smelled it to death. The throne-level leader covered his nose and asked in a low voice, did you find anything? Is there any secret passage or something like that? His voice was filled with anger. I didn't find anything. If you didn't find anything, then why are you guys still here? Why aren't you leaving? CK your ancestors, do you think this place smells good? The throne-level leader was furious. With a whoosh, he flew into the air and disappeared without a trace. He had been wronged. He was a Mo king-level leader and a king-level master of Jianghu. Even in the upper 3 heavens, he was still a powerful person. When had he ever been to such a dirty place? What a disgrace, everyone looked at each other in dismay. They covered their noses and cursed as they followed behind the throne-level leader. The last person was the knowledgeable guy. He couldn't help but retch. He vomited to his heart's content and walked away weakly. The throne-level leader's slaps were not in vain. After all, he had lost 2 teeth and half a mouthful of blood. Official Chu Yang naturally didn't know about these things. He was currently in the treasury of the palace. His Highness Butian was very puzzled by the fact that King of Hell Chu had come to his door to ask for a gambling debt. He was very puzzled. You just made a fool of yourself, okay? Why is it that you don't trust me and come to my door to ask for a debt? Am I that untrustworthy? You don't trust me? Besides, gambling debts are very common in Iron Cloud Citadel. Every day, there are even fights because of gambling debts. But, gambling debts from the ruler of a nation, the actual ruler of a nation, is not something that can be done easily. This was very unusual. Therefore, Butian was very depressed. Looking at King of Hell Chu's anxious face, it was as if he would not give it to him if he was late. Your Royal Highness, cough, cough, hee, you haven't honored the bet that you just made, you lost to me one, right? One, just look at what he said. Tai Butian almost fainted from anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Minister Chu, you are really something. Do you think I can renege on my gambling debt? Haha, cough cough. I was just afraid that your highness would forget things. Chu Yang was actually a little embarrassed, but he didn't show it. Who told him to be so thick-skinned? Being looked down on? It doesn't matter. As long as you honor your debt, you can look down on me as much as you want. As the saying goes, if you are thin-skinned, you can't eat, if you are thick-skinned, you can eat until you are satisfied. This is it. Tai Butian said expressionlessly, Minister Chu, I'll wait for you outside. You can go in and pick whatever you want. It doesn't matter if you take them all. I won't have any complaints. Tai Butian was naturally very uncomfortable to be forced to pay off his gambling debts. Throughout history, he was probably the first person to be forced to pay off his gambling debts. This could be considered as a historical precedent. Tai Butian's heart was filled with resentment. These words were clearly meant to make things difficult for Chu Yang. Look at how generous I am. This is called elegance. This is called self-restraint. This is called temperament. Unlike you? *CK, even if a hooligan wants to pay off gambling debts, he won't take them on the same day. Moreover, with just you alone, how much can you take away? Tai Butian was happy to be generous. Good, haha. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. He rubbed his hands together, ignoring Tai Butian's dissatisfaction. Waha, your highness is a good person. I'm going. Before he finished speaking, he had already disappeared with a shio sound. He impatiently dove into the cave. Tai Butian didn't even have time to say a few words of modesty before there was no one in front of him. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He thought to himself, this King of Hell Chu is like his predecessors who have gone mad from poverty. He just arrived at Iron Cloud and robbed dozens of big families in one night. Now that he's looking at the treasury of the palace, he's like a bandit who has entered a village. That excitement. I really despise him. As he thought, he ordered someone to bring a chair over and sat down in front of the treasury. He thought to himself, I'd like to see how much you can take away. Look at you, you miser. Humph. Chu Yang stepped into the treasury and was immediately dazzled. Oh my god, so many good things. The calamity sword in his dantian also became active, eager to try. Don't rush, let's do it bit by bit. Chu Yang was calm. Looking at the huge treasury, he was very excited. As expected of the palace, it had been accumulated over many years. At the very front, there were all kinds of strange metals. As if afraid that Chu Yang wouldn't recognize them, there were labels on each of them. So standard. Chu Yang clicked his tongue in admiration. This will save me a lot of effort. With a flick of his wrist, the sword tip of the calamity sword appeared in his hand, shining brightly. Suck. Don't be shy, just suck it. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Leave 1 or 2 pieces of those that aren't rare. Those rare ones are hard to find outside. Absorb them all. No problem. The sword tip of Calamity Sword was like a hungry wolf that had been starved for years. Following Chu Yang's hand gestures, they began to devour like wolves and tigers. Tai Butian had been waiting outside. But, who would have thought that he wouldn't come out even after waiting for so long? So, he couldn't help but become bewildered. Don't tell me that this king of Helchu ate those medicines alive? The treasure vault was only so big, he couldn't possibly get lost, right? He wanted to go in and take a look, but his previous words were too arrogant. If he went in, it would seem that he was being watched. Moreover, this king of Helchu would say that he was a sore loser. After pondering for a long time, Tai Butian still sat at the door and didn't move. She also hardened her heart. King of Helchu, I want to see how long you can stay in there. I'm going to waste my time with you today. After a long while, just when Tai Butian was about to lose her patience, finally, King of Helchu came out. When King of Helchu came out, he looked a little unhappy and dissatisfied. It seemed that this treasure vault in the palace had greatly disappointed him. Chu Yang's left hand was holding a few medicinal herbs. In his right hand, he was holding 2 pieces of shining metal, must. After coming out, Chu Yang sighed. He was very sincere and extremely disappointed. You were inside, for such a long time, and you only picked out these few things? Tai Butian's eyes widened. Sigh. Chu Yang sighed again in disappointment. Then, he raised his eyes and looked at Tai Butian. Your Highness, you are generous enough, but this treasure vault in the palace is really a little shabby, eh? What's wrong? Tai Butian frowned. There really isn't much left, Chu Yang sighed. I searched left and right, I searched front and back, but in the end, I only picked out these few things. As he said, he shook the 2 pitiful snow ginseng in his hand. The 2 pieces of metal in his right hand also touched each other, making a crisp sound. In this quiet space, the sound spread far and wide. Compared to such a huge treasure trove, such a small amount of things was simply a pitiful burden. Only these few things? Tai Butian was a little surprised. Are your standards so high? Besides, these things aren't anything good in here. It's really. I'm too embarrassed to say it. Chu Yang said dejectedly, let's go. Wait. Tai Butian waved her hand. I'll go in and take a look. As she said, she dashed in, extremely vigorous. But after she went in, she was shocked. Was this still the treasure vault of the royal family? On each of the huge shelves, there were only a few pitiful pieces of metal on some shelves, and there were even some shelves that were completely empty. One by one, the labels trembled and swayed slightly with the sound of the wind brought by Tai Butian's sudden entrance, as if they were telling their infinite grievances, but there was a thick layer of dust on the shelves. Tai Butian looked at all this in disbelief. She kept muttering to herself, what's going on? What's going on? The pitiful Supreme Highness was a little confused. Chu Yang followed behind her and also walked in. He tried his best to say in a heavy voice, Supreme Highness, why do you have to do this? Actually, I'm already very satisfied to be able to find these 2 500-year-old snow ginseng today. Tai Butian turned a deaf ear to him and walked in. Inside was the medicinal herb vault. Tai Butian clearly remembered that there were many heavenly treasures in here. When she went in to take a look, she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. There were still many medicinal herbs in here, including ginseng and ganoderma. But those rare heavenly treasures that ordinary people might not even see in their entire lives, were all gone. In fact, there weren't even any boxes. Tai Butian only felt a wave of dizziness and couldn't help but sway a little. Chu Yang very kindly hurriedly supported her and said, Supreme Highness, what's wrong? With this support, he felt that Tai Butian's shoulders were thin and weak but full of texture. Moreover, there was a faint feeling of a very slippery texture. Tai Butian calmly took a step forward and broke away from Chu Yang's support. She said, I really didn't expect that the royal family's treasure vault would actually fall to such a state. Your Highness also rarely comes to this treasure vault, right? Chu Yang said patiently. Of course. If there's nothing, why would I go to the treasure vault? I'm not a miser, Tai Butian said indifferently. Chu Yang didn't seem to realize that the miser that Tai Butian was referring to was himself. He only sighed and said, it's no wonder. After years of war, even a rich treasury would have long been empty. Every day, every hour, there are so many soldiers injured. No matter how many heavenly treasures there are, how can they save the lives of every warrior? Chu Yang's words had vaguely directed the spearhead to Tai Longqing. Moreover, it was clear that even if all the medicines and things here were used up, they were used in the right way. Tai Budian was silent for a while. Then, she slowly said, I think so. These things can be considered to be used to their full potential. When she saw the treasure vault in such a state, her first thought was exactly the same as Chu Yang's comforting words. In the whole world, only second uncle Tai Longqing could come here and open this place. And second uncle's army thirsted for elixirs and strange metals. Needless to say, Tai Budian also knew, as for theft, there was no such possibility. If the elixirs were stolen, it might be possible. But those strange metals weighed hundreds of kilograms, and some even thousands of kilograms. How could they be stolen in such a heavily guarded place like the royal palace? Even if one could steal a piece, who would have the ability to empty the entire treasure vault? Even if a supreme martial artist came, he would definitely not be able to do it so stealthily. Tai Budian naturally didn't know that the real culprit was King of Hell Chu, who was standing in front of her with a look of disappointment on his face. It was really hard on this guy. He had secretly made a fortune to this extent, but he still had to put on a worried look. How strong was his willpower? What kind of mental cultivation was required to achieve such a feat? She turned her head to look at Chu Yang. Tai Budian felt very ashamed in her heart. She had solemnly asked Minister Chu to go in and take it himself. In the end, when Minister Chu went in, it was as if he had just taken a stroll around. Even those things in his hands seemed to be just a gesture to comfort her. Tai Budian clearly saw that there were many more things in this treasure vault that Minister Chu had in his hands. It was obvious that Minister Chu was afraid that she would lose face. So, he deliberately took two of those things to comfort her. Thinking of this, Tai Budian felt even more uncomfortable in her heart. Minister Chu is a man of noble character and unquestionable integrity. He is so honest and considerate. He is so good at thinking for others. Minister Chu, it's as if I haven't repaid my gambling debt today. Tai Budian said with a serious smile. However, I guarantee that I will definitely compensate Minister Chu for this loss. What are you saying, Your Highness? Minister Chu spoke with awe-inspiring righteousness. Originally, I only wanted these things to forge a few weapons to equip the army. I also wanted to see if I could create a kind of divine medicine to offer to the Crown Prince in order to relieve the pain of the wounded. So, what's this or not? Minister Chu said sincerely and solemnly, Your Highness is too serious. Tai Butian's heart surged. She couldn't help but look at Chu Yang with a strange expression. She tried hard to control her thoughts, but still couldn't help but pat Chu Yang's shoulder and said, Minister Chu, good. Good, good. Minister Chu is so benevolent and righteous. He's so considerate of the overall situation. He's such a hero with an open mind. So, how can he accept my offer of compensation to him? Not only will he not accept it, but it will also be an insult to Minister Chu's noble character. The two walked out of the treasury side by side. Only then did they realize that the sky was already dark. In front of the palace, there was a person holding two horses, waiting for the two. It was Wu Qianqian. Seeing Chu Yang come out, Wu Qianqian was overjoyed. She said, Minister, please hurry back to Butian Pavilion. Something happened at Butian Pavilion. Something happened at Butian Pavilion? What happened? Chu Yang frowned. A group of people in black came. All of them are highly skilled in martial arts. They want us to hand over the people who came that day. Wu Qianqian said anxiously, we explained for a long time, but they still didn't believe us. They were about to fight. If you weren't outside, they would have asked you for an explanation. I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable. Chu Yang was shocked. He quickly got on his horse and said, Your Highness, this is urgent. I will go first. Then he said, Your Highness, please let the guards send you back to the imperial residence. Don't come to Butian Pavilion, I'm afraid there will be danger. As he said this, he took the fierce mask and cloak from Wu Qianqian. With a leap, he put them on neatly and landed on the horse's back. His two legs clamped together and the horse rushed out. Wu Qianqian followed closely behind. The two of them disappeared from Tai Butian's sight in the blink of an eye. Tai Butian's eyes flashed. He shouted, "Return to the imperial residence immediately, I have important matters to attend to." At this moment, he had already made up his mind. No matter what, he would let these two go to Butian Pavilion to see who was so daring. At this moment, Butian Pavilion was in a complete mess. In the main hall, the 14 seats were all filled with people in black. On Chu Yang's seat sat a black-cloaked masked man with a golden blade. His eyes were sinister and disdainful. He didn't seem to care about the organization that was created by the 3 empresses. In front of each person, there was a cup of tea. Steam rose in spirals. Before Wu Qianqian left, she spent a lot of effort to persuade these people to sit here peacefully. At the side, in the small courtyard of the Fierce Blood Hall, faint echoes of the Ho could be heard intermittently. There were people who were injured because they tried to stop these people. These people were the people that Chu Yang hated to the core. They were the ones who injured Mo Qingwu, the He Mo clan. They had finally come knocking on his door. After all, that day at the city gate, Chu Yang ordered the large man to be sent to Butian Pavilion. That was under the watchful eyes of many people. It would be strange if they did not hear about it. The sound of horses galloping could be heard outside. The eyes of the black-cloaked people in the main hall lit up. Is the legendary king of Hell Chu finally going to appear? The sound of horse hooves suddenly stopped at the entrance. Then, hurried footsteps sounded. A person wearing a ferocious mask and a black cloak walked in quickly and calmly. In the night, under the illumination of the lamplight, the two gazes were like 2 cold stars, steady and calm. Chu Yanwang finally appeared at the entrance of the main hall. Chu Li's clear and cold eyes slowly sized up his surroundings. Then, he asked the 14 masked men in black who had not stood up, "Have you all come here to look for this Chu?" Chu Yan's reply to King of Hell was not deliberately estranged. Instead, it was very warm. It was clear that his current state of mind was very peaceful. There was a hint of surprise in his voice, as if he had no idea what these people were here for. "Are you King of Hell Chu? The minister of Butian Pavilion?" The black-cloaked man sitting at the top snorted coldly. He chuckled and said, "What great prestige, what great arrogance." Chu Yang's legs went soft. It was not because he was afraid, it was because when he was in the treasury, due to the lack of time, he used all of his energy and mental energy to help the Calamity Sword devour. When it finally finished devouring, it directly caused Chu Yang's energy to run out. Not even a bit was left. Then, something like this happened again. He had galloped all the way back, and didn't have time to adjust his breathing. However, Chu Yang had deliberately done this. Since the timing was so coincidental, Chu Yang naturally wanted to use these people's mouths to spread the extremely absurd rumor that he did not know any martial arts. In front of the seniors, this official naturally does not dare to do anything. Although Chu Yang was wearing a mask, his voice gave people the feeling of a spring breeze. It was as if he had seen a good friend he had not seen for many years. There was warmth in his voice. When he opened his mouth, he referred to himself as this official. His meaning was, "I am a court official, not a Jianghu person. When you talk to me, try not to use the Jianghu methods." "Oh? As a king level." "Master, how good was his eyesight?" The man sitting at the head of the table saw through Chu Yang's situation. He could not help but be a little surprised. This minister of Butian Pavilion, the most important person in Iron Cloud, did not have the slightest bit of energy in his body. Moreover, his mental energy was pitifully weak. He was completely an ordinary person who did not know any martial arts. When he walked, his footsteps were light and his eyes were lifeless. The muscles on his body did not have the unique luster of a martial artist. He really did not know any martial arts. Could it be that the rumors were wrong? "You have come from afar. I have not asked for your guidance. Where are you going?" Chu Yang cupped his fists and asked. "Who are we?" "Everyone knows." The other experts looked at him sinisterly. "Today, I came to ask Minister Fu about some things and understand some things." "Haha, I know why you are all here." Chu Yang calmly walked into the main hall. He walked into the area surrounded by the 2 king-level masters and the 12 revered martial artists. Then, he glanced around and sat down on a seat next to them. "You know?" The king-level master looked at Chu Yang with a sinister gaze. At this moment, Chu Yang was very close to him. he could see that he was not mistaken. This was an ordinary person. 2 days ago, at the city gate, this lowly official found two people. At that time, they were already seriously injured, so I took the liberty to send them to Butian Pavilion. Chu Yang's voice was full of regret, but there was no trace of regret. Where are those two people now? The king-level expert's eyes were fixed on Chu Yang. Under the pressure of his eyes, even if Xiao was an ordinary person, even if he was a revered martial artist, he would be immediately exposed if he told half a lie. Haha, Senior must know that in our iron cloud, talents are precious. Chu Yang sighed. After years of war, the strength of the nation has long been exhausted. The lack of talents is also extremely serious. Ever since this Chu received His Highness' favor and entered Butian Pavilion, I have been worried day and night, unable to sleep at night. The situation is very serious, and I often sigh that I am powerless. Chu Yang said slowly. The king-level master's eyes showed a trace of impatience, but he still did not say anything. That day, I suddenly discovered an expert who was in trouble in my iron cloud. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, so I had the thought of recruiting him. When he said this, the 14 men in black in the main hall snorted disdainfully. Recruit? Do you think he is an ordinary person? He is from the Mo clan, and he is a king-level master. Let's not talk about the fact that he is seriously injured. Even if you acknowledge him as your godfather, how could he possibly accept the recruitment of someone from the lower three heavens? But when he said this, everyone came to a sudden realization. Chu Yang's motive for saving those two people at that time was completely unmistakable. Everyone put themselves in Chu Yang's shoes and thought that if they were in the same position as Batian Pavilion's minister, they would probably have the same thoughts. The current iron cloud was really too difficult. Facts have proven that this official thought too much. Chu Yang sighed in disappointment. What happened to those two people? The king-level master's eyes flashed behind his mask as he asked. Even he did not realize that his voice had softened a lot compared to before. She was doing her best for her country, and she was doing it without knowing it. How could you blame her for it? That big man was not a problem. Although his internal and external injuries were serious, he would recover after a period of rest. But that little girl was a bit difficult to deal with. At such a young age, she was frightened and injured. She almost died. Chu Yang used a respectful tone and said, "Thank you, His Royal Highness, for taking two people to the palace to find Senior Du Shurqing, but the unexpected thing was that the little girl's injuries were too serious. Senior Du was only able to alleviate the situation and temporarily save her life. He could not cure her." The king-level master in black pondered and slowly nodded. His sword was blocked by a Mo Qingyu, but it was not something a little girl could withstand. This guy's words should not be false. Chu Yang's words were partly true and partly false. Aside from his own motives, everything else was true. Naturally, it would make it sound very convincing, and then? And then that big man. Speaking of which, this brother is really loyal and courageous. He is truly a good man. Chu Yang was not stingy with his praise for Mo Qingyu. He said with admiration, under such circumstances, he immediately wanted to leave. After half a day of rest, he wanted to take his little master to find a famous doctor. This lowly official tried every possible way to persuade him to stay. At that time, I even proposed that if he was willing to stay, I would give up the position of minister of Butian Pavilion. Even with such conditions, he was still not moved. Chu Yang sighed in admiration. His only condition was that as long as we could cure his little brother, he would agree to do one thing for us. It's a pity that we can't fulfill this condition. Can't do it. Hee. The sovereign laughed, full of disdain. He thought to himself, I personally released the Hamo sword energy, and you want to break it? You are overestimating yourself. You're not telling the truth. You are lying to me. The king-level master sensed that Chu Yang was very serious and was telling the truth. But in the end, there was some uncertainty. Chu Yang looked at the king-level leader with sincerity and said, Senior, this Jianghu expert is a man of his word. This official believes in him. Therefore, I am looking forward to it. I even have some plans for what I want to do in the future. However, this matter is a secret between Butian Pavilion and me. It is related to the war between the two countries. I ask Senior to keep it a secret. The king-level leader slowly took the lead and looked at the other person. They both knew what was going on. Yes, this was in line with Mo Qingyu's pedantic "a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water" character. You, King of Hell Chu, are quite honest. The king-level leader said gloomily, however, that so-called expert. I am afraid he will not be able to do anything for you. Why? Xianxia smiled and said, I can see that brother is a man of his word. He is a man of his word. Of course, such a man would keep his word. Haha. Why? Of the 14 masked men, 10 of them laughed mockingly. One of them jokingly said, because the person you are talking about is about to die at the hands of our king-level leader. How can a dead man repay a debt of gratitude? Ah? Xianxia's eyes revealed a look of extreme shock. He stammered, this, where did they go? The king-level leader coldly snorted. This? I really do not know. King of Hell Chu seemed to be immersed in a great sense of loss. He actually pleaded, Senior, can you be merciful to that person? Such a good person, if he dies, it would be a pity. King of Hell Chu sighed. This matter is not for a rotten secular official like you to decide. The king-level leader coldly looked at him with a cold gaze. Xianxia shivered at the perfect moment. Then, he forced himself to look calm. The two king-level leaders looked at each other. Their lips faintly moved as if they were discussing something. Although they were people of the Mo clan who could not return in 3 days, they did not want to go against a secular country. Seeing that there was no result, they naturally had to leave. Xianxia nervously opened his mouth. He wanted to say something but stopped. What else do you want to say? The Lord of the Throne was sensitive enough to notice his little movements. It's like this. I find it difficult to speak. Xianxia stammered, Seniors, you are all experts with supernatural powers. My iron cloud is currently in a perilous situation. If I may be so bold, I will tell you. Xianxia's eyes became awe-inspiring and righteous. It seemed as if he was ready to risk everything. He stood up, clasped his hands, and said in a loud voice, May this Chu be so bold as to ask the seniors, if you can lend a hand to my iron cloud? From top to bottom of Iron Cloud, millions of people are grateful. Audacious? You sure are bold. The black-cloaked king-level expert almost burst into laughter. You saved our enemy and helped him escape. Not killing you is already an extra favor. Yet, you still want to recruit us? The king-level expert's words caused all the experts of the Mo clan to burst into laughter. Everyone looked at this King of Hell Chu with ridicule in their eyes. They felt that this was somewhat outrageous. Xianxia was silent for a moment. Then, he seriously said, Senior, you are wrong. Before I saved him, I didn't know about the grievances between you. Moreover, even if you knew, what would you do? The black-cloaked king-level expert coldly asked. Xianxia straightened his chest and said in a loud voice, Even if I knew, as long as there was even the slightest possibility that he would be recruited by me to help my iron cloud, I would still save him. Even if it was just a promise. These words were powerful and resonant. Xianxia stared at this king-level expert. He didn't back down for a moment. In an instant, all the black-cloaked people in the main hall were stunned by these words. This Minister Chu was just an ordinary person and didn't have the slightest bit of martial strength. However, the imposing manner he displayed at this moment was extremely upright. The courage he displayed at this moment was also very admirable. The black-cloaked king-level expert coldly stared at Xianxia. After a while, he finally sighed deeply and said, Good Minister Chu. Good King of Hell Chu. His voice actually contained a hint of admiration. Then, he brushed his sleeves and stood up. He lightly said, This old man came here today with the intention of razing this Butian pavilion to the ground if I couldn't find the person. However, you are indeed worthy of being King of Hell Chu. Today, this old man will let you go. Let's go. With this order, the 13 black-cloaked people stood up at the same time and walked out. No one said a word. With a king-level expert's order, naturally, no one dared to refute. On the other hand, these murderous and merciless executioners were also subdued by Xianxia. An ordinary person who didn't have the slightest bit of martial strength was actually able to speak calmly and confidently under the pressure of a king-level expert. This kind of bearing and calmness was already evident. Moreover, Minister Chu had displayed his chivalry, righteousness, and courage for the sake of the country and the people. He was a righteous man. Such a loyal man would be respected no matter where he was, even if they were evil people, they still respected heroes. What's more, it's just a misunderstanding. The black-clothed king-level expert was the last to leave. He fluttered to the door and turned back to look at Chu Yang. In his malicious eyes, there was a faint trace of warmth. He said, "Unfortunately, you don't know martial arts. However, if Iron Cloud is destroyed, would you be willing to follow my family?" Damn, Chu Yang was startled. He didn't think that his performance would attract the attention of Mo Qingwu's great enemy. "I was born a citizen of Iron Cloud, and I will die a ghost of Iron Cloud. If Iron Cloud is destroyed, then I would have already turned into ashes before the country was destroyed. Senior's good intentions, I can only accept it." Chu Yan replied in a heroic manner. He wasn't lying. If Iron Cloud was destroyed, then Chu Yang's plan to defy the heavens and change fate would fail. Then, his master would die, his brothers would die, and Qingwu would not survive. Then, Chu Yang would feel that there was no meaning in living anymore. Good man. What a pity. What a pity. The king-level expert said what a pity twice in a row. Then, he fluttered away and disappeared into the night sky. A faint voice was heard, "Carefully search the other places of Iron Cloud. He is seriously injured. How can he walk?" After they left, a shadowy figure silently flew up from the top of the main hall and disappeared in a flash. Even the two king-level experts of the Mo clan did not notice when this person came. He finally left. Chu Yang sat on the ground, feeling weak all over. After today, Qingwu's threat from the Mo clan should have been eliminated a lot, right? Just now, he answered correctly because he relied on the Ran body's strength. Now that he relaxed, he felt that his whole body was exhausted to the point of no return. Was the aura of a king-level expert so easy to endure? Chu Yang took a deep breath and tried to mobilize the remaining energy in his dantian. After a long time, he felt his dantian slowly move. He controlled his qi and circulated it 3 times. Suddenly, with a boom, a large amount of vital qi surged out from his meridians. It rushed into his meridians and merged with the qi of the Calamity Sword. Then, the 17 cold qi absorbed by the Calamity Sword suddenly surged out and wrapped around this vital qi. His Jin qi surged upwards, and with the momentum of breaking through bamboo, it arrived at the bottleneck of Wumo. It was like 100 zhang tall raging wave crashing against a dam that could not withstand a single blow. It actually surged through the bottleneck without stopping. Then, it continued to surge and sweep through the meridians. The bottleneck that had not been broken for a long time was broken through at this moment without any hindrance. Chu Yang could not help but be overjoyed. He closed his eyes and guided the energy in his body to break through the bottleneck. At the same time, he sank his mind into his sea of consciousness and tried to use the soft water power that he had just comprehended to penetrate this turbulent energy. In an instant, he entered a state where he forgot about everything around him. He had already exhausted all his energy and mental energy. He had to force himself to fight against 2 king-level experts and 12 revered martial artists. He also had to control his mind and not panic. He also had to deceive the other party. Even if he was at his peak and his physical strength and mental energy were at their peak, he would not be able to withstand this kind of mental pressure. However, he relied on his unparalleled willpower and the pure strength of his flesh to forcefully endure all of it. Although he appeared calm and collected on the surface, in reality, his mental state was so tense that it was on the verge of breaking. Moreover, when his mental energy was at its peak, Shifang suddenly left. This kind of pressure that exceeded his limit by more than 10 times to a sudden feeling of relaxation actually made his bottleneck disappear. Once he recovered, he did not need to break through. He actually automatically entered the realm of Martial Master. Although he had been stuck at this bottleneck for a few days, breaking through so easily still made Chu Yang extremely happy. Chu Yang cultivated in the main hall while Wu Qianqian stood quietly outside the door. Since Chu Yang entered the main hall, he did not deliberately lower his voice. Including Wu Qianqian, Chang'ang, and Chen Yutong, all of them clearly heard Chu Yang's words. The 3 of them had different feelings in their hearts. Qianong and Qin Yutong had more or less the same thoughts. What kind of people were inside? The two of them knew in their hearts. Perhaps the weakest of them was about the same as the two of them. It could be said that the person inside would only need to cough once, and Minister Chu would be jolted back to his death, but Chu Yang was neither servile nor overbearing. He calmly faced them. Although he spoke in a gentle tone, he did not back down a single step. If it were someone else, who could do it? Perhaps they would have already wet their pants in fear. Finally, he even said, "Live as an ironclad person, die as an ironclad ghost. If Ironclad is destroyed, then I would have turned into ashes before the country was destroyed." His righteousness was awe-inspiring, his magnanimity was majestic, his loyalty was righteous, and his jade blood pill was reborn. All of these were clearly seen. In the end, even these hostile people who had come to cause trouble were subdued by Minister Chu's unyielding character. Not to mention Qianong and Qin Yutong, who were listening from the side. At that moment, the two of them almost burst into tears. This is a mistake. It should be breaking through to martial artist, not martial master. I have neglected the martial artist position. I am very sorry. Fortunately, my brothers reminded me in the book review section. Thank you. Qin Yutong and Qianong looked at each other and felt the little knot in their hearts disappear quietly. From each other's eyes, they could see a kind of fanaticism and worship. Minister Chu is the #1 martyr of Ironclad. To work under such a minister, they would be happy even if they died. Only Wu Qianxian was a little doubtful. Chu Yang's performance today was remarkable. If Wu Qianxian did not know Chu Yang before, she would have believed him without a doubt. But now, she was very doubtful. Chu Yang, he is actually such a person? Such a noble character and righteousness that inspires reverence? Such a person for the country, for the people and for the common people? Doesn't seem like it. In the imperial residence, Tai Butian frowned tightly. A figure stood quietly in front of him. Minister Chu, haha, what a good Minister Chu. Tai Butian raised his eyebrows and smiled quietly. He said softly, "The reasons that Minister Chu said are not the real reasons." After listening to Ying's reply, he kept thinking. Ying was a person who did not like to talk and cherished his words like gold. But he was forced by Tai Butian to repeat the scene at that time. He almost broke down when he talked about it. Tai Butian thought for a long time before he finally came to a conclusion. He sighed and said, "If Minister Chu said these words from his heart, how good would that be? It's a pity, it's a pity." It was not that it was too difficult to come to a conclusion, but that Tai Butian had always had that kind of hope. But Chu Yang's words of loyalty and righteousness made Tai Butian lose that kind of extravagant hope. Chu Yang stood up and stretched his body. He only heard the sound of his joints cracking. He opened his eyes and 2 rays of light shot out. "I finally broke through. I am now a first-grade martial artist. A first-grade martial artist is not much in this world. There are too many sects in the lower 3 heavens. The core strength is made up of martial artists. Moreover, most of them are 5th grade and above martial masters. For the super clans in the upper 3 heavens and the lower 3 heavens, a first-grade martial artist is not surprising. The lowest level of power in the clans are also at this level. Normally, martial artists wouldn't be allowed to go out on missions, because going out would only result in death. Even if he was a rank 1 martial artist, he would still have to train hard at home. According to Chu Yang's age, his birthday was in the 12th lunar month. He would be 17 years old in a few months. At this age, most of the direct descendants of the big clans were already 3rd or 4th grade martial masters. A super genius like Gudu Xing had already entered the ranks of martial great masters. It was nothing to be proud of, but all of this had overlooked one point, and that was that the cultivation conditions of those geniuses were far from what Chu Yang could compare with. Even though the treasury of the lower 3 heavens had a lot of wealth, it couldn't compare to the clans of the lower 3 heavens in terms of resources. The density of spiritual energy in the lower 3 heavens was much higher than that in the lower 3 heavens. Heavenly treasures could only grow in places with dense spiritual energy. The geniuses of the 3 heavens basically grew up eating those things. Chu Yang had basically never eaten those heavenly treasures. Another point was that those geniuses had all started to cultivate their foundation from a young age, and then gradually improved. A 20-year-old Wu Zong, including the innate foundation he had in his mother's womb, was equivalent to 21 years of cultivation, and Chu Yang's previous foundation was so weak that it made one's hair stand on end. It had only been half a year since his rebirth. In half a year, he had advanced from 3rd grade martial warrior to 1st grade martial warrior. He had advanced by 8 grades, even though it wasn't difficult for a youngster with decent aptitude to advance at such a low level. Such a speed was simply unparalleled in the space realm. Since ancient times, there had never been such a thing. Chu Yang, how are you feeling? Are you tired? Wu Qianqian seemed to have been waiting at the side. At this moment, she brought a bowl of steaming hot soup and a large bowl of white rice. You haven't eaten anything in the middle of the night. Chu Yang was feeling hungry. He took the soup and rice and almost buried his head in it, wolfing it down. Wu Qianqian pursed her lips as she watched Chu Yang eat. The corners of her mouth could not help but curve into a happy smile. Oh no! Chu Yang had just eaten a few mouthfuls when he suddenly raised his head. What time is it now? It's 9 o'clock in the morning. You have been meditating, so I told them not to disturb you. Wu Qianqian said softly. Oh no, oh no. Chu Yang's lips were still stained with rice. He put down the 2 bowls with a bang. He had only eaten half of it before he rushed out. What are you doing? You already ate. Wu Qianqian stomped her feet behind him. But Chu Yang had already run faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. He only waved his hand from afar. I have an urgent matter. The rice and soup were delicious, thank you. Seeing Chu Yang disappear, Wu Qianqian stomped her feet hatefully. She gently bit her red lips and muttered, what urgent matter can be more important than your own health? This Chu Yang is really. Wu Qianqian cleaned up the 2 bowls and looked at the remaining half of the soup and rice. She could not help but blush as she remembered Chu Yang's words before he left. The rice and soup were delicious. As long as you think it's delicious, I will make more for you tomorrow. Wu Qianqian whispered to herself. After she finished speaking, she looked around for a while as if she was afraid that someone would hear her. She then turned her head back, pursed her lips, and smiled with a red face. Chu Yang forgot that there was an adult and a child who had not eaten yet. If the 2 of them ran out now, the consequences would be unimaginable. He hurriedly returned to Emerald Flow Lake and opened the door to Heavenly Armament Pavilion. He almost staggered from the smell and cried out, oh my god, it's so smelly. Although it was extremely smelly, Chu Yang was not scared. Instead, he was happy. This meant that people from the Mo clan had already been here. Moreover, they had searched very carefully. Otherwise, they would not have broken this extremely smelly medicine jar. Thinking about the scene of the Mo clan's people breaking this medicine jar in anger, Chu Yang wanted to laugh out loud. Thinking about this, he quickly walked inside. But after he took 2 steps, there was a rustling sound coming from inside. Someone is still here. Chu Yang tiptoed closer to take a look. He saw Mo Qingwu's small figure busying herself with a silk scarf covering her nose to block the stench. Then she clumsily tidied up the messy things in Chu Yang's room. Chu Yang's eyes became hot, and he could not help but feel a little hazy. Through the tears, he seemed to see the Mo Qingwu from his previous life. Every time she came to his room, she would be busy tidying up for him. In front of his eyes, there seemed to be a slim figure, silently looking at him, and softly calling out, Chu Yang, Qingwu. Chu Yang murmured. The pain in his heart spread like a tide. Chu Yang. Brother Chu Yang, you are back. What did you call me for? Mo Qingwu's childish voice rang out, interrupting Chu Yang's memories. Nothing, little Wu. Why did you suddenly come out? Chu Yang shook his head and took a few steps forward. He tenderly held Mo Qingwu's small hand and looked at it. He said somewhat reproachfully, you are so small. What if you hurt yourself? Don't do this in the future. Mo Qingwu responded obediently. Although she was young, she could feel Chu Yang's deep concern for her. She tilted her head and smiled. Uncle Qingyu vomited blood again. Now he is seizing the time to practice martial arts. Little Wu. Little Wu is hungry, so I came out to find something to eat. As she spoke, she covered her nose with her small hand and fanned twice, saying, but I didn't expect Brother Chu Yang's room to be so messy. It stinks. Brother Chu Yang, you are really sloppy, Chu Yang was speechless for a while and hurriedly explained, "These are all deliberately done by Brother Chu Yang. When those bad guys come, they will see that this place is so messy and won't be able to find little Wu. Then little Wu will be safe." "Oh, I see." Mo Qingwu's eyes reddened. She said guiltily, "So Brother Chu Yang did all this for little Wu. But I misunderstood you. Brother Chu Yang, I am sorry, it's okay. Since this place is like this, those people must have been here." Chu Yang said, "You just sit here obediently. I am going to clean up and cook for you. You haven't eaten for so long, you must be hungry, right?" Mo Qingwu sniffled. Then, she pitifully rubbed her small belly. "My small belly is flat, you see." As she spoke, she actually lifted up her shirt, revealing her snow-white belly. She pointed at it and said, "Look, isn't it flat? Originally, it was round when I was full." Chu Yang felt dizzy. He quickly put down her shirt and said, "Little Wu, a girl's belly can't be casually shown to others. Remember, mother didn't say." Mo Qingwu shook her head. Chu Yang slapped his forehead. He thought to himself that he was really possessive. Mo Qingwu was only 3 years old. So what if someone saw it? But even though he thought this way, he still subconsciously didn't want others to see it. Chu Yang hurriedly cleaned up the room. First, he dug up a few layers of dirt from the pot and threw it into Emerald Flow Lake. Only then did the stench dissipate a little. Then, he lit up 40 to 50 incense sticks in one breath. After a while, Mo Qingwu sniffled and tiptoed around like a puppy. She sniffed around and excitedly announced, "It doesn't smell anymore." Chu Yang sweated profusely. He didn't expect this little girl to have such a trick up her sleeve. He cooked a few dishes and cooked a big pot of rice. Then, he refused Mo Qingwu's help and cooked 3 times before moving into the secret underground room. In the north, Mo Qingwu had just woken up from his cultivation. As soon as he woke up, this king-level master was bombarded with accusations. He was scolded by a little martial artist. "What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you not to let little Wu go out? Right now, there are Mo people everywhere. What if we are discovered? You are already so old and a king-level master. Can't you think of something like this?" Mo Qingwu's face turned red. He knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't dare to refute. He obediently bowed his head and accepted the scolding. "Brother Chu Yang. Uncle Qingwu also told me not to go out. But little Wu was hungry so I sneaked out. Can you not scold Uncle Qingwu anymore?" Mo Qingwu pulled Chu Yang's sleeve and gently shook it, pleading for Mo Qingwu. "Little Wu, don't worry about him. Today, he must suffer." Chu Yang was not going to let it go. He was very angry. "You are a king-level master. You were protecting Mo Qingwu, but you let her suffer such a serious injury. This is a dereliction of duty. Seeing that you have serious internal injuries, I endured for more than a day, and now you made another mistake." Chu Yang was very angry. Mo Qingwu was outside by herself, so when he came back, he was scared out of his wits. But in front of the young Mo Qingwu, he could not get angry. So when he saw Mo Qingwu, he vented all of his anger on him. He glared at him and scolded him until his saliva flew everywhere. Mo Qingwu's eyes were wide open as he scolded Chu Yang. A king-level master being scolded by a martial artist, this feeling was very strange. Especially when this little martial artist did not stop, he scolded him for a full quarter of an hour. Mo Qingwu's face turned purple as if it was going to explode. His ears were red as he clenched his teeth, but he did not dare to lose his temper. He had a vague thought in his heart, "This Chu Yang cares more about the little miss than me." Looking at him, it is as if his wife was stolen. Chu Yang finally ended his reprimand. "In short, you have failed in your duty, and I am very angry. If this kind of situation happens again, you, a king-level expert, don't want to live anymore. Dig a hole and bury yourself in it as soon as possible." Mo Qingwu had not eaten for a whole day, so his stomach was rumbling with hunger. But now, he was scolded to the point that he had no place to eat. This guy was not polite at all. Pointing and scolding was not enough, he even leaned over and scolded him. In the end, he even jumped up and scolded, "F***CKU. I am a king-level master. When have I ever been treated like this? Even the clan leader has never treated me like this." Mo Qingyu's heart was in a mess. Mo Qingwu did not feel anything. Her only thought was, Brother Chuyang is too good to me. Especially when Chuyang scolded him, he did not forget to flatter him. After a few sentences, he would say, Xiaowu is so beautiful and cute. If Chuan is like this, how can you bear it? Xiaowu is so smart, if she goes, won't you feel guilty? Xiaowu is so smart and lovable. If you. Therefore, Mo Qingyu was scolded to the point where he couldn't even lift his head. He almost wanted to commit suicide to atone for his sins. But little Luo, who was listening from the side, was somewhat enraged, although she still couldn't bear it, when she heard Chuyang say, let's eat. Little Luo grabbed her chopsticks and began to eat heartily. After being praised, her appetite was greatly stimulated. Her chopsticks fell like rain. When she was half full, she squinted her cute eyes and said, Brother Chuyang, is Xiaowu really as good as you say? Of course. Chuyang was also hungry, so he ate quickly. But when he heard this, he immediately stopped chewing. He turned his head and said very seriously, Xiaowu, remember this. What? Xiao Luo was a little confused. Remember, in this world, you are the most beautiful. The smartest, the cutest, the best, the best, the best. Chuyang said solemnly. His tone was very serious, as if he was making an oath. Wow. Little Luo jumped up in joy. She was so happy that she lost her sense of direction. Then, she rubbed her clothes embarrassedly, is it really that good? That look in her eyes was obviously hoping for an affirmative answer from Chuyang. Of course, Chuyang wouldn't disappoint such a well-behaved little Luo. He nodded solemnly and said with certainty, of course. Xiaowu is definitely better than what I said. 100 times better. 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Little Luo Ji beamed with delight. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Suddenly, she pounced on Chuyang, hugged his neck, and kissed his face with all her might. Her oily little mouth kissed Chuyang's face fiercely, leaving a clear oily mark. Then, she let go and praised, Brother Chuyang, you're also the best in my heart. The best, the best, the best. Chuyang touched his cheek. It seemed that he could still feel that gentle touch. He couldn't help but smile foolishly. Oh heavens, I finally took the first step, and got a kiss. Qingwu's kiss. Although she is just a little Luo who doesn't know anything and is greasy, after that, the atmosphere became even more harmonious. Mo Qingwu ate a few mouthfuls of rice. Then, she would squint her eyes, tilt her head, and smile at Chuyang. Then, she would eat a few more mouthfuls of rice, and smile foolishly once again. Chuyang naturally returned the favor. From time to time, he would smile encouragingly. Eat this bone, and this meat, Xiaowu, come eat this, Chuyang eagerly urged her to eat. This? Uncle Qingyu hasn't eaten yet. There isn't much food left. Mo Qingwu looked at the little food on the plate and was a little worried. Just now, in a moment of happiness, she had eaten more than twice as much as usual. He is not hungry. Don't worry about him. Come, eat this. Chuyang didn't care about Mo Qingyu's life or death. Who said I am not hungry? Mo Qingyu angrily said. Earlier, he had lost his appetite because of Chuyang's scolding. Then, he saw the two of them flattering each other. Their words were exaggerated, their tone was passionate, and their expressions were flattering. It made him want to vomit. The little miss was still young, so there was nothing wrong with that. But you, Chuyang, you are already an adult, yet you still do such a thing. Your expression is even more exaggerated than the little miss. His appetite, which had just been aroused, immediately disappeared after seeing Chuyang's expression. Plus, he felt full and wanted to vomit. At this moment, Chuyang was becoming more and more excessive. He didn't even leave his food. Mo Qingyu was furious. This is too much. After a few mouthfuls, the plate was already empty. Mo Qingyu raised his chopsticks and looked at the empty plates. He was very depressed. Not only did he step on nothing, but he also lost his food. He had just started to eat when he felt the most hungry. Looking at the other side, Mo Qingwu was holding her belly and rolling around on the bed. Wow, I ate too much. She secretly lifted her friend's clothes and said with a bitter face, "Oh no, oh no. My belly is not only round, but it is also bulging," Chu Yang burped. Then, he calmly picked his teeth and said, "Is it delicious? Tomorrow, Big Brother will make more for you." "Very good." "Humph." Mo Qingwu happily patted her belly. In fact, it was not because the food was too good, but because Chu Yang's praise made her happy and her appetite increased. "I haven't eaten yet," Mo Qingyu angrily said. "Little Wu, come, let's move around. Big Brother will help you digest. If you eat too much, you will become a little fat girl, and you won't be pretty." Chu Yang ignored him. Hearing the serious consequences of won't be pretty, Mo Qingwu was very cooperative. She rolled off the bed and started to move around the table with Chu Yang. While exercising, her small mouth did not stop moving. "Big Brother Chu Yang, do you think I will be pretty when I grow up?" "You will definitely be beautiful. You will be so beautiful that you cannot be more beautiful." "Really? Really? In this world, there's no one more beautiful than Xiao Wu." "Really? Ha ha ha, when Big Brother Chu Yang grows up, you will definitely be the most handsome." "Is that true?" "Ha ha ha." Go Chuan. Sigh. Mo Qingyu sighed. He wanted to cry but had no tears. With one big and one small by his side, it was a great torture. He could not bear to live through this day. Early in the morning, Chu Yang went out and came back with a big basket of rice and cured meat. He threw it in front of Mo Qingyu and said, "Hey, are you hungry? Get lost." Mo Qingyu's eyes were filled with tears as he shouted the next day, morning. "Great Jiao, Qingyu Manor." Diwu Qingro looked at a piece of paper in front of him and frowned. On this piece of paper, there were only a few words. "Many years of hard work. I have done my best. What do you all think?" Diwu Qingro stood up and put the paper on the wall. Then, he took 3 steps back to look at the words on the wall. Next to him, there were 3 other people. One of them was the skinny guy who appeared the other day. Looking at this handwriting, it should be number 1's handwriting. The skinny man muttered to himself as he looked at it carefully and said with certainty. These 3 people were Diwu Qingro's confidants. Each of them was very resourceful and had the ability to take charge of an area. The skinny guy was called Han Buchu. Another one was called Qing Yunhe. The last one was a righteous young man called Gao Sheng. Han Buchu and Qing Yunhe's background was very clear, but Gao Sheng's background was very mysterious. Plus, he had only been in Great Jiao for a few years, but he had already gained Diwu Qingro's favor and had a meteoric rise. Moreover, he was very arrogant and looked down on everyone else. Gao Sheng looked righteous, but he had a belly full of evil intentions. He often had the same views as Diwu Qingro. He was Diwu Qingro's right-hand man. This handwriting is a bit strange. Takai raised his head and looked at it carefully. He said, "It's the number 1 font, but why does it feel a little strange?" "It is a bit strange." Qing Yun he clasped his hands behind his back and pondered. "What is strange about it?" Diwu Qingro smiled, but there was a trace of worry in his smile. This was Diwu Qingro's style of doing things. He knew that he had a high position. If he wanted to do everything himself, then he would be too busy. Therefore, he used all kinds of methods to train his confidants so that they could take charge of an area. Every time something happened, even if Diwu Qingro had a conclusion, he would not say it out loud. Instead, he would discuss it. This discussion process was the process of these people's growth. The handwriting is number 1's handwriting, Pang tone. It is also number 1's tone. Plus, according to number 1's personality, this kind of choice is not enough for him to take charge. Han Buchu said, "We all know that number 1 is a very arrogant person. Whether it is intelligence or scheming, he is not below us. He will not accept his failure. I think that there is no problem with this note. And this note also shows that number 1 is still as stable as a mountain in Iron Cloud Nation and cannot be shaken. Even if King of Hell Chu has his suspicions, he will not risk universal condemnation and make a move against a saint of Iron Cloud." Han Buchu smiled and said, "Prime Minister can be at ease." "Not necessarily. There's something wrong with this note." On the surface, the distance between the first 4 words and the last 4 words is just right. This gap also shows that number 1 seems to be thinking hard after writing the first 4 words. But it's this gap that's problematic. Gao Sheng, tell me what you think. Diwu Qingro smiled. What brother Chung just said was only the layout. What I am looking at is the handwriting. Gao Sheng was still frowning as he raised his head and said, this humble one thinks that these words are rigid and incoherent. Look over here. Many years. These 2 words were clearly written in one go. But the mood of these words is different from the words blood and sweat. The last stroke of the word blood was slightly raised. This meant that the rest of the words were also written in one go. But on this piece of paper, it was. This shouldn't be. Moreover, the words I only did my best are written in one go. But it looks a bit more rigid and lacks the meaning of solemn and stirring. If it was really written by number 1, then since he wrote these words, he must be prepared to die. He must be ready to draw his sword and fight to the death. We all know that when people write, their mood melts into their handwriting. And with this kind of mentality, with number 1's arrogance, he must have the meaning of I would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. But in this letter, there is not the slightest bit of that. On the contrary, it is very plain. Gao Sheng said, therefore, Prime Minister, this letter is worth considering. I personally think that number 1 has already met with misfortune. Or perhaps, he has already fallen into the hands of King of Hell Chu. And this letter is clearly a trap. Oh? Diwu Qingrou's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. If this is a trap, then what kind of trap is it? What does King of Hell Chu want to obtain? If we are deceived by this letter, then we will naturally come to the conclusion that number 1 is safe and sound. Moreover, he is still in power. Gao Sheng glanced at Han Buchu. His eyes were filled with the meaning of little guy, you are stupid enough to come and discuss this. Han Buchu snorted and turned his head away. With this kind of mentality, we obviously have to continue to send people to contact number 1. That King of Hell Chu is waiting for us, and he can capture our people one after another. Although we are confident that number 1 won't reveal anything, it doesn't mean that everyone is the same. Once King of Hell Chu pries open their mouths, then the entire intelligence network of Iron Cloud will be uprooted by King of Hell Chu. This was an extremely vile consequence. This is King of Hell Chu's vicious trap. Oh? Then, in your opinion, is number 1 still alive? Guwu Qingro seemed to be interested and joined in the discussion. Not necessarily. However, the possibility of him being alive is very high. Gao Sheng thought for a long time. He still said this sentence with uncertainty. Oh? Diwu Qingro looked at him. Number 1 has fallen into King of Hell Chu's hands. So, King of Hell Chu won't be able to get anything out of him. This is certain. Gao Sheng pondered, however, the enemy has such an important mission. Of course, we cannot let him go. It would be a pity to kill him. If I were King of Hell Chu, I would lock him up. If you won't talk for 1 day, would you not talk for 2 days, 3 days, or even a month? Gao Sheng said, therefore, I estimate that number 1 should still be alive. However, he must not be feeling good. He must be tortured to get a confession out of him. Han Buchu interrupted, Gao Sheng, what you are saying is very problematic. At first, you only said that he might have fallen into the enemy's hands. That is reasonable. How can you say that he is definitely in King of Hell Chu's hands? And you are even torturing him? Aren't you being too arbitrary? Gao Sheng looked at him with disdain and revealed a mocking smile. He did not say anything. Han Buchu was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He wanted to retort, but Qingyan he pinched his thigh. He hissed and sucked in cold air. Diwu Qingro waved his hand at him, indicating that he should not speak. Is there a possibility that number 1 is already dead? Diwu Qingro asked. This possibility is very small. Gao Sheng paused for a moment and said, after being tortured, he would be half dead. Number 1 would definitely not say a word. This kind of person is left alive in the hope that he would be lucky enough to open his mouth. In other words, there is no reason for him to live. He is only being tortured. If King of Helchu is a hero, he would most likely give number one a quick death because he is not stupid. He knows that there is no point in keeping him alive. Gao Xing said, but if he is not a hero, then number one would definitely be alive and continue to be tortured by him. Gao Xing paused for a moment, and then continued, according to the information we've collected about King of Helchu, his way of doing things, his temperament, and his several actions in Iron Cloud, I personally believe that this person is unscrupulous in order to achieve his goals. He's definitely not an honorable hero. Plus, he is very good at grasping a point and following the vine to get to the melon. And number one is a very important bargaining chip in his hand. He would only use more despicable and cruel methods to make number one talk. He would definitely not kill him. Diwu Qingrou's face was gloomy as he slowly nodded. Gao Xing said a lot and was already thirsty. He picked up the teacup in front of him and drank it in one gulp. If things are as Brother Gao said, then number one is definitely in King of Helchu's hands. Prime Minister, what do you think about this matter? Qingyan Duck asked, should we save, or not? Save or not save? This question raised Gao Xing's spirits. The three strategists looked at each other. They were somewhat nervous. Brother Qing, these words. That is a bit too much. Gao Xing said, save or not, Prime Minister has his own plans. This matter is very important. How can it be decided in such a short time? The status of the three strategists was similar to that of number one. If Diwu Qingrou chose to save number one, the three would feel warm in their hearts. This meant that if the three were to encounter similar situations in the future, Diwu Qingrou would also save them. If he did not save them, the three strategists could understand. After all, number one was far away in Iron Cloud and would definitely be heavily guarded. Rescuing such an important person from the prison of a nation would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In order to save him, a lot of people would have to be mobilized. Even if number one was still alive, he would definitely be covered in injuries and unable to move. If he was not careful, the rescue team would be wiped out. There was a reason to save him. Not saving him was also understandable. But their moods were different. Diwu Qingrou looked out of the window. His expression was indifferent. With his hands behind his back, he seemed relaxed. Gao Xing's words were exactly what he was thinking. The three strategists' suggestion to save or not was also what Diwu Qingrou was considering. Compared to the thoughts of the three strategists, Diwu Qingrou had another layer of thought. Is this another trap set by King of Helchu? Is it possible that King of Helchu is using number one as bait to lure my people into the trap? One must know that to save number one, it must be carefully planned. Moreover, the people who go must be elite soldiers. If these people were to be lost, it would be a huge loss for my forces. Do, or not. For the first time, Diwu Qingrou felt that something was so difficult to decide. Saving was risky. Not saving was disappointing. Diwu Qingrou knew that if he decided not to save him, Gao Xing and the other two would understand. At best, they would only feel a little disappointment. But don't underestimate this disappointment. It could make people make an incredible change at a critical moment. Moreover, if he did not save him, would number one be disappointed? If number one was disappointed, he controlled more than half of Iron Cloud's news network. The three people quietly looked at Diwu Qingrou. Save him. I must save him. Diwu Qingrou finally made up his mind. His heart was bitter. If King of Helchu was the one who set this trap, then this long-distance confrontation is tantamount to my defeat. Because he had no choice but to follow the other party's plan. I want you to save him. You have to come. This was the first time in Diwu Qingrou's life. He had always led others by the nose. Even Tai Longqing, who was known as the continent's number one general, had been led by the nose by him for 10 years. Millions of soldiers were also under Diwu Qingrou's control. If I want your soldiers to go, you have to go. If I want you to go 100,000 soldiers, you can't go 50,000. If I want to do something, you have to cooperate. Even if we are enemies, even if you hate me to the bone, you have to cooperate. Otherwise, you and your country will get nothing. I don't threaten you at all. You can only obediently follow my orders. Obediently follow my orders. I control the entire world with one hand and two countries with the other. Furthermore, they are two hostile countries. Others are filled with helplessness and anger. They can't wait to tear my skin off and eat my flesh, but they can only listen to me. Not listening is not acceptable. This was a pleasure. Diwu Qingro had always enjoyed this pleasure. But now, it was finally his turn to let others enjoy this kind of fast spot for once. Prime Minister. The three people shouted at the same time. They wanted Diwu Qingro to make such a decision, but they also knew in their hearts how big the risk was. Even if I know that this is King of Helchu's trap, I still have to save him. Diwu Qingro would not change his mind once he had made up his mind. He looked at the three people and said, not just number one. If you were in such a situation, I would do the same. The three of them shuddered. They felt extremely ashamed of their previous thoughts. Trap. The three people reacted at the same time. Prime Minister, are you saying that this is King of Helchu's trap? Yes, it is a trap. This King of Helchu came out of nowhere. I didn't expect him to be Diwu Qingro's lifelong enemy. Diwu Qingro's eyes revealed a happy light as he said, I also didn't expect him to put me at a disadvantage in our first fight. The three people turned pale with fright. Look, these prison traces are clearly the traces of number one. And, King of Helchu had sent this letter with the help of our invisible falcon, Diwu Qingro said, if it was an ordinary person, they would think that number one is fine. But King of Helchu is facing me, Diwu Qingro. King of Helchu would not be so optimistic as to believe that I have already believed this note. You want to trick me, Diwu Qingro, with a piece of paper that has no charm? I would have died countless times already. Diwu Qingro said, so King of Helchu would not dare to think this way. But he still did it. This is undoubtedly a humiliation to us. Now, the bitterness in Diwu Qingro's eyes had disappeared. They were now filled with a fighting spirit of meeting a worthy opponent. This is a letter of challenge. It is a letter of challenge from King of Helchu to me. Diwu Qingro's tone was heavy, and he predicted that I would accept it. So he already has the upper hand. However, Prime Minister, you can just ignore it and let him punch empty air. Han Buqiu asked. This time, Gaoxing did not show any contempt for Han Buqiu. Instead, he showed a faint admiration. Han Buqiu was a bit impulsive and did not think very far. So Gaoxing had always looked down on him. He did not understand why Diwu Qingro would let Han Buqiu attend every important meeting. In Gaoxing's opinion, Han Buqiu was not qualified to attend such high-level meetings. Plus, if he was Diwu Qingro, he would have already kicked him out. But now, he finally understood. Among the three of them, Han Buqiu was the most terrifying person. If Han Buqiu's words were not so obvious, Gaoxing would not have seen it. Every time Han Buqiu spoke, he always had an opposing opinion. Moreover, it was a very strategic opposing opinion. It was also the opposing opinion that most people could think of. And every time Diwu Qingro explained his opposing opinion, it made some people think, so that's how it is. The Prime Minister is indeed brilliant. This was the best way to praise him. He lowered his voice. But it helped Diwu Qingro's godlike reputation. This kind of person is not stupid. Nor is he stupid. Presumably, when she was scolding him for being an idiot, he was also scolding her in his heart, right? As expected, Diwu Qingro said, it's impossible for me to ignore this matter because it concerns my reputation and the people of Great Zhao. Under the Prime Minister's command. Diwu Qingro said meaningfully, you must know that number one has too many resources for King of Helchu to dig out. If number one becomes suspicious of me and is disappointed, what do you think will happen? These words made the three of them break out in a cold sweat. Han Buqiu's whole body was trembling, and he almost couldn't stand. He bowed deeply and said, Prime Minister is wise. It was this subordinate who was narrow-minded and used the yardstick of a villain to measure the heart of a ruler. I am extremely ashamed. Today, after receiving the Prime Minister's advice. Only then would he be able to imbue himself with power. Wake up from your dream, please forgive me, Prime Minister. Brilliant. What an expert, Gaoxing sighed with admiration in his heart. If it was before today, he would have disdained to scold him, bootlicker. But today, after listening to it, they realized that Diwu Qingro was beating them up. Han Buchu's seemingly stupid self-proclaimed mistake and flattery had completely eliminated any possible estrangement between Diwu Qingro and the people sitting here. Therefore, when King of Helchu makes a move, I can't not take it. Diwu Qingro said, moreover, I must save him. This way. This is in line with King of Helchu's plan. And now, King of Helchu has probably laid down an inescapable net, waiting for us to fall into it. And we must fall into it. This is King of Helchu's power and the key to his success. Moreover, if I don't save him, King of Helchu will certainly use this point to say that I, Diwu Qingro, am cold-hearted by nature. Even my own capable subordinates who have made great contributions on the battlefield would not be able to save them. If this kind of public opinion were to spread throughout the world, it would affect the hearts of the people in the future. Even the generals of the army and the officials of the royal court, if this were to create a stable environment, the impact would not be small. Diwu Qingro said casually with a scolding face and a calm nose. Therefore, we must save him. But the problem is, how? Han Buchu, the most difficult person to support, jumped out again. He assumed a contemplative posture and asked a question that everyone already knew. This person is really powerful, Gao Sheng was convinced. When he asked this question, everyone was bound to consider this point. This saved Diwu Qingro a lot of trouble. Moreover, it made everyone feel that Diwu Qingro's wisdom is as high as the sky. Even someone like Han Buchu, who was against the idea, was unknowingly convinced by him. King-level Master Yin has already entered Iron Cloud. Plus, his mission is to kill King of Helchu and rescue number 1. Gao Sheng said, looking at the current situation, it is impossible for King-level Master Yin to save number 1. But killing King of Helchu is still possible. It is not impossible. I think we should patiently wait for 2 days for news from King-level Master Yin. Whether he kills King of Helchu or not, we will make a decision at that time. Then he smiled and said, you must know that haste makes waste. If we rush, I am afraid that not only will we not be able to save number 1, but we will also suffer losses. The gains will not make up for the losses. When he said this, even Diwu Qingro looked at him thoughtfully. This was Diwu Qingro's plan, but Diwu Qingro would not say it himself. If he said it himself, it would appear that he was being ungrateful. One should know that there was still a general suffering in the enemy's prison. Therefore, he had to let the strategist say it. However, Diwu Qingro did not expect that the one to say this in advance was the young and impetuous Gao Sheng. This is also a plan, but it is not appropriate. Diwu Qingro said, number 1 is still suffering. Every moment he stays there is like hell. How can I bear to, Prime Minister, this is not a problem that can be solved by being impatient. We all know your feelings for number 1, but this is the safest way. The best person jumped out again. His face was full of anxiety, fearing that Diwu Qingro would make an irrational decision. Very well. Let 1 command horse rider and 8 high-level dark horse riders be on standby. Once King-level Master Yin sends back a message, no matter what, immediately move out. Save number 1 in one fell swoop, kill King of Helchu, and get rid of any worries. Diwu Qingro hammered the hammer, you guys come up with 2 plans. If King of Helchu dies, how should we act? If he does not die, how should we rescue him? The 3 agreed at the same time. Also, list King of Helchu as a high-level dangerous person. On the list of dangerous people in Iron Cloud, he is on the same level as Tai Butian and Tai Longqing. He is on the must-kill list of Golden Horse Riders Department. Diwu Qingro said slowly, this person must not be allowed to grow. Once he matures. I am afraid that for Great Zhao, he will not be much worse than the real King of Hell. Diwu Qingro's face was gentle, but his heart was ruthless. King of Helchu, you may have superhuman wisdom, but there are some things that do not rely on wisdom. The trap you set up might be able to trap a tiger, but I sent 2 dragons. No matter how smart you are, your foundation in Iron Cloud is still too weak. Golden Horse Riders Department's must-kill list. Han Buchu and the other 2 were shocked, revealing an extremely shocked expression. The names on the must-kill list of Golden Horse Riders Department's must-kill list were all people that Diwu Qingro thought were dangerous enough. Their names would be removed after they died. As long as they were alive, they would be on the list for another day. Moreover, no matter who you were, as long as you killed a person on the must-kill list, you would be bestowed a title of nobility, or even a high official. The rewards were so generous that it made people stare. Every person in Golden Horse Riders Department looked at these names every day, and their eyes were already red from longing for them. Tai Butian and Tai Longqing were already on the list. Ah, who would have thought that King of Hell Chu, who had just shown his talent, would receive Diwu Qingrou's special honor so quickly and have his name on the list? Chu Yang naturally did not know that he had already become a popular figure in Golden Horse Riders Department. He also did not know that the price of his head had skyrocketed to the point where it was enough for a small character to have a meteoric rise, and from then on live a life of glory and splendor. If he knew, perhaps he would have made his own head to receive the reward. At this moment, he was extremely busy. After he had collected his gambling debt that day, he had made a huge fortune. Although there weren't many heavenly treasures in the imperial palace, there were still a few of them. Although they weren't very rare, they were still rare treasures that were hard to find in this world. After swallowing, the tribulation sword's heavy pellet had already formed more than half. Only 1/5 of it was transparent. And the dregs of these elixirs were naturally used by the tribulation sword to fill Chu Yang's meridians. Chu Yang was currently refining the elixirs. With the true efficacy of these elixirs, it would be more than enough for him to break through to the martial warrior level. A huge amount of elixirs. But the sword spirit was firmly suppressing his level, so he could only stay at the level of a first-grade martial warrior. Moreover, he could not refine the elixirs at all. They could only fill his meridians. Want to level up? Good, train. Fight. Only by comprehending all the realms that a first-grade martial warrior could comprehend will you be allowed to level up to the second grade. This kind of extremely responsible performance actually made Chu Yang very depressed. If he could level up by a few grades, he would have a better chance of survival. According to Chu Yang's guess, the person who came to kill him this time was at least a first-grade revered martial artist, or even a king-level master. How can I let go without power? Even if I set a trap. But with my current strength, I can only trap a person. How can I trap a tiger? That kind of trap would only make the tiger more ferocious. Therefore, Ran Chu Yang was currently sorting out the harvest of that day. As soon as he finished sorting it out, he would immediately go out and transform into the Dark Knight Challenger. That day, the rare metals in the treasury were all absorbed by Calamity Sword under Chu Yang's strong request. The remaining essences were all taken by Calamity Sword. At this moment, they were all released. These were all raw materials for creating divine weapons. How could they be wasted? Rather than letting them rest in the palace, why not give them to me? Chu Yang put away the other tribulation swords, leaving only 2 pieces of star iron and red cloud steel. Naturally, Calamity Sword would not be merciful. The iron essence and steel essence had already been swallowed, leaving behind only star iron and red cloud steel. Star iron was indestructible. Moreover, if a sword was mixed with a few taels of star iron, not only would the sword itself be indestructible, but when facing an enemy, if energy was injected into the weapon, it would emit a star-like light, as if the entire weapon was glowing. This made it difficult for people to predict the direction of the weapon. Red cloud steel was simply a stroke of luck. Chu Yang did not expect that there would be such a treasure in the treasury of the Iron Cloud imperial family. It could be said that in the entire treasury of Iron Cloud, this red cloud steel was the most valuable. Everything else added together was not as valuable as this piece of red cloud steel in Chu Yang's eyes. When he first found this red piece of iron, Chu Yang almost mistook it for something else. When he confirmed it, he almost jumped in joy. Red cloud steel, as the name suggests, was completely red. Moreover, the most important characteristic was that even though it was extremely hard and dense, it did not have any weight. This was the most peculiar metal that violated the laws of heaven and earth. Even a piece of red cloud steel as big as a house would only have the weight of cotton at most. This peculiar characteristic made all the martial artists in the world crazy. Ordinary weapons had weight. The more powerful the weapon, the denser and heavier it would be. The requirements for the user would also be higher. Moreover, it consumed physical strength. The biggest advantage of red cloud steel was that it did not consume the user's physical strength. As long as you had the strength of a baby, you could wield the weapon to kill the enemy. Moreover, it was indestructible and extremely sharp. However, this red cloud steel had always only existed in legends. Chu Yang had never found any weapon that was mixed with red cloud steel. In the Imperial Palace of Iron Cloud, there was actually a piece as big as half a table. Chu Yang was pleasantly surprised. Chu Yang also understood why Iron Cloud's royal family kept such a strange metal and did not use it. It was impossible to cut it open. Whether it was placed in a furnace or smashed with a sledgehammer, it would not be damaged in the slightest. I guess the royal family of Iron Cloud is also very depressed. They obviously know that it is a treasure, but they can't use it. This kind of red cloud steel could only be slowly melted by an emperor-level martial artist using their own true essence. Only then would they be barely able to separate a small portion of it. The reason it was called a small portion was because it was absolutely impossible for an emperor-level martial artist's true essence to melt the entire piece of red cloud steel. They would need to refine and melt it hundreds of times before they could gather enough red cloud steel for a single weapon. If one wanted to melt it completely, they would have to reach the level of a saint. However, Chu Yang didn't have such concerns at all. He was the master of Calamity Sword, and Calamity Sword. Not to mention dividing, it could devour. Therefore, the hardness of this red cloud steel was almost the same as the weight of Calamity Sword. It was not much harder than cotton. Naturally, there was a lot of steel essence inside such a rare treasure. After the Calamity Sword swallowed it, only a piece the size of a human head was left. More than half of it had been swallowed. King of Hell Chu was so heartbroken that he wanted to commit suicide. However, a piece the size of a human head was enough to make a weapon. And there were still some scraps left over. Chu Yang planned to make a knife for Mo Qingwu. Mo Qingwu liked knives and red. Chu Yang was very familiar with this. Every time they met in the previous life, Mo Qingwu was always dressed in red. Mo Qingwu's favorite style, favorite color, favorite things. Chu Yang remembered them all clearly. Making a weapon that Mo Qingwu would like was as easy as blowing off dust for Chu Yang. In fact, it was extremely simple. With the help of Calamity Sword, in less than an hour, a bright red scimitar with smooth lines and shining starlight was created. In the process of making this knife, even the sword spirit was almost destroyed by Chu Yang's nagging. Here, a little more. Here, make an arc. Here, a little sharper, a little thicker over there. That side can be smoother. Arc. What I want is an arc. In the end, the sword spirit directly stopped working. Damn it, make whatever you want. It's good enough that I cooperated with you once, and you're still not done? You actually scolded me. I've never seen so many things to make a knife. Damn it, it's more troublesome than embroidery. Chu Yang could only give in the end. He kept sighing. Only the last arc the size of a hair was left, and this knife was perfect. If the sword spirit had a body, it would probably jump out and fight with him immediately. This knife was directly made into a work of art by Chu Yang. It was indescribable. Even Chu Yang himself couldn't find any fault with this saber that he had made with his own hands. This saber was simply too beautiful. Chu Yang mixed a small amount of star iron into the knife. This made this knife, which was supposed to weigh at least 17 to 18 kilograms, weigh only 7 to 8 grams, and the star iron was arranged in the middle of the knife in the shape of the Big Dipper. When he waved it, it was as if the Big Dipper fell from the sky and danced around him. After he finished, Chu Yang wanted to use the remaining half of the material to make himself a tableware, but the sword spirit directly flew into a rage. You have the Calamity Sword in your hand, what other weapon do you need? Are you looking for trouble? Chu Yang was speechless. Thinking about it, he was indeed looking for trouble. With the Calamity Sword in hand, you actually want the Calamity Sword to make a weapon to compete with you? This was almost equivalent to a man saying to his wife, I want to find a mistress, can you help me? How could he do such a stupid thing? He couldn't imagine how low his IQ was when he said that to the Calamity Sword. Zai Jing carefully put away the red cloud steel. He thought to himself, I'll leave it for the Heavenly Armament Pavilion to use in the future. Holding this knife, Chu Yang was very proud. He thought to himself that when he gave it to Mo Qingwu later, she must hug and kiss him happily. If Mo Qingwu had to return to the Mo clan, as long as she had this knife, even if she lost her 3 meridian, people would still think highly of her. Qu Yang's plans for Imo Qingwu's future had indeed reached the point of being meticulous. Thinking of this, Qu Yang suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called out to the sword spirit. But the sword spirit ignored him. Qu Yang humbly begged for a while before the sword spirit appeared with a nose full of disdain. What? Hee, there's something I need help with this knife, f***cku. I say, are you done yet? This knife? The sword spirit was furious. You're more annoying than king woman. There's just one more thing, I'm not free at all. The sword spirit's tone was stiff as he refused. f***ck. Say it again. King of Helchu was furious. He couldn't control his temper anymore. f***ck. I've given you face, haven't I? Do you believe that I won't kill myself immediately? Let you wait for another 10,000 years? King of Helchu flew into a rage. If you say no again, I'll die. f***ck, I'll still be a good man after 18 years, but you can only wait for another 10,000 years. And it's 10,000 years of chaos. You're ruthless. The sword spirit gritted his teeth. He really didn't dare to take the risk. If this B** starred really slit his throat, he would be in trouble. With this B** starred's temper, he might really go to extremes. Help with what? The sword spirit was unwilling. Eh? You're still unwilling? Forget it. I'll just die, I don't need you anymore. Don't, Chu De Cha. Life is so precious, how can you commit suicide? Hee, call me Master Chu again. f***ck, if you want to die, then die. 10,000 years is 10,000 years. The sword spirit was furious. Don't. Sword spirit, come, look, just carve your name here. Hee, this isn't difficult, right? King of Helchu immediately softened. Are you kidding me? It was not easy to be reborn, and I even met Qingwu. How can I die so easily? Even if you die, you still want to live. Committing suicide is just a way for me to deal with you, Qu Yang cursed in his heart, but his face showed a flattering smile. He pointed at the saber. Oh, what do you want to carve? Here, carve the words dreaming of Qingwu, overturning the world of mortals. Qu Yang said with a greedy face, in addition, help me make an antique scabbard. Ordinary materials will do. The sword spirit reluctantly completed the task, and disappeared without saying goodbye. According to Qu Yang's request, the scabbard was made to look like an antique. It was rusty, and there were a few almost transparent rust marks. No one would have thought that in such a shabby scabbard, there would be such a dreamlike peerless saber that could not possibly exist in this world. It's done. Qu Yang snorted twice. There was a reason why he made such a scabbard. Even if it was Imo Qingwu's father, he could not let him know that he had the ability to make heavenly weapons. If people knew about this heaven-defying ability, Minister Chu would probably be transferred to some big clan's prison, and become a professional blacksmith. This was picked up by a mountain one day when it collapsed. Well, didn't Beyond the Heavens Sex Mountain collapse a while ago? Hee. Qu Yang instantly thought of a reason. As for the words dreaming of Qingwu, overturning the world of mortals, it was naturally intentional. This was just a coincidence. This meant that this saber was meant to belong to Imo Qingwu. Imo Qingwu's name was engraved on it, and the meaning was profound. But the saber was in Imo Qingwu's hands, and it was a woman's saber. There were 2 words Qingwu on it. Who in the Imo clan would have the nerve to snatch it? Humph, if you want to protect this saber, you have to protect Imo Qingwu. If you can't protect Qingwu, your Imo clan won't be able to keep this saber. This, Qu Yang believed that the powerful Imo clan would be able to do. Qu Yang smiled sinisterly. Writing through the night until 5:30 in the morning. When I logged into the webpage, my whole body suddenly became ice cold. Looking at the words today's monthly votes count 1, my whole body suddenly became exhausted. Brothers, sisters, after my continuous outburst of writing a single chapter, 1 vote. This kind of situation. How can I endure it? With tears streaming down my face, I beg for another monthly vote. When it was time to eat, King of Helchu had finished cooking. He carried the food on a large tray and hung a saber on his waist. He walked into the secret passage and asked for a kiss. Ahem, Mo Qingwu's kiss at this age was not that good, but King of Helchu did not care. Inside the secret chamber, Mo Qingwu was anxiously waiting. She had to admit that it was cruel to lock up such a cute and lively little girl in a secret passage. Even though the secret chamber was well lit and brightly lit, it still did not see the light of day. As for children, which one of them did not like to be busy? Inside, Mo Qingwu was in even more pain. Because of Mo Qingyu's injury, he had to circulate his energy every day to heal himself. Normally, a king-level master would not get injured, but once they did, it was extremely difficult to heal. Not to mention Mo Qingyu's internal injury, which almost cost him his life. He meditated for a while and waited for his internal energy to accumulate. Then, he would shake up his internal organs and spit out the blood clots in his body. Then, he would have to heal the injury caused by the shock. It was extremely troublesome. Only when all the blood clots were gone and all the internal organs returned to normal and the meridians were completely unobstructed could he be considered fully recovered. Ah, Brother Chuyang, you are here. Mo Qingwu's eyes lit up when she saw Chuyang. She practically ran over and was about to jump into his arms. Ah, wait. I still have food in my hands. At this moment, Chuyang was very angry with the food in his hands. If it weren't for these things, wouldn't he be able to hug the soft and fragrant body that he yearned for in his dreams and twirl around a few rounds? After putting down the food, Mo Qingwu carefully came up to him. Brother Chuyang, can you stay with me for a while? I am here by myself, so pitiful. Okay. Chuyang repeatedly agreed. His heart was aching. Even if it is a big matter, I will put it aside for now. Look at my little Qingwu. Is it time to eat? Mo Qingyu walked out of the secret room from the other side of the room. Mo Qingyu knew. Chuyang only cares about the insignificant Mo Qingyu. He doesn't even care about a king-level master like me. If I had come out late, I would have starved. This guy never knew how to respect his elders. At this point, Mo Qingyu felt like he wanted to commit suicide. It was too depressing, even in the three heavens, no matter which big clan he went to, with his king-level cultivation, which clan wouldn't be very polite. Taking care of his food and drink, and even bringing something along with him when he left, but in this small place, he had actually fallen to the point where he was worried about every day, and if he wasn't careful, he wouldn't have any food to eat. Pass. This was simply unreasonable. Mo Qingyu found that he had changed a lot since he started living here. At the very least, he ate on time. Smelling the aroma of food, if he didn't hurry over, what awaited him would be leftovers. This was considered good treatment, but when it wasn't, he would starve. Furthermore, a mere martial artist dared to order him around. Eh? Warriors? Mo Qingyu couldn't believe his own eyes. He was shocked by himself. When I first came here, this guy was only a martial warrior. How did he become a martial warrior in just 2 or 3 days? How did his cultivation speed become so fast? Since you are here, let's eat together. Chuyang's tone made it seem as if he was doing Mo Qingyu a great favor. Thank you. Thank you so much. After saying this, Mo Qingyu wanted to slap himself a few times. Mother **cur. Why am I worse than a beggar? Being allowed to eat at the same table, why am I so grateful? Is this still a king-level master? Is this still me? If a king-level expert could do this, he might as well just kill himself. Do you have wine? In order to regain his dignity as a king-level master, Mo Qingyu put on a serious face and asked in a dignified manner. No. Chuyang didn't even lift his head. Come, Xiao Wu, try this, try that, how can I eat without wine? Mo Qingyu glared. Eat if you don't want. Do you think I'll beg you to eat? If you don't want to eat, I'll save a portion. Chuyang didn't care if you were a king-level master or not. He wasn't polite at all. He reached out to take Mo Qingyu's rice bowl. Don't, it's fine if you don't have wine. Cough cough. I'm injured right now. I can't drink. You're still thinking of me. Great king-level expert Mo immediately surrendered. He protected the bowl of rice with his hands. He had found an excuse for himself, but the tone of his voice sounded like he was pleading, because King of Helchu was holding the bowl of rice with 2 fingers, and was trying to pull it out. Do you still want to drink? King of Hell Chu calmly pinched the rice bowl. If he used any more force, the rice bowl would be broken. Don't drink, don't drink. The rice is delicious. Mo Qingyu pitifully hugged the rice bowl and blinked his eyes. Ancestor, don't you know how to give me some face in front of the little miss? Pfft. Ha ha ha. Mo Qingwu, who was drinking her soup, suddenly looked up. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. She then coughed and rubbed her stomach in pain. Chu Yang and Mo Qingyu's faces were covered in vegetable soup, one after another. Brother Chu Yang is really amazing. Uncle Qingyu is famous in the clan for being addicted to alcohol. Aunt Qingyu has fought with him many times, but he still can't stop drinking. Mo Qingwu said with admiration, but when it comes to Brother Chu Yang, Uncle Qingyu doesn't drink anymore. Mo Qingyu wiped away the vegetable soup on his face. He bitterly thought, people under the eaves have to lower their heads. When my old injury is healed, I will teach this guy a lesson. Yes, because your Uncle Qingyu has grown up and is sensible, he doesn't drink anymore. Be good. Chu Yang gently said, drinking is not good. When little Qi grows up, he can't drink either. He remembered that in his previous life, Mo Qingwu also loved this drink. She often drank to drown her sorrows. I don't want to drink. Mo Qingwu blinked her big eyes, it's bitter and spicy. What's so good about it? I like to drink heavenly pear juice, cough, cough. Chu Yang choked and coughed repeatedly. Heavenly pear juice. This kind of high-grade fruit could not be found in the lower three heavens, but Mo Qingwu actually used it to make juice every day. My family has heavenly pear gardens. Mo Qingwu's words made Chu Yang's coughing even worse. Mo Qingyu laughed on the side. He felt very relieved. Finally, I saw you embarrass yourself for once. After the meal, Mo Qingyu wanted to go back to cultivate and heal. Wait a bit, I still have something to do. Chu Yang said. To give this saber to Mo Qingwu, he needed someone to watch over it. Mo Qingyu was the perfect candidate. If no one knew and Mo Qingwu was allowed to play with it, it would be gone the moment she took it out. What is it? Mo Qingyu turned around. I found a gift for Xiao Wu, and I need you to be a witness. Chu Yang looked at him and slowly said. What gift? Mo Qingyu wanted to say, what kind of gift needs a witness? But when he saw Chu Yang's serious face, he knew that this gift was no small matter. If it was an ordinary gift, Chu Yang would have already pushed him to the side to make the little miss happy. This gift seemed to be very important. At the very least, he needed to watch over it. Moreover, it would be best if he could report it to the clan leader. Mo Qingyu was a king-level master, how could he be stupid? He understood as soon as he thought about it. He turned around and carefully sat down in his seat. This attitude was a sign of respect for Chu Yang. Brother Chu Yang, what gift? Mo Qingwu tilted her head and looked at Chu Yang from left to right. Xiao Wu loves to celebrate birthdays. Every time it's my birthday, I get a lot of gifts. Chu Yang laughed and cleaned up the table. Then, he took Dreaming of a Qingwu saber from his waist and solemnly placed it on the table. This saber is so ugly. Mo Qingwu wrinkled her nose and looked at the broken scabbard. She did not like it. But Mo Qingyu knew what it was. Seeing that the scabbard was so rusty, he knew that it was a rare antique. He could not help but ask, what is this? I don't know. When I was at Beyond the Heavens sect, one day, the mountain collapsed and I accidentally found this. Chu Yang said seriously, it is a peerless treasure saber. Oh? A peerless treasure saber? Mo Qingyu was a little scared. With Chu Yang's personality, for him to say such things, could this saber be something extraordinary? Chu Yang reached out and grabbed the saber's hilt. The next moment, with a schwa sound, the saber left the scabbard. Suddenly, the entire secret room was filled with a dreamy red light. In Chu Yang's hand, the saber seemed to have a soul. It was sparkling. In this hazy dreamlike red light, there were even specks of starlight twinkling. This made the saber look like an immortal weapon. It was shrouded in clouds and mist. After the light shone for a while, the saber's body could be seen clearly. The curve was gentle and beautiful. No matter where the saber was, it was just right. Even if a master craftsman were to see it, he would not be able to find any fault with it. A woman's saber. But it was the kind of saber that every heroine in Jianghu would use. The beauty of this saber was indescribable and hard to describe. No matter who it was, when they saw this saber for the first time, they would be conquered by this saber. Hiss. Mo Qingyu sucked in a breath of cold air. Seeing Qu Yang so serious, he knew that this saber was not ordinary. But he did not expect it to be such a peerless treasure saber. Wow! What a beautiful saber! Mo Qingyu clapped her hands. Her eyes were full of love. When she saw this saber, she was completely attracted to it. I will peel an apple for you. Qu Yang smiled at Mo Qingyu and took out a round iron ball from his bosom. Then, he placed the red saber on top of it and slowly rotated it. Don't damage the saber. Ah? Mo Qingyu only said one sentence, but he was completely stunned. Rings and rings of thin iron, shining with the unique light of iron, were slowly peeled off from the iron ball. It was just like peeling an apple. Cutting iron like mud. Not long after, Qu Yang cut out a shiny iron apple. It was very lifelike. He placed it on the table with a heavy thud. Brother Chu, this is too precious. Mo Qingyu did not dare to accept this priceless saber on behalf of Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu was still young, only a year and a half, and Qu Yang was giving her such a precious saber. As Mo Qingyu's family, Mo Qingyu also felt that this was too wasteful. This saber is not limited to this. Qu Yang smiled mysteriously. He turned the saber around and handed it to Mo Qingyu. Mo Qingyu's hands trembled. Even though he was a master of Wang Tang, he had never seen such a heavenly weapon in his life. He took the saber with the mentality of a pilgrimage. With the saber in his hand, Mo Qingyu felt as if he was in a dream. After a while, he realized that something was wrong. This saber. Why does it feel like it is weightless? He tried to weigh it in his hand and confirmed that this saber did not weigh more than 1 jin. Mo Qingyu looked at the saber in disbelief. His voice trembled as he asked, this. Could this be red cloud steel? His breathing became ragged as he looked at the mysterious red ghost on the saber. Mo Qingyu almost fainted. Yes, it is not only red cloud steel, but also star iron. Qu Yang said seriously, Senior Mo, you should know why I gave Xiaowu this saber. No. This is too much. Mo Qingyu jumped up as if his hand was scalded. His lips trembled as he spoke incoherently. It was as if he had a bullet under his butt. His mouth said that it was precious, but he held the saber in his hand and did not want to give it away. Priceless? How could this be just priceless? This is the best saber in the world since ancient times. Mo Qingyu's mind was in chaos. Oh heavens, is there really such a precious saber in this world? This is my gift to Xiaowu. Qu Yang frowned and repeated, Senior Mo, you should know why I gave her this saber. Mo Qingyu's body trembled. He finally calmed himself down from his excitement and asked seriously, what do you mean? I don't want Xiaowu to suffer any grievances when she returns to the clan. Qu Yang looked deeply into Mo Qingyu's eyes and said, this saber can be said to be the will of the heavens, and it has Xiaowu's name on it. I hope that this saber can accompany Xiaowu. I do not wish to see this saber in someone else's hands one day. Don't worry. As long as I, Mo Qingyu, am still breathing, this saber will only be in the hands of the little miss. Mo Qingyu stood up and said seriously. Including your Mo clansman. Qu Yang quietly added. Mrs. name is on it? Mo Qingyu suddenly remembered this phrase. He looked at the saber hilt and saw the words carved into it, dreaming of a gentle dance, overturning the mortal world. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, could this really be the will of the heavens? With the hardness of star iron and red cloud steel, Mo Qingyu did not doubt that Qu Yang was the culprit. Not to mention Qu Yang, even if Mo Qingyu was at his peak, he would not be able to leave even a hair-sized mark on this saber. Give it to me, give it to me. Ying Qingwu opened her small hands and was impatient. Here you go. Qu Yang took the saber from Mo Qingyu's hands and handed it to Mo Qingwu. Don't cut your hand. Mo Qingyu anxiously shouted. This kind of saber cut was not a small matter. Unknowingly, one's wrist would fall off. How can a girl from a martial arts family cut her hand playing with a saber? Chu Yang looked at Mo Qingyu with disdain. Yes. How could Mo Qingyu not know this? Not to mention that Mo Qingyu was already 3 years old. Even if she was 3 years old, she wouldn't cut herself with this knife. However, Mo Qingyu's mind was shaken to the point where it was about to explode. How could he? Think of this, I actually saw red cloud steel today. Mo Qingyu rubbed his face until it turned red. He asked in confusion, am I dreaming? This saber is so fun. Haha. Mo Qingyu's clear voice was heard, so beautiful. I really like it. Do you like it? Chu Yang's voice was heard. I like it a lot. Mo Qingyu smiled tenderly and fiddled with it lovingly. Then, Chu Yang stretched out a finger, pointed at his own face, and moved closer. Whack. Mo Qingyu did not hesitate. Her petal-like lips gave King of Hell Chu a sweet kiss. This. Chu Yang moved the other side of his face closer. Whack, here. Whack. Here. Whack, Mo Qingyu did not reject him. Her red lips kissed Chu Yang until her saliva was all over his face. Ha ha ha. King of Hell Chu giggled like a love-struck fool. Mo Qingyu's face was full of black lines. I have never seen this kind of person before. Liking a little girl is one thing, after all, everyone likes a cute little girl, right? But this is too much. He actually gave her everything. This saber, even if it was taken to upper 3 heavens, would cause a huge battle. This King of Hell Chu just casually gave it to a little girl he had just met a few days ago who did not even know what a treasure saber was. Plus, after giving away the saber, he was only kissed a few times by the little girl. He was so satisfied that he was in the clouds, it was as if he had taken advantage of the heavens. Strange things happen every year, but only this year has more. Great King level leader Mo sighed. This kind of spoiling ghost Ching. Even compared to little Mrs. Mother, it is not inferior. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but say, it is fortunate that you are not the little Miss biological father, otherwise. What Mo Qingyu wanted to say was, otherwise, she would have been spoiled by you to the point of lawlessness and become a little devil. I am her father? Chu Yang could clearly feel his forehead full of black lines. I can't stand someone who is not related to me by blood calling me uncle, but now. I am her father? What kind of nonsense are you saying? Minister Chu roared and completely flipped out. This sentence is extremely disgraceful. Mo Qingyu was the same as Chu Yang, his face was full of saliva. However, Chu Yang's was kissed by Mo Qingyu, while his was spat by King of Hell Chu. Great King level leader Mo felt extremely wronged. What is going on? I'm just speaking from my heart. Do you have to act like you want to eat me? Just as he was about to speak, he heard Minister Chu angrily say, shut up. Mo Qingyu felt like his stomach was about to explode from anger. I am telling you. I am giving this saber to Qingyu. It is not for the Mo clan. Understand? Chu Yang angrily glared at him and shouted, also, no one is allowed to steal it. Even if Mo Tianji wants to steal it, I will castrate him. Understand? After Xiaowu goes back, if she is wronged in the slightest, I will wash the Mo clan with blood. Understand? About this saber, go back and tell Xiaowu's bastard father. Just do as I say. Understand? Chu Yang's anger reached the sky as he asked a series of questions. Mo Qingyu's eyelids were almost stained with saliva. He was intimidated by Chu Yang's imposing manner and repeatedly nodded. Okay, I am leaving. Chu Yang disappeared with a whooshing sound. What a joke. That's a king-level expert. I'll take advantage of him when he's distracted. I can't wait for him to regain his senses. Even if he was seriously injured, he would not be able to beat him. After Chu Yang left for a while, Mo Qingyu was still in a daze. He finally woke up and let out a cry. His eyelids had dried up and were stuck to them by Chu Yang's saliva. From this, it could be seen that Minister Chu's saliva was very nutritious. Mo Qingyu wiped his face and was about to go crazy. He was about to rush out. Uncle Qingyu. Mo Qingyu timidly called out, don't get up. I am scared here. Tell me a story. Mo Qingyu stopped and turned around to look at Mo Qingyu. He could not help but cry out, "Little ancestor, you two are playing me to death." Chu Yang was naturally waiting to be trained up there. The current him had already slipped away like a wisp of smoke, to continue his great undertaking of challenging others. So what if it is a treasure saber? Am I really going to give it to you? Humph. When Qing Wu marries me in the future, this saber will still be surnamed Chu. Chu Yang happily thought to himself. These 2 days, he and little Luo have been getting along better and better. Minister Chu felt that the future was very good. He was already thinking about getting married. In the afternoon, he went back to Butian Pavilion to check. Qinglong and Chen Yutong were already out on missions. Wu Qianqian was wearing her ferocious mask and black robe to oversee Butian Pavilion. There was nothing for him to worry about. As for the new recruits during this period of time, they were all gathered together for training. In Chu Yang's words, they were going to train until they died. Do you want to be promoted and get rich without suffering? How could it be so easy? The training ground was filled with wailing and howling every day. What was even more outrageous was that there was a third-level martial master in his 40s who was training until he cried. His tears and snot were all over his face. He was so heartbroken. It was too tiring. For such a weakling, Minister Chu ordered double the amount of training. However, there was one piece of news that made Chu Yang uncomfortable. He Mo and his man did not leave. Instead, they stayed in Iron Cloud Citadel. Every day, they would leave early in the morning and return late at night. They were still searching for Mo Qing Wu and Mo Qing Yu's whereabouts. As for Mo Tianji and the others that Chu Yang wanted to keep a close eye on, there was no news at all. Other than that, Chu Yang had also greatly improved the defense of the prison cell during this period of time. Furthermore, he had continuously increased the number of manpower and facilities in all directions. He had even transferred over 10 revered martial artists and over 20 martial great masters from Tai Butian's subordinates to guard the cell tightly. Chu Yang did not know if Diwu Qingro would be fooled or not, but he knew that if he was Diwu Qingro, he would still send people even if he knew it was a trap. Sigh, this is the 4th update. After he was done here, Chu Yang continued to tirelessly challenge people, causing all the martial artists in Iron Cloud Citadel to become restless. If someone was paying attention, they would notice that the Dark Knight Challenger's opponents had increased in rank. Normally, he would challenge 2nd grade, 3rd grade, and 4th grade martial artists. It turned out that they were all challenging first pin. He really didn't know where this Dark Knight Challenger got such accurate information from. Sometimes, after challenging someone who had been a 3rd grade martial artist for half a year, the next one would be someone who had been a 3rd grade martial artist for 1 or 2 years. And then the next one would be someone who had been a 3rd grade martial artist for several years. So accurate. Those who were knowledgeable all sighed in their hearts. What they did not know was that Chu Yang's Butian Pavilion had detailed information about these people. If he could not find them, that would be strange. During this time, Chu Yang was also bored. Gu Duxing said that he was going out to look for people, but he disappeared without a trace. Sometimes, Chu Yang wondered, where did he go to look for people? Did he go to the upper 3 heavens? How come there is no news of him at all? Chu Yang naturally did not know that Gu Duxing, based on the principle of Ning Kei's mother is promiscuous, chose subordinates for him, and they were all elites. In front of Dangyang Mountain, sword energy soared to the heavens. Gu Duxing slowly pulled out his black dragon sword. The sword body was like autumn water, shining brightly. The sword light reflected on his face. Gu Duxing's face was like the sword body, emitting a fanatical light. Fanatical but calm. The sword body was like ice, his face was like ice, only his eyes emitted a blood-red fanaticism. His feelings were only for his sword. He was not a match for it. I will ask again, will you come with me? Gu Duxing's gaze was fixed on the sword body. He lowered his head and asked softly. Her hair fluttered in the wind. Her soft words were filled with determination. If I don't go with you, you will kill me? Opposite him, a young man in green looked at Gu Duxing in disbelief. Duxing, this is not like you. What makes me surprised is that you actually want me to be someone else's subordinate. It's not your own power. Is this still you? You and I have been in 3 heavens for many years, yet you actually ignore it? It's because you're my friend that I'm giving you this chance. Gu Duxing coldly said, GMO, you and I are friends, but we've never opened our hearts to each other. Now, I'm giving you a chance to be a true friend, a brother. If you refuse, you will become my enemy. You refused because you wanted to teach. The green-clothed youth laughed in amusement. Gudu, you and I were equally famous in the Tsonglan battlefront. Since then, what good things have I forgotten about you? And now, you're actually falling out with me because of someone you've only known for a few days? Even the reason is to drag me over to be someone's subordinate. I'm not willing. He shook his head. I really don't know why. Are you crazy? GMO, don't talk nonsense. You and I have always been equally famous. We have also fought a few times. I can't beat you, but you can't beat me either. Gu Duxing said, I know that you have always wanted to do something. Your Ji clan also has no place for you. With your big brother, you can't stand out. But now, you have a chance to stand out. The three of us, accept someone else's rule, become someone else's subordinate, stand out in the three heavens? GMO looked at Gu Duxing in amusement. Gudu, are you dreaming? Whether I'm dreaming or not, we'll know after we fight. Gu Duxing coldly said, I've only met him for a few days, but now, I'm already above you. If you can convince me, I'll go with you. GMO snorted, but if I can't be a subordinate, I can help. Whether I win or lose, I have to make this clear. You're already weak. Gu Duxing's aura suddenly rose. He looked at GMO like a knife. You're already thinking about losing. In the past, you wouldn't have thought about it. Now that you're thinking about it, it means that you don't have the confidence to beat me. Without the will to win, you'll lose. You're no longer my opponent. Why don't you just come with me? Bullsh *T. GMO angrily shouted, do you really think you can beat me? Gu Duxing flicked the sword with his finger. With a buzzing sound, the black dragon's body emitted a black fog. In the dense fog, the shiny sword flashed in the fog, like a divine dragon, vivid and lifelike. Then, he didn't say anything else. With the sword in front of him, his hand moved with the sword, his arm moved with the sword, his elbow moved with the arm, and his body moved with the elbow. His whole body turned into a black whirlwind and rushed out. In front of him, GMO's pupils suddenly shrank. All of Gu Duxing's movements converged into one, drawing the sword. But, the strangest thing was that all of his movements were full of layers. It allowed people to clearly see the sword move, the hand move, the arm move, the shoulder move, the body move, and the leg move. Every movement seemed to be independent, but it was clearly just one sword move. Before the sword arrived, the momentum of the body was already overwhelming. Before the body arrived, the sword aura was already chilling. GMO was shocked. With a clang, he unsheathed his sword. He gritted his teeth and came forward, saying angrily, so what if you've improved? Get. He didn't finish his words because Gu Duxing had already arrived. A gust of chilly sword energy enveloped his entire body. The ferocious attacks made GMO feel as if he couldn't breathe. It was like a small boat in the middle of a raging sea, full of danger of capsizing at any time. GMO used all his strength to resist. For a moment, he didn't even have time to roar, let alone speak. GMO and Gu Duxing were equally famous in the upper three heavens. They were the rising stars of the two big clans, and neither of them had the right to inherit. Neither of them was willing to submit to the other, but they also appreciated each other. They had fought countless times, and each time, they were evenly matched. But now, GMO felt that his hands and feet were tied when Gu Duxing made a move. And this kind of feeling had never appeared before. Do you agree? Gu Duxing asked while gritting his teeth and thrusting his sword 100 times in a flash. This feeling of completely suppressing his old rival who was originally on par with him was really too good. Even Gu Duxing, who always had a cold face, was somewhat addicted to it. GMO clenched his teeth and waved his sword crazily. Do you agree? Gu Duxing moved his sword faster and faster. Do you agree? GMO was sweating all over. He gradually felt that he couldn't withstand the opponent's attacks anymore. He wanted to speak, but he was suppressed by the sword aura. He didn't have a chance at all. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, even if you want me to agree, you should let me speak first, right? There's no time at all. Once I speak, my chi will leak. I'm afraid your sword will pierce dozens of holes in my body. How can I agree? Actually, GMO already wanted to agree now. No matter what, before he came down, Gudu Xing and he were evenly matched. This was a fact. But now, Gudu Xing had obviously risen to a new level in just a few days. Just based on this speed of improvement, if that person really made Gudu Xing improve like this, there was nothing wrong with agreeing. Who didn't want to reach the peak as soon as possible? Enjoy the wonderful feeling of looking around and not having any opponents, only being a subordinate for a few years and being able to get such an opportunity to reach the peak. Only a fool wouldn't agree. Even if it was an apprentice, he still had to work for his master. Jimo didn't know what was going on. Today, Gudu Xing used some unknown method to suddenly find him. He hadn't even recovered from the surprise of meeting after a long time, and Gudu Xing had already cut the Gordian knot and stated his purpose of coming. I've joined an organization and need manpower. I want you to go. This first sentence made Jimo's brain short-circuit. Do you agree to go or not? If you don't go, I'll beat you until you go. Gudu Xing wasn't a good lobbyist at all. He fell out with just 3 sentences. As the party being interrogated, GMO didn't even have time to get angry before Gudu Xing flipped out first. Then, he talked with his fists. No, he talked with his sword. Gu Duxing was definitely the first person in history to be such a lobbyist. Gudu Xing was even very angry in his heart. I'm asking you to go for your own good. You don't know how to appreciate favors? Ordinary people don't even have the qualifications to be invited by me. GMO felt extremely wronged. I haven't even said anything. I don't even know what organization you've joined, what's its name, and who's the leader. Which senior? He didn't say anything clearly and actually started to suppress him with force. GMO was also a proud and arrogant person. How could he be so easily convinced? Facing Gudu Xing's overbearing attitude, GMO was furious. Even if you're the one inviting me to go to heaven, I'll still beat your arrogance down first. Moreover, Gudu Xing strongly revealed an expression of I'm inviting you because I think highly of you, which made GMO even more unconvinced and indignant to the extreme. But now that they started fighting, GMO immediately regretted it. F*ck, the two of them aren't even on the same level. How to fight? Gudu Xing's aura now had an overwhelming advantage, and his martial power was also a level higher than Jimo's. His swordsmanship had also suddenly advanced by leaps and bounds, becoming a level higher. What made GMO the most speechless was that even his body movement technique, which he had always been proud of and which had always been his biggest asset to suppress Gudu Xing, had actually lost its original effect. Gudu Xing's current body movement technique had actually completely suppressed him. This made GMO feel as if the world was spinning. F*ck, what kind of heaven-defying fortuitous encounter did Gudu Xing get? In the short span of a month, he had completely changed his face and bones. I was originally on the same level as him, and neither of us could do anything to the other. But now, in front of him, I'm just a punching bag. Calling me a punching bag would be an insult to a punching bag. Smack smack smack. Gudu Xing was in high spirits. With a long whistle, his sword momentum was fully unleashed. GMO. Caught off guard, his body was instantly hit by the sword's spine 30 to 40 times consecutively, and he screamed in pain. Wait. Taking advantage of the time when he was being beaten, GMO somersaulted out, and shouted in midair. He had no choice but to shout because Gudu Xing had already followed him up like a shadow, and was about to be abused again. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Gudu Xing stopped. What? Was he the one who taught you all these improvements? Was he the one who taught you all these improvements? GMO asked in exasperation. Of course. Gudu Xing was very proud. I joined. GMO heaved a sigh of relief. Mother ***. Just to defeat you and avenge that sword of yours, this old man also joined. Damn it, I'll just be your subordinate for a few years. Gudu Xing's eyes showed a trace of satisfaction. What's the name of this organization? It's not small, right? GMO sat down on the ground and took deep breaths. His eyes flashed with excitement. What's the name of the boss? Which senior from Upper Three Heavens is it? Since he had decided to join, GMO's interest in this organization grew. In Jimo's mind, someone who could make Gudu Xing improve like a rocket and give him special improvements must be an earth-shattering figure. And definitely an invincible existence. The organization established by such a person would certainly be very big and very powerful. Such a person would have already established his own sect in the upper three heavens. He wouldn't have the time to set up a new organization. Therefore, it must be some senior from the upper three heavens who wanted to have some fun after a long period of silence. GMO was very curious. The organization is called Heavenly Armament Pavilion. There are many divine weapons there. Every one of them can cut through gold and jade. My black dragon can't be compared to those weapons at all. Those weapons are just legends. Gu Duxing said coolly. Ah? Really? Doesn't that mean I have a chance to get a legendary divine weapon? Jimo's eyes shone, full of expectation. Thinking of himself holding an invincible weapon and sweeping the world in Jianghu, and the envious gazes of others. Especially those bastards from upper three heavens who used to be on the same level as him, looking at him with admiration. Thinking of this, GMO almost wanted to go crazy. Yes, you do have a chance. Gudu Xing thought for a while and said, but with your lazy personality and rascal temper, and your attitude of not standing if you can sit and not sitting if you can lie down, I reckon the chance is not big. How come I'm like that? GMO was unconvinced. I've always been very serious. Gudu Xing rolled his eyes. Hey, brother Gu, we'll be considered to be on the same boat in the future. Why are you keeping it a secret from me? GMO said with a drooling face, tell me, which senior expert is the boss? Emperor level? Monarch level? Every time he asked, Gu Duxing would shake his head. Asterisk asterisk. Could it be a saint? GMO's voice trembled, and his eyes emitted a wolf-like green light. He was so surprised that even his hands and feet were trembling. He knew Gudu Xing's character. Apart from the Gu clan, no one else had any hope of subduing him. Or the emperor level. There was still a tiny bit of hope. As for the monarch level and king level below the emperor level, there was no need to even mention them. He was neither an emperor level nor a monarch level. Could it really be a saint? Mother, your son is really lucky this time. To be able to work under a saint-level expert and learn martial arts, Jimo almost fainted from happiness. He's not a saint either. Gu Duxing said concisely. Great Master Gu, Grandfather Gu, please tell me. GMO stood up and diligently massaged Gu Duxing's shoulders. He said with a flattering smile, Brother Gu, please tell me. His voice was so coquettish that it made Gu Duxing shiver. Get lost. Don't disgust me like this. Gu Duxing said angrily. Then, he turned his neck in pleasure, over there, a little to the right, use more strength, a little lower, a little higher, a little to the left. Finally, after enjoying a super high-level massage, GMO asked while panting, Boss, you should tell me now, right? Yes. Gu Duxing's face became serious. GMO held his breath and looked at Gu Duxing's mouth. He was full of expectation as he waited for the news that would definitely shock him. He's not an emperor level, nor a monarch level, and definitely not a saint level. Gu Duxing said slowly. Oh my, you've learned how to trick people. GMO was so anxious that his head was sweating and his palms were hot. What kind of earth-shaking person is he? Just tell me. Even if he's a supreme level expert, I can still handle this surprise. Yes, he seems to be a 7th grade martial warrior right now. He should be there by now. Gu Duxing said seriously. Sure enough, it's just as I expected, haha, eh? GMO was ready to laugh out loud. Then, he was tongue-tied. He opened his mouth and used so much force that his lips almost split open. What did you say? You didn't hear wrong. Boss is a martial warrior. Gu Duxing said indifferently. GMO clearly heard the sound of his chin hitting the ground. He forced a smile and said while stammering, Brother Gu, Grandpa Gu. What a joke. How can you say that? This is true. I'm not joking. Gu Duxing said seriously, I'm telling the truth. With a thud, GMO fell to the ground and said in pain, Gu Duxing, just kill me. Suddenly, he jumped up and gritted his teeth, Gu Duxing, you're good. You're really promising. Not bad, not bad. GMO, just realized that you, Gu Duxing, are actually such a great person. He nodded fiercely, not bad, not bad. Not bad at all. Running out of the lower three heavens with a martial great master cultivation to be a subordinate of a martial warrior from the lower three heavens. You really make me unable to believe it. If this were to spread out, you would be the idol of all the old women in the lower three heavens. Stop talking. Nonsense. We should hurry. Gu Duxing said coldly. I regret it. GMO sat on the ground and shook his head like a rattle. I'm not going. Are you going or not? Gu Duxing's eyes narrowed and emitted a dangerous aura. He was about to make a move. I won't go even if you beat me to death. GMO said fiercely. Good, you said it. Gu Duxing didn't use his sword and directly flew up with his bare hands. Puff 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 puff, ah. I won't go even if you beat me to death. Puff puff, ah. Puff 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 puff, ah. Are you going or not? Not going. Puff puff puff, ah. Stop hitting me. Woo woo, are you going or not? I'm going. Gu Duxing finally stopped while panting and scolded, cheap. You are cheap. If I don't beat you up, you'll be dead. Woo woo. GMO lay on the grass sadly. I'm cheap? Let me beat you up instead? Didn't you say that you won't go even if I beat you to death? You're not dead yet. I said that I won't go even if you beat me to death. As long as I don't die, I'll go. GMO shouted and thought angrily in his heart, if you didn't beat me like this, I really wouldn't go. A real man keeps his words. But if it's too hard to bear, I can also go back on my words. Get up. Do you think it's nice to lie on the ground with your butt sticking out? Hurry up, we still have to find someone else. Gu Duxing kicked him impatiently. GMO jumped up with a cry and said, you still have to find someone else? Yes, go and pull Little Wolf in. Gu Duxing stepped forward slowly. Little Wolf? Luo Kudi? GMO couldn't help but rub his palms together. That's right, that guy has had enough of being his big brother's punching bag in the Luo family. I support you in this matter, Dugu. He thought to himself, I'm not the only one who has been deceived. It's better to have fun together than to have fun alone. I will definitely support Dugu and pull that guy down with me. Even if I have to rebel in the future, at least I have one more ally, right? Thinking of this, GMO happily followed behind Gu Duxing's but, in the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. In these 2 days, Chu Yang sent people to watch the movements of Mo every day. What annoyed him was that the group of bastards living here just didn't want to leave, and he didn't know where the other group went. Originally there were 14 people, but now there were 7 people living here. Not only did they not leave, but their movements in Iron Cloud Citadel became even more frequent. They were everywhere, day and night. This made Chu Yang very unhappy. If they didn't leave, Mo Qingwu could only stay in the secret room. Wouldn't that suffocate her? Chu Yang thought for a long time and decided to pay them a visit. Just think of it as burning incense to attract ghosts. I'll burn incense to send the ghosts away. Teacher letting them stay here was really not a good idea. Minister Chu ordered someone to make a gift and had someone carry it. Then he walked to the biggest inn in Iron Cloud, Cloud Gate Inn. It was as if a noble family was traveling. Even Butian Pavilion's Iron Blood Torture Hall members did not know that the person they were following right now was their immediate superior, the King of Hell Chu, who made their brothers tremble at the mention of his name. Yin Wu Fei's belly was about to explode from anger. This king-level master of Golden Horse Riders Department felt that he had never been so angry in his life. The 3 of them arrived at Iron Cloud last night. Since they were exhausted, they first found an inn to stay in. The place they chose to stay was even specially chosen. It was not far from Butian Pavilion, it faced each other from a distance. After they settled down, Yin Wu Fei did not have time to make any preparations. He immediately ordered for the people of Golden Horse Riders Department in Iron Cloud to see him. In the end, they went to several secret meeting rooms, but they were all empty. Not a single person could be found. Yin Wu Fei was filled with anger. He ordered the other 2 people to follow the secret signals. The result was that 80% of the signals had been tampered with, or completely disappeared. It was not until midnight that they were able to contact him. Moreover, he was like a frightened bird. Sun Chongfa, who was a martial master, had tears and snot running down his face when he saw the king-level expert. King-level master, it is not that we did not do our job well. It is that King of Helchu is too cruel. There were a total of people under me, and they were divided into 3 groups. They were all single groups, and they didn't know each other. I was very cautious. On that day, Lu Xiaosan and Deng Xiaowu suddenly disappeared. They only found out the next morning that Lord Wu, who was in charge of contacting them, was imprisoned, and his whole family was executed. Their original place of residence was also raided, and the business they used to hide was also closed. End of chapter 134. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.